The Books of Chronicles. By W. A. L. ELMSLIE. Introduction. Section 1. Characteristics of ancient historical writings. Until recent times, the study of the historical records of Israel and of other nations of antiquity has suffered from insufficient recognition of the principles and procedure of ancient historians. It is obvious that a great contrast exists between any modern historical work and those books of the Old Testament which relate the fortunes of Israel. And unless there is a clear perception of the main facts to which this contrast is due, the nature and value of the Books of Chronicles cannot readily be understood and certainly will not be properly appreciated. It is desirable therefore to deal with this matter at the outset, before proceeding to consider the special characteristics of Chronicles. 1. Standpoint. According to the modern point of view, a perfect history would seem to be a complete and impartial statement of events. This ideal is unattainable, for even the fullest account must fall far short of the richness of actual life. Moreover, it is imperative that the trivial be distinguished from the important, and the facts be presented according to their relative values. A historian is therefore necessary to arrange the material so that the events are seen in their proper relationship. Thereby, however, a subjective element is introduced into our histories. Life is so complex that two men considering the same facts may reach very different conclusions concerning them. We cannot wholly escape this danger, but we do claim that the historian shall consciously seek to present the truth and nothing but the truth. He must not deliberately suppress or distort facts to favor, say, the Protestant or the Roman Catholic view of the Reformation. A modern historian may be convinced that sin leads to disaster, but he must not therefore write that a certain wicked monarch perished dethroned and in misery, if he knows that he died peacefully in his royal bed. If he wishes to enforce the doctrine that the wages of sin is death, either he may turn to history and select incidents which support that view, or he may invent characters and weave them into a tale which points his moral. Or he may discuss the belief generally. But he ought not to publish as serious history a work in which, irrespective of facts, every wicked king is punished or involves his land in ruin. We should count such a work an illegitimate use of historical material, unless the author gave some clear indication of its real nature. We draw a sharp distinction between history and fiction, and in the serious historian we demand fidelity to the truth as he sees it. This modern standpoint is in reality the outcome of that more scientific habit of mind which insists above all things on accurate observation of phenomena and on the subordination of theory to fact. But the duty of scientific thinking has not so very long been recognized by the human mind, and in former days many things were legitimate and natural which would not be so now. The moment we make allowance for our mental environment, we can conceive that there might be other ideas than our own as to what constitutes the use and abuse of historical records. To us the facts are primary, and the lessons they seem to teach must be accepted, whether they suit our wishes or not. But an ancient writer was not dominated by that maxim. Supposing he desired to teach that virtue is rewarded, he might consider that an excellent way of enforcing his theory was not only to use the narratives of the past, but to mold and modify them as best suited his object. History might be made the tool of his conviction, and the tool be shaped to assist his purpose. If it is hard for us to realize that such a procedure was legitimate for him, that is simply due to the difficulty we have in being anything except the children of our own age. The earliest historical records of Israel were not attempts to write a continuous history of the people, but popular tales and songs commemorating such deeds of the people or its heroes as had made a profound impression on the popular imagination. An excellent example is the famous Song of Deborah in Judges v. Records of this type were long transmitted orally, but eventually were gathered together into written collections, such as the Book of Jasher, referred to by the canonical writers, see Joshua x. 13, 2 Samuel I. 18. As national history lengthened out and state records accumulated in connection with palace and temple, the idea would finally arise of combining these with the popular memories so as to form a connected historical narrative. But the motive which prompted the formation of such accounts was not scientific interest nor even perhaps curiosity to ascertain the exact course of events, but the desire to interest, to instruct. And above all to edify contemporary thought and life. Broadly, we may distinguish two types of ancient historical writing. First, the descriptive narrative in which events were recorded on account of their intense human interest, and, secondly, the didactic, where the older descriptive tales and any other available material were selected, related, and built into a unity in such fashion as might best serve to bring out the religious, moral, or political lessons which they seemed to teach or which the writer was anxious to impress upon his generation. The books of Samuel, Kings and of Chronicles both belong to the didactic type. Thus, they contain many stories, e.g. the details of Jehu's revolution in Kings, which teach no special lesson but are recorded for their intrinsic interest. And also much analytic record of fact. But this material has been welded together by a writer or writers who were supremely interested in the religious condition of their people, who believed that the character and purpose of God were manifest in the vicissitudes of their national history, and who desired to make the ethical and spiritual import of that history clear to their fellow men. Hence in their present form their works are not scientific records but rather what may be termed history with a motive. For instance, the space given to the tales about Elisha the prophet compared with the brief allusion to Omri king of Israel is entirely disproportionate to their respective values in the political sphere. The books of Samuel and Kings are practical and powerful appeals to history in the interests of religious faith. The same is true of Chronicles, and to an even greater degree, because Chronicles belongs to a later period than Samuel Kings, c. when the religious convictions of Israel were felt with extraordinary intensity, and could be expressed in accordance with certain precise theological beliefs. That both Samuel, Kings and Chronicles can be classed as didactic does not imply that they do not differ greatly in character. The former books are prophetic and national, relating God's dealings with the nation as a whole, whilst Chronicles gives an essentially priestly and ecclesiastical view of the history. 2. Method, the treatment of sources. It is of no less importance to realize something of the difference of method between ancient and modern historians, particularly as regards their treatment of sources. For all that lies beyond his personal experience, the historian is, of course, dependent on sources, documentary or otherwise. The modern writer recognizes the duty of testing and verifying the accuracy of the sources he uses for his narrative, and in producing his own account of affairs he is expected, where desirable, to state the sources upon which he has relied. The ancient historian also made use of sources, but, 1. He used them uncritically, with little or no anxiety concerning their accuracy, and, 2. It was his custom simply to select from the available material any passages, long or short, even words or phrases, which served his purpose, and to incorporate these in his work, frequently without any indication of the borrowing. Only in certain instances was the source precisely referred to. Moreover, 3. The utmost freedom was exercised in dealing with the passages thus chosen. Sometimes they were reproduced word for word. At other times they were partially or wholly transformed to suit the new context. This may seem an unwarrantable procedure to us, but one has only to examine the actual instances of these adaptations or transformations of unnamed sources to perceive that the ancient writer has acted in perfect good faith, with no suspicion that the manipulation was in any way blameworthy. How indeed could it have been otherwise? The science of literary criticism was unknown, notions of literary propriety and plagiarism had not been thought of. And writers who advanced no pretensions to originality for themselves were guilty of no imposture when they borrowed without acknowledgment from their predecessors, Skinner, Kings, p. 7. Nor need one go back to antiquity for an instance. Most instructive examples of composite narrative compiled uncritically but quite innocently by medieval chroniclers from earlier sources may be found in Chapman's Introduction to the Pentateuch, in this series, pages 260 ff. Compare also an illustration from Arabic historical writings given by A. Bevan in Cambridge Biblical Essays, pages 12 ff. For us there is both gain and loss in these methods of the ancient writers. A. Loss, because the continual adaptation of old tradition has sometimes produced changes so great that it is difficult or even impossible to discover now what was the actual course of events. By the exercise of care and by the diligent application of the principles of literary research, the loss thus occasioned can be greatly diminished, particularly where different accounts of the same period have survived, e.g. in the parallel history of Judah in Samuel Kings and in Chronicles. Not only do the two versions facilitate the task of recovering the actual history, but each version throws light upon the origin and nature of the other. b. On the other hand, the practice of incorporating passages of older narratives in the text is a great gain. It is, of course, unfortunate that the writers did not more carefully indicate the various sources they happened to be using. But constantly, thanks to idiosyncrasies of style, language, and thought, we are able to analyze the composite whole into its component parts. From the study of the separate sources thus revealed we gain invaluable information which would have been lost to us had the later writer, or rather, compiler and editor, given his version of the history entirely in his own words. 3. The absence of the idea of development. One other feature of the ancient writers, at least of the chroniclers of Israel, is of singular interest, and deserves special attention. It might be described as a feature of their temperament or of their mental environment. The idea of growth has become familiar to us, and we recognize that there has been a process of development in our religious and social institutions. We are content to trace the seeds of the present in the past. But the feeling of antiquity was apparently different. In Israel, at least, there was a tendency to suppose that the cherished system and organizations of the present had sprung into existence, as it were, full-grown at some great moment of the past. For example, by the chronicler's time, the whole body of law and ritual embodied in the final form of the Pentateuch had come to be ascribed in its entirety to Moses. Whereas historical and literary evidence demonstrates beyond all question that the system of Jewish worship and law was a gradual growth of which the stages can be traced with considerable clearness. Similarly, many features in the organization of the temple ministrants, the priests, Levites, etc., came into existence only in post-exilic days. But the whole system as it appeared in the chronicler's time was believed by him, and doubtless also by his contemporaries, to have originated with King David. Indeed, it is very probable that the ancients felt it so natural and so necessary to justify important customs and institutions by giving them the sanction of an ancient and honorable origin, that occasionally the very ideals of the present were represented as facts of the past. The converse of this tendency was also in force. As the present sought the support of the authority of the past, so the past could only continue to be deemed important provided it conformed to some extent with the beliefs and ideals of the present. Ideas change and expand. Thus it was quite impossible in the chronicler's time to represent the age of David and Solomon as great and glorious unless the moderate figures given in Kings were altered to correspond with the ideas of men accustomed to think of the mighty armies of the Persian monarchs or of Alexander the Great. As Quenon says, in ancient times, and specifically in Israel, the sense of historic continuity could only be preserved by the constant compliance on the part of the past with the requirements of the present. That is to say, by the constant renovation and transformation of the past. This may be called the law of religious historiography, the Modern Review, Volume 1, page 705. One consequence of the first importance follows from this fact. An ancient historical writing often records unconsciously far more than the history of the period it purports to describe. Since much in it which is ascribed to a past age in reality reflects the conditions of the present, it follows that the work as a whole may be an invaluable commentary on the author's own period. By taking into account this law of religious historiography, by studying the writer's method of compilation, his use and manipulation of sources and the additions he has himself made to the story, we shall find in the completed book a mirror of the thoughts, the ideals, and the conditions of the age when it was produced. Justification for these remarks can be drawn not only from the writings of the Old Testament but also from the study of ancient literature in general. Nowhere, however, are the principles and characteristics which we have outlined more clearly exemplified than in the Books of Chronicles. They are the key to the comprehension of Chronicles. And, if they are borne in mind, what is generally considered a somewhat dull book of the Bible will be seen to be one of the most instructive pieces of ancient literature. At the same time, we shall be in a position to perceive and appreciate the religious enthusiasm which animated the chronicler. Section 2. Relation to Ezra and Nehemiah. It is well known that the books of Ezra and Nehemiah were originally one book. But further, it is certain that Chronicles has been artificially separated from them, and that the three books, Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, were once a continuous work. The reasons upon which this conclusion is based are as follows. 1. The ending of Chronicles and the beginning of Ezra are the same, 2 Chronicles 36. 22f equals Ezra I 1:3a, i.e. After the separation was made between Chronicles and Ezra and Nehemiah, the opening verses of Ezra, recording the proclamation of Cyrus permitting the Jews to return, were retained, or perhaps one should say, were added by someone who was aware of the original continuity of Chronicles with Ezra and Nehemiah and who was anxious that Chronicles should end in a hopeful strain, see on 2 Chronicles 36. 23. The desirability of securing a hopeful conclusion is much more obvious in the Hebrew than in the English Bible, for, whereas in the English order Ezra immediately follows Chronicles, in the Hebrew canon Ezra and Nehemiah are made to precede Chronicles, and Chronicles is actually the last book of the Hebrew Bible. On the reason for this order in the Hebrew, and generally on the separation of Chronicles from Ezra and Nehemiah, see, position in the canon, ad fin. 2. The same general standpoint and the same special interests are found both in Chronicles and Ezra and Nehemiah to a remarkable degree. In particular, attention may be called to the following points. A. The same fondness for lists and genealogies is shown in both works, compare e.g. 1 Chronicles 12. With Ezra 2. Or Nehemiah 3, and 2 Chronicles 31. 16:19 with Nehemiah 7. 63:65. B. The same intense interest in religious festivals and institutions, compare 1 Chronicles 15, 16, 2 Chronicles v. 7, 29, XXX, 35. 119, with Ezra 3, 6. 16:22, Nehemiah 8. C. Three classes of temple attendants, viz. Levites, singers, and porters, which are barely mentioned in the rest of the Old Testament, receive a great deal of notice both in Chronicles and in Ezra and Nehemiah. 3. The same style and diction are found in both works, excepting of course in such sentences and passages as are transcribed from older sources. Characteristic phrases are the following. A. Father's houses, compare 1 Chronicles 7. 2. Note. B. The house of God, very frequently in Chronicles Ezra and Nehemiah in place of the usual, house of the Lord, Jehovah. With this compare the avoidance of the use of the name Jehovah, Yahweh, in such places as 2 Chronicles 17. 4. Compare Authorized Version with Revised Version, 20. 12, 30, Ezra 8. 18, 21. C. Genealogy, reckon by genealogy, compare 1 Chronicles v. 17, note, Ezra 2. 62. D. To oversee, 1 Chronicles 23. 4. 2 Chronicles 2. 2, 2. 1 Hebrew. Ezra 3. 8. Revised Version, to have the oversight. E. Willingly offer, 1 Chronicles 29. 14. Ezra I. 6. These are merely a few instances out of very many which might be given. This similarity of style and language is far more striking in the Hebrew, compare, and for full particulars the long list in Curtis, Chronicles, pages 27 ff. When fully stated, the evidence indicated under 2 and 3 above is of a convincing character, and the conclusion that Chronicles Ezra and Nehemiah were at one time a single work should be unhesitatingly adopted. Section 3. Date and Authorship. 1. Date and Unity. The scope of our inquiry in this section requires to be defined with some care. In dealing with any work which is chiefly a compilation of older material, it is necessary clearly to distinguish between the dates of the various sources which can be recognized or surmised and the dates of the writer or writers who have effected the compilation. When we examine the structure of chronicles, its composite nature is at once evident. Many long and important passages have been taken, with or without adaptation, directly from the existing books of Scripture. The date of all such passages, of course, falls to be considered in the commentaries on Samuel or Kings or wherever their original setting may be. The remainder of Chronicles presents an intricate but interesting problem. It has been held that there are no sources involved in this remaining portion, but that the whole is the free composition of the writer who quoted or adapted the passages from earlier books of Scripture referred to above. According to the view taken in this volume, sources other than these canonical books were utilized in the formation of Chronicles, although for reasons suggested in Section 5, QV, pages 36f. Such sources are not easy to distinguish from the work of the compiler himself. The little which can be said regarding the origin and history of these supposed sources may conveniently be reserved for the section dealing with the sources. The question, therefore, which is before us in this section is the date of the editorial process to which we owe the present form of Chronicles. Fortunately, the answer is simplified by one important fact, namely the remarkable homogeneity of Chronicles Ezra and Nehemiah. To such a degree are these books characterized by unity of style, vocabulary, standpoint and purpose, see below. Also, and, that we may safely conclude they are essentially the product of one mind, they have reached substantially their present form in the course of a single editorial process. Conceivably the work was achieved by a small body of Levites, see below under, contemporaries, sharing the same training and outlook, but it is much more reasonable to infer the activity of a single writer, the chronicler. It is his date which we proceed to consider. The evidence may be grouped under three heads, of which the last two, B, C, are of chief importance. A. 1. In 1 Chronicles 29. 7. A sum of money is reckoned in darics, a Persian coinage introduced by Darius I, 521–486 BC. 2. In 1 Chronicles 3. 19b–24, see Adlock. According to the Hebrew, the line of David's family is traced to the 6th generation after Zerubbabel, circa 520 BC. Hence, reckoning a generation as about 20 to 30 years, this passage would indicate a date not earlier than 400 BC or 340 BC. The Greek, Syriac, and Latin versions, however, differ from the Hebrew by extending the line to the 11th generation after Zerubbabel. That would imply a date possibly as late as 200 BC and not earlier than about 300 BC. But it is very doubtful whether we can here rely upon the text of these versions, and obviously it was easy for a translator or scribe to carry the list on to his own date. This piece of evidence, therefore, for the later date cannot be pressed, although it is worthy of notice. Since, as we have said, Ezra and Nehemiah formed originally one book with Chronicles, evidence for the date of Chronicles is also furnished by any indications of date which occur in Ezra and Nehemiah. 3. In Nehemiah 12:22 we find the significant phrase, to the reign of Darius, the Persian. Now, as long as the Persian Empire stood, such a description would have no point when written by a Jewish writer. For 200 years down to 332 BC. When Syria and Phoenicia fell into the hands of Alexander the Great, the rulers of Judea were all Persians. But from 332 BC onward, Greek monarchs were the rulers of Palestine, and nothing is more natural than that a Jewish chronicler writing under their rule should refer to a king of the older regime as the Persian. 4. Further, in Nehemiah 12:26–47 the phrase, in the days of Nehemiah, occurs, implying that for the writer Nehemiah belonged to the past, but, as one cannot say how near or how distant a past, the point carries little weight. 5. Again, in Nehemiah 12:10, 11 and 22–23, a list of high priests is given, concluding with the name of Jaddua, whom the chronicler evidently, and correctly, compared Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews 11. VII, VIII, knew to have been the high priest about 332 BC. At the end of the reign of Darius III, Codomanus, when the Persian Empire collapsed before the attack of Alexander the Great. These details, indicative of the date of composition, are as numerous as we have any right to expect in a work of the nature of Chronicles, which deals with past history. Their evidential value can of course be criticized by supposing that the passages in question are late interpolations and have therefore no bearing on the date of the main body of the work. But no solid grounds are adduced for this objection, and the burden of proof lies upon the objector. The supposition is extremely improbable, and may be dismissed in view of the fact that, b. the general character, and c. the linguistic peculiarities of Chronicles alike demand a date considerably later than the period of Ezra and Nehemiah. b. the character of Chronicles has already been referred to, but in a different connection, section 2, pages f. Here the point to notice is that throughout the entire work the whole system of law and ritual found in the Pentateuch is presupposed as existing in its final form. This system, which may conveniently be described as priestly, p. in distinction from the earlier system to which the name Deuteronomic, d. is applied, and the still earlier standpoint represented by the Javistic and Elohistic writers, J and E, may have been of slow growth, and no doubt embodies features of law and ritual which are of relatively high antiquity. But there is overwhelming evidence to prove that, as an organized and completed system, it cannot be dated earlier than the period of Nehemiah, circa 425 BC. Now in Chronicles not only is this final code in force. It has evidently been so long and so firmly established that the chronicler did not know, or at least did not believe, that any other earlier system had once ruled the practice of Israel. He belonged to a period when the development of the Pentateuch was no more remembered, and when its origin, in all completeness, had come to be ascribed with absolute confidence to the remote past. In accordance with that religious instinct which we have described above on p. Manifestly, a considerable lapse of time after Nehemiah's period must be allowed for that conviction to have become established. Another consideration is found in the attitude of the chronicler towards the kingdom of Israel. For the apostate northern kingdom the chronicler has only contempt and hatred and displays no interest whatever in its fortunes, except that he takes pains occasionally to indicate the corruption of the north, thus emphasizing by contrast the virtue of the Judeans. His absorption in the affairs of Jerusalem and his bitter antagonism to the north in all likelihood reflect the anger felt by the post-exilic Jews of Jerusalem against the Samaritans after the famous schism between the two communities. Indeed it is possible, 1, that his work was directly inspired by the necessity of combating the religious pretensions of the Samaritans with their temple on empty Gerizim, rivaling Jerusalem. The Samaritan schism is generally supposed to date from 432 BC, but there are grounds for thinking that it was not so early, and possibly the temple on empty Gerizim may have been built, not in 432, but in 332 BC. If the later date be correct, we have strong evidence for dating Chronicles not earlier than the last half of the 4th century BC. c. The late date of Chronicles is finally put beyond all doubt by the linguistic peculiarities of the book. Excluding, of course, the passages drawn from earlier scriptures, the Hebrew of Chronicles is of such a character that it is impossible to assign anything but a late post-exilic date for its composition. In every aspect of language, grammar and syntax and vocabulary, the diction exhibits the unmistakable characteristics of late Hebrew. It lies beyond the scope of the present volume to give details of the Hebrew, and reference may be made to the edition of Chronicles by Curtis and Madsen, International Critical Commentary, pages 27 ff. where a list of 136 such peculiarities is given. The style of Chronicles is disappointing. The chronicler had some praiseworthy qualities as a narrator. He displays force and imagination in the treatment of the material, he knew how to add a graphic touch. And he was able to revise a story thoroughly while preserving its internal coherence, e.g. 1 Chronicles 21. But he had not the gift of choice language. In so late a work we could not hope to find the strength and purity which characterized Hebrew prose of the Golden Age. It must, however, be confessed that, judged even by the standard of its own age, the Hebrew of Chronicles is clumsy and displeasing in many ways. From this cumulative evidence we infer that the chronicler was certainly a post-exilic writer later than the period of Ezra and Nehemiah and in all probability not earlier than about 300–250 BC. This is a valuable and definite conclusion, but it is important to observe that it does not fully answer the problem of the date of the present form of Chronicles. It remains to ask whether the text as it has reached us, the Masoretic Hebrew, is precisely the text which left the chronicler's hands, and, if not, what changes have been introduced. It is safe to say that the Hebrew text has been almost unchanged since about 150 AD, but between that date and the time of the chronicler is a long and sometimes stormy period. The subject, though in many ways important, is too intricate to be discussed here at length. A few remarks must suffice. 1. Like all other books of the Old Testament, Chronicles has suffered from the usual accidents of scribal errors in the course of transmission. But the changes due to this cause, being unintentional, are as a rule unimportant and can often be detected and corrected, see text. 2. More serious are alterations made by revisers or scribes who were anxious to bring the narrative of Chronicles into conformity with that of Samuel and Kings. In the last 2 chapters of 2 Chronicles the Hebrew text can be compared with an Old Greek version, 1 Esdras, see Greek versions, and the comparison indicates that changes of text, see notes on 2 Chronicles 35. 8, 15, and a harmonization of Chronicles with Kings, see note on 2 Chronicles 36. 5, compare also verse 15, have occurred in that brief section. Except in these 2 chapters the Old Greek version has unfortunately perished, and for all the rest of Chronicles comparison can only be made with a much later Greek version, which is a translation of a Hebrew text almost identical with the present, Masoretic, form. Even so, differences are found, notably a substantial passage deleted from the Hebrew in 2 Chronicles 35. 19, where see note. It is a legitimate conjecture that, if the Old Greek version were extant throughout Chronicles, considerable variations between the earlier and the present text might be disclosed. 3. Finally, internal evidence suggests that a few passages are of a secondary character, i.e. interpolations by a writer later than the chronicler, such perhaps are 1 Chronicles 6. 50-53, 8. 29-38, 24. 20-31, 2 Chronicles 15. 16-19, see note verse 17, XX. 33, see note 17. 6, 31. 17-19. Interpolations on a large scale are not likely to have been made. Yet it must be borne in mind that Chronicles Ezra and Nehemiah were once a continuous work, and study of Ezra and Nehemiah shows that those writings have undergone a complex literary process, involving serious omissions and transpositions. This heightens the possibility that Chronicles also, before or after its separation from Ezra and Nehemiah, was treated with freedom. Thus, the recurrence of 1 Chronicles 9, Nehemiah 11, both giving a list of inhabitants of Jerusalem, in a single work hardly looks like an original feature, like the more remarkable repetition of Ezra 2, Nehemiah 7. The feature seems to point to the combination of sources which were primarily distinct, Cook, 1 Esdras, in Charles's Apocrypha, page 19, but see note on 9. 17. On the other hand, the homogeneity of style and purpose in Chronicles tells strongly against the probability of large interpolations, and it is reasonable to believe that in the present text we have substantially the work produced by the chronicler. 2. Authorship. Chronicles Ezra and Nehemiah contain no hint whatsoever of the name of their author, and external evidence fails us equally. From the contents and tone of the work we can infer with comparative certainty that he belonged to the Levitical order, and in all probability was a member of one of the Levitical guilds of musicians and singers, see, e.g. 2 Chronicles 34. 12. Note. His character and conceptions can also be discerned from the nature of his work. That he was a man of strong intellect and vivid imagination is shown by his qualities as a narrator, cp. and by the consistency and power with which the whole work has been designed and carried through, see below, sections 5, 6, 8. Beyond this it is futile to conjecture. Section 4. Contents. The Books of Chronicles Ezra and Nehemiah give a history of Israel and its ancestors from Adam down to the conclusion of Nehemiah's activity on behalf of the post-exilic community in Jerusalem, circa 432 BC. Of this history the two Books of Chronicles cover the period from Adam to the fall of Jerusalem in 586 BC. Before giving a detailed analysis, it may be of advantage to call attention to certain outstanding features. Remark that, 1. The traditions of the period from Adam to Saul's death have been compressed into a series of genealogical lists which occupy chapters 1, 9. 2. The rest of the two books gives an account of the history of Judah from the death of Saul down to the destruction of Jerusalem by the Babylonians in 586, the fortunes of North Israel being ignored. Except for some scornful allusions to its degeneracy in comparison with Judah and Jerusalem. 3. The keenest interest is displayed by the writer in all matters connected with the Levites, the temple, and its worship, so that an extraordinary amount of space is allotted to those subjects. Note especially 1 Chronicles 6, 22. 29. 2 Chronicles 3. 7, 29. 31, 34. 8:35. 19. Actually Chronicles concludes with the first three verses of Ezra I, which relate the famous edict of Cyrus, permitting the Jews to return to Jerusalem, c. The following table gives a general survey of the contents of 1 and 2 Chronicles. The sign in the table means that the passage in Chronicles is a transcription, with little or no change, of the passage given in brackets. The sign compare is used where the account in Chronicles differs considerably from or has only a faint connection with that of the passage in brackets. A. 1 Chronicles I, 9. Introductory genealogies. I. 1-4. Compare Genesis v. 332. Genealogy from Adam to the sons of Noah. 523. Equals Genesis x 2:29. The descendants of Japheth, Ham, and Shem. 24:28. Genealogy from Shem to Ishmael. 29:31. Equals Genesis 25. 12:16. Ishmaelite descendants of Abraham. 32:33. Equals Genesis 25. 1:4. Arabian descendants of Abraham. 34:37. Compare Genesis 36. 10:14. Edomite descendants of Abraham. 38:42. Compare Genesis 36. 20:28. Genealogy of the Horite inhabitants of Seir. 43:51a. Compare Genesis 36. 31:39. The early kings of Edom. 51b-54. Compare Genesis 36. 40-43. The dukes of Edom. 2. 1, 2. Compare Genesis 35. 22b-26. The sons of Israel. 3-4. 23. Genealogies of the tribe of Judah. 2. 3:17. Descent of the sons of Jesse. 1855. Caleb. Jeremiel. Caleb. 3. 1:9. Equals 2 Samuel 3. 2:5, v. 14:16. David's sons. 10:24. The Davidic line before and after the captivity. 4. 123. Additional genealogies of Judah. 4. 24v-26. Genealogies of Simeon, Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh. 6. 181. The tribe of Levi. 1-3. Genealogy from Levi to Eleazar. 4:15. The line of the high priests to the captivity. 16:30. The three clans of the Levites. 31:47. The singers. 48:53. Distinction between the sons of Aaron and the rest of the Levites. 54:81. The cities of the Levites. 7. 140. Genealogies of Issachar, Zebulun, see note on 7. 6. Naphtali, Manasseh, Ephraim, and Asher. 8. 140. Genealogies of Benjamin. 128. Various Benjamite families. 29:40. Compare 9. 35:44. The genealogy of the house of Saul. 9. 117. The heads of the families of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, which dwelt in Jerusalem. 18:34. The duties of porters and Levites. 35:44. Equals 8. 29:38. The genealogy of the house of Saul. B. X. 29. David. X. 114. Equals 1 Samuel 31. 113. The death of Saul at the Battle of Gilboa. 11. 19. Equals 2 Samuel v. 110. Coronation of David and capture of Jebus. 10:47. Compare 2 Samuel 23. 8:39. David's mighty men. 12. 140. David's adherents who brought him to the kingdom. 13. 114. Equals 2 Samuel 6. 111. The removal of the ark from Kiriath Jearim. Death of Uzzah. 14. 1:7. Compare 2 Samuel v. 11:16. David's sons born in Jerusalem. 8:17. Equals 2 Samuel v. 17:25. 2 Philistine attacks repulsed. 15. 124. Preparations for bringing home the ark. 25:16. 6. Compare 2 Samuel 6. 12:20. The ark brought into the city of David. 16. 7:36. Equals Psalm CV 115, 96. 113, CVI. 1, 47, 48. David's Psalm of Praise. 37:43. Arrangements for daily worship. 17. 127. Equals 2 Samuel 7. 129. Permission to build a temple refused to David. 18. 117. Equals 2 Samuel 8. 118. David's foreign wars. His officials. 19. 1XX. 8. Equals 2 Samuel X 119, 11. 1, 12. 26:31, 21. 18:22. Wars with Ammon, Syria, and the Philistines. 21. 130. Equals 2 Samuel 24. 125. The census and the plague. 22. 129. 20. David's preparations for the building of the temple and for the establishment of its services. 22. The choice of the temple site. The charge to Solomon. 23. The organization of the Levites. 24. The divisions, courses, of the priests. 25. The divisions of the singers. 26. The divisions of the doorkeepers. 27. Various officers of David. 28. 129. 20. David's charge to Solomon and to all Israel. 29. 21:30. The epilogue, the great rejoicing, the anointing of Solomon, summary of David's reign. C. 2 Chronicles I, 9. Solomon. I. 1:6. Compare 1 Kings 3. 4. Solomon's sacrifice at Gibeon. 7:13. Equals 1 Kings 3. 5:15. The vision and the prayer for wisdom. 14:17. Equals 1 Kings X 26:29. Chariots and horses. 2. 1, 2, 17, 18. Compare 1 Kings v. 15, 16. Bearers of burdens and hewers of wood and stone. 3:16. Compare 1 Kings v. 2:11. Negotiations with Hiram, king of Tyre. 3. 1 v. 1. Compare 1 Kings 6. 1:7. 50. The building and furnishing of the temple. v. 2:14. Equals 1 Kings 8. 1:11. The bringing in of the ark and the descent of the cloud. 6. 1:11. Equals 1 Kings 8. 12:21. Solomon's blessing. 12:42. Equals 1 Kings 8. 22:50. Solomon's prayer. 7. 1:3. The descent of the fire upon the sacrifices. 4:10. Equals 1 Kings 8. 62:66. The final rejoicings. 11:22. Equals 1 Kings 9. 1:9. The second vision and the acceptance of Solomon's prayer. 8. 1:13, 17, 18. Compare 1 Kings 9. 10:28. Various acts of Solomon. 14:16. Organization of the priests and Levites in the temple. 9. 1:28. Equals 1 Kings X 1:27. The visit of the Queen of Sheba. Solomon's greatness. 29:31. Equals 1 Kings 11. 41:43. The epilogue. D. 2 Chronicles X 36. The Acts of the Kings of Judah. X 1:11. 4. Equals 1 Kings 12. 1:24. The revolt of the 10 tribes. 11. 5:12. 16. Compare 1 Kings 14. 21:31. The Acts of Rehoboam. 13. 1:22. Compare 1 Kings 15. 1:8. The Acts of Abijam. 14. 1:16. 14. Compare 1 Kings 15. 9:24. The Acts of Asa. 17. 1:19. Jehoshaphat's religious measures. His captains. 18. 1:34. Equals 1 Kings 22. 1:37. Jehoshaphat with Ahab at Ramoth Gilead. 19. 1XX. 30. Jehoshaphat's judges. His victory in the wilderness of Tekoa. XX. 31:37. Equals 1 Kings 22. 41:49. The rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat. 21. 120. Equals 1 Kings 22. 50. Compare 2 Kings 8. 17:24. Jehoram. 22. 1:9. Equals 2 Kings 8. 25:29. Compare 9. 27:28. Ahaziah. 10:23. 21. Equals 2 Kings 11. 120. The rise and fall of Athaliah. 24. 114. Equals 2 Kings 12. 116. Restoration of the Temple under Joash. 1522. Apostasy of the princes. Assassination of the prophet Zechariah. 2327. Compare 2 Kings 12. 1721. The Syrian War and the End of Joash. 25. 113. Compare 2 Kings 14. 17. Amaziah. The Edomite War. The Ephraimite Ravages. 1416. Apostasy of Amaziah. 1728. Equals 2 Kings 14. 820. Capture of Jerusalem. Death of Amaziah. 26. 123. Compare 2 Kings 15. 17. Uzziah, Azariah. 27. 19. Compare 2 Kings 15. 32-38. Jotham. 28. 127. Compare 2 Kings 16. 120. Ahaz. 29. 131. 21. Hezekiah. Cleansing of the Temple. The Great Passover. Care for the priesthood. 32. 123. Compare 2 Kings 18, 19. The deliverance from Sennacherib. 24-33. Compare 2 Kings XX. 121. Hezekiah's sickness. His death. 33. 120. Compare 2 Kings 21. 118. Manasseh. His captivity and repentance. 21-25. Equals 2 Kings 21. 1926. Ammon. 34. 1-7. Compare 2 Kings 22. 1, 2, 23. 420. Josiah. Removal of the emblems of idolatry. 828. Equals 2 Kings 22. 320. Repair of the temple. Discovery of the Book of the Law. 29-33. Equals 2 Kings 23. 1-3. Renewal of the covenant. 35. 119. Compare 2 Kings 23. 21-23. Josiah's Great Passover. 20-27. Compare 2 Kings 23. 28-30a. The death of Josiah. 36. 1-4. Compare 2 Kings 23. 30b-34. Jehoahaz. 5-8. Compare 2 Kings 23. 36-24. 6. Jehoiakim. 9-10. Compare 2 Kings 24. 8-17. Jehoiakim. 11-21. Compare 2 Kings 24. 18-25. 21. Zedekiah. The captivity of Judah. 22-23. Equals Ezra I 1-3a. The decree of Cyrus. It will be seen at a glance that large portions of earlier canonical scripture have been reproduced in Chronicles exactly or very closely, viz. Genesis X 2:29. 25, 1-4, 10-16, 36, Passim. 1 Samuel 31. 2 Samuel v. 8, x. 23. 8:24. 25. 1 Kings 3. 4:14, v. 7. In part, 8. x. 11. 41:12. 24:14. 21:15. 24, in part, 22. In part. 2 Kings 8. 17:29, 11, 12, 14. 122, 15. 16. In part, 21. 24, in part. Ezra I, 1-3. As the foregoing list shows, Chronicles by no means includes all the narrative of Samuel and Kings. In particular may be noted the omission of any account of the early life of David, 1 Samuel Passim, the court history of David, 2 Samuel 11. XX, the history of Elijah and Elisha, 1 Kings 17. 21, 2 Kings I, 1-8. 15, and the affairs of the northern kingdom with a few exceptions. On the other hand, Chronicles contains a great deal which is either independent of or not immediately dependent on earlier books of the Old Testament, note especially the opening 9 chapters of genealogies. The last 7 chapters of 1 Chronicles, and many passages, long and short, in 2 Chronicles X. 36, the origin and significance of this new material will be discussed in the section on the sources. Section 5. The sources. From what has been said in Section 1 regarding the nature of ancient historical writings, it will be realized that a careful examination of the material used in the compilation of Chronicles is a necessary preliminary to the task of estimating the purpose and value of the work in its final form. Only when the extent of the sources has been determined can we say whether contributions made by the writer who combined those sources into the existing work are so great or so small that we ought to reckon him in the one case a narrator whose personality must be seriously considered, or in the other a mere copyist and compiler. 1. In considering the material of Chronicles, it is convenient to begin with those passages which seem to be copied or adapted from earlier books of the Old Testament. That such passages are numerous, and constitute a very large amount of 1 and 2 Chronicles will be seen by a glance at the table of contents given in. Occasionally the chronicler reproduced the canonical text verbatim, but generally he introduced alterations, which were sometimes both numerous and important. The discrepancies thus produced between Chronicles and other parts of canonical scripture presented a grave difficulty to the older commentators, and the theory was put forward that the chronicler used, not the canonical books, but the still older sources from which the canonical books themselves were built up and to which they frequently refer. It was hoped thus to minimize the divergences by supposing that the chronicler had copied somewhat different portions of these old sources, and had approached them from a different standpoint. Not only was this hypothesis in the highest degree improbable, but the reconciliation it was supposed to effect is now recognized to be for the most part untenable. The theory is finally discredited by the fact that these sources of the canonical books always appear in Chronicles combined together in precisely the same manner in which they are found combined in the canonical books, i.e., they appear always edited, and never in their original, independent, form. It may be definitely asserted therefore that for all the passages which are common to Chronicles and other canonical works the chronicler was indebted solely to the text of the canonical books as it appeared in his time. As for the divergences, real and apparent, between Chronicles and other canonical scriptures, it is now recognized that, whilst they are properly a subject for historical investigation, they do not involve a religious problem. The old religious difficulty is answered by a deeper comprehension of the nature of inspiration. The real inspiration of the scriptures does not, as was once thought, rest upon points of historical accuracy. See the article Inspiration by E. Garvey in the Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 Superscript 1, Volume 14, especially pages 647 ad fin, 648, with the references there given. 2. More important and difficult is the problem of the source of the new material in Chronicles. Nearly one half of the 2 books of Chronicles is material otherwise unknown to us, and not to be regarded as mere ornamental amplification of the passages drawn from canonical sources. Rather it is precisely these new parts which give color to the whole work, and there can be no doubt that the chronicler must have dwelt with special fondness on just these passages. The question is, can we discern or infer sources from which these independent chapters and paragraphs have been derived, or is the chronicler himself their only source and origin? In attempting to answer that question, our first task is to note and discuss a long list of works to which the chronicler appeals, either as authorities for what he says or as sources where fuller information might, presumably, be expected. They are as follows. A. Those with specific prophetic titles. For the reigns of David and Solomon. 1. The history, literally words, or acts, of Samuel the seer, 1 Chronicles 29. 29. 2. The history of Nathan the prophet, 1 Chronicles 29. 29. 2 Chronicles 9. 29. 3. The history of Gad the seer, 1 Chronicles 29. 29. 4. The last acts of David, 1 Chronicles 23. 27, perhaps the same as 5. 5. The Chronicles, literally acts of the days, of King David, 1 Chronicles 27. 24. 6. The prophecy of Ahijah the Shilonite, 2 Chronicles 9. 29. 7. The visions of Iddo the seer, 2 Chronicles 9. 29. For the kings of Judah, excepting Jehoram, Ahaziah, Athaliah, Amon, Jehoahaz, Jehoiakim, and Zedekiah. 8. The histories of Shemaiah the prophet and of Iddo the seer, 2 Chronicles 12. 15. 9. The commentary, literally midrash, of the prophet Iddo, 2 Chronicles 13. 22. 10. The history of Jehu the son of Hanani which is inserted in the Books of the Kings of Israel, 2 Chronicles XX. 34. 11. A writing of Isaiah the prophet, 2 Chronicles 26. 22. 12. The vision of Isaiah the prophet the son of Amoz in the Books of the Kings of Judah and Israel, 2 Chronicles 32. 34. 13. The history of Hosea, literally the seers, 2 Chronicles 33. 19. 14. A genealogical register compiled in the time of Jotham and Jeroboam II, 1 Chronicles v. 17. 15. A collection of Lamentations, 2 Chronicles 35. 25. B. Those with general titles. 1. A book of the kings of Judah and Israel, cited for the reigns of Asa, Amaziah, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, 2 Chronicles 16. 11, 25. 26, 28. 26, 32. 32, compare, 12, above. 2. A book of the kings of Israel and Judah, cited for Jotham, Josiah, and Jehoiakim, 2 Chronicles 27. 7, 35. 27, 36. 8. 3. A book of the kings of Israel, cited for genealogies, 1 Chronicles 19. 1. For the reign of Jehoshaphat, 2 Chronicles XX. 24, and for Manasseh, 2 Chronicles 33. 18. 4. A midrash of the Book of Kings, for the reign of Joash, 2 Chronicles 24. 27. The noun midrash is derived from a verb meaning to search out, explore. The word occurs only in 2 Chronicles 13. 22, 24. 27 in the Old Testament but is very common as a description of many works of later Jewish literature. A midrash may be defined as an imaginative adaptation of an idea suggested by Scripture, especially a homiletic exposition or an edifying religious story. In midrashic writings, numbers are multiplied, all the details assume huger and more exalted proportions, right is always richly rewarded and wickedness signally punished, miracles are common, and prophets and kings deliver majestic spiritual addresses, embodying the best doctrines of later Judaism. Kent, Students O. T. 2. Page 20. Several of the narratives in Chronicles partake of this character. For later and more obvious examples, compare the stories of Tobit and Susanna in the Apocrypha. This great array of authorities dwindles to small proportions on inspection. Of the 15 given under A, numbers 13, 14 are uncertain but of very small importance, whilst number 15 is also unknown. It is not the canonical Book of Lamentations, see the note on 2 Chronicles 35. 25. The rest, numbers 1-12, almost certainly were not independent works, but simply sections of some comprehensive work, see especially Numbers 10 and 12. It being the custom among the Jews to refer to the sections of a large work by means of distinctive titles, compare Romans 11. 2. Know ye not what the Scripture saith in Elijah? Thus some of these titles, e.g. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, may refer simply to passages in the canonical books of Samuel and Kings, Numbers 11 and 12 to Isaiah 36. 39, equals 2 Kings 18. 13 XX. 19. But the others, and perhaps some also of those just mentioned, in all probability denote sections of a large history of a more or less midrashic character, and it is this work apparently which is meant by the titles given under B. To these we now turn. It is generally admitted that all four titles mentioned in B denote one and the same work, a comprehensive history of the kingdoms of Judah and Israel. This work was not our canonical books of Kings, for it is quoted as containing material not found in those books. Still less was it any of the sources referred to in Kings. There is not the faintest probability that any of the new material in Chronicles was derived directly from those very old sources. The question therefore is whether in this general work to which the chronicler appeals he had a source independent or semi-independent of Kings. Opinion is divided. Some scholars think that it was essentially dependent on the canonical Kings, merely a reconstructed history, embellished with marvelous tales of divine interposition and prophetic activity. Others maintain that this midrashic history had its roots not only in canonical Kings but also in traditions partly or wholly independent of Kings. The latter opinion is here preferred, but the reasons for adopting it will be best seen if we first state and consider two sharply opposing views put forward by recent writers. On the one side is Torrey, Ezra Studies, 1910, who argues that the chronicler had no source at all other than the canonical books, all else was the product of his imaginative skill. He describes this supposed midrashic history of Judah and Israel as a phantom source, of which the internal evidence is absolutely lacking, and the external evidence is limited to the chronicler's transparent parading of authorities. The strength of Torrey's contention lies in the fact that almost all the additional matter in Chronicles is written in one and the same distinctive style. That style has certain unmistakable peculiarities. Thus Driver in the Encyclopaedia Britannica SV Chronicles, Kernel 772, writes, "It is not merely that the style of the chronicler presents characteristically late linguistic novelties, but it has also a number of special mannerisms. So constant are these marks, that there is hardly a single sentence, not excerpted from Samuel or Kings, in which they are not discernible." On the other side we have to consider the attitude adopted in the commentaries of Benzinger, 1901, and Kittel, 1902, following up a suggestion made by Buckler in 1899. These scholars not only believe that non-canonical sources supplied much of the new material of Chronicles, but they have attempted to analyze that material minutely into various contributory elements. According to their view the chronicler was essentially a compiler, following his sources closely and showing such little independence as he exercised chiefly in those verses and passages where the affairs and interests of the Levites are set forth. In the opinion of the present writer that is not a satisfactory account of the part played by the chronicler. It does not make sufficient allowance for the singular homogeneity of style and purpose throughout the book. Torrey's work is of value as a warning against the danger and difficulty of the analysis which Benzinger and Kittel have essayed. Frequently the points which are adduced as evidence for distinction of sources are too few or too subjective to provide adequate ground for the analysis. See the detailed examination of the Hebrew provided in the edition by Curtis. But, whilst it should be admitted that this uniformity of style carries great weight and must receive careful consideration, it does not, we think, follow that Torrey's sweeping conclusion is correct. And that behind the non-canonical passages there is nothing save the imagination of the chronicler. To begin with, if that were true, the chronicler would be unparalleled amongst ancient historians. The originality of ancient chroniclers was shown in the manner in which they combined, modified, and embellished the nucleus given by tradition, but they did not invent de novo to the extent required by this theory. Even if that be an overstatement, we can at least assert that they did not shut themselves up to their own imagination, if any traditions relating to their subject were current. On the contrary, they made use of all such available material, good or bad. And it is quite incredible that historical interest in Jerusalem regarding the old days of the kingdom was confined to the compilation of kings until suddenly the chronicler produced this startlingly different account. There is very strong probability that the version given in Chronicles has a long chain of antecedents behind it. For consider, further, the general situation. The vicissitudes of time and fortune had caused great changes in the population of Jerusalem. But none that made absolutely impossible the continuance of traditions not represented or only partially represented by the narratives crystallized in Kings. Thus, we may safely assume that the overthrow of Edom, 2 Chronicles 25. 5:13, and the leprosy of Uzziah, 2 Chronicles 26. 16:23, were once told more fully than in the brief verses of 2 Kings 14. 7:15. 5. We may surely allow links between the impression left upon tradition by these events and the stories that have been preserved by Chronicles, S. Cook, in the Journal of Theological Studies, 12. 470. It is now generally recognized that the depopulation of Jerusalem in 586 BC was not nearly so complete as was once thought, and considerable continuity of tradition may have been maintained. Moreover, the influx of South Judean families in the exilic and post-exilic times must have meant an extension of popular tales concerning Judean affairs. It is therefore significant that the South Judean strain is a marked feature in the chronicler's history. Again, it is practically certain that Levitical predecessors of the chronicler felt somewhat the same interest as he displays in the origins of their order and institutions. Are we to suppose that they made no attempts to gratify their curiosity, or to find historical grounds for their claims? Surely they would seize with interest on any and all current traditions, and would be constantly collating them with the well-known version in Kings, adding whatever they could to the total. And no doubt tending to retell the whole, at least the popular and edifying portions of the narrative, in terms more agreeable to the ideas and practices of their own time. We cannot suppose that the chronicler was the first and only Levite who attempted to satisfy the obvious need for an orthodox ecclesiastical version of Judean history. Features of the genealogies, and in particular the Levitical data, suggest the existence of statistical records, if of nothing more. One further small but interesting point deserves mention. In 1 Chronicles 4. 9, 7. 23, 12. 18 there are sayings which cannot possibly originate with the chronicler, for they are written in an archaic style utterly foreign to his manner of speech. Of these 12, 18 is poetical in form, while the other 2 are sentences of a type made familiar to us by early passages in Genesis. These verses, then, are certainly not the invention of the chronicler, and, even if they are only isolated fragments, their existence is at least significant. In fine, the natural supposition is that in post-exilic Jerusalem there were various traditions which were drawn partly, but not exclusively, from the particular recension of history preserved in Kings, and which continued to develop in form and perhaps in content after the Kings recension was relatively fixed. Whether these developments of traditions, canonical and otherwise, preserve any genuine history or not, their existence in popular and priestly circles of the chronicler's time is, we think, almost certain. And it is quite certain that, if they were in existence, the chronicler would utilize them. On this view, then, the sources of the chronicler were a. The canonical books. b. Variant forms of a few narratives in Kings. Traditions of South Judean origin, recording movements of population and hostilities with southern tribes, popular midrashic tales, family statistics and genealogies, particularly of the priests and Levites. Records or traditions relating to the temple, the fortifications of Jerusalem, and the repair of certain Judean towns, some of this material being really independent of the traditions in Kings. The problem raised by the stylistic uniformity of the new passages in Chronicles must now be considered. Probably the material indicated in b. above may at times have crystallized into definite midrashic writings. Thus, when the chronicler speaks of the history of the kings of Judah and Israel, we may believe that he refers to some such document, one that was either extant in his own age or was generally known to have existed. Probably, however, it was also to a large extent in a fluid oral condition, matter of common knowledge and of common talk in Levitical circles. Certainly it is legitimate to think that with this material, written or oral or both, the chronicler was intensely familiar, and that he could easily have related it in his own words. We may surmise that his procedure was somewhat as follows: he made the well-known narrative of Samuel Kings the basis of his version, altering its words as little as possible, yet, if necessary, exercising great freedom, so as to make it fully orthodox in accordance with the ecclesiastical standards of his time. Into this groundwork he wove with admirable skill new material of fact and narrative, drawn from the sources set forth in b. above. And all this new material he selected, revised, and related in such a fashion as might best serve the very definite religious, moral, and ecclesiastical ends, which his history was designed to meet. It passed, in fact, freely and effectively through the medium of his mind, so that it appears, if not wholly in his own words, at least colored by his distinctive turns of speech. A second way in which we can explain the uniform style of the new matter in Chronicles and escape the conclusion that it has all been derived from the imagination of the chronicler is to suppose that for some time past it had been transmitted through the talk or writing of Levites like-minded with the chronicler and sharing the same ecclesiastical fashion of speech. That, in fact, much of Chronicles was built up by chroniclers before the chronicler. There may be some truth in this argument, for, as was said above, the chronicler was surely not the first Levite to feel the need for an orthodox history. The two explanations can be regarded as supplementary rather than alternative, but the present writer considers that stress should be laid chiefly upon the first. This investigation of the structure of Chronicles yields the following general result. The position here taken is opposed to the theory that the whole of the new material was the product of the chronicler's imagination and literary skill. It leaves open the valuable possibility that the new material may preserve historical facts and traditions independent of those in Kings. On the other hand, it admits that the chronicler has had an important share in shaping the material and that, a. the consequent uniformity of style renders any attempt to analyze the new matter into its proximate sources precarious. Observe, however, that the immediate history of the sources behind the new material is not of such primary importance to us as is the fundamental conclusion that there were such sources and, b. whilst each part of the new matter is entitled to a thorough examination on its merits, great care must be exercised to determine exactly what part the chronicler has played. Thus it is probable that some features of the narratives in Chronicles may originate with the chronicler. That is only what we should expect from a man able to plan and carry through a work so clearly intentioned and on such a large scale as Chronicles Ezra-Nehemiah. He may have told his tale not only in his own words, but in his own way. We must be on our guard therefore to make allowance for the strength of his convictions, for his conception of the course of history and for the intentions with which he wrote. How far these considerations affect the historical value of his work will be dealt with below. This discussion of the sources may conclude by emphasizing the remarkable skill of the composition. The passages taken direct from the earlier scriptures have been so admirably combined with the new material that the component parts have been wrought into a real unity. It is evident we are dealing with an author of strong personality. What the aim and purpose of this writer were we may now proceed to consider. Section 6. The purpose and method of the chronicler. 1. In the time of the chronicler, the position of the Orthodox party in Jerusalem, whose interests, civil and ecclesiastical, were bound up with the worship at the temple on Mount Zion, was one of considerable difficulty. During the Greek period, from 330 BC, the mental horizon of the Jews in Jerusalem had expanded even more than under the Persian rule, 538–330 BC. They were now able to realize their isolation and political insignificance, whilst at the same time the communities of Jews scattered in all the leading countries of the ancient world were rapidly growing in size, influence, and in cosmopolitan outlook. Even the religious supremacy of Jerusalem was threatened. We now know that there was an important Jewish temple at Elephantine in Egypt, which the Jewish community there was eager to maintain. But far more serious was the Samaritan schism and the temple to Jehovah erected by them on empty Gerizim. We can well imagine that a rival temple on Palestinian soil claiming, no doubt with some show of justice, that there were true Levitical families among its priests. That its ritual was correct and its observance of the law every whit as sound as that in Jerusalem, was a matter of vital importance to the ecclesiastical orders at Jerusalem. Undoubtedly the feud was bitter in the chronicler's time. And there are strong grounds for holding that Chronicles Ezra and Nehemiah were written with the immediate object of confuting the ecclesiastical pretensions of the Samaritans and of showing that in Jerusalem only ought men to worship. Certainly Chronicles is well adapted for that end. A virulent polemic would have been discounted as a party document. The chronicler instead has skillfully retold the story of the past, so as to leave two main impressions. In the first place, by ignoring the affairs of the northern kingdom, save where he intimates that its people were religiously degenerate from the start, see 2 Chronicles 13. 5:12, that they were grievously decimated by a great disaster, 2 Chronicles 13. 13:17, and that in general their attitude on the subject of mixed marriages was scandalously lax, see Ezra and Nehemiah. He has subtly but forcibly created the impression that the Samaritans were little better than a heterogeneous mob of heathen. Secondly and chiefly, his history was intended to show that Jerusalem, with its temple on empty Zion, is the one place which Jehovah has chosen, and where he has set his name. There alone was his worship properly and legitimately established, and there alone can it still be carried on. Jerusalem too, like Samaria, had suffered for its sins, but the disaster of the exile, the break in the succession, was repaired, he argues. Through the return from Babylonia of that company of Israelites of pure descent whom Ezra led back, the genealogies which are so noticeable a feature of Chronicles Ezra and Nehemiah are given as irrefutable proof that the Jerusalem community of the chronicler's day, Levites and laymen, were the true and only descendants of the nation of old. It followed that by them alone could the worship of Jehovah be lawfully conducted. It seems very probable that the chronicler's work was directed specifically against the Samaritans. But in any case it is undoubtedly true that the essential purpose of the book was to vindicate the religious supremacy of Jerusalem, and to exalt the honor and the privileges of its priesthood and its temple. 2. In seeking to achieve this aim, the chronicler inevitably dwelt upon those aspects of life and thought in which he specially believed. Thus we may distinguish various features of his work which subserve the main purpose. A. He was anxious, for instance, to uphold the political supremacy of Jerusalem, no easy matter in his time. To Jews of the Greek period, fully aware of the pomp and power of heathen states, the achievements of even such national heroes as David or Solomon probably seemed pale and insignificant, as they are related in Samuel or Kings. In order to create a due sense of their importance, and to mitigate the depressing effects of Jerusalem's present impotence, the chronicler retold the glories of the past in terms commensurate with the notions of the present. To this end he idealized the great men of Israel. Thus the life of David is related by him as a career of almost unbroken success and of consistent piety. Thus also the sacrifices offered by Solomon at the dedication of the temple are said to have been on a scale that might well have astonished Alexander the Great. B. Chiefly, however, the chronicler was concerned with the religious preeminence of Jerusalem. He delights therefore in magnifying to the full the glories of the temple, its ritual and its officers. It is quite clear that his interest in this theme is far wider than any immediate polemical aim, and the subject deserves careful attention. When he describes the Temple of Solomon in terms of surpassing splendor, he is not merely seeking to cast down the pride of Samaritan rivals. He is also gratifying the longings of his own heart, how poor in comparison the outward form of the temple he himself served so faithfully. Perhaps also he hoped thereby to excite his own love for its well-being among the less ardent of his brethren. More important was the question of ritual and the law. We have already said, p. That the chronicler lived at a time when the Pentateuch had for a long while existed in its final form, when the ritual and law of Israel were regulated in accordance with its fully elaborated precepts. The whole complex system being supposed to have been imparted to Israel by Moses. Now, when the chronicler and others like him turned to the historical records of their people, the books of Samuel and Kings, they found many things which must have sorely puzzled them. For those records constantly relate events in ways which run counter to the provisions of the completed Pentateuch, sometimes ignoring, sometimes contradicting and breaking, its laws and practices. It is utterly unlikely that he and his fellows were aware that those books reflect the customs of an earlier period, so that in altering their narrative, as he does, he was not conscious of falsifying history. Even if he was, we must not judge his conduct by the opinions of our own time, but remember that he lived in an age when certain accepted theories were regarded as more authentic than recorded facts. Kent, Students' OT Volume 2. 23. It is fair, however, to believe that in the inconsistencies of the older histories with the observances of his own day he saw only an astonishing ignorance or carelessness in matters of the law on the part of the older writers, a state of affairs which called loudly for correction. For the good name of David and Solomon, for the honor of the pious kings of Judah, as well as for the edification of his contemporaries, and, maybe, for the confusion of the Samaritans, such flagrant blemishes had to be removed. And in Chronicles he has produced a thorough revision of the history of Judah in accordance with the principles and provisions of the completed Pentateuch. Throughout the entire work this aim is consistently pursued. It must be therefore considered a main feature of the chronicler's purpose. The alterations of the text of Samuel Kings which he has made on this account will be so frequently pointed out in the notes that here one simple example will suffice. In 2 Samuel 8:18 it is said, "And the sons of David were priests." Since in the chronicler's time it was unthinkable that any could be priests save members of Levitical families, this statement was corrected to read, "And the sons of David were chief about the king." 1 Chronicles 18:17. Finally, in the officials of the temple, priests and Levites, the chronicler manifests the deepest interest. Throughout his narrative he is vigilant to exalt the honor and privileges of those classes. In particular, he brings the guilds of Levitical singers into prominence so frequently that it is generally supposed he was himself a member of that order of Levites. These remarks on the principal features of the book indicate in general the purpose and method of the chronicler. Yet in a sense they do so externally, and behind all else, as the animating force, there lies the chronicler's religious faith, his zeal for God. That truly is his ultimate motive. But it will be convenient to reserve what may be said concerning it until a later stage. Section 8. Section 7. The historical value of Chronicles. Until recent times the burning question in the exposition of Chronicles has been the problem of reconciling its statements with those in Samuel Kings, finding explanations for the inconsistencies, and combining the additional matter given in Chronicles so as to form one harmonious narrative. So baffling was the task that even the Talmudists, masters in the arts of subtle exegesis, doubted the accuracy of Chronicles, and were inclined to treat it, not as an authority for the history, but as a book for homiletic interpretation. See references in the Jewish Encyclopedia 460. As soon as the character and purpose of the book, the circumstances and opinions of the writer, are understood, the demand for harmonizing the variant accounts at all costs is seen to be mistaken. And the exposition of Chronicles is thereby freed from a burden by which it has been sorely hampered. The question of the historical value of its narratives remains one of great importance, but on literary and scientific, not on religious, grounds. Compare p. It will make for clearness if we approach the subject by considering first, a. the direct historical value of Chronicles, i.e. its worth as a history of Judah. And secondly, b. its indirect historical value as a work of the period to which we have assigned its composition, 300–250 BC. Under a, our discussion may conveniently be divided into a consideration of I. those parts which reproduce or are apparently based on Samuel Kings, 2. the material wholly or apparently independent of canonical scripture. A. Direct value. If the chronicler's version of the history was to gain acceptance at all, it was necessary to make the older well-known histories the basis of his work. And indeed he himself no doubt conceived his version not as contradictory of the older narratives but only as a more careful account of the history of Judah, paying adequate attention to the religious affairs in which he was specially interested. Hence, wherever the text of Samuel and Kings was suitable for his purpose he reproduced it exactly. An example is 2 Chronicles 18. 3:34 is equal to 1 Kings 18. 4:35. The historical value of passages which are merely transcriptions must be discussed not here but in their original setting. Obviously their value is that which they possess there, neither more nor less. We proceed therefore to consider the changes introduced by the chronicler in using canonical sources. They are of various kinds. It must not be assumed that where the text of Chronicles and Samuel Kings now coincides, it has done so always. That conclusion is only generally true. Sometimes, it seems, the original text of Chronicles was altered to conform more closely with Kings. And vice versa, the present text of Kings is sometimes the result of assimilation to Chronicles. Unfortunately, the evidence of the extant Greek versions, section 10, is quite insufficient to tell us how far the present text of Chronicles has been modified by this assimilating tendency. Except in the last 2 chapters of 2 Chronicles where the evidence of the Greek is peculiarly full. It is clear, however, that some by no means unimportant changes have taken place in the course of transmission, c. and the remarks on p. A great number of minor alterations have been made, conforming the older material to the chronicler's point of view. A few instances may be given. 2 Samuel v. 21, and, the Philistines, left their images there, and David and his men took them away, equals 1 Chronicles 14. 12, and, the Philistines, left their gods there, and David gave commandment, and they were burned with fire. Again, 2 Samuel 24. 1, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them, saying, Go, number Israel, equals 1 Chronicles 21. 1, and Satan stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel. Again, 1 Kings 9. 12, the cities which Solomon had given him, Huram, equals 2 Chronicles 8. 2, the cities which Huram had given to Solomon. Compare further 2 Samuel 8. 18 is equal to 1 Chronicles 18. 17, quoted above, p is lie f. 2 Samuel 6. 12 is equal to 1 Chronicles 13. 13. 2 Samuel 24. 24 is equal to 1 Chronicles 21. 25. 2. In some instances the alterations are so many or of so radical a nature that the whole tenor of the passage has been transformed, e.g. the conspiracy against Athaliah which resulted in the coronation of the youthful King Joash, 2 Kings 11, is rewritten, 2 Chronicles 23, to agree with the usages of the temple in the chronicler's time. Similarly in the passage which follows, 2 Chronicles 24. 4:14, which is certainly based on 2 Kings 12. 4:16, only some 30 words of the original have been kept, so freely has it been revised. Again, the account of the destruction of Jehoshaphat's fleet, 1 Kings 22. 48f, is remarkably altered in 2 Chronicles XX. 35-37. Compare further 1 Chronicles 15. 25-28 is equal to 2 Samuel 6. 12-15, 2 Chronicles 22. 7-9 is equal to 2 Kings 9. 27-28. 2 Chronicles 32. 123 is equal to 2 Kings 18. 13-19. 37, a free abridgment. 3. Another noteworthy feature in the chronicler's treatment of the canonical sources is his omissions. These call for mention here because they are not only significant of his feelings and principles, but they also have an immense effect on the impression conveyed by his narrative as compared with that of his source. Not a word, for instance, is said that would detract from the picture of David as the man after God's heart and the ideal monarch of Israel. The perils of his youth, Saul's enmity and the long struggle against Ishbosheth are omitted. His murder of Uriah and the disastrous rebellion of Absalom are ignored, but the result is a David very different from the great yet sometimes erring monarch depicted in Samuel. See the headnote to 1 Chronicles 28. Another significant omission is 2 Kings 18. 14:16, Hezekiah's payment of tribute to Babylonia, a tradition which doubtless seemed to the chronicler a sign of weakness and lack of faith incredible in a king so pious and successful. Above all, we notice the omission of the affairs of the northern kingdom, except for a few derogatory notices. The consequence is that if Chronicles stood alone, our conception of the relative importance of Judah as compared with Israel would be very far removed from the actual facts. It is a simple matter to see how imperative it is that the impression given by Chronicles should here be corrected by the records in Kings, and the student will find it instructive to consider the point with some care. Such omissions are very skillfully managed by the chronicler. Even so, they generally entail some abrupt transition or obscurity, as in the present instance, for which see the note on 1 Chronicles 11. 1. Here the cause of the obscurity can be shown by direct comparison of the earlier history in Samuel. Mark how usefully Chronicles thus demonstrates the legitimacy of the argument that similar difficulties elsewhere in the Old Testament are perhaps due to a similar cause. Although the earlier source may not be extant to prove that the conjecture is correct. The conclusions to be drawn from the above are clear. First, in passages of the type instanced in 2, above, where the differences between Kings and Chronicles are considerable and not confined to changes made on transparently religious grounds. The possibility that we have to do with a variant form of the tradition in Kings should be carefully considered. If there be any such distinct traditions, even though they are few or in a late stage of development, they are of high value, for they may be as worthy of consideration as the form in Kings. Moreover, a slight variation in a tradition may occasionally suffice to indicate the existence of a different standpoint towards an important topic or period in the history. But in the majority of all cases included under this heading, it appears that the changes in the narratives were arbitrarily made in consequence of the standpoint, beliefs, and purpose, sections 1 and 6, of the chronicler. And they can make no claim to rest on historical facts. For the detailed arguments upon which this general conclusion is based, the reader is referred to the notes on the text. 2. The additional matter of Chronicles includes a variety of subjects. These may be roughly but conveniently summarized under the following headings. 1. Genealogical lists, 1 Chronicles 2. 9, 23. 27, etc. 2. Topographical and other archaeological notices, e.g. 1 Chronicles 11. 41-47, 2 Chronicles 17. 7-10, 19. 4-11, 26. 6, 49, 32. 30, 33. 14, and notably the organization of the Levites, 1 Chronicles 23, 24, and details regarding the building of Solomon's temple, e.g. 2 Chronicles 2. 4. Passim. 3. Letters and speeches, 1 Chronicles 16. 8:36, 22. 6:19, 28. 2:10, 29. 1:20, 2 Chronicles 15. 1:7, 16. 7:10, 21. 12:15, 4. National events, especially religious affairs and wars, e.g. 1 Chronicles 4. 34-43, v. 6, 23. ff. 2 Chronicles 17. 7:10, 19. 4:11, 29. 3XXX. 27, such topics being sometimes related in the style of 5. Midrashim, i.e. edifying tales describing marvelous deliverances from foes and splendid religious ceremonies, 2 Chronicles 13. 3:20, 14. 9:15, XXX. 13:27, and especially XX. 130. If, as Torrey contends, the whole of this is simply the product of the chronicler's imagination working upon the canonical sources only and freely interpreting events in accordance with his own convictions, then, we must frankly admit, its historical value as a record of the past it purports to describe is nil. If, however, according to the view taken in this volume, c. much of this material is drawn from a body of tradition, oral and written, current in the Jerusalem of the chronicler's day, and not represented in canonical writings, the question of historical value is still open. Our task, then, is to consider whether among the extra-canonical traditions some genuine historical facts may have been preserved. The problem is not easy, and, as yet, it does not admit of so exact and definite a reply as we should like to give. Obviously the answer requires a thorough consideration of each item of the new material, a task which would far exceed the scope of this introduction. There are, however, some general observations which throw light upon the problem. These we shall give here, reserving the discussion of individual passages for the notes. Taking the subjects enumerated above in order, we have. The subjects thus classified are not, of course, mutually exclusive, thus a letter or speech and statements of alleged historical events will frequently be a part of the contents of some midrashic passage. 1. The new genealogical lists, which are so prominent a feature of chronicles. Some of these lists are certainly not trustworthy records of pre-exilic times. But others, e.g., parts of the Calebite and Levitical genealogies, probably embody facts concerning the kinships and distribution of various South Judean families in pre-exilic and exilic times, and furnish valuable evidence of a northward movement, C.S.A. Cook, 1 Esdras, page 12 in Charles's Apocrypha, or his articles on Caleb, Judah, Levites in Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 Superscript 1. It is certain that in post-exilic Jerusalem a considerable part of the population were descendants of these South Judean clans. Surely it would be surprising if no valid traditions of their relationships, their movements and fortunes, had been preserved amongst them. There is therefore good reason for holding that some historical information, e.g. 1 Chronicles 4. 34-43, may be found in these lists, and it is possible that a close study of certain of the genealogies will yield most valuable light on some of the main questions of Old Testament history and literature. Unfortunately, the study of the intricate problems involved is not yet sufficiently advanced to permit conclusions which meet with general acceptance. On the other hand, they may have historical value as regards the families of Judah and Jerusalem in or about the chronicler's own generation, a point, however, which properly falls to be discussed under B below. 2. Much of the topographical and archaeological information scattered here and there in the Books of Chronicles does not inspire confidence, but part may rest on old tradition. Compare the headnote to 1 Chronicles 12. 122. Many of the references in chapters 1, 9, e.g. 7, 24, 8, 12, etc., to Judean townships, whether explicitly mentioned, e.g. 1 Chronicles 6. 54 ff, or lightly disguised in the genealogical tables, e.g. 1 Chronicles 2. 18 ff, 50 ff. Are valuable not only for information regarding the relationship of Jewish families and movements of southern peoples, Edomites and Arabians, c. 1, above, and the note on 1 Chronicles 2. 42, but also as evidence of the extent, small indeed, of the territory occupied by the post-exilic Jewish community. Compare Hulsher, Palestina, pages 1823-2631. It is further plausibly suggested that notices of certain tribes of the northern kingdom, e.g. Ephraim and Manasseh, may be regarded as indications of the extension of Judaism in Samaria and Galilee about the chronicler's period. See note on 2 Chronicles 15. 9. The chronicler was singularly interested in building operations, see, e.g. 2 Chronicles 26. 9, 32. 30, 33. 14, and some of his references to the building of fortified townships in Judea, 2 Chronicles 11. 5 ff, 14. 6, 16. 1:6, 17. 12, and to the origin of buildings and gates in Jerusalem may be correct, see 2 Chronicles 26. 5:10, note. 3. As regards the letters and speeches which are ascribed by the chronicler to various kings and prophets, e.g. David, Elijah, Azariah, etc., these cannot be deemed authentic. For example, the great song of praise attributed to David in 1 Chronicles 16. 7ff is wholly composed of quotations from psalms of late date. Such speeches or letters are examples of a device constantly and legitimately employed by ancient historians as a method of imparting vividness and spirit to their narrative. The letters and speeches represent simply what ought in the historian's opinion to have been written or spoken. The Greek historian, Thucydides, carefully states the practice. I have, he writes, put into the mouth of each speaker the sentiments proper to the occasion, expressed as I thought he would be likely to express them. Thucydides I, 22. The practice is not peculiar to Chronicles, and these remarks are generally true of the correspondence between Solomon and Hiram and the long prayer of Solomon, found in 1 Kings v. 2:9, 8. 2250, and transcribed, with some expansions, in 2 Chronicles 2. 3:16, 6. 1242. 4. National events, such as religious ceremonies, e.g. Hezekiah's Passover, 2 Chronicles 29. 31, and wars, e.g. 2 Chronicles XX. 130, constitute as a rule the subject matter of 5, the pious midrashic passages, so that 4 and 5 may conveniently be treated together. Midrash is not serious history, and very probably was not intended to be regarded as such even by its author. It is earnest moral and religious teaching presented in a quasi-historical dress. In all these passages the form of the tale is unhistorical, and all midrashic features, such as the incredibly and often impossibly large numbers given in Chronicles, must without hesitation be set aside. But it does not follow that the tale has no historical foundation whatever, that the events around which it was written were originally unreliable. In an ancient writing mythical features do not afford a proper ground for rejecting a tale as historically worthless, a fact which requires to be emphasized. An interesting example is found in the extraordinary legends which attach themselves to the life of Alexander the Great and rapidly spread throughout Europe and Asia. See Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 Volume 1, pages 550f. Perhaps the most striking instance in Chronicles is the amazing and bloodless victory vouchsafed to Jehoshaphat over certain Bedouin tribes who invaded Judah from the desert by the southern end of the Dead Sea, 2 Chronicles XX. 130, where see notes. As told in Chronicles, the story is a midrash, preaching the duty of trust in God and of obedience to His will at all hazards. But it is evident that the moral and religious form of the story has been built on and around a tradition of a desert raid on Judah. Now this nucleus of the tale may easily rest on historical fact. Fierce but undisciplined invaders, advancing from the desert through the difficult country of South Judah, a land of cliffs, ravines and caves, might be sorely harassed by the guerrilla attacks of the shepherd population of that region. And finally broken up by the outbreak of internal dissensions, before the main Judean army from Jerusalem had arrived to oppose their advance in force. Such an event would quickly fade from the military recollections of Jerusalem, but might be long perpetuated as a local tradition among the shepherd class of the district ere the victory was won. Thus we should have, on the one hand, a reason for its non-appearance in the earlier strata of memories embodied in Kings. On the other hand, when the South Judean families had moved northward to Jerusalem in the exilic and post-exilic days, the story would gain currency. And one can easily see how suitable it was for development into just such a religious narrative as we find in Chronicles. The raid, then, is probably a genuine tradition, but, even so, a word of caution is required. It is necessary still to consider the question whether the story is correctly associated with the time of Jehoshaphat. Perhaps, yes. But possibly several such raids took place, and the memories of them may have been confused and combined into one, or, again, the names of the original foes may have been changed into those of more recent opponents. Other important passages of this type are discussed in the notes on 2 Chronicles 13. 3:20, 14. 9:15, 33. 11:13. One point calls for special mention. In the later chapters of 2 Chronicles, the chronicler's account of the history, particularly as regards the relations of the Judean kingdom with the Edomites and Arabians to the south, is characterized by a freshness and independence which suggests that he was here relying on definite and valuable traditions. See notes pp. 257f, 262, 280f, 286f, 292. These results do not provide the complete material for an estimate of the historical value of chronicles. To them must first be added the conclusions noted below, under b. Indirect value. Although the chronicler says not one word directly of his own times, indirectly his work gives us much useful information concerning that obscure period. In very many ways Chronicles is a mirror reflecting the thoughts, hopes, and circumstances of the Orthodox community in Jerusalem, circa 300–250 BC. Indirect and unconscious though the evidence may be, it is still precious, for our knowledge of the period is so slight that all fragments of information are most welcome. Some of the genealogical lists yield information regarding the post-exilic population of Judah and Jerusalem. Certain references, cp. perhaps imply the extension of Judaism in Palestine. From the descriptions of the temple and its organization, facts can be gleaned regarding the temple of the chronicler's own age. Thus in 1 Chronicles 23 ff, where the chronicler ascribes to David, unhistorically, see notes pages 51f. 136, 145, the origination of the Levitical arrangements in the temple, he gives an elaborate description of their organization. And therein we can see a picture of the complex system and duties of the priests and the Levites, with the subordinate classes of doorkeepers and singers, as these were finally determined in the late post-exilic temple. Some interesting inferences can be drawn from Chronicles regarding the instruction of the people in matters of religion. When in 2 Chronicles 17:7–9 arrangements for teaching the law throughout Judah are said to have been instituted by Jehoshaphat, we may be sure that some such system was in vogue in the chronicler's day, or, at the very least, that the chronicler and his fellow Levites were anxious to see it fully carried out. Perhaps schools for instructing the people had already been established in Jerusalem, and it was desired to extend them throughout the countryside as well. Significant in the same connection is the remark ascribed to Azariah the prophet, 2 Chronicles 15:3, Now for long seasons Israel hath been without the true God and without a teaching priest and without law, compare 2 Chronicles 35:3. Similarly from 2 Chronicles 19:11 we may infer the existence of, or the desire to establish, a careful system of courts of justice under the control of the Levitical order. Again, Chronicles contributes to our knowledge of the evolution of public worship. The subject is so obscure, the details so unknown, that we may be grateful for anything which helps us to discern even broad stages in the development. Undoubtedly those flagrant abuses of worship which called forth the denunciations of Isaiah and Jeremiah had passed away. One gathers that public worship in the temple had become an affair of truly religious significance. The prayer of Solomon is repeated from Kings, but in addition the chronicler ascribes similar utterances of praise, supplication, and thanksgiving to David and Hezekiah. And the good kings, especially Hezekiah and Josiah, are represented as zealously active in ordering and arranging for great services of worship which the people were to attend. All this, of course, is related of the past, but from it we may infer facts of the chronicler's present. We infer, then, a community accustomed to gather constantly at the temple for the worship of their God. The main elements of public worship can be traced. There was, of course, the ancient ritual of animal sacrifice, hallowed for the Jews by its vast antiquity, and grown the more impressive in proportion as the literalism of the past was forgotten and men felt more vividly that the offering was symbolic of things of the spirit, of the mystery of life, of forgiveness. And of recognition that all things are the gift of God. Undoubtedly there was public prayer. It is hardly possible to read the prayers of the great kings in Chronicles and not feel that they echo a liturgy of prayer, for the individual and for the nation. There was a great and impressive service of song and of music, compare 2 Chronicles v. 12, 13, that is writ large indeed on the pages of Chronicles, and 1 Chronicles 16. 8ff is enough to tell us that the Psalter was the book of praise. We have a sufficient hint, too, that to the songs at least, if not to the prayers also, the people were expected to respond, and all the people said, Amen, and praised the Lord, 2 Chronicles 16. 36. Probably arrangements were in vogue for regular reading of the law, although Chronicles alone would hardly suffice to establish the point, 2 Chronicles 34. 31 is insufficient evidence. Even if it be thought that this picture represents rather the ideals of the Levites than the actual attainments of the community, it is still important that such a standard of worship was conceived by the priests and set before the people. One recalls the words of the great prophet of exilic or post-exilic times who wrote, For mine house shall be called a house of prayer for all peoples, Isaiah LVI. 7. His was a vision of the temple as the center of the whole world's worship. To the chronicler it had at least become a true house of prayer for Israel. Other details might be mentioned, but these will suffice to indicate the light which Chronicles throws upon the conditions of the post-exilic community. Much more important, however, is the insight we gain into the methods and principles, the ideals and the ideas which prevailed in temple circles in Jerusalem during the 3rd century BC. Chronicles, like all distinctive books, is necessarily eloquent of its author's mind and character. Now the chronicler was a Levite of the Levites, and no doubt typical of his class at this period. But we know that this period was of the highest importance in the formation of the Old Testament, and it was precisely at the hands of the orthodox Levitical circles that many books of the Jewish scriptures, especially the laws, the histories, and the Psalms, underwent the revision which brought them approximately to their present form. It is therefore extremely valuable that we should be able to study the psychological characteristics of a typical Levite of that age. From this point of view hardly any part of Chronicles is without significance. Thus the Midrashic stories, whatever their value otherwise, at least reveal a great deal regarding the mental and moral outlook of the writer and his contemporaries. Chronicles, it has been said, Bennett, Expositor's Bible, p. 20, is an abject lesson in ancient historical composition. But it ought also to teach us that history is something more than the record of occurrences. Facts are fundamental, but of profound importance also is the attitude in which we approach them. To sum up the whole matter of this section. Compared with Samuel Kings, Chronicles is of little or no value as a record of the history of the Judean kingdom. Where it differs from those books, in almost all cases the earlier account is the more accurate and trustworthy. In what Chronicles adds, there may sometimes be found traditional developments of genuine historical facts. Even if they should prove to be few, it is possible that there may be among them some points of high importance for our understanding of the Old Testament records. Finally, as a product of the Greek period, Chronicles is very valuable in illustrating the methods, ideals, and temperament of the Levitical classes of Jerusalem about that time. These results are disappointing only if we insist on treating Chronicles as a manual of early Judean history instead of as a remarkable and in some ways unique religious work. Section 8. The religious value of Chronicles. Chronicles has suffered by comparison with the fresher, more human, history in Samuel and Kings. It has seemed to modern taste somewhat dry and uninspiring. To the superficial reader any religious feeling in the book is devoted to the concerns of a ritual that has long since passed away, and with which we might in any case have little sympathy. And, of course, the contrast is still more unfavorable if it be made with the books which contain the noblest utterances of Jewish faith. Job in his anguish crying, Though he slay me yet will I trust him. The psalmist fearless of all ill since God is with him, Hosea who wrote of God, I desire mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings, these stand on a higher spiritual level than the chronicler. Nonetheless, there is virtue, and even great virtue, in Chronicles, and failure to perceive it only argues lack of insight on our part. In the first place, if temple ritual and observance of the precepts of the law bulk too largely in the chronicler's conception of the religious life, he had much excuse for his attitude. In his day and generation, faithfulness to Jehovah and to that moral and spiritual interpretation of life for which the worship of Jehovah stood, inevitably involved participation in the organized services which centered in the temple. Whatever its imperfections, the temple at Jerusalem in his time was performing a great religious work in keeping alive zeal for Jehovah and his law in the face of much degenerate heathenism. Moreover, it is an unfair and a false assumption to suppose that his manifest devotion to the ritual necessarily or probably meant that his religion was mere formalism or his creed poorly conceived. Behind the parade of the formalities of worship burns a living faith. The freedom with which the chronicler has retold the history to conform with his religious views is indeed the measure of the force of his beliefs. We have already noted, p. 49, as regards one midrashic passage that it is essentially a sermon on the need for trust in God. The chronicler was passionately convinced that virtue is rewarded and vice is punished. He believed in a God supremely just yet merciful, one who rules directly and personally in human life, destroying evil, guiding and fostering all that is true and good. The might of nations counted as nothing before him. Obedience and faith in Jehovah were more effective instruments in the hands of Israel's kings than powerful armies and strong alliances. It is easy to smile at the chronicler's belief that piety is necessarily rewarded by worldly prosperity, and sin by worldly misfortune. But, if the life and teaching of Jesus Christ have led us to a deeper interpretation of life, that does not lessen the virtue of the chronicler in maintaining his faith in God's justice and vigilance. Despite all the cruel evidences of the prosperity of the wicked. His doctrine of reward and punishment was crude, but after all he was striving, as best he knew how, to maintain the great central conviction of religion that all things work together for good to them that love God. Everywhere his work is dominated by the sense of right and wrong, and a clear-eyed perception of the absolute distinction between them. He brings all men and all things to a moral and religious test. The imperishable worth of Chronicles will ever be that it is the record of a man's endeavor to present, in terms of national experience, the eternal laws of the spiritual realm. Finally, since the chronicler was retelling the past in terms of the present, we know that these beliefs of his were not rules applied in theory to history and ignored in present practice. They were the convictions by which his own soul lived. No one can afford to despise a man who was prepared to walk by the light of such a faith amid the difficulties and the perils which surrounded the enfeebled Jerusalem of that age. As Curtis says, it was under the tutelage of men like the chronicler that the Maccabees were nourished and the heroic age of Judaism began. We must not allow any distaste for legalism in religion to blind us to the virtues of the post-exilic Jews. The very rigidity of the ritual and the doctrine was essential to the preservation of the nobler elements in the faith. In the memorable words of Wellhausen, Prolegomena, pages 497f. At a time when all nationalities, and at the same time all bonds of religion and national customs were beginning to be broken up in the seeming cosmos and real chaos of the Greco-Roman Empire, the Jews stood out like a rock in the midst of the ocean. When the natural conditions of independent nationality all failed them, they nevertheless artificially maintained it with an energy truly marvelous, and thereby preserved for themselves, and at the same time for the whole world, an eternal good. Chronicles may justly claim to have played a part in that extraordinary triumph. Section 9. Name and position in the canon. Name. The Hebrew title is Diber Hayamim, literally the acts, or sayings, of the days. In the Greek version, the Septuagint, Chronicles was regarded as supplementary to Samuel and Kings, and so received the title, Books of, the omitted acts, pi alpha rho alpha lambda epsilon iota pi omicron mu nu omega nu, or the omitted acts of the kings, or reigns, of Judah. This name, moreover, passed into the Latin Vulgate, Libri, Paralipomenon. The title Chronicles seems to be due to a remark made by Saint Jerome, who, in commenting on the Hebrew title, wrote that the book might more appropriately be styled the Chronicle of the whole of sacred history, Prologues in Libros Regum. Edited by Villarcy, 9. 458, the use of the phrase is also suggested by a similar expression, literally, the Book of the Acts of the Days of, found some 20 times in Kings, and commonly rendered, the Book of the Chronicles of. E.g. 1 Kings 14. 19. On the whole, Chronicles is a satisfactory title. It is, however, open to the objection that an inexperienced reader may make the mistake of supposing that these references in Kings to the Book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel, Judah, are references to the canonical Chronicles. Division. The division of Chronicles into two books, as in the English versions, probably originated in the Septuagint, LXX. The Mizas A and B both mark the division. It entered the English version through the Latin Vulgate. On the other hand, rabbinical evidence, Talmud, Baba Bathra 15a, and the Masorah, and the Christian Fathers testify that among the Hebrews the book was undivided, so Origen, apud Eusebius Church History 6. 25, 2, and Jerome, Domnioni et Rogatiano. Position in canon. In the English version Chronicles stands next after Kings, the historical books being grouped together. This arrangement was derived from the Septuagint through the Latin Vulgate. The order of the Hebrew Bible is different. There the books are arranged in three sections, of which the first contains the books of the Pentateuch, the second includes the historical books from Joshua to Kings, while the third, Hebrew, Ketubim, contains Chronicles. The books of this third section seem to have been the last to receive canonical authority among the Jews. Kings thus appears to have been taken into the canon before Chronicles. In the Hebrew Bible the Ketubim, Hagiographa, are usually arranged thus: first the poetical books, Psalms, Proverbs, Job, next the 5 rolls or Megilloth, Canticles, Ruth, Lamentations, Ecclesiastes, Esther. And lastly the 3 books Daniel, Ezra, Nehemiah, and Chronicles. This is the usual Hebrew tradition, though it is surprising to find Ezra, which begins with the closing verses of Chronicles, put before Chronicles. The wording of Matthew 23:35, however, from the blood of Abel the righteous, see Genesis 4. 10f. Unto the blood of Zechariah, see 2 Chronicles 24. 20ff, suggests that as early as our Lord's Day Chronicles was regarded as the last, just as Genesis was the first, book of the Hebrew canon. It is probable, therefore, that Chronicles found its way into the canon after Ezra and Nehemiah, the latter book being needed to represent the post-exilic period of the history. Whereas Chronicles covered ground already occupied by the books of Samuel and Kings. Section 10. Text and versions of Chronicles. Text. The Hebrew, Masoretic, text in Chronicles is, on the whole, well preserved, although by no means free from textual errors, compare 1 Chronicles 6. 28. Many of these occur, as one would expect, in the lists of proper names. Olsted, in the American Journal of Semitic Languages, October 1913, has given reasons for holding that occasionally the original text of Chronicles may have suffered from assimilation to the text of Samuel Kings. Further, we note a few phrases and passages which seem to be scribal additions, see section 3, p. An interesting scribal omission of late date is noted on 2 Chronicles 28. 20. In passages which are parallel to the older canonical books Chronicles has occasionally preserved a superior reading, e.g. 1 Chronicles XX. 4. Hebrew and LXX there arose war at Gezer equals 2 Samuel 21. 18. There was again war, at Gob. Or again, 1 Chronicles 8. 53. Eshbal equals 2 Samuel 2. 8. Ishbosheth, or compare 1 Chronicles 14. 14. Note on Go Not Up. Versions. 1. Greek versions. What is commonly called the Septuagint, LXX. Of Chronicles is now recognized to be not the original LXX, but a later Greek translation, which most scholars, especially Torrey, Ezra studies, consider to be the rendering of Theodotion. For criticism of the view that it is Theodotion's rendering, see the article by Olsted mentioned above. In the main, this rendering is a close reproduction of the Masoretic text, and of little value except for determining the official Hebrew text of the 2nd century. The old LXX, unfortunately, no longer exists for 1 Chronicles I. 2 Chronicles 34, but for 2 Chronicles 35, 36. It has been preserved in 1 Esdras I. A fact of great good fortune, not merely for the textual criticism of that passage, but for the light it sheds on the relations and characteristics of the Greek versions. 2. The Old Latin version was made from the Old LXX, which is now lost except for the last 2 chapters of Chronicles, as stated above. It would therefore be of great value for criticism, but alas, only a few fragments survive. The later Latin version, the Vulgate, made by Jerome, is of small value, as it represents only the official Hebrew text. 3. The Syriac version, known as the Peshitta, is of even smaller value for textual criticism. Unlike the close rendering of other books in the Peshitta, Chronicles constantly has the characteristics of a paraphrase rather than a translation. One example will suffice. For Joel the chief and Shaphat II, 1 Chronicles v. 12, the Peshitta has, and Joel went forth at their head and judged them and taught them the scriptures well. The Peshitta is further noteworthy for curious omissions, and substitutions, e.g. 2 Chronicles 4. 10:22, 11. 5:12. 12, for which 1 Kings 12. 25:30, followed by 1 Kings 14. 1:9, is substituted. For further information regarding the text and versions of Chronicles, see the edition by Curtis, pages 35 ff. Section 11. Literature. Of the more recent literature on Chronicles, the following is a list of the principal works which have been consulted in the preparation of this volume. J. Wellhausen, Prolegomena, 1885, especially Chapter 6. W. H. Bennett, The Books of Chronicles in the Expositor's Bible, 1894. F. Brown, Chronicles in Hastings' Dictionary of the Bible, 1898. W. R. Smith and S. R. Driver, Chronicles in the Encyclopaedia Biblica, 1899. I. Benzinger, Die Bücher der Chronik, 1901. R. Kittel, Die Bücher der Chronik, 1902. C. F. Kent, Israel's Historical and Biographical Narratives, Student's Old Testament, 1905. W. R. Harvey Jelly, Chronicles in the Century Bible, 1906. E. L. Curtis and A. A. Madsen, Chronicles, The International Critical Commentary, 1910. S. R. Driver, Literature of the Old Testament, pages 517-540, 8th edition, 1909. W. R. Smith and S. A. Cook, Chronicles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1910. C. C. Torrey, Ezra Studies, 1910. A. T. Olsted, Source Study in the Biblical Text in the American Journal of Semitic Languages, October, 1913. Students interested in the Hebrew text should consult Kittel's edition of the Old Testament in Hebrew. Kittel's Chronicles in Hebrew in the Sacred Books of the Old Testament, edited by P. Haupt, Torrey's Ezra Studies, and the commentary by Curtis and Madsen mentioned above. Also Arno Kropat, Die Syntax des Autors der Chronik, in the Zeitschrift für Alttestamentliche Wissenschaft, Beheft, 16. 1909. N.B. The commentary on Chronicles according to the text of the authorized version was edited in this series by the Reverend Professor W. E. Barnes, D.D., in 1899. For this new edition, which is based on the revised version, the present writer is entirely responsible. He desires here to acknowledge the courtesy of Professor Barnes, who has kindly permitted the retention of notes from the first edition. W. A. L. E. September 1, 1915. The first book of the Chronicles. Chapters 1-9. Genealogies. Chapter 1. The genealogies of the peoples. The historical narrative of the Books of Chronicles commences in chapter 10. With the record of the defeat and death of King Saul on Mt. Gilboa. The first 9 chapters are occupied almost entirely by a series of genealogical lists. Starting from the primeval age, the line is traced from Adam to the origin of Israel, showing its place among the nations of the ancient world. Attention is then confined to the descendants of Israel, amongst whom the genealogies of Judah, particularly, the line of David, of Levi, and of Benjamin, are given prominence. Finally, the ancestry of Saul, and a list of inhabitants of Jerusalem is recorded. The modern reader is inclined to regard these statistics as the least important section of the book. But the fact that the bare lists of names are so foreign to our taste should serve at least as a valuable warning of the difference between our outlook and that of the chronicler. It is in the highest degree important to understand the motives which caused the chronicler to give these lists of names as the fitting introduction to the history. Since the same motives operate throughout the book and determine the standpoint from which the entire history is considered. 1. In the first place, the genealogies were not recorded by the chronicler simply for the archaeological interest they possess. They served a most practical purpose, in that they helped to determine for the Jewish community of the chronicler's time what families were of proper Levitical descent and might claim a share in the privileges pertaining thereto. And, on a wider scale, what families might justly be considered to be the pure blood of Israel. How serious the consequences entailed by the absence of a name from such lists might be is well illustrated by Ezra 2. 61-63 equals Nehemiah 7. 63-65, the children of Habiah, the children of Hakaz, sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found, therefore were they deemed polluted and put away from the priesthood. On the other hand, the Jew who could successfully trace his ancestry in the great lists knew himself indubitably a member of the chosen people and was confident of his part in the covenantal grace and in all those hopes which the faith of Israel inspired and sustained. 2. The practical aspect of these lists was thus essentially connected with high religious sentiment. They were an expression of the continuity of Israel, a declaration that the present was one with the past, a witness and an assurance of the unfailing grace of Israel's God. The genealogies therefore are in perfect harmony with the spirit and purpose of the chronicler's work, see the introduction. 3. Finally, in the lists of place names and genealogies of inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem, various facts of great historical interest are preserved, see Introduction section 7, pages F and, e.g., 2. 42 Note. Chapter 1. Contains the genealogies of the earliest age, showing the origin of the nations. It concludes with a list of the chiefs of Edom. The names are those given in the genealogies of Genesis I, 36. But the lists are abbreviated to the utmost by the omission of statements of relationship. Evidently the chronicler was able to assume that the connection between the names was a matter of common knowledge. 1-4, compare Genesis v. 3:32. A genealogy from Adam to the sons of Noah. Superscript 1 Adam, Seth, Enosh, superscript 2 Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared. 1. Seth. Noah. This genealogy of 10 antediluvian patriarchs follows Genesis v. 3:32, p. the Sethite line as compared with Genesis 4. 17:24, j. where the descent is traced through Cain. There is some ancient connection between the list and the Babylonian tradition of 10 kings before the flood, see Ryle, Genesis, pages 88 ff in this series. For the symbols J and P, see the introduction p. Enosh, a poetical word which, like Adam in prose writings, was used as a generic term for man. Superscript 3 Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. 3. Enoch, Hebrew Ankh. In verse 33 the same name is more correctly rendered Hanok, but the Revised Version not unwisely has here retained the famous name in the form, derived through the Vulgate from the LXX, with which the authorized version has made us familiar. Compare Genesis 4:17 and v. 21. 5:23. The genealogy of the nations. The table which follows is taken from Genesis X 2:29. It is geographical rather than ethnological, i.e. neighboring nations are regarded as having the same descent. The world as then known is divided into three areas, of which that in the north and west is assigned to the sons of Japheth, 5:7, the southern to the sons of Ham, and the middle and eastern to the sons of Shem, 17:23. Had the arrangement been according to actual descent, the Semitic Zidonians, for instance, would not be described as the offspring of Ham, verse 13. The passage, when analyzed, divides as follows: 5:9, a general table of the descendants of Japheth and Ham, 10:16, an appendix to the descendants of Ham, 17, a general table of the descendants of Shem. 18:23, an appendix to the descendants of Shem. Of these four sections, the general tables, verses 5, 9 and 17, belong to the priestly narrative of the Hexateuch, whilst the two appendices, verses 10, 16, 18, 23, are from the earlier narrative known as J. For a full examination of the many interesting questions raised by this account of the origin of the nations known to the Israelites, the reader must be referred to the commentaries on Genesis where such discussion is appropriate. See Ryle, Genesis. In this series. Or more fully Skinner, Genesis, pages 188 ff. Here a few remarks of a general character must suffice. With the exception of Nimrod, the names are those of nations and tribes, e.g. Madai, Medes, Javan, Greeks, or countries, e.g. Mizraim, Egypt, or cities, Zidon. The names are eponymous, that is to say, each nation is represented by an imaginary personage bearing its name, who is called into existence for the purpose of expressing its unity, but is at the same time conceived as its real progenitor. And the relations existing or supposed to exist between the various races and ethnic groups are then set forth under the scheme of a family relationship between the eponymous ancestors. This procedure may seem strange to us, but it was both natural and convenient for a period when men had not at their disposal our scientific methods of classification. It must have been specially easy for Semites, like Israel, who in everyday life were accustomed to call a population the sons of the district or town which they inhabited. But in truth the practice was widespread in antiquity, and, if a parallel is desired, an excellent one may be found in the Greek traditions respecting the origins of the several branches of the Hellenic race. Whether the ancients believed that these eponymous ancestors really had lived is somewhat uncertain. Probably they did. Although such names as Rodanim, verse 7, and Ludim, verse 11, where the name is actually left in a plural form, as we might say, Londoners, makes it difficult to doubt that in some cases the convention was conscious and deliberate. The notion that the chief nations of antiquity were differentiated from one another within some 3 generations of descent from a common ancestor, Noah, is plainly inaccurate. Equally untenable is the primary conception assumed in this table that the great races of mankind have come into being simply through the expansion and subdivision of single families. It must not be imagined that these facts in any way destroy the value of the table. Historically, it is a document of great importance as a systematic record of the racial and geographical beliefs of the Hebrews. Its value would be increased could we determine precisely the period when it was originally drawn up, but unfortunately it is not possible to do so with certainty. Arguments based on the resemblance between this table and the nations mentioned in the books of Ezekiel and Jeremiah are inconclusive. Nor does the fact that the general tables, verses 5, 9, 17, now form part of the priestly document, help us greatly, for we cannot argue from the date of the document as a whole to the date of its component laws or traditions. Which of course may be much earlier. Religiously, the worth of this table is to be seen in the conviction of the fundamental unity of the human race, which is here expressed. The significance of this may best be felt if we contrast the Greek traditions, which display a keen interest in the origins of their own peoples but none at all in that of the barbarians. Ancient society in general was vitiated by failure to recognize the moral obligation involved in our common humanity. Even Israel did not wholly transcend this danger, and its sense of spiritual preeminence may have taken an unworthy form in Jewish particularism. But at least, as we here see, there lay beneath the surface the instinct that ultimately the families of the earth are one, and their God one. 5:7 equals Genesis x. 2:4. The sons of Japheth. The sons of Japheth. Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras. 5. The sons of Japheth. The writer begins with the northern peoples. Gomer, to be identified with the Gimari of the Assyrian monuments, the Kappa iota Mumuro iota Omicron iota of the Greeks, who migrated from South Russia into Asia Minor, Pontus and Cappadocia, under the pressure of the Scythians, Herodotus I, 103, 4. 11, 12. Compare Ezekiel 38. 6, Revised Version. Magog, in Ezekiel 38. 2, Revised Version, judgment is denounced on Gog, of the land of Magog, the prince of Rosh, Meshech, and Tubal, who is represented as accompanied in his migration by the hordes of Gomer and Togarmah, verse 6. All of them riding upon horses, verse 15. Magog represents therefore one of several tribes of northern nomads, possibly the Scythians. Madai, i.e. Media or the Medes. Of the many allusions in the Old Testament to this famous people, the first is found in 2 Kings 17. 6. Compare also Isaiah 13. 17, Jeremiah 25. 25, Esther I, 3, Daniel I, 9. The Median Empire dates from the 7th century BC. But the Medes are referred to by Assyrian inscriptions of the 9th century, at which time they seem to occupy the mountainous regions to the south and southwest of the Caspian Sea. They were the first Aryan race to play an important part in Semitic history. Javan, the Ionians, a branch of the Greek peoples. They were already settled in the Aegean Islands and on the west coast of Asia Minor at the dawn of Greek history. Being a seafaring nation and having a slave trade with Tyre, Ezekiel 27. 13, Joel 3. 6, Hebrew 4. 6, Grecians, they became known to Israel at an early date. In some late passages of the Old Testament, e.g. Zechariah 9. 13, Daniel 8. 21, 11. 2. Javan denotes the world power of the Greeks, established by the conquests of Alexander the Great and maintained in part by his successors, in particular the Seleucid kings of Syria. Tubal, and Meshech, compare Isaiah 66. 19. Psalm XXX. 5, they are mentioned together Ezekiel 27. 13, 32. 26, 38. 2, 3, 39. 1. And are to be identified with the tau iota beta alpha rho eta nu omicron and mu omicron sigma chi omicron of Herodotus 3. 94, who are the Tabali and Muski of the monuments. In the time of the later Assyrian Empire they lived as neighbors in the country northeast of Cilicia, but at a later period the tau iota beta alpha rho eta nu omicron, Tubal, lived in Pontus, and the mu omicron sigma chi omicron, Meshech, further east towards the Caspian. The Meshech of this verse is to be distinguished from the Meshech son of Shem mentioned in verse 17. Tiras, not the Thracians, so Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews I. 6, but most probably the Tersini, a piratical people frequenting the coasts and islands of the North Aegean. They are mentioned among the seafarers who assailed Egypt in the reign of Marenta. And the sons of Gomer. Ashkenaz, and Diphath, and Togarmah. In Genesis XXIII, Riphath. 6, Ashkenaz, in Jeremiah 27, the kingdoms of Ararat, Minni, and Ashkenaz, are to be summoned against Babylon. The home of the Ashkenaz is therefore somewhere in the neighborhood of Ararat, Armenia, and they are apparently the Esguza of the monuments, and perhaps may be identified with the Scythians. Diphath, the LXX, Vulgate and some Hebrew MSS. Have Riphath, so also Genesis XXIII, which is to be preferred. The identity of the place or people is not yet ascertained. Togarmah, perhaps in Armenia, but the evidence is inconclusive. That it was a neighbor of Gomer, Tubal, and Meshech appears probable from Ezekiel 27. 14, where Togarmah is mentioned as trading with Tyre in horses and mules. Compare also Ezekiel 38. 6, and the note above on Magog. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Rodanim. In Genesis X4, Dodanim. 7, Elisha, Ezekiel, 27. 7, addressing Tyre, blue and purple from the isles of Elisha was thine awning. Elisha has not been identified with certainty. It has been supposed to be Carthage. Another suggestion is Alashia, of the Tel El-Amarna letters, which may be a Cilician district, or perhaps rather Cyprus, compare the note on Kittim below. Tarshish, generally now identified with Tartessus, a Phoenician town in the south of Spain. This is supported by the various references to Tarshish as a Tyrian colony rich in minerals and far from Palestine, see e.g. Ezekiel 27. 12, Jonah I, 3. Psalm 72. 10, 2 Chronicles 9. 21, to identify it with Tarsus, the famous town in Cilicia, is in some ways attractive, but is on the whole less probable. Kittim, the inhabitants of Cyprus are meant, Kittim being derived from Kit-Ion, modern Larnaca, the name of one of its oldest towns. In later times Kittim, Chittim, is used vaguely of western islands, Jeremiah 2. 10, Ezekiel 27. 6, or nations, the ships of Kittim, Daniel 11. 30, are the Roman ships, the land of Chittim, Chi Epsilon Tau Tau Iota Epsilon Mu, 1 Maccabees I, 1, is Macedonia, 1 Maccabees 8. 5. Rodanim, no doubt the Rhodians are meant. Their island was celebrated even in the days of Homer. On the spelling Dodanim, Revised Version margin, Genesis X4, compare the note on Diphath above. The Hebrew letters R and D are easily confused. 8, 9, equals Genesis X 6, 7. The sons of Ham. The sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. 8. The sons of Ham, the southern peoples are next enumerated. Cush, the Hebrew name here transliterated Cush is several times translated Ethiopia, e.g. 2 Kings 19. 9. Isaiah 18. 1, no doubt rightly. On the inscriptions of Ashur-bani-pal frequent mention is made of Kusu, Kuyusu, Ethiopia, in connection with Muur, Egypt. The Kushites were not Negroes but a brown race like the modern Nubians, Sudanese. The sons of Cush, however, seem to be tribes located mostly on the Arabian side of the Red Sea, verse 9 below. Mizraim is without doubt Egypt. In form the word may be dual, and it is generally said to mean the two Egypts, upper and lower. Put, this people is mentioned among the helpers of Egypt in Jeremiah, in Ezekiel, twice, and in Nahum. In Ezekiel 27. 10 it appears among the auxiliary troops of Tyre. Put used therefore to be identified with the Libyans of the north coast of Africa, but more probably it denotes the punt of the Egyptian monuments, i.e. the African coast of the Red Sea. Canaan, the eponym of the pre-Israelitish population of Palestine west of Jordan. Actual racial affinities are here disregarded or unperceived, for the Canaanites, except the Philistines and Phoenicians on the strip of coastland, were Semites and spoke a language closely resembling Hebrew. That they are here reckoned as Hamites and made a brother of Egypt is due perhaps in part to the frequent dominations of Palestine by Egypt, but more probably to the political and religious antagonism between Israel and the Canaanites, which suggested that they ought to be most closely associated with Egypt, Israel's traditional oppressor. Note that in Genesis 9. 25-27, where hostile feeling against Canaan is prominent, Canaan is not said to be the son of Ham, but takes Ham's place as a son of Noah, Ryle, Genesis, page 127. And the sons of Cush. Seba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Rama, and Sabtika. And the sons of Rama, Sheba, and Dedan. 9. The sons of Cush, according to some authorities Seba and Havilah were tribes or districts on the African coast of the Red Sea, whilst Sabta and Rama and Sabtika were in Arabia. It is somewhat more probable that all, except Seba, were located on the Arabian side of the Red Sea. Seba, in Isaiah 43. 3 and XLV. 14 Seba, the Sabaeans, is mentioned along with Egypt and Cush, and in Psalm 72. 10 along with Sheba. Probably a district on the African side of the Red Sea is meant. Sheba, and Dedan, also in verse 32, where see note. Sheba is frequently mentioned in the Old Testament, e.g. Jeremiah 6. 20, 1 Kings x 1 ff equals 2 Chronicles 9. 1 ff, Isaiah lx. 6, as a distant land, rich in gold, frankincense, and precious stones. It was a flourishing and wealthy state, at one period, circa 700 BC, the center of power and civilization in South Arabia. Dedan was probably a merchant tribe, specially associated with Sheba, compare Ezekiel 38. 13. 10:16 equals Genesis x 8:18b. Appendix. Other descendants of Ham. Superscript 1 And Cush begot Nimrod, he began to be a mighty one in the earth. 10. And Cush begot Nimrod, from the parallel passages in Genesis, x 10:11, it is apparent that Nimrod is the name of an individual, the traditional founder of the Babylonian Assyrian Empire. As Cush is here called the father of Nimrod and in verse 8 is the son of Ham, Hebrew tradition would appear to have regarded Hamites as the founders of the Babylonian power. Possibly the redactor of Genesis who combined these verses which belong to the tradition of J with verses 5-9 which are from P may have thought so. But in the independent J narrative it is very probable that Cush, father of Nimrod, represents the third or Kassite dynasty, Kappa Omicron Sigma Sigma Alpha Omicron Iota, which held sway in Babylon from about 1750–1200 BC. Even so, the identification of Nimrod himself remains a puzzle, and it is not yet possible to say whether he is a legendary or an historical character, or partly both. Began to be a mighty one in the earth, i.e. was the first grand monarch, for the idiom, compare Genesis 9. 20, in Genesis x 9, he is further and quaintly described as a mighty hunter before the Lord. Superscript 1 and Mizraim begot Ludim, and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naphtahim. 11. Ludim, reckoned in Jeremiah 46. 9 and Ezekiel XXX. 5, Revised Version, Lud, among the auxiliary troops of Egypt, Mizraim. Probably not the Lydians of Asia Minor are meant, but a people of North Africa not yet known. Both this word and Lehabim may be variants for the Libyans, tribes west of Cyrene, compare 2 Chronicles 12. 3:16. 8, see also verse 17, note on Lud. Of the Anamim, Naphtahim, nothing is certainly known. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 and Pathrusim, and Casluim, from whence came the Philistines, and Caphtorim. Hebrew Pelishtim. 12, Pathrusim, the inhabitants of Pathros, Isaiah 11. 11, i.e. Upper Egypt. Casluim, not identified. From whence came the Philistines, elsewhere, Jeremiah 47. 4, Amos 9. 7, compare Deuteronomy 2. 23, the Philistines are said to have come from Caphtor. It is natural therefore to think that an accidental transposition has taken place, and that this clause, whence Philistines, originally followed Caphtorim. Note, however, that the same order is found in Genesis x 14. Caphtorim, i.e. the inhabitants of Caphtor, which has usually been taken to mean the island of Crete, but is also plausibly identified with Kephtiu, the southwest coastlands of Asia Minor. Compare McAllister, The Philistines, pages 4 ff. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And Canaan begot Zidon his firstborn, and Hate. 13, Canaan begot, of the 4 sons of Ham, viz. Cush, Mizraim, Put, Canaan. Note that the sons of Put are omitted. After the sons of Cush, verse 9, and of Mizraim, verse 11, we here pass to the sons of Canaan. Zidon his firstborn. From the time of David downwards Tyre takes precedence of Zidon in any mention of the Phoenician cities in the Old Testament, but Zidon was the older of the two cities. As is here implied and as the Roman historian Justin, 18:3, asserts. So we find the Phoenicians in the earlier books of the Old Testament called Zidonians, not Tyrians, e.g. Judges 3:3, 1 Kings v. 6. Homer also refers not to Tyre but to Zidon. Hate, i.e. the Hittites, a northern non-Semitic race, who from about 1800–700 BC were a great power, extending over part of Asia Minor and northern Syria from the Orontes to the Euphrates. The references to them in the Old Testament make it probable that Hittite settlements were to be found in various parts of Palestine. This fact and their dominant influence, circa 1300 BC, throughout Canaan and Phoenicia probably accounts for their inclusion as a son of Canaan. Superscript 1 and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite. 14. The Jebusite, the ancient population of Jerusalem, compare Judges I, 21, 2 Samuel v. 6. The Amorite, compare Numbers 13. 29, 21. 21, Judges I, 35. The name, probably a racial one, was frequently used of the pre-Israelitish inhabitants of Canaan, Canaanites being the geographical description. In a more restricted sense it was used to denote the people of Sion, east of the Jordan. Superscript 1 and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, superscript 1 and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. 15. The Hivite, in Joshua 11. 3. The Hivites are placed in the extreme north of the land, the Hivite under Hermon, but the word may be an error for Hittite, see above verse 13. In Joshua 9. 7 and Genesis 34. 2. They are located at Gibeon and Shechem. The Archite and Sinite lived in Lebanon, the Arvadite, compare Ezekiel 27. 8. On the seacoast north of Jebel, Byblos, the Zemarite a little to the south of the Arvadite, and the Hamathite furthest to the north on the Orontes. 17, equals Genesis x. 22, 23. The sons of Shem. Superscript 1 The sons of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arpachshad, and Lud, and Aram, and Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Meshech. In Genesis x. 23, Mash. 17, the sons of Shem, these occupied the middle geographical zone. Elam, is the name of a land and nation north of the Persian Gulf and east of Babylonia, and is often referred to in the Old Testament. Though settled by Semites at a very early date, it was subsequently, circa 2280 BC. Possessed by a non-Semitic race, who even extended their power over Babylonia itself. The inclusion of Elam among the Semites is doubtless due to its proximity to Ashur, and, though not strictly correct, is very natural. Ashur, the Assyrians, who are so frequently referred to in the Old Testament, were mainly, if not entirely Semitic, a martial and ruthless people whose conquests in the 14th–7th centuries have made them world-famous. Arpachshad, a somewhat obscure name. In the last part, Shad, the same consonants occur as in the name Chazdim, the Chaldees, of the Old Testament. Possibly two names have been run together, the second being that of the Chaldees or Chaldeans, a Semitic race who from circa 900 BC dominated Babylonia, assimilating with the earlier Semitic inhabitants. This conjecture has some support in the surprising fact that the Chaldeans are not otherwise mentioned in the table. It is opposed by the fact that Arpachshad occurs elsewhere, verse 24, Genesis x. 24, 11. 10 ff. Lud, the name suggests the Lydians, but how this non-Semitic people situated on the west coast of Asia Minor comes to be included with Ashur and Aram as a son of Shem is a mystery. Possibly therefore a Semitic region, called Lubdu, between Tigris and Euphrates is meant. Aram, the Syrians, of the Authorized Version, better called Arameans. They were widely settled in the lands to the north and northeast of Palestine, with important centers in Damascus, Syria proper, and the north of the Euphrates Valley, the Aram Naharaim of the Old Testament. So great and lasting was their influence on Israel that the Aramean dialect eventually superseded Hebrew and was the ordinary language of Palestine in the time of Christ. Uz, from Genesis x. 23 it appears that in Chronicles the words, and the children of Aram, have dropped out, so that Uz, etc. appear as the immediate descendants of Shem. The Alexandrine MS.A. of the LXX has the words. Neither Uz nor the three following names have been satisfactorily identified. For Meshech, Genesis x. 23, Hebrew but not LXX, reads Mash. 1823, equals Genesis x. 24:29. Appendix to the sons of Shem. South Arabian tribes. Superscript 1 and Arpachshad begot Shelah, and Shelah begot Eber. 18. Eber, the Hebrew word usually means, the land beyond, and may have originated as a personification of the population beyond the Euphrates. It is further possible that Eber is an eponym, not merely of the Hebrews, but of the Habari, a much wider stock of Semitic nomads, of whom the Hebrews formed an element. And who overran and harassed the settled peoples of Palestine in the 15th century B.C. Superscript 1 and unto Eber were born 2 sons, the name of the one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. 19. 2 sons, 1, Peleg, representing, roughly speaking, the northern or Mesopotamian Semites. The other, Joktan, the South Arabian tribes. Peleg, see below on verse 25. Superscript 2 and Joktan begot Almadad, and Shalef, and Hazarmaveth, and Jerah, superscript 2 superscript 1 and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Dikla, superscript 2 and Ebal, and Abimael, and Sheba. Superscript 2 superscript 3 and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. In Genesis x. 28, Obal. 20. Joktan begot Almadad. All the names of the sons of Joktan here given, so far as they have been identified, represent peoples situated in South Arabia or on the west coast of the Red Sea lying over against South Arabia. The only familiar name is that of the unidentified Ophir, which possibly but not certainly may be the El Dorado to which Solomon sent his fleet for gold. 24:27. The descent of Abraham from Shem. These verses are compressed within the smallest limits from Genesis 11. 10:26. For another example of this extreme abbreviation compare verses 1-4, equals Genesis v. 3:32. Superscript 2 Shem, Arpachshad, Shelah, superscript 2 Eber, Peleg, Ru, superscript 2 Serug, Nahor, Terah. Superscript 2 Abram, the same is Abraham. 25. Peleg, the name perhaps signifies division, see verse 19, and may refer to some great period of migration among the Semitic tribes. 28:31, equals Genesis 25. 12:16. The descent of the Ishmaelite tribes from Abraham. Superscript 2 the sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael. Superscript 2 these are their generations, the firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, then Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam. 29. Nebaioth, compare Isaiah LX. 7. Kedar, Isaiah 21. 13:17. Superscript 3 Mishma, and Dumah, Massa, Hadad, and Tema. 30. Dumah, Isaiah 21. 11. Massa, Proverbs 31. 1, Revised Version Margin. Hadad, the name begins with the Hebrew letter th and therefore differs from the Hadad of verse 46 and of verse 50 and of 2 Chronicles 16. 2 in which the first letter is ha, a softer guttural than eth. Tema, Isaiah 21. 14. Superscript 3 superscript 1 Jetur, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael. 31. Jetur, Naphish, compare v. 18:22. 32, 33, equals Genesis 25. 1-4. The descent of Arabian tribes from Abraham through Keturah. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And the sons of Keturah, Abraham's concubine, she bare Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. And the sons of Jokshan, Sheba, and Dedan. 32. Keturah, called a wife of Abraham in Genesis 25. 1. The chronicler by calling her a concubine may imply that he considered that the tribes descended from her were not so closely akin to Israel as the Ishmaelites, or possibly he held that Sarah ought to be the only wife of Abraham. And corrects his source accordingly. Medan, Midian, kindred tribes often bore names only slightly differing in form. Midian, in Judges 8. 14 The Midianites are reckoned as Ishmaelites. Sheba, and Dedan, Sheba and Dedan in verse 9, which belongs to the same source P, are included among the Hamitic peoples. Doubtless the names in the present passage, which comes from J, refer to the same tribes. But J follows a different tradition as to their origin. Possibly there is truth in both views, and the people of Sheba were of mixed African and Arabian descent. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanok, and Abida, and Eldah. All these were the sons of Keturah. 33 Ephah, Isaiah LX. 6. Hanok, as Genesis 25. 4. Compare verse 3. 34-37, compare Genesis 36. 10-14. The descent of the tribes of Edom from Abraham. Superscript 3 And Abraham begot Isaac. The sons of Isaac. Esau, and Israel. Superscript 3 The sons of Esau, Eliphaz, Ruel, and Jush, and Jalem, and Korah. 34 Esau, Esau is Edom, Genesis 36. 1-8. Superscript 3 The sons of Eliphaz, Taman, and Omar, Zephi, and Gatam, Kenas, and Timnah, and Amalek. Superscript 3 The sons of Ruel. Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. In Genesis 36. 11, Zepho. 36, Taman, Amos I. 11, 12, Habakkuk 3. 13. The word means south, and is applied in the first passage to Edom itself, in the second to the wilderness of Edom, both being south of Canaan. Kenas, other references, Judges I, 13, 3. 9, 11, show a close connection with Caleb, which in turn implies that the Calebites were closely related to the Edomites, compare 4. 13. Amalek, the eponymous ancestor of the Amalekites who lived in the south and southeast of Palestine, c. 4. 42f. 38-42, compare Genesis 36. 20-28. The genealogy of the Horite inhabitants of Seir. Superscript 3 And the sons of Seir, Lotan and Shobal and Zibeon and Anna, and Dishon and Ezer and Dishon. Superscript 3 And the sons of Lotan. Hori and Homam, and Timnah was Lotan's sister. In Genesis 36. 22, Hemam. 38. The sons of Seir, Chronicles omits the further description given in Genesis, the Horite, the inhabitants of the land, words which show clearly that these sons of Seir were not descendants of Esau, but aboriginal inhabitants of the land. Lotan, perhaps to be connected with Lot, a name anciently associated with the land or people dwelling east of the Jordan, compare Genesis 19. 30. The sons of Shobal, Alian and Manahath and Ebal, Shephi and Onam. And the sons of Zibeon. Aya and Anna. Superscript 1 The sons of Anna, Dishon. And the sons of Dishon, Hamran and Eshban and Ithran and Cheran. Superscript 2 The sons of Ezer, Bilhan and Zavan, Jachan. The sons of Dishon, Uzi and Aaron. In Genesis 36. 23, Alvan. In Genesis 36. 23, Shepho. In Genesis 36. 26, Hemdan. In Genesis 36. 27, Anakan. 40, Aya and Anna, see Genesis 36. 24. 43-51a, compare Genesis 36. 31-39. The early kings of Edom. Superscript 3. Now these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Israel, Bela the son of Beer, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. And Bela died, and Jobab the son of Zerah of Bozrah reigned in his stead. And Jobab died, and Husham of the land of the Temanites reigned in his stead. 43, Kings. Note that the kings are of different families and localities. They may be compared with the judges of early Israel. In the land of Edom, in early times the mountainous region of Seir, extending from the southeast of the Dead Sea to the Gulf of Aqaba, but the precise territory of the Edomites is uncertain and of course must have varied from time to time. In the post-exilic period Edomites, Idumeans, pressed up into the south of Judah, compare 2. 42, and Edom, Idumea, continued to play an important and often sinister part in the history of Israel till long after the chronicler's lifetime. C.E. G. 1 Maccabees v. 65, 2 Maccabees x. 14-17. The Herods were of Edomite descent. Before Israel, i.e. before Saul, or possibly, before David, if the phrase means before the reign of the first Israelitish king over Edom. For the use made of this statement in the discussion of the date of the Hexateuch, see Chapman, Introduction to the Pentateuch, page 40, in this series. Bela the son of Beer, possibly the same as the familiar Balaam son of Beer, the consonants of the names differing in Hebrew only by the final M. See, however, Gray, Numbers, International Critical Commentary, pages 315, 324. And Husham died, and Hadad the son of Bedad, which smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Avith. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. 46. Smote Midian in the field of Moab, an isolated historical notice, interesting as showing the power of Edom at some period. The Midianites centered round the lands east of the Gulf of Aqaba, but bands of them were constantly pushing northwards and harassing the territories of Edom, Moab, and Israel, compare Numbers 22. 4, Judges 6, etc. And Samlah died, and Shaul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Shaul died, and Baalhanan the son of Achbor reigned in his stead. 48, Rehoboth by the river, not the river, par excellence, i.e. the Euphrates, as the Revised Version translators supposed, but either the Wadi el-Arish, the stream on the boundary of Egypt or Palestine. Or else a river in North Edom, Rehoboth being distinguished from other places of the same name by being the city on its banks. And Baalhanan died, and Hadad reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pai, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. In Genesis 36. 39, Hadar. In Genesis 36. 39, Pau. 50, Hadad, as in verse 46, in Genesis 36. 39, Hadar. Possibly the king whom David overthrew, 2 Samuel 8. 14, compare 1 Kings 11. 14, perhaps a son of this Hadad. Superscript 1 and Hadad died. 51a and Hadad died, repeated by a copyist's error from verse 47, the words are not found in Genesis. 51b 54, compare Genesis 36. 40-43. The dukes of Edom. And the dukes of Edom were, Duke Timnah, Duke Eliah, Duke Jethath, superscript 2 Duke Oholibamah, Duke Elah, Duke Pinion, superscript 3 Duke Kenas, Duke Taman, Duke Mibzar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These are the dukes of Edom. In Genesis 36. 40, Alva. 51b Dukes, the word means, leader of 1,000. The list which follows is probably topographical, not chronological. It seems to give the names of the districts into which Edom was divided at the time when the list was drawn up. Duke Timnah, etc. Render, the Duke of Timnah, etc. Uliah, in Genesis 36. 40, Alva. Chapters 2. 8. The genealogies of the tribes of Israel. Attention is now narrowed down to those in the true line of descent, from Abraham through Isaac. In Isaac shall thy seed be called, Genesis 21. 12, and from Isaac through Jacob equals Israel, Genesis 32. 28, compare Genesis 26. 2-4. The chronicler deals very unequally with the tribes in their genealogies, as the following table shows. 2:1-4. 23, Judah, 102 verses. 4:24-43. Simeon, 20 verses. v. 126. Reuben, Gad, and Eastern Manasseh, 26 verses. 6:181. Levi, 81 verses. 7:140. Issachar, Zebulun, and Dan, according to a correction of the text, 7. 6:11 and 12, Naphtali, Eastern Manasseh, again, Ephraim, and Asher, 40 verses. 8:140. Benjamin, 40 verses. It may easily be seen that the tribes in which the chronicler is really interested are the three southern tribes, Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin, together with the priestly tribe, Levi. The order in which the tribes are mentioned is geographical, Judah and Simeon the southern tribes first, then the eastern tribes, Reuben, Gad, Manasseh. Then, conveniently, Levi, and then the northern tribes of western Palestine, ending with Benjamin, 8:9. 35:44, and the list of inhabitants of Jerusalem, in 9:134. Chapter 2. 1-2, compare Genesis 35. 22b-26. The sons of Israel. Superscript 1. These are the sons of Israel, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar and Zebulun. Superscript 2. Dan, Joseph and Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad and Asher. 2-3-4. 23. Genealogies of Judah. 3:17. Descendants of Judah to the sons of Jesse. Superscript 3. The sons of Judah, Er, and Onan, and Shelah, which three were born unto him of Bathshua the Canaanitess. And Er, Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and he slew him. And Tamar his daughter-in-law bare him Perez and Zerah. All the sons of Judah were 5. The sons of Perez, Hezron and Hamul. 5. The sons of Perez, Hezron and Hamul, so Genesis 46. 12. The only reference in the Old Testament to Hamulites is Numbers 26. 21. On the other hand Hezron, a South Judean tribe, Joshua 15. 3, is a clan of the first importance in the genealogies. From Hezron are descended not only the family of David, verse 15, but also the great Calebite and Jerahmeelite clans, verses 18-24, 25-33, etc. The name Hezron might bear the significance, an enclosed place, as opposed to movable encampments, and Adra, verse 26, who is said to be the mother of certain Jerahmeelite families has much the same meaning. Both names therefore may not be eponymous either of individuals or places, but may originate in the desire to preserve the fact that the families named as their sons were nomads who had abandoned wandering for settled life. If so, it might help to explain the fact that Hezron, compare Carmi, 2. 7, 4. 1, v. 3, is also mentioned as a son of Reuben, v. 3, Genesis 46. 9, etc. And the sons of Zerah. Zimri, and Ethan, and Heman, and Calcol, and Dara, 5 of them in all. In Joshua 7. 1, Zabdi. Many ancient authorities read, Darda. See 1 Kings 4. 31. 6. The sons of Zerah, this genealogy appears only in Chronicles. Zimri, LXX. b. Zeta alpha mu beta rho epsilon, beta being merely euphonic, here and also Joshua 7. 1 where Hebrew has Zabdi. LXX is probably right in identifying the two. Either form might arise from the other by easy textual corruption. Ethan. Dara, read, Darda with Vulgate, Targum, Peshitta. The same four names in the same order occur 1 Kings 4:31 as the names of wise men whom Solomon surpassed in wisdom. They are there called sons of Mahal, who may have been either a nearer or remoter ancestor than Zerah. Ethan however is there called the Ezrahite, equals probably, son of Zerah. Psalms 88-89. Bear respectively the names, Heman the Ezrahite, Ethan the Ezrahite, but these, it seems, were Levites, compare 15. 17-19, where see note, dot. And the sons of Carmi, Achar, the troubler of Israel, who committed a trespass in the devoted thing. And the sons of Ethan, Azariah. In Joshua 7. 1, Achan. 7, the sons of Carmi. Carmi is probably to be taken as the son of Zimri, equals Zabdi, Joshua 7. 1, Targum however has, Carmi who is Zimri. See note on Zimri, verse 6. Achar, this form of the name, instead of Achan, Joshua 7. 1, is used by the chronicler to bring out better the play on the Hebrew word for troubler. The Hebrew runs, Char Oker Israel. The sons also of Hezron, that were born unto him. Jeremiel, and Ram, and Chelebai. 9, Jeremiel, for his descendants see verses 25-41. The descendants of his younger brother Ram are given first. They purport to be the ancestry of David and his family. Chelebai, another form of Caleb. See note on verse 42. Superscript 1 and Ram begot Amminadab, and Amminadab begot Nahshon, prince of the children of Judah. Superscript 1 and Nahshon begot Salma, and Salma begot Boaz. Superscript 1 superscript 2 and Boaz begot Obed, and Obed begot Jesse. 10. Ram, the descent of David from Judah is given also in Ruth 4. 18:22 and Matthew I, 3:6. Ram as a clan parallel with the great clans of Caleb and Jeremiel is strange. For it is not known otherwise in the Old Testament further. As the descendants of Ram given in verses 10-12 are the family tree of David, contrast the clans and cities in the lines of Caleb and Jeremiel, it may be supposed that Ram owes his position here simply to the chronicler's desire to incorporate Ruth 4:19, where also this pedigree of David is given. Note also that in verse 25 a ram is mentioned as a son of Jeremiel and grandson of Hezron. Nahshon, prince, etc. See Numbers I, 4:7-2. 3. Superscript 1 superscript 3 and Jesse begot his firstborn Eliab, and Abinadab the second, and Shemaiah the third. 13, Shemaiah, so also XX. 7, but Shammah, 1 Samuel 16. 9. Superscript 1 Nethanel the fourth, Raddai the fifth. 14, Nethanel, the same name as Nathaniel, John I, 45. The fourth, fifth and sixth brothers are not elsewhere named. Superscript 1 Ozem the sixth, David the seventh. 15, David the seventh, Jesse had 8 sons, 1 Samuel 17. 12, compare 16. 10, 11. Here one seems deliberately passed over, perhaps because he had no children. The Elihu, one of David's brethren of 1 Chronicles 27. 18 is probably to be identified with Eliab and not to be regarded as an 8th brother. Superscript 1 and their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail. And the sons of Zeruiah, Abishai, and Joab, and Asahel, 3. Hebrew Abshai. 16, sons of Zeruiah, Joab and his brothers are always thus named after their mother. Perhaps their father died while they were young, or we may have a relic here of the ancient method of tracing kinship through the mother. Superscript 1 and Abigail bare Amasa, and the father of Amasa was Jether the Ishmaelite. 17. The Ishmaelite, 2 Samuel 17. 25, the Israelite, an error yielding no satisfactory sense. 1824, compare verses 42-55. Descendants of Caleb. Superscript 1 And Caleb the son of Hezron begot children of Azubah his wife, and of Jerioth, and these were her sons, Jesher, and Shobab, and Arden. Superscript 1 And Azubah died, and Caleb took unto him Ephrath, which bare him her. 18. Caleb, a clan dwelling in southern Judea, and probably distinct from Judah in the time of David, 1 Samuel 25. 3. XXX. 14. Other references to them or rather their reputed founder Caleb ben Jephunneh the Kenizzite, Numbers 32. 12. Joshua 14. 6. 14. 1 Chronicles I, 36, where see note on Kenaz, point to an original connection with the Edomites. Their importance in these lists is explained by the fact that they were incorporated in Judah, and, after the exile, occupied townships close to Jerusalem, verses 50-55, forming possibly the bulk of the tribe in post-exilic Judah. Since the chronicler knows so few other families, Curtis, Chronicles p. 89, see also W. R. Smith, Old Testament in the Jewish Church, page 279 ad fin. Begot children of Azubah his wife, and of Jerioth, the Hebrew seems to be corrupt. Read perhaps begot children of Azubah, his wife, daughter of Jerioth. Or took Azubah the wife of Jerioth. The name Azubah equals forsaken is significant, see the note on verse 42, Caleb, ad fin. Superscript 2 And her begot Uri, and Uri begot Bezalel. 20. Bezalel, the chronicler is naturally pleased to give prominence in his list to Bezalel, who in Exodus XXX. P. is mentioned as the artificer of the tabernacle. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And afterward Hezron went in to the daughter of Machir the father of Gilead, whom he took to wife when he was 80 years old, and she bare him Segub. 21. The table of Caleb is broken off at this point to introduce verses 21-23 a statement of further descendants of Hezron, verse 9, by another wife, the daughter of Machir. The interruption is not unnatural, for it is convenient to refer to Hezron's son of old age immediately before the notice of his death, verse 24. Machir, the most important clan of Manasseh, compare Numbers 26. 29, Judges v. 14. The affinity of Judean Hezronites with members of the tribe of Manasseh, implied by this verse, is surprising. Whether the tradition has a basis in fact or arose through some genealogical confusion, cannot as yet be determined. There is however considerable evidence in favor of the view that the relationship between Machir and Caleb is at least no isolated detail, still less is it the invention of the chronicler's age. And there may be real historical ground for a tradition that besides the northern movement of the Hezronites upwards to Judah there was also at some time a movement across the northern end of Edom into the lands east of Jordan, ending in the settlements of Machir and Jair in Gilead here recorded. Compare Numbers 32. 39, and for discussion of the problem see Cook, Notes on Old Testament History, pages 92, 93, etc. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And Segub begot Jair, who had 23 cities in the land of Gilead. 22, Jair, one of the judges, Judges X. 3, for where 30 cities, not 23, are assigned him. The land of Gilead, this name is sometimes restricted to that part of the land east of Jordan which lies south of the Wadi Yarmouk. Here, as often, it is applied to all the land east of Jordan occupied by Israel. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And Geshur and Aram took the towns of Jair from them, with Kenath, and the villages thereof, even 80 cities. All these were the sons of Machir the father of Gilead. Or, Habath Jair. Hebrew daughters. 23, and Geshur and Aram. Geshur was an Aramean kingdom east of Jordan on the northeast border of Manasseh. Aram, commonly translated Syria or the Syrians, probably here signifies the kingdom of which Damascus was the capital. The conquest of Manassite territory by the Arameans, Syrians, here described probably took place before the days of Ahab, for in his reign they were already established as far south as Ramoth-Gilead, 1 Kings 22. 3. The towns of Jair, note margin Havoth Jair, compare Deuteronomy 3. 14, Judges X 4. The name perhaps means, the tent villages of Jair, Arabic va with circumflex equals, a collection of tents near together. Superscript 2 And after that Hezron was dead in Caleb Ephrathah, then Abijah Hezron's wife bare him Ashur the father of Tekoa. 24. And after that Hezron was dead in Caleb Ephrathah, the Hebrew is certainly corrupt, but can easily be amended with the help of the LXX. Read And after Hezron was dead Caleb went into Ephrath, verse 19, his father Hezron's wife and she bare him, etc. Ephrath, equals Ephrathah, verse 50, 4. 4, is a name of Bethlehem, Ruth 4. 11, Micah v. 2. The taking of a father's wife signified a claim to inherit the father's possessions, compare 2 Samuel 16. 22, and the phrase here expresses the legitimacy of Caleb's residence in northern Judea, see note on verse 42. Ashur, compare 4. 4, 5. Ashur might be a younger brother of her, verses 19, 50, but quite possibly they are one and the same, compare the contraction of Jehoahaz into Ahaz, see also 4. 5. The father of Tekoa, i.e. the founder of the town or the eponymous ancestor of its inhabitants. For Tekoa see 2 Chronicles XX. 20, note. 2541. The genealogy of the Jerahmeelites. Superscript 2 And the sons of Jerahmeel the firstborn of Hezron were Ram the firstborn, and Bunah, and Oren, and Ozem, Ahijah. 25, Jerahmeel, in David's time they were, like Caleb, a semi-nomadic clan in the south of Judah, compare 1 Samuel 27. 10, XXX. 29, they shared in the northern movements of Caleb, see note on verse 42, and eventually formed part of the post-exilic Jewish community, hence their records do not appear in earlier parts of the Old Testament, but are known to the chronicler. Ozem, Ahijah, by a slight change in the Hebrew we get Ozem his brother, so LXX, compare 26. 20 for a similar confusion of reading. Superscript 2 And Jerahmeel had another wife, whose name was Adara, she was the mother of Onam. Superscript 2 And the sons of Ram the firstborn of Jerahmeel were Maz, and Jamin, and Eker. Superscript 2 And the sons of Onam were Shammai, and Jada, and the sons of Shammai, Nadab, and Abishur. Superscript 2 And the name of the wife of Abishur was Abihail. And she bare him Aban, and Malid. Superscript 3 And the sons of Nadab, Sealed, and Apaim, but Sealed died without children. Or, sons. 26, Adara, see note on Hezron, verse 5. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And the sons of Apaim, Ishi. And the sons of Ishi, Shishan. And the sons of Shishan, Ale. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And the sons of Jada the brother of Shammai, Jether, and Jonathan, and Jether died without children. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And the sons of Jonathan, Peleth, and Zaza. These were the sons of Jerahmeel. Or, sons. 31. The sons of Shishan, Ale. Ale is perhaps a gentilic name, not the name of an individual, since in verse 34 Shishan is said to have had no sons, but daughters. More probably however the chronicler is using a different source for verses 34-41. Superscript 3 Now Shishan had no sons, but daughters. And Shishan had a servant, an Egyptian, whose name was Jarha. 34, an Egyptian, Hebrew Miri. Render probably a Murite, i.e. inhabitant of the North Arabian district to the south of Palestine, known as Muri and apparently confused at times with Miraim, Egypt. For some suggestive conjectures regarding this table of Jarha's descendants C.S.A. Cook, Encyclopaedia Biblica 2. 2364. Superscript 3 And Shishan gave his daughter to Jarha his servant to wife, and she bare him Attai. Superscript 3 and Attai begot Nathan, and Nathan begot Zabad. Superscript 3 and Zabad begot Ephlal, and Ephlal begot Obed. Superscript 3 and Obed begot Jehu, and Jehu begot Azariah. Superscript 3 and Azariah begot Helez, and Helez begot Elisa, and Elisa begot Sismai, and Sismai begot Shallum. Superscript 1 and Shallum begot Jechemiah, and Jechemiah begot Elishama. 35. Sheshan gave his daughter to Jarha. This was equivalent to making his servant his heir. Thus Abraham at first, Genesis 15. 2, 3, regarded Eliezer his steward as his heir. The list of 13 descendants of Jarha ending with Elishama, verse 41, is perhaps a proper genealogy, at least the names may be those of individuals. Although it is impossible to say why this pedigree of Elishama should have been so carefully preserved, so Curtis. On the other hand Cook, see previous note, regards Jarha as perhaps an eponym of Jeremiel, and, connecting Sheshan with the Hebronite Sheshai, thinks the genealogy may signify a northward movement of Jeremiel from Muri to the district of Hebron. 42-49, compare verses 18-24. The descendants of Caleb. Superscript 2 and the sons of Caleb the brother of Jeremiel were Mesha his firstborn, which was the father of Ziph, and the sons of Mershah the father of Hebron. Superscript 3 and the sons of Hebron. Korah, and Tapua, and Rechem, and Shema. And Shema begot Raham, the father of Jorkim, and Rechem begot Shammai. 42, Caleb the brother of Jeremiel, called Calebai, verse 9, and Caleb the son of Hezron, verse 18. As eponym of the tribe Caleb is described as son of Hezron, son of Judah, and of course is not to be distinguished from the Caleb son of Jephunneh who is classed as a Kenizzite in various passages, 4. 15, Numbers 13. 6, Joshua 14. 6. Important features of the fortunes of the Caleb clan can be discerned from the lists in this chapter, verses 18-24, 42-50. It appears that at first their seats were in the southern parts of Judah, witness verses 42-49, in which several of the names, viz. Ziph, Joshua 15. 24 or 25, Mershah, 2 Chronicles 11. 8, Hebron, Tapua, Joshua 15. 34, Maon, Joshua 15. 55, and Beth-zur, Joshua 15. 58, are names of towns in the south or southwest of Judah. From these, their pre-exilic homes, they were driven northwards, and during the exilic period and afterwards they occupied many of the townships not far from Jerusalem, e.g. Bethlehem, see verses 50-55. Apart from the names in verses 50-55, we have a testimony to this northward movement in verse 24, where see note, and probably also in verse 18. Where the names Jerioth, tents, and Azubah, forsaken, hint at the abandonment first of nomadic life and then of the South Judean settlements. This movement was largely no doubt compulsory, under pressure from the Edomites to the south, compare above I. 43, note, who in their turn were being forced north by a strong and fairly constant encroachment of Arab tribes, see Wellhausen, De Gentibus, and more recently Hulscher, Palestina, pp. 22-30, on the importance of such evidence as this notice in Chronicles for determining the composition and conditions of Palestine in the post-exilic period. Mesha, the Moabite king whose deeds are recorded on the Moabite stone bore this name. LXX reads Mershah, mu alpha rho epsilon iota sigma, as in the latter part of the verse. And the son of Shammai was Maon, and Maon was the father of Beth-zur. And Ephah, Caleb's concubine, bare Haran, and Moza, and Gazez, and Haran begot Gazez. And the sons of Jadai, Regem, and Jotham, and Geshan, and Pelet, and Ephah, and Shaph. Maacah, Caleb's concubine, bare Sheber and Tirana. 45, Maon, Nabal who was a Calebite lived at the town of Maon, 1 Samuel 25. 2, 3. It is improbable that Maon was ever used as the name of a person, compare Buchanan Gray, Hebrew proper names, pages 127f. See note on verse 42. She bare also Shaph the father of Madmannah, Shiva the father of Machbena, and the father of Gibeah. And the daughter of Caleb was Achsah. 49. The daughter of Caleb was Achsah, compare Judges I 12. 50-55. These verses give the post-exilic settlements of the Calebites in the townships of northern Judea, not far from Jerusalem. See verse 42, note. These were the sons of Caleb, the son of Hur, the firstborn of Ephrathah, Shobal the father of Kiriath-Jearim, superscript 1 Salma the father of Bethlehem, Hareph the father of Bethgader. The Septuagint has, sons. 50. The son of Hur, read with the LXX, the sons of Hur. Hur was the son of Caleb, verse 19. The firstborn of Ephrathah, see note verse 24. Superscript 2 and Shobal the father of Kiriath-Jearim had sons, Hero, half of the Menyahath. 52. Hero, half of the Menyahath, the Hebrew is quite obscure, but may perhaps be rendered, who provided for half the resting places, the description applying to Shobal, i.e. his work was to supervise some of the halting stations of the caravans which passed through the territory of Judah. Compare similar details in 4. 21-23, and the title prince of the resting places, margin quartermaster, given to Sariah in Jeremiah Lee 59. Almost certainly, however, the text in the present passage is corrupt, and, following 4. 2 and verse 54, we may read Rhea and half of the Manahathites. For the latter see below, verse 54. Superscript 3 and the families of Kiriath-Jearim, the Ithrites, and the Puthites, and the Shemathites, and the Mishrates. Of them came the Zorathites and the Eshtaolites. 53, Zorathites, Eshtaolites, 4 Zorah, modern Surah, and Eshtaol, modern Ashwa, compare Judges 13. 25. The sons of Salma. Bethlehem, and the Netophathites, Atroth Beth-Joab, and half of the Manahathites, the Zorites. 54, Manahathites, the Zorites. The Manahathites of Zorah must be associated with Manoah, the father of Samson, according to the tradition of Judges 13. 25, and an inhabitant of Zorah, see Cook, Judges, pages 131, 138, in this series. And the families of scribes which dwelt at Jabez, the Tirathites, the Shimathites, the Sukkothites. These are the Kenite that came of Hammath, the father of the house of Rechab. 55, families of scribes, an indication of post-exilic date. The Kenite that came of Hammath, or perhaps, the Kenite who came in, i.e. who attached themselves to Israel, who were from Hammath. Father of the house of Rechab, the verse is somewhat obscure, but it is most probable that the chronicler preserves a correct tradition in the connection here alleged between the Rechabites and the Kenite. On the ancient zeal for Jehovah displayed by the Rechabites, see 2 Kings x. 15ff, and for their distinctive standpoint, Jeremiah 35. Chapter 3. 124. The genealogy of the house of David. 1:4 equals 2 Samuel 3. 2:5. The sons born to David in Hebron. Superscript 1 Now these were the sons of David, which were born unto him in Hebron, the firstborn, Amnon, of Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, the second, Daniel, of Abigail the Carmelitess. 1. Daniel, LXX. B. Delta alpha mu iota lambda, A. Delta alpha lambda omicron upsilon iota. In 2 Samuel 3. 3 Chilib, but LXX. Delta alpha lambda omicron upsilon iota. The real name of David's second son remains therefore uncertain. Superscript 2 The third, Absalom the son of Maacah the daughter of Talmai king of Geshur, the fourth, Adonijah the son of Haggith. 2. Geshur, compare 2. 23, note. Superscript 3 The fifth, Shephatiah of Abital, the sixth, Ithream by Eglah his wife. 6 were born unto him in Hebron, and there he reigned 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem he reigned 33 years. 3. Eglah his wife, in 2 Samuel 3. 5. Eglah, David's wife, where however David is probably a wrong reading for the name of a previous husband of Eglah. 5:9 equals chapter 14. 4:7 and 2 Samuel v. 14:16. The sons born to David in Jerusalem. And these were born unto him in Jerusalem, Shemaiah, and Shobab, and Nathan, and Solomon, of Bathshua the daughter of Ammiel. 5. Shemaiah, in 14. 4 and 2 Samuel v. 14, Revised Version, Shammua. Nathan, through him our Lord's descent is traced in Luke 3. 31. Solomon, only here are other sons besides Solomon attributed to Bathsheba. Bathshua, is a slight variation in pronunciation of Bathsheba. The daughter of Ammiel, of Eliam, perhaps a biform of Ammiel, in 2 Samuel 11. 3. An Eliam son of Ahithophel, David's counselor, is mentioned in 2 Samuel 23. 34. Bathsheba may therefore have been granddaughter to Ahithophel. Notice that the chronicler does not call Bathsheba the wife of Uriah the Hittite, he nowhere refers to David's great sin, compare XX. 1:3, where the silence of chronicles on this matter is specially to be noted. And Ibhar, and Elishama, and Eliphalet, and Noga, and Nepheg, and Japhia. 6. Elishama, in 14. 5 and 2 Samuel v. 15 Elishua, no doubt the right reading, for otherwise, compare verse 8, we have two sons of David named Elishama. Eliphalet, in 14. 5 Elplet. Eliphalet cannot be right, for it occurs again as the name of the 13th son in verse 8. Elplet may be right here and Eliphalet in verse 8, for according to Hebrew custom two brothers might bear names of similar sound and significance. But both Eliphalet and Noga, the following word, are lacking in 2 Samuel v. 15. And are probably only textual errors due to ditography. And Elishama, and Eliada, and Eliphalet, 9. All these were the sons of David, beside the sons of the concubines, and Tamar was their sister. 8. Eliada, so in 2 Samuel v. 16, but in 1 Chronicles 14. 7 Biliada, i.e. Baliada, the Lord, the Baal, knows. This seems to have been changed to Eliada, i.e. God knows, when the title Baal had come to have only heathen associations, and was accordingly repudiated by the Jews, see the note on 8. 33. 10:16. The line of Davidic kings. Superscript 1 and Solomon's son was Rehoboam, Abijah his son, Asa his son, Jehoshaphat his son, Superscript 1 Joram his son, Ahaziah his son, Joash his son. Two things are to be noted in this list. 1. Johanan's name is given in verse 15, though he was never king. 2. Zedekiah's name appears to be twice given. Once among the sons of Josiah, verse 15, and again in his place according to the succession, verse 16. 10. Abijah, called Abijam in 1 Kings 14. 31, 15. 1 Abia is the Greek form of the name, Matthew I, 7, Authorized Version. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Amaziah his son, Azariah his son, Jotham his son, Superscript 1 Superscript 3 Ahaz his son, Hezekiah his son, Manasseh his son. Superscript 1 Amon his son, Josiah his son. 12. Azariah, this king is usually called Uzziah, compare Isaiah 6. 1. See note on 2 Chronicles 26. 1. Superscript 1 And the sons of Josiah, the firstborn Johanan, the second Jehoiakim, the third Zedekiah, the fourth Shallum. 15. The firstborn Johanan, this son of Josiah never came to the throne, nor is anything known of him except from this passage. Zedekiah, though reckoned third here, he was younger than Shallum, equals Jehoahaz, compare 2 Chronicles 36. 2 equals 2 Kings 23. 31, with 2 Chronicles 36. 11 equals 2 Kings 24. 18. Shallum, to be identified with Jehoahaz, compare 2 Chronicles 36. 1 with Jeremiah 22. 11. Superscript 1 and the sons of Jehoiakim, Jeconiah his son, Zedekiah his son. 16. Jeconiah, this name is sometimes shortened to Coniah, Jeremiah 22. 24, and written, with a slight change of meaning, Jehoiakim, 2 Chronicles 36. 8, 9, 2 Kings 24. 6 ff. Zedekiah his son, Zedekiah was heir, not son, to Jeconiah, whom he succeeded in the kingdom. His relationship to Jeconiah was that of uncle. 1719a. The Davidic line from Jeconiah to Zerubbabel. Note that whereas Zerubbabel is here represented apparently as the son of Pedaiah and consequently nephew of Shealtiel, equals Salathiel, he is elsewhere called the son of Shealtiel, Ezra 3. 2, Haggai I, 1, 2. 2, compare Luke 3. 27:31. The LXX solves the difficulty by reading Salathiel, equals Shealtiel, in verse 19. The view that the names given in verse 18, including Pedaiah, are the names of the sons of Shealtiel is not probable. Another suggestion is that Zerubbabel was grandson both to Shealtiel and Pedaiah, according to such a scheme as the following. Pedaiah Shealtiel. A daughter equals a son. Zerubbabel. A minor difficulty that Shealtiel, equals Salathiel, is here connected with David through Solomon, whereas in Luke 3. 27:31 his descent is traced through Solomon's brother Nathan, could be explained by an intermarriage at some point in the genealogy between the two Davidic families. Superscript 1 and the sons of Jeconiah, the captive. Shealtiel his son, superscript 1 and Malchiram, and Pedaiah, and Shenazar, Jechemiah, Hoshema, and Nedabiah. Or, Asur. 17, the sons of Jeconiah. That Jeconiah had sons is not at variance with Jeremiah's denunciation of him, Jeremiah 22. 30. That passage gives the answer to Jeconiah's expectation of a speedy return to his kingdom, Jeremiah 22. Verse 27. Jeremiah says that neither he nor any of his seed shall recover the lost throne, reckon him childless, for no son of his shall succeed him on his throne. The captive, Hebrew Asur, which the Revised Version margin, equals Authorized Version, following the ancient versions, has wrongly taken to be a proper name. The Revised Version margin is here only a survival of Authorized Version. The rendering of the text, the captive, no doubt expresses the real judgment of the revisers. Shealtiel, the Greek form Salathiel, Authorized Version, occurs in Luke 3. 27, Authorized Version. Superscript 1 and the sons of Pedaiah. Zerubbabel, and Shimi, and the sons of Zerubbabel. Hebrew son. 19, the sons of Zerubbabel, so the LXX. The Hebrew has son, as Revised Version margin. 19b24. The Davidic line from Zerubbabel. The text of these verses is very uncertain. In verse 20 the names of 5 sons are given, but their father's name, perhaps Meshullam, is wanting. In verses 21, 22 the LXX differs from the Hebrew in such a way as to affect the number of steps in the genealogy. The Hebrew seems to reckon but one generation between Hananiah and Shemaiah, the LXX. On the contrary reckons 6, the result on the whole genealogy being that the LXX counts 11 generations after Zerubbabel as against 6 in the Hebrew. In verse 22 again the sons of Shemaiah are reckoned to be 6, but only 5 names are given in both Hebrew and LXX. For the bearing of these verses upon the date of Chronicles, see the introduction. Meshullam, and Hananiah, and Shelemith was their sister, superscript 2 and Hashubah, and Ohel, and Berechiah, and Hasadiah, Jushab-Hezd, 5. 20. And Hashubah, perhaps we should read, the sons of Meshullam, Hashubah. See above. Jushab-Hezd, the name means, mercy is restored. Many such significant names are found in the present list, and, in general, are characteristic of the exilic and later periods. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 and the sons of Hananiah. Pelatiah, and Jeshaiah, the sons of Rephaiah, the sons of Arnan, the sons of Obadiah, the sons of Shechaniah. Superscript 2 and the sons of Shechaniah, Shemaiah, and the sons of Shemaiah, Haddish, and Igal, and Beriah, and Neariah, and Shaphat, 6. Hebrew son. 21, and Jeshaiah. Shechaniah, the LXX. Reads, with some blunders in reproducing the names, and Jeshaiah his son, Rephaiah his son, Arnan his son, Obadiah his son, Shechaniah his son, thus adding 5 steps to the genealogy. The difference of reading in the Hebrew text thus suggested is very slight. It is quite uncertain whether the Hebrew or the reading of the LXX is to be preferred. See the introduction, A2. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 and the sons of Neariah. Elioenai, and Hizkiah, and Azrikam, 3. Superscript 2 and the sons of Elioenai, Hodaviah, and Eliashib, and Peliah, and Akub, and Johanan, and Deliah, and Anani, 7. Hebrew son. 23. Elioenai, a name meaning, mine eyes are towards Jehovah, compare Psalms 25. 15, compare Jushab-Hezd, verse 20, and Hodaviah, give thanks to Jehovah, equals Hoduiah, verse 24. Chapter 4. 123, compare 2. 3 ff. Genealogies of the tribes of Judah. The material contained in these verses gives rise to no little perplexity, not only in itself but also when considered along with the genealogies of Judah in 2. 3 ff. Whether the chronicler himself could have thrown any light on the points which puzzle us may well be doubted. He was more concerned to preserve all available genealogical matter than to consider or attempt to reconcile conflicting elements. Both the date and relationship of these notices must be confessed to be as yet uncertain, opinion being divided even on the question whether the list represents pre-exilic or post-exilic conditions. Remark that the list is essentially a Calebite one. Superscript 1 The sons of Judah, Perez, Hezron, and Carmi, and Hur, and Shobal. 1. As Hezron was the son of Perez, chapter 2. 5, and, if the LXX be right, Shobal was the son of Hur, 2. 50, note, we have in this verse 5, if not 6, generations. Carmi, for the name, compare 2. 7, and v3. Here, however, Carmi is certainly an error for Caleb, see 2. 4, 5, 9, 50, and also the structure of the present chapter. Thus in accord with the usual practice of the chronicler the chief ancestors are first named, verse 1, and then, in reverse order, their descendants, sons of Shobal and Hur, verses 2:10, and sons of Caleb, equals Caleb, verses 11-15. Superscript 2 and Rhea the son of Shobal begot Jahath, and Jahath begot Ahumai and Lahad. These are the families of the Zorathites. 2. Rhea, compare note on 2. 52. The Zorathites, compare note on 2. 53. Superscript 3 and these were the sons of the father of Etam. Jezreel, and Ishma, and Idbash, and the name of their sister was Hazelelponi. 3. These were the sons of the father of Etam. The Hebrew has not got the words the sons of, and is certainly corrupt. The LXX reads, these were the sons of Etam. Correction is difficult, largely owing to the obscurity of Etam. If Etam had been named as a son of Shobal in verse 2, we might follow the LXX. It is perhaps best to suppose that Etam begins the list of descendants of Hur, and to read, these were the sons of Hur the father of Etam. Etam was a place, but whether near Bethlehem, the Etam of 2 Chronicles 11. 6, or in southern Judah, the Simonite Etam of verse 32, is uncertain. And Penuel the father of Geder, and Ezra the father of Husha. These are the sons of Hur, the firstborn of Ephrathah, the father of Bethlehem. 4. Hur, the firstborn of Ephrathah, equals Ephrath, one of the wives of Caleb, 2. 19. Hur was father of Bethlehem through his son Salma, 2. 50, 51, 70. For the name of the city compare Genesis 35. 19, Ephrath the same is Bethlehem, and Micah v. 2, Revised Version Thou, Bethlehem Ephrathah. And Ashur the father of Tekoa had 2 wives, Helah and Nerah. And Nerah bare him Ahuzam, and Hepher, and Temeni, and Hahashtari. These were the sons of Nerah. And the sons of Helah were Zereth, Izar, and Ethnan. Another reading is, and Zohar. 5. Ashur the father of Tekoa. Ashur is probably only a variant of her, see note 2. 24. Her then is the exilic or post-exilic founder, of the Calebite population of Tekoa, 5 miles from Bethlehem, and of Bethlehem, etc., through his sons, 2. 50-52. Helah and Nerah, neither the names of the wives nor those of the children yield any certain information. And Hakaz begot Anub, and Zobeba, and the families of Aharhel the son of Haram. 8. And Hakaz, but Hebrew Kaz. The absence of connection with the preceding verse is striking. Perhaps Kaz was properly one of the sons of Helah, verse 7, and a motive for the severance of his name may be found in the wish to make less obvious his Calebite, i.e. non-Levitical, origin, in case he were identified with the priestly Hakaz of 24. 10. Ezekiel 2. 61, a family who were unable to prove an untainted pedigree. And Jabez was more honorable than his brethren, and his mother called his name Jabez, saying, because I bear him with sorrow. 9. The connection of this verse also does not appear. According to Targum, on verse 13, Jabez equals Othniel, the nephew or brother of Caleb. And Jabez, etc. Render, and Jabez came to be honored above his brethren, but his mother had called his name Jabez, saying, because I bear him with pain. Jabez suggests a somewhat similar word spelt with the same consonants but in a different order, and meaning, he giveth pain. The stylistic similarity between this verse and many passages in Genesis, e.g. Genesis XXX, cannot fail to be noticed, and it is important to observe that a tradition of this popular character was current in the style of the patriarchal narratives of Genesis in the chronicler's time. Compare also 7. 23. The man with the ill-omened name staved off ill fortune by his prayer which is given in the following verse. Superscript 1 And Jabez called on the God of Israel, saying, O that thou wouldest bless me indeed, and enlarge my border, and that thine hand might be with me, and that thou wouldest keep me from evil, that it be not to my sorrow. And God granted him that which he requested. 10. That thou wouldest keep me from evil, literally that thou wouldest make, from evil. The Hebrew is therefore strange, though not indefensible. Perhaps some words have fallen out, and it may originally have read somewhat as follows, that thou wouldest make, room, merb, for me, and wouldest redeem, feditha, me, from evil. That it be not to my sorrow, or so that no pain befell me. 11:15 For Caleb, verse 11, equals Caleb, see on 2. 9:42. Sons of Caleb. Superscript 1 And Caleb the brother of Shuhah begot Mehir, which was the father of Eshton. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And Eshton begot Beth Rapha, and Paseah, and Tehinnah the father of Ir-Nahash. These are the men of Reka. Or, the city of Naash. 12. These are the men of Reka. Reka is unknown. Perhaps the true reading is that of the LXX. B. The men of Rechab, i.e. Rechabite families, compare 2. 55, note. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And the sons of Kenas, Othniel, and Sariah, and the sons of Othniel, Hathath. 13. Othniel, eponym of a Kenazite clan, closely connected with the Calebites. Compare note on I, 36, and Judges I, 13 and 3. 9:11. Superscript 1 And Meonothai begot Ophrah, and Sariah begot Joab the father of Guharashim, for they were craftsmen. Or, the valley of craftsmen. 14. Meonothai, perhaps a son of Othniel. Guharashim, or, as margin, the valley of craftsmen. It is mentioned Nehemiah 11. 35 along with Lod, the Lydda of Acts 9. 32, and therefore was probably near Lydda. Superscript 1 and the sons of Caleb the son of Jephunneh, Iru, Elah, and Nam, and the sons of Elah, and Kenaz. 15. Caleb the son of Jephunneh, compare 2. 42, note. The sons of Elah, and Kenaz, the sons of Elah and Kenaz seem to be coordinated, as each represented a family descended from Caleb, but perhaps the text is faulty. Superscript 1 and the sons of Jehalelel. Ziph, and Zipha, Tiria, and Asarel. 1620. The connection of these names with Judah does not appear. In accordance with the structure of this section, see note on Carmi, verse 1, we might expect here to find the sons of Hezron or Perez. And, since the relationship between Jehalelel, 16, and Ezra, 17, is not indicated, it has been suggested that we should insert in verse 16, and the sons of Perez and Jehalelel and Ezra. No certainty can be felt in the matter. Ziph, in South Judah, 1 Samuel 23. 15, Zipha, a feminine form of the same name. Superscript 1 and the sons of Ezra, Jether, and Meard, and Epher, and Jalon, and she bare Miriam, and Shammai, and Ishbah the father of Eshtemoa. 17. And Jalon, and she bare Miriam, as the text stands she has no antecedent. It has therefore been proposed to transfer from verse 18 the words and these are the sons of Bithiah the daughter of Pharaoh, which Meard took, and put them after Jalon. Bithiah then appears as the mother of Miriam, Shammai, and Ishbah, and the difficulty of the absence of her sons' names from verse 18 disappears. For father of Eshtemoa see 2. 24 note, and for Eshtemoa see Joshua 21. 14. Superscript 1 and his wife the Jewess bare Jared the father of Gedor, and Heber the father of Soko, and Jekuthiel the father of Zanoah. And these are the sons of Bithiah the daughter of Pharaoh, which Meard took. Or, Hajahudijah. 18. His wife, the wife of Meard, if the transposition mentioned in the last note be accepted. His wife the Jewess, so called in contrast to his Egyptian wife. Gedor, compare verse 4, where a different person is perhaps by a different tradition called father of Gedor. Gedor is to be identified with the ruins of Jedur on the road between Jerusalem and Hebron, compare verse 39. Soko. Zanoah, the Soko, Joshua 15. 48, and Zanoah, Joshua 15. 56, here mentioned were situated to the southwest of Hebron. They are to be distinguished from a Soko near the valley of Elah, Joshua 15. 35, 2 Chronicles 11. 7, 28. 18, and Zanoah near Beth-Shemesh, Joshua 15. 34. These are the sons of Bithiah, see note on verse 17. A daughter of Pharaoh is somewhat strange in such surroundings. For an interesting emendation and interpretation, see McAllister, Palestine Exploration Fund, Quarterly Statement, 1905, page 252. Superscript 1 and the sons of the wife of Hodiah, the sister of Nahum, were the father of Keilah the Garmite, and Eshtemoa the Maacathite. Superscript 2 and the sons of Shimon, Amnon, and Rinnah, Ben-Hanan, and Tilon. And the sons of Ishi, Zoheth, and Ben-Zoheth. 19. Keilah, a town of the Shephelah, Joshua 15. 44, the scene of one of David's exploits, 1 Samuel 23. 1-5. Eshtemoa the Maacathite, the epithet distinguishes this Eshtemoa from that of verse 17. The Maacathite may mean the descendant of Maacah, 2. 48, the concubine of Caleb the brother of Jerahmeel. 21-23. These verses purport to give some fragmentary information of the descendants of Shelah. It must be owned that they are most obscure, and much more difficult than they appear at first. In the Palestine Exploration Fund Statement, 1905, pages 243 ff, 328 ff, R.S. McAllister gives a highly ingenious reinterpretation of this passage in the light of certain jar handles inscribed with names similar to those mentioned here and in certain other passages of the chroniclers' genealogies. And conjectures that throughout the chapter we have a mutilated genealogy of a family of craftsmen, tracing descent from two individuals, a Jerahmeel and a Caleb. In a text so obscure it is no objection that the theory involves several textual emendations, and is too intricate for further treatment here. It is rejected by Driver, Modern Research, page 77. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 The sons of Shelah the son of Judah. The father of Leka, and Lada the father of Mershah, and the families of the house of them that wrought fine linen, of the house of Ashbi. 21. Shelah, mentioned in 2:3 as a son of Judah. As there is no reference to him in 4:1, perhaps these difficult verses are an addition. For other references to his descendants, see 9:5, Nehemiah 11:5. Mershah, 2:42, 2 Chronicles 11:8, Joshua 15:44, mentioned with Keilah. A town in the south of Judah. The house of Ashbi, nothing is known of such a family. Render perhaps Beth Ashbi, but the place is otherwise unknown. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And Joachim, and the men of Kozeba, and Josh, and Saraph, who had dominion in Moab, and Jeshubileam. And the records are ancient. Hebrew words. 22, and Josh, and Saraph, who, etc. We find no other trace of these two as rulers of Moab. The Targum fancifully identified them with Mahlon and Chilion of Ruthai, 2:4. For a conjecture as to the cause of their presence in Moab, see McAllister, Palestine Exploration Fund, Quarterly Statement, 1905, page 340. And Jeshubileam, render, with Vulgate, who returned to Bethlehem, a translation which requires only an easy emendation of the present Hebrew text. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 These were the potters, and the inhabitants of Netaim and Gedera, there they dwelt with the king for his work. Or, those that dwelt among plantations and hedges. 23. There they dwelt with the king for his work. In the days of the kingdom the families were clients of the king and did his work, compare 1 Kings 7:46. The simplicity of this statement seems to have been a stumbling block to the early translators who paraphrase, LXX, they were strong in his kingdom and dwelt there. Targum, they made their dwelling there with the Shekinah of the king of the world for the practice of the law. 24:27. The genealogy of Simeon. Superscript 2 The sons of Simeon. Nemuel, and Jamin, Jerib, Zerah, Shaul, superscript 2 Shalom his son, Mibsam his son, Mishma his son. Superscript 2 And the sons of Mishma, Hamuel his son, Zachar his son, Shimi his son. Superscript 2 And Shimi had 16 sons and 6 daughters. But his brethren had not many children, neither did all their family multiply, like to the children of Judah. In Genesis 46:10, Exodus 6:15, Jemuel. In Genesis 46:10, Jachin. Genesis 46:10, Zohar. 24:27. The sons of Simeon, with unimportant variations in the names, the 5 sons of Simeon are mentioned also in Genesis 46:10, Exodus 6:15, and Numbers 26:12-13. A 6th son, Ohad, is given by the list in Genesis. As the mother of one, Shaul, was a Canaanitess, Genesis 46:10, and Mibsam and Mishma are also reckoned Ishmaelites, I. 29:30, the tribe of Simeon contained marked non-Israelite elements. This is the more natural by reason of its location in the extreme south of Palestine. 27, 6 daughters, LXX. 3 daughters. 28:33, equals Joshua 19:2-8. The territory of Simeon. Superscript 2 And they dwelt at Beersheba, and Melada, and Hazar Shul. 28. Beersheba, at the southern extremity of Palestine, as Dan was at the northern, 1 Samuel 3. 20. Superscript 2 and at Bilhah, and at Ezem, and at Tolad. 29, Tolad, in Joshua 19. For Eltolad. Superscript 3 and at Bethuel, and at Hormah, and at Ziklag. 30. Bethuel, compare Genesis 22. 22, in Joshua 19. For Bethul. In 1 Samuel XXX. 27 Bethel, not the famous Bethel near Jerusalem. Hormah, Numbers 14. 45, 21. 3, Judges I, 17. Ziklag, 1 Samuel 27. 6, the site is not certainly identified. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 and at Beth Markaboth, and Hazar Susim, and at Bethbiri, and at Sharaim. These were their cities unto the reign of David. 31, Beth Markaboth. Hazar Susim, perhaps royal chariot cities, 1 Kings 9. 19. The names mean house of chariots and court of horses. Sharaim, 1 Samuel 17. 52. These were their cities unto the reign of David, either a reference to David's census. Or else it is implied that these cities ceased to belong to Simeon after David's day. The clause breaks the connection of verses 31, 32, and is perhaps a late gloss. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 and their villages were Etam, and Ain, Rimmon, and Token, and Ashan, 5 cities. 32, and their villages were Etam, more probably and their villages, end of verse 31. Etam, etc., continuing the list of cities as in verse 31. By villages, RM, are meant small hamlets dependent on larger towns and generally unwalled, Leviticus 25. 31. Ain, Rimmon, so also in the parallel passage, Joshua 19. 7. But certainly only one place is meant, Ain Rimmon, see the commentaries on Joshua 15. 42 and 19. 7. The number of the cities here ought therefore to be reckoned 4, not 5. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 and all their villages that were round about the same cities, unto Baal. These were their habitations, and they have their genealogy. 33, unto Baal, Baal, Lord, standing by itself is an unlikely name for a town. Read Baalath Beer, Ramah of the south, the mistress of the well, the high place of the south, as in Joshua 19. 8. 34-43. The heroes of Simeon and their exploits. It seems probable that the exploits mentioned in these verses are derived from some old, though obscure, tradition, and are therefore of historical value for the movements of the tribe of Simeon. Apparently we are to understand that in the time of Hezekiah a band of the wild semi-nomadic tribe of Simeon made a successful raid upon a fertile valley near Gerar, a correction for Geter, see verse 39, a township on the Philistine border. Taking by surprise its peaceful population who were partly Canaanites, partly settlers who had come originally from a place Maon, see verse 41. Geter, the reading of the Hebrew text, was a town just north of Hebron. A raid by Simonites on such a town is a startling, but not incredible, episode in Hezekiah's time, but see also note on verse 40. Finally verses 42, 43 record a further assault by Simonites, this time against Edomite territory. For full discussion see Hogg in Encyclopaedia Biblia 4. 4527 ff, also McAllister, Palestine Exploration Fund Statement, 1905, 335 ff. Superscript 3 in Meshabab, and Jamlech, and Joshua the son of Amaziah, Superscript 3 in Joel, and Jehu the son of Joshabiah, the son of Sariah, the son of Aziel, Superscript 3 and Elioenai, and Jacobah, and Jeshohaiah, and Asaiah, and Adiel, and Jezemiel, and Benaiah. Superscript 3 and Ziza the son of Shurphai, the son of Alon, the son of Jediah, the son of Shimri, the son of Shemaiah. Superscript 3 These mentioned by name were princes in their families, and their fathers' houses increased greatly. 38. Their fathers' houses, see note on chapter 5, 13. Superscript 3 And they went to the entering in of Geder, even unto the east side of the valley, to seek pasture for their flocks. 39. The entering in of Geder, compare verse 18. The Geder of Joshua 15. 58 is identified with Jedur, Ider, north of Hebron, Bedeker, Palestine, page 112. C. McAllister, Palestine Exploration Fund, Quarterly Statement, 1905, 335. LXX has Gerar, compare Genesis XX. 1, 26. 1. On the Philistine border. And they found fat pasture and good, and the land was wide, and quiet, and peaceable, for they that dwelt there aforetime were of Ham. 40. They, of Ham, i.e. Canaanites, who had long been settled in the district, compare the security felt by the people of Laish, Judges 18. 27. Their presence would seem natural in Gerar on the Philistine border but strange in Geder near Hebron. If therefore the reading Geder be preferred above, there is something to be said for the suggestion of McAllister, page 335, that we should here read, of Menahem, a change of one letter in Hebrew, some unwarlike Hebrew family, perhaps potters. Superscript 1 And these written by name came in the days of Hezekiah king of Judah, and smote their tents, and the Munim that were found there, and destroyed them utterly, unto this day. And dwelt in their stead, because there was pasture there for their flocks. Superscript 2 And some of them, even of the sons of Simeon, 500 men, went to Mount Seir, having for their captains Pelatiah, and Neariah, and Rephaiah, and Uzziel, the sons of Ishi. Hebrew devoted them. 41. Written by name, apparently those mentioned in verses 34-37, but the names there are of a late character, and have perhaps been artificially connected with the old tradition of the raiders in verses 41 ff. In the days of Hezekiah, the Hebrew is ambiguous, but the clause should probably be connected with the verb came, not with written. The raid, not the record, was made in the days of Hezekiah. And the Munim, here, and in 2 Chronicles XX. 1, see note, 26. 7. The LXX. Hasmoneans, an Arabian people who from the 8th or 9th century BC or perhaps much earlier exercised great authority in South Arabia, see Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 Superscript 1 2. 264. The Munim of the present passage are to be connected with an Edomitic city or tribe not far from Petra, south of the Dead Sea, or, so McAllister, page 336, are simply the people of Maon, a township near Hebron in Judah. 2 Chronicles XX. 1, note, and 26. 7, Revised Version. Destroyed them utterly, or, as margin, devoted them, compare Joshua 6. 18, 21, Revised Version. See note 2 Chronicles XX. 23. Superscript 3 And they smote the remnant of the Amalekites that escaped, and dwelt there, unto this day. 43. The remnant of the Amalekites, i.e. the descendants of those who had escaped the attacks of Saul and David, 1 Samuel 14. 48, 15. 3 ff. They had apparently found refuge in some part of the Edomite territory, for Mount Seir is a synonym for the land of Edom. Chapter 5. 110. The genealogy of Reuben. Superscript 1 And the sons of Reuben the firstborn of Israel, for he was the firstborn, but, forasmuch as he defiled his father's couch, his birthright was given unto the sons of Joseph the son of Israel. And the genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright. 1. He defiled, Genesis 35. 22, 49. 4. His birthright was given unto the sons of Joseph, compare Genesis 48. 5. Ephraim and Manasseh, even as Reuben and Simeon, shall be mine, words of Jacob which might be interpreted to mean that the rights of the firstborn were to pass from Reuben and Simeon to Ephraim and Manasseh, the sons of Joseph. The genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright, i.e. though the birthright of Reuben has been given to Joseph, yet the genealogy of Joseph is not to be given before that of Reuben. Verse 2 intimates that, though Joseph possessed the birthright, Judah had a primacy as supplying the royal family. In this confusion of claims the natural order is followed and the genealogy of Reuben is given first. Superscript 2 For Judah prevailed above his brethren, and of him came the prince, but the birthright was Joseph's. Or, leader. 2. Judah prevailed above his brethren, compare Genesis 49. 8. Jacob to Judah, thy father's children shall bow down before thee. The prince, the Hebrew word is Neged. The immediate reference is to David, Saul being virtually ignored by the chronicler. Superscript 3 The sons of Reuben the firstborn of Israel. Hanok, and Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. 3. The sons of Reuben, the same four names, with one unimportant variation in spelling in Authorized Version, appear Genesis 46. 9. Exodus 6. 14. Hanok, the correct spelling of the familiar name Enoch. Compare I.3. Hezron, and Carmi, also given as sons of Judah, for Hezron, compare 2. 5. Note, for Carmi 2. 7. 4. 1. The sons of Joel, Shemaiah his son, Dog his son, Shimi his son, Micah his son, Rhea his son, Baal his son. 4. Sons of Joel, the connection, if any, with the preceding verse is not known. Bera his son, whom Tilgath-Pilneser king of Assyria carried away captive, he was prince of the Reubenites. And his brethren by their families, when the genealogy of their generations was reckoned, the chief, Jeiel, and Zechariah. In 2 Kings 15. 29, 16. 7. Tiglath-Pileser. 6. Bera. Captive, the deportation of Bera is recorded only here, but there is no reason why the tradition should not be historical. The information is of very slight importance in itself, but since there is absolutely no motive to make the chronicler invent the statement. This is precisely the kind of notice which implies that he had some sources oral or traditional at his command outside the canonical material, see Introduction. Tilgath-Pilneser, called Tiglath-Pileser, 2 Kings 15. 29, and no doubt identical with Pul, see below, verse 26. And Bela the son of Azaz, the son of Shema, the son of Joel, who dwelt in Aroer. Even unto Nebo and Balmeon, and eastward he dwelt even unto the entering in of the wilderness from the river Euphrates, because their cattle were multiplied in the land of Gilead. 8. Aroer, now Arer, a heap of ruins near the Wadi Mojib, i.e. the Arnon, Joshua 12. 2. According to Joshua 13. 9:16 It passed from Sihon king of the Amorites into the hands of the Reubenites. See Bedecker, Palestine, page 153. Nebo and Balmeon, a line drawn due north from Aroer, see last note, passes close first to Maon, which may be Balmeon, and then to Jebel Nebo, which evidently preserves the name of Mount Nebo. Balmeon, called more correctly Beth Balmeon Joshua 13. 17. Superscript 1 And in the days of Saul they made war with the Hagrites, who fell by their hand, and they dwelt in their tents throughout all the land east of Gilead. 10. In the days of Saul, Saul's victory over the Ammonites, 1 Samuel 11, may have paved the way for the expansion of Israel east of Jordan, but see also the note on verse 19. The Hagrites, compare Psalms 83. 6. Revised Version Margin. They were an Arab people. See further the note on verse 19. The land east of Gilead, i.e. the land between Gilead and the Euphrates, compare verse 9. On Gilead, see note 2. 22. 11:17. The genealogy and settlements of Gad. Superscript 1 And the sons of Gad dwelt over against them, in the land of Bashan unto Salekah. 11. Bashan, the wide district extending from the Jabbok on the south to Hermon in the north and from the Sea of Galilee on the west to the mountains of Horon on the east, compare verse 23. Remark that in Numbers 32. 33, Deuteronomy 3. 12. Joshua 13. 25, Gad is located in Gilead, south of Bashan, where the chronicler has placed Reuben. Salika, is probably represented at the present day by the ruins of Saqad due south of the Jebel Horan and almost due east of Bora. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Joel the chief, and Shapham the second, and Janai, and Shaphat in Bashan. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 and their brethren of their fathers' houses, Michael, and Meshullam, and Sheba, and Jorai, and Jachin, and Zia, and Eber, 7. Superscript 1 These were the sons of Abihail the son of Huri, the son of Jeroah, the son of Gilead, the son of Michael, the son of Jeshishai, the son of Jado, the son of Buz. Superscript 1 Ahi the son of Abdiel, the son of Guni, chief of their fathers' houses. 12. And Janai, and Shaphat, LXX. Janin the scribe, Targum, Janai the judge. Of their fathers' houses, this rather awkward phrase means clans or patriarchal families, pi alpha tau rho iota alpha. Sometimes it is used to denote the whole tribe, compare Numbers 17. 17. Superscript 1 And they dwelt in Gilead in Bashan, and in her towns, and in all the suburbs of Sharon, as far as their borders. Hebrew daughters. Or, pasture lands. Hebrew goings forth. 16. In Gilead and Bashan, a contradictory phrase, since Gilead means the southern and Bashan the northern part of Israel's Transjordanic territory. Perhaps in Bashan is here an addition made by the chronicler or a later hand to harmonize in Gilead, the territory usually assigned to Gad, see note on verse 11 above, with verses 11 and 23. The emendation, in Gilead and Jabesh, has been suggested. Sharon, some place, unidentified, to the east of Jordan. LXX, B, has Sirion. The well-known Sharon lay in the maritime plain between Joppa and Caesarea. Superscript 1 All these were reckoned by genealogies in the days of Jotham king of Judah, and in the days of Jeroboam king of Israel. 17, reckoned by genealogies. And in the days of Jeroboam, reckoning by genealogy, is a phrase used only in the writings of the chronicler, Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah. But the practice probably resembled what is called in other books, numbering the people, see the example in Nehemiah 7. 565. The object however was different and corresponded with the circumstances of the returned exiles, who found themselves in the midst of a Gentile population in Judea. The people were reckoned by genealogy, not so much to take a census of them, as to inquire into the purity of their Israelite descent. The ancient term, numbering, would be a more suitable description of a transaction belonging to the days of Jotham. For Jotham see 2 Chronicles 27. And for Jeroboam 2 Kings 14. 23-29. The last years of the reign of Jeroboam II probably synchronized with part of the reign of Jotham. 1822. The War of the Transjordanic Tribes against Arabian Tribes. Superscript 1 The sons of Reuben, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, of valiant men, men able to bear buckler and sword, and to shoot with bow, and skillful in war, were 40,4,703 score. That were able to go forth to war. 18. Skillful in war, compare 12. 8, 21. 40,004,000, according to Joshua 4. 13. About 40,000 from these tribes crossed the Jordan with Joshua. Superscript 1 And they made war with the Hagrites, with Jetur, and Naphish, and Nodab. 19. Made war with the Hagrites. Possibly this war described in verses 18-22 is only a midrashic variation of the war briefly noted in verse 10, possibly we have traditions of separate conflicts. That fighting against Arabian tribes took place in the time of Saul, verse 10, is quite probable, and perhaps there is here a definite recollection of the fact. Yet conflicts on the eastern borders were no doubt frequent, and the ancient fights may have been overlaid with the memories and details of more recent struggles, and especially the names assigned may be those of later foes. Though the Hagrites are mentioned in inscriptions of Sennacherib, they seem to have grown more prominent and powerful in later days, compare Psalms 83. 7. And their name in the chronicler's time may have been somewhat loosely and generally applied to the Arabian tribes near Palestine. Jetur, and Naphish, and Nodab, other Bedouin tribes, Jetur, Naphish, Kedema are given as sons of Ishmael in I. 31. Superscript 2 And they were helped against them, and the Hagrites were delivered into their hand, and all that were with them, for they cried to God in the battle, and he was entreated of them, because they put their trust in him. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And they took away their cattle, of their camels 50,000, and of sheep 250,000, and of asses 2,000, and of men 100,000. Hebrew souls of men. 20. They were helped, with divine assistance. Compare 15. 26. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 For there fell many slain, because the war was of God. And they dwelt in their stead until the captivity. 22. Was of God, i.e. was prompted by God, compare 1 Samuel 15. 2, 3. 23, 24. The half-tribe of Manasseh. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And the children of the half-tribe of Manasseh dwelt in the land, they increased from Bashan unto Baal-Hermon and Senir and Mount Hermon. Superscript 2 And these were the heads of their fathers' houses. Even Epher, and Ishi, and Eliel, and Azriel, and Jeremiah, and Hodaviah, and Jadiel, mighty men of valor, famous men, heads of their fathers' houses. 23. For the genealogy of Manasseh, c. 7. 14 ff. Baal-Hermon, in Judges 3. 3 A Mount Baal-Hermon is mentioned. Here probably a city is meant, possibly Banias, on the eastern slope of Hermon. Senir, an Amorite name for empty Hermon or a peak of the range, Deuteronomy 3. 9. 25, 26. The captivity of the Transjordanic tribes. Superscript 2 And they trespassed against the God of their fathers, and went a-whoring after the gods of the peoples of the land, whom God destroyed before them. 25. They trespassed. The Hebrew verb has a special reference to unlawful or idolatrous worship and also to the violation of a consecrated thing, compare Joshua 22. 16, 20, 31. Superscript 2 And the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pul king of Assyria, and the spirit of Tilgath-Pilneser king of Assyria, and he carried them away, even the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and brought them unto Hala. And Habor, and Hara, and to the river of Gozan, unto this day. 26. Stirred up the spirit, compare 2 Chronicles 21. 16, where see note, 36. 22. Pul, and Tilgath-Pilneser, both here and in 2 Kings 15. 19, 29, Pul. Tiglath-Pileser, the two names are used as though two different persons were meant, but there is no doubt that Pul is the earlier and Tiglath-Pileser the royal name of the same king, compare verse 6. Unto Hala, etc. In 2 Kings 15. 29 it is said only, to Assyria, in 2 Kings 17. 6 it is said that the western tribes, Samaria, were carried away and placed in Hala and in Habor by the river of Gozan and in the cities of the Medes. Hala, probably a district of Mesopotamia, but it has not yet been convincingly identified. Habor, a river flowing into the Euphrates from the east, known to the Greeks as Chi Alpha Beta Rho Alpha or Beta Rho Rho Alpha. And Hara, no place of this name is known and the word is omitted in LXX. The reading may be corrupt for and in the cities of the Medes, 2 Kings 17. 6. Compare LXX, 18. 11. The river of Gozan. Gozan was a district of Mesopotamia. Chapter 6. 181 equals v. 27:6. 66 according to the Hebrew division. Genealogies and settlements of Levi. 115. The sons of Levi, and the high priests to the captivity. The identity of interests and standpoint between the chronicler and the Levitical order has been noted in the introduction ad fin. It follows that the contents of the present chapter were to him of primary importance, and doubtless these lists represent not his own view only but the developed and accepted opinion of the Levitical and priestly classes as a whole, who believed that their institution, duties, and privileges generally were of Mosaic origin, whilst to David they ascribed the particular arrangements in connection with the temple and especially the development of the choral services. The attempt to express their faith in concrete genealogical form was inevitable and indeed commendable. But the actual facts regarding the growth of the Levitical system, see the additional note at the end of this chapter, pages 51f. Were so very different from this theory that the artificiality of the lists is apparent to modern analysis, despite the zeal and ingenuity with which they have been compiled. Some points which indicate the unhistorical nature of the genealogies, together with questions raised by the internal structure of the chapter, will be indicated in the headnotes to the several sections. It must not be thought that such inconsistencies were equally, if at all, present to the mind of the chronicler. For him the actual existence of the pedigree uniting the priests and Levites of his day with Aaron and finally with Levi was an axiom of thought. The one problem was to trace it out, and he was not restrained in his search by the spirit of scientific caution which is second nature to us. Thus in the ancestry of the singers, verses 34-47, where the lack of information to supply the necessary links in the genealogy was acutely felt, Curtis, p. 135, points out that current genealogical matter seems to have been naively pressed into this particular service on the ground of the identity of even a single name. Great allowance must be made for the chronicler and his contemporaries. Even if part of the lists was consciously fabricated, that proves no more than that he was a man of his age and under the dominance of a theory. As Torrey remarks, Ezra Studies, p. 65, he was not writing history for us but for the good of his people. There is no case for a charge of religious insincerity. Rather the opposite is true, and his failings as a historian constantly reveal the measure of his faith as a religious man. He was so profoundly sure of the truth of the doctrine that its presuppositions, if not discoverable in historical records, might, he felt, legitimately be conjectured. For further information showing how natural and how free was the manipulation of genealogies in ancient times, reference may be made to the Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 SV. Genealogy, or to Lenin, Studies in Ancient History, 2nd Series, 1896, Chapter 9. 115. In the finished system of the Jewish hierarchy, the Levitical order is found to be in three main divisions, families, who in the prevailing fashion, believed themselves to be descended from the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. In verses 1-3 this view is expressed, and the connection is traced from Levi to Aaron, the first of the traditional line of high priests, which in verses 4-15 is given through Zadok down to the time of the captivity. 1. The intention of the list in verses 4-15 is clear. It is given to declare the legitimacy of Jehozadak the high priest who went into exile at the fall of Jerusalem and was accounted the father of Jeshua the high priest of the return, see Ezra 3. 2, etc., Nehemiah 12. 26, Haggai I, 1, Zechariah 6. 11. Thus upon Jehozadak's legitimacy depended the legitimacy of the post-exilic priesthood of Jerusalem. 2. The mechanical nature of the list is very evident when it is considered chronologically. Allowing the standard 40 years for each of the 23 priests in the list, we get 40 times 12 plus 40 times 11 is equal to 920 years. This is in agreement with the unhistorical but beautifully regular chronology of the priestly conception of the history, which allowed 480 years from the Exodus, Aaron, to Solomon's temple. And again 480 years to the foundation of the Second Temple, Jeshua, the captivity, Jehozadak, being reckoned as taking place in the 11th generation of the second period. 3. The list presents some noteworthy features. The line of high priests from Eli to Abiathar is ignored, but this is natural, since the ascendancy of the Zadokite line was ascribed to the divine anger against the house of Eli, 1 Samuel 3. 12-14. 1 Kings 2. 27. It is curious, however, that this list of the high priests omits Jehoiada, mentioned in 2 Kings 11. 9. 2 Chronicles 22. 11, and Uriah, 2 Kings 16. 11 ff, and an Azariah in the reign of Uzziah, 2 Chronicles 26. 20. Who should come between Amariah of Jehoshaphat's reign and Hilkiah in the time of Josiah? 4. Finally note that the list of high priests as far as the reign of David is repeated in verses 50-53. It is a very difficult problem to determine the relation between the two lists, see the headnote to verse 50. Superscript 1. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. In verse 16, Gershom. 1. The sons of Levi, so Genesis 46. 11. Exodus 6. 16. Numbers 3. 17, 26. 57, all from P. Superscript 2. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, and Hebron, and Uzziel. 2. The sons of Kohath, so Exodus 6. 18, Numbers 3. 19. Superscript 3. And the children of Amram, Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam. And the sons of Aaron. Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. 3. Aaron, and Moses, the same order in Exodus 6. 20. Aaron was the elder, Exodus 7. 7. And the sons of Aaron, so Exodus 6. 23. Nadab and Abihu perished childless, Leviticus X1 ff. Eleazar begot Phinehas, Phinehas begot Abishua, and Abishua begot Buki, and Buki begot Uzzi, and Uzzi begot Zerahiah, and Zerahiah begot Meraioth, Meraioth begot Amariah, and Amariah begot Ahitub. 4. Phinehas, Numbers 25. 7 ff. 31. 6. Joshua 22. 13 ff. And Ahitub begot Zadok, and Zadok begot Ahimaaz. 8. Ahitub begot Zadok, so also 18. 16, but wrongly. The assertion that Ahitub was father of Zadok was derived by the chronicler from 2 Samuel 8. 17, but the text of that passage has undoubtedly been altered, see commentaries ad loc, and it read originally, and Zadok, and Abiathar the son of Ahimelech the son of Ahitub. Actually there were two leading priestly families in David's day represented respectively by Zadok and Abiathar. Of these Solomon deposed Abiathar, thus fulfilling the curse which was laid on the house of Eli, from whom Abiathar was descended, see 1 Kings 2. 27, and thereafter the line of Zadok became the sole representatives of the supreme priestly office. See also the note on 15. 11. Ahimaaz, 2 Samuel 15. 27, 17. 17:21, 18. 19 ff. And Ahimaaz begot Azariah, and Azariah begot Johanan. Superscript 1. And Johanan begot Azariah, he it is that executed the priest's office in the house that Solomon built in Jerusalem. 9. Azariah, this Azariah rather than the Azariah of verse 10 would have been contemporary with Solomon. And therefore the notice attached to the name Azariah in verse 10, he it is that executed the priest's office in the house that Solomon built in Jerusalem, belongs to verse 9. Compare 1 Kings 4. 2. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. And Azariah begot Amariah, and Amariah begot Ahitub. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. And Ahitub begot Zadok, and Zadok begot Shallum. In chapter 9. 11. Meshullam. 11. Amariah, apparently the contemporary of Jehoshaphat mentioned in 2 Chronicles 19. 11. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. And Shallum begot Hilkiah, and Hilkiah begot Azariah. 13. Hilkiah, the high priest in Josiah's reign, 2 Kings 22. 8. 2 Chronicles 34. 14. Superscript 1. And Azariah begot Sariah, and Sariah begot Jehozadak. Superscript 1. And Jehozadak went into captivity, when the Lord carried away Judah and Jerusalem by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. 14. Sariah, slain soon after the capture of Jerusalem in 586 BC. 2 Kings 25. 18:21, Jeremiah Lee. 24:27. Jehozadak, Jozadak in Ezra 3. 2, V.II. His son Jeshua was the first high priest after the exile, Haggai I.1, etc. 1630 equals 6. 115 according to the Hebrew division. The three sons of Levi and their clans. 1619. The sons of Levi. Superscript 1 The sons of Levi, Gershom, Kohath, and Merari. In verse 1, Gershon. 16, Gershom, elsewhere Gershon. Gershom was the name of Moses' son, Exodus 2. 22. Superscript 1 And these be the names of the sons of Gershom, Libni and Shimei. 17, Libni and Shimei, Exodus 6. 17, Libni is called Laden in 23. 7, 26. 21, and is to be connected with the Judean town Libnah. Superscript 1 And the sons of Kohath were Amram, and Izhar, and Hebron, and Uzziel. 18, Amram, through whom the line of high priests is traced above, verse 2 ff. Superscript 1 The sons of Merari. Mali and Mushi. And these are the families of the Levites according to their fathers' houses. 19, Mali and Mushi, 23. 21, 24. 26, Exodus 6. 19, Mushi is probably a derivative of Moses. For discussion of this point and of other evidence, compare verses 16, 17, indicating a relationship between the Levites and clans from South Judah, see Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 SV Levites, Volume 16. Page 513. 20, 21. A pedigree from Gershom. Superscript 2 of Gershom, Libni his son, Jahath his son, Zimmah his son, Superscript 2 Superscript 1 Joah his son, Iddo his son, Zerah his son, Jetheri his son. In verse 42, Ethan. In verse 41, Adaiah. In verse 41, Ethni. 20, 21. See notes on verses 39-43. 22-28. The sons of Kohath to Samuel. 22-28. See notes on verses 33-38. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 The sons of Kohath, Amminadab his son, Korah his son, Assur his son. In verse 2, 18, 38, Izhar. 22, Amminadab, in Exodus 6. 23, the father-in-law of Aaron. Perhaps an error here for Izhar, LXXIII, through whom the line is traced in verse 38, as in Numbers 16. 1. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 Elkanah his son, and Ebiasaph his son, and Assur his son. 23, Assur his son. Elkanah, perhaps redundant here, or omitted in verse 37, where Ebiasaph is the son of Korah. Superscript 2 Tahath his son, Uriel his son, Uzziah his son, and Shaul his son. Superscript 2 And the sons of Elkanah, Amasai, and Ahimath. In verse 36, Zephaniah, Azariah, Joel. 24, Shaul, apparently corresponds with Joel, verse 36. The difference in Hebrew is slight, and might easily arise in transcription. Shaul is to be taken as father of Elkanah, compare verse 36, although the connection is strangely omitted. Superscript 2 As for Elkanah, the sons of Elkanah, Zophai his son, and Nahath his son. In verse 35, Zuph. In verse 34, Toah. 26. As for Elkanah, the sons of Elkanah, Zophai his son, read simply, following LXX, Elkanah his son, Zophai his son. Zophai, from Zophai to Samuel's sons. The list can be compared not only with verses 33-35 but with 1 Samuel I.1 and with 8. 2. Such differences as appear in corresponding names are doubtless due to transcriptional errors. Superscript 2 Eliab his son, Jeraham his son, Elkanah his son. In verse 34, Eliel. 27, Elkanah his son, add probably, Samuel his son. Superscript 2 And the sons of Samuel, the firstborn Joel, and the second Abijah. So the Syriac. See verse 33, and 1 Samuel 8. 2. The Hebrew text has, Vashni, and Abia. 28. The firstborn Joel, and the second Abijah, see the marginal note above. In the Hebrew text the name Joel has been accidentally omitted, and Vashni is merely a corruption of the Hebrew for and the second, an interesting example of error in textual transmission. 29, 30. Sons of Merari. Superscript 2. The sons of Merari. Mali, Libni his son, Shimi his son, Uzzah his son, superscript 3. Shemaiah his son, Haggiah his son, Asaiah his son. 29, 30. See notes on verses 44-47. 29. Libni and Shimi are given above, verse 17, as sons of Gershom. 31-47, equals 1632 in the Hebrew division. The singers appointed by David, and their ancestry. 31-47. The three singers, Heman, Asaph, and Ethan, equals Jeduthun elsewhere except 15. 17 ff, were the reputed founders of the three choral guilds of the post-exilic period. That these guilds were very gradually formed and in the form known to the chronicler were a late post-exilic development is certain, but the precise stages of their growth are obscure, see Hastings' Dictionary of the Bible 4. 36 and 37. Possibly the singers for a considerable time were not necessarily Levites, but eventually they all claimed Levitical origin, and the pedigrees here given are the supposed justification of the claim. As the elaborated system of the temple service, 23 ff, was thought to have been instituted by David, the genealogies of the three singers are so arranged as to make them contemporaries of David. Comparing these verses with verses 4:15, it is evident that the genealogy from Korah has been used for constructing the pedigree of Heman, 33:38, that of Gershom, 20:22, for Asaph, 39:43, and to a less extent that of Merari, 29:30, for Ethan, 44:47. But in the line of Gershom and in that of Merari further names were required, 5 in the former and 8 in the latter case. In order to make the genealogy sufficiently long to reach down to the time of David and thus make Asaph and Ethan his contemporaries. When these further names are examined they are found to be of a definitely post-exilic character. And it is evident that the chronicler or whoever constructed the pedigrees utilized recent genealogies of the singers, which for some reason seemed to him suitable. The identity of a single name in the two lists was apparently deemed sufficient cause for making the connection, see note on verses 44-47. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And these are they whom David set over the service of song in the house of the Lord, after that the ark had rest. 31. The ark had rest, i.e. was brought into the city of David for a permanent resting place, compare Psalms XXIII. 8:14. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And they ministered with song before the tabernacle of the tent of meeting, until Solomon had built the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, and they waited on their office according to their order. Hebrew stood. 32. They waited. Order, a phrase characteristic of the chronicler. For waited render rather, as margin, stood, compare Psalm XXVII. 2 i.e. Heman the leader stood in the central position, Asaph on his right hand, verse 39, and Ethan on his left, verse 44. 33-38. The descent of Heman, David's singer, through Kohath from Levi. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And these are they that waited, and their sons. Of the sons of the Kohathites, Heman the singer, the son of Joel, the son of Samuel. Superscript 3 The son of Elkanah, the son of Jeraham, the son of Eliel, the son of Toah. Superscript 3 The son of Zuph, the son of Elkanah, the son of Mahath, the son of Amasai. Superscript 3 The son of Elkanah, the son of Joel, the son of Azariah, the son of Zephaniah. Hebrew stood. In verse 26, Nahath. In verse 26, Zophai. In verse 24, Shaul, Uzziah, Uriel. 33. Heman, the guild of Heman, as the present pedigree indicates, is reckoned, with what measure of historical ground is uncertain, to be of Levitical descent and of the Kohathite family, see also Korah below, verse 37. Superscript 3 the son of Tahath, the son of Asur, the son of Ebiasaph, the son of Korah. 37. Korah, the sons of Korah figure in the titles of various psalms, e.g. Psalms 44, 49, 84, 85, and probably represent an earlier stage in the development of choral worship of the temple. With this Korahite guild the guild of Heman evidently was associated, though whether by a process of development or of amalgamation it is impossible to say. It is noteworthy that other references to Korah, compare Genesis 36. 5, 1 Chronicles 2. 43, indicate that the clan was originally of Edomite, Calebite, blood. Superscript 3 the son of Azar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, the son of Israel. 38, Izar, see note on Amminadab, verse 22. 39-43. The descent of Asaph, David's singer, through Gershom from Levi. Superscript 3 and his brother Asaph, who stood on his right hand, even Asaph the son of Berechiah, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Michael, the son of Basiah, the son of Malchijah. 39-40. Berechiah, Shemaiah, Michael, Basiah, Malchijah. These are the 5 additional names inserted to lengthen the pedigree and so make Asaph contemporary with David, see headnote above. 40. Basiah, read, as LXX, Messiah. Superscript 1 the son of Ethni, the son of Zerah, the son of Adaiah. Superscript 2 the son of Ethan, the son of Zimmah, the son of Shimi. Superscript 3 the son of Jahath, the son of Gershom, the son of Levi. 41. Ethni, equals Jetheri, verse 21. Here, and in the following names, the divergences from the corresponding names in verses 20, 21 are not nearly so great in Hebrew and can be easily accounted for. The correspondence fails in the case of the son and father of Jahath, compare verse 20 with 43. This however may be due simply to the omission of the names in question, Shimi in 20, Libni in 43, and other explanations could be given. 44-47. The descent of Ethan, David's singer, through Merari from Levi. And on the left hand their brethren the sons of Merari, Ethan the son of Kishi, the son of Abdi, the son of Malach, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Amaziah, the son of Hilkiah. The son of Amzi, the son of Bani, the son of Shemer. In chapter 9. 16, Jeduthun. In chapter 15. 17, Kashiah. 44-47. Only the first 3 names of the table of Merari in verse 29 are used by the compiler of Ethan's pedigree. In place of the last 4 names he utilized a late list of 9 names, the point of connection being found in the first, Shemer, verse 46, which was identified with the Shimi of verse 29. Ethan, equals Jeduthun, see note on 16. 41. The son of Mali, the son of Mushi, the son of Merari, the son of Levi. 47. Mali, the son of Mushi, according to 23. 23, 24. 30. Mushi had a son Mali, named after Mali, his brother, verse 19. And the natural conclusion is that the names in these verses, 44-47, are the line of descent from Merari through Mushi, as those in verses 29, 30 are through Mali. Against this simple explanation is the late character of several names from Kishi to Bani, 44-46, and therefore the more complex statement made in the previous note may be correct. 48, 49, equals 33, 34 according to the Hebrew division. The distinction between Levites and Aaronites. And their brethren the Levites were appointed for all the service of the tabernacle of the house of God. Hebrew given. See Numbers 3. 9. 48, their brethren the Levites, i.e. other Levites, who were neither singers nor priests. Appointed, Hebrew, as margin, given, in allusion to Numbers 3. 9, 18. 6. But Aaron and his sons offered upon the altar of burnt offering, and upon the altar of incense, for all the work of the most holy place, and to make atonement for Israel, according to all that Moses the servant of God had commanded. Or, burnt incense. 49. Aaron and his sons, i.e. the priests as opposed to the Levites, in accordance with the distinction characteristic of the later legislation. See the additional note, pages 51, 52. The altar of burnt offering, Exodus 27. 1:8. The altar of incense, Exodus XXX. 1:10. To make atonement, compare Leviticus 4. 31, 16, 2 Chronicles 29. 24. 50-53, equals 35-38 according to the Hebrew division. The line of Aaron to Ahimaaz. And these are the sons of Aaron, Eleazar his son, Phinehas his son, Abishua his son, superscript 1 Buki his son, Uzzi his son, Zerahiah his son, superscript 2 Meraioth his son, Amariah his son, Ahitub his son, superscript 3 Zadok his son, Ahimaaz his son. This is a fragment, slightly changed in wording, of the genealogy given in verses 4:14. It goes as far as the reign of David. Some writers maintain that verses 4:14 are an interpolation in the text of Chronicles, and that the present passage is the primary list of high priests. But the arguments in favor of that view seem to the present writer outweighed by the two considerations adduced by Curtis, Chronicles, p. 127, 1, that a list of high priests thus inserted between verse 49, the duties of all the sons of Aaron, and verses 54 ff. The cities of all the Aaronite, seems out of place, as it breaks the thread of the chronicler's arrangement of the material. And, 2, that its insertion might well be due to a scribe who expected a list of the sons of Aaron after the verse describing their duties, just as the list of Levites precedes the verse detailing their duties. 5481, equals 3966 according to the Hebrew division. The 48 Levitic cities. This section has been adopted with some rearrangement from the parallel passage in Joshua. In Joshua the number of cities taken from each group of tribes and given to its respective division of the Levites is first stated, no city being named. And next the names of the cities are given under each division of the Levites and under the name of the tribe from which the cities were taken. In Chronicles the cities given to the Aaronites are first mentioned by name and reckoned to be 13 in number, verses 55-60, next the cities given to each remaining division of the Levites are reckoned shortly by number only, verses 61-63. Lastly, these cities are separately reckoned at length by name only, verses 66-81. This rearrangement is not happy. Perhaps the chronicler originally intended to give the Aaronite cities only by name as well as number, and so verses 66-81, containing the names of the non-Aaronite cities, may be a supplement to the original text. Notice that no names of cities taken from Simeon are given, but this apparently arises through the chronicler's rearrangement of the parallel passage in Joshua. For verse 65, which here follows the list of Aaronite cities, mentions Simeon, and in the original context, Joshua 21. 9, it precedes the list. Critical note on 5481. The text of the passage has suffered in transcription. In verses 55-60 11 names are given, but 13 are reckoned, verse 60, the explanation being that the names Judah and Gibeon, Joshua 21. 16, 17, have fallen out. In verse 61, after or before Manasseh, the names of Ephraim and Dan have fallen out, compare verse 66 and Joshua 21. 5. Manasseh contributed only 2 out of the 10 cities. Before verse 69 we must restore from Joshua 21. 23 the words, and out of the tribe of Dan, Eltekeh with her suburbs, Gibbethon with her suburbs. In verse 77 or immediately before verse 78 2 names of cities of Zebulun have fallen out. Compare verse 63, 12 cities, with verses 77-81, 10 cities only are named. 54-60, equals Joshua 21. 10-19. The 13 cities of the Aaronites. Now these are their dwelling places according to their encampments in their borders, to the sons of Aaron, of the families of the Kohathites, for theirs was the first lot. 54. Now these, borders, the words are supplied by the chronicler. Owing to his rearrangement of the material, the original introduction, i.e. Joshua 21:9, appears in this chapter as verse 65, where see note. Encampments, properly, the circular encampments of a nomadic tribe. Here used more freely equals habitations. To them they gave Hebron in the land of Judah, and the suburbs thereof round about it. 55. Suburbs, compare 13:2, note. But the fields of the city, and the villages thereof, they gave to Caleb the son of Jephunneh. 56. To Caleb, Joshua 21:12, Judges I, 20. And to the sons of Aaron they gave the cities of refuge, Hebron. Libnah also with her suburbs, and Jattir, and Eshtemoa with her suburbs. 57. The cities of refuge, Hebron, read, the city of refuge, Hebron, compare Joshua 21:13, Hebron being the only city of refuge here mentioned, Joshua XXVII. Libnah, in the southwest of Judah, Joshua x. 29, 2 Kings 8:22-19. 8. Eshtemoa, the modern Esimua, south of Hebron. Compare 4:17. And Hilan with her suburbs, Debir with her suburbs. In Joshua 21:15, Holon. 58. Hilan, in Joshua 21:15, Holon. Debir, identified with modern Daharijah, southwest of Hebron. It is called Kiriath Sefer, Judges I 11, and Kiriath Sana, Joshua 15:49. And Ashan with her suburbs, and Beth Shemesh with her suburbs. In Joshua 21:16, Ain. 59, Ashan with her suburbs, Joshua 21:16 has Ain for Ashan, and Ads, and Judah with her suburbs. Compare the critical note above. Beth Shemesh, Joshua 15:10, 1 Samuel 6:9, 2 Kings 14:11, 13, equals 2 Chronicles 25:21, 23. A town in the northwest of Judah, now Ein Shems, situated at the point at which the hill country of Judah begins, as one goes by the railway from Jaffa to Jerusalem, Bedeker, Palestine, page 14. And out of the tribe of Benjamin. Geba with her suburbs, and Alameth with her suburbs, and Anathoth with her suburbs. All their cities throughout their families were 13 cities. In Joshua 21:18, Alman. 60, of Benjamin, Geba, in Joshua 21:17 Gibeon and her suburbs is inserted before Geba. Compare the critical note above. Geba was situated by the pass of Michmash, some 6 miles from Jerusalem, compare 1 Samuel 6:9 ff. Alameth, in Joshua 21:18, Alman. 13 cities, compare the critical note above. 61-65, compare Joshua 21:26, 33, 40. Distribution of 35 other cities to the rest of the Levites. Superscript 1 And unto the rest of the sons of Kohath were given by lot, out of the family of the tribe, out of the half-tribe, the half of Manasseh, 10 cities. 61. The rest of the sons of Kohath, i.e. the Kohathites who were not sons of Aaron, verse 54. Out of the family. Manasseh, read out of the families of the tribe of Ephraim and out of the tribe of Dan and out of the half-tribe of Manasseh. See the critical note on verses 54-81. Superscript 2 And to the sons of Gershom, according to their families, out of the tribe of Issachar, and out of the tribe of Asher, and out of the tribe of Naphtali, and out of the tribe of Manasseh in Bashan, 13 cities. 62. The tribe of Manasseh in Bashan, i.e. the half-tribe of Manasseh beyond Jordan. Superscript 3 Unto the sons of Merari were given by lot, according to their families, out of the tribe of Reuben, and out of the tribe of Gad, and out of the tribe of Zebulun, 12 cities. And the children of Israel gave to the Levites the cities with their suburbs. 63, 12 cities, the total number of Levitic cities, verse 60:13, verse 61:10, verse 62:13, verse 63:12, was 48, so Joshua 21. 41, of which the Kohathites, as the largest division, compare 15. 5, note, received 23 or nearly half. And they gave by lot out of the tribe of the children of Judah, and out of the tribe of the children of Simeon, and out of the tribe of the children of Benjamin, these cities which are mentioned by name. 65. By lot, as a means of gaining divine sanction for the assignment of cities. This verse, equals Joshua 21. 9, is plainly unsuitable in its present context. In Joshua it is the introduction to the list of Aaronic cities, here verses 54-60. The chronicler, having rearranged the material of his source, nevertheless preferred to transcribe this verse, despite the lack of harmony with the context. Or possibly, if verses 66-81 are an addition to the original text of Chronicles, see the headnote on verses 54-81, verse 65 may also be a later insertion intended to help as a connecting link between verses 64 and 66 ff. 66-81. Cities of the Levites. 66-70, equals Joshua 21. 20-25. The 10 cities of the non-Aaronite Kohathites. And some of the families of the sons of Kohath had cities of their borders out of the tribe of Ephraim. 66. Of their borders, rather, as Joshua 21. 20, of their lot, the difference in Hebrew is very slight. And they gave unto them the cities of refuge, Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim with her suburbs, Gezer also with her suburbs. 67. The cities of refuge, Shechem, read, a slight change in Hebrew, the city of refuge, Shechem. Compare verse 57, note. Shechem, Genesis 12. 6, 33. 18, Joshua 24. 1, Judges 9. 1, 1 Kings 12. 1. Shechem is the modern Nablus, situated almost in the middle of Palestine. Gezer, Joshua 16. 3, Judges 29, 1 Kings 9. 16, it is the modern Tel Gezer about 18 miles northwest of Jerusalem. The site has recently been excavated with excellent results, see McAllister, The Excavation of Gezer, or Driver, Modern Research Illustrating the Bible, Schweik Lectures, 1908. And Jokmeam with her suburbs, and Beth Horon with her suburbs. See Joshua 21. 22:39, where some of the names are different. 68, Jokmeam, in Joshua 21. 22, Kibzaim. The two words resemble one another more closely in Hebrew, and are to be taken as various readings of the same name. Nothing is known of a Kibzaim in Ephraim. A Jokmeam is mentioned 1 Kings 4. 12. Beth Horon, Joshua x, 10, 11, 16. 3, 5, 1 Maccabees 3. 24. There were two cities, a lower and an upper Beth Horon, the modern Beitur, near the head and the foot respectively of the ascent from the maritime plain to the plateau of Benjamin. And Aijalon with her suburbs, and Gath-Rimmon with her suburbs. 69, and Aijalon and Gath-Rimmon were in Dan near the Jaffa road some 13 miles from Jerusalem, compare Joshua 21. 23, 24. See also the critical note on verses 54-81. And out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Aner with her suburbs, and Bileam with her suburbs, for the rest of the family of the sons of Kohath. 70, the half-tribe of Manasseh, the western half-tribe, the eastern is mentioned verse 71. Aner, read probably Tanakh, as in 7. 29, Joshua 21. 25, Judges v. 19. Tanakh was situated in the plain of Esdraelon, some 4 miles south of Megiddo. Bileam, read Ibleam, compare Judges I. 27, 2 Kings 9. 27, in Joshua 21. 25, Gath-Rimmon, an error of dictography. For the rest. Kohath, a fragment of Joshua 21. 26. 7176, equals Joshua 21. 2732. The 13 cities of the sons of Gershom. Superscript 1 Unto the sons of Gershom were given, out of the family of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Golan and Bashan with her suburbs, and Ashtaroth with her suburbs. 71, Golan, a city of refuge, Joshua 21. 27. The name of this city is still preserved in Jolan, the name of a district east of Jordan extending from Hermon to the Jarmuth. Ashtaroth, mentioned with Edrei in Joshua 9. 10 as the capital of Og, king of Bashan. The name testifies to the worship of Ashtoreth. Superscript 2 And out of the tribe of Issachar, Kadesh with her suburbs, Daberath with her suburbs. 72, Kadesh, read Kishan with Joshua 21. 28, so Joshua 19. 20. Daberath, the modern Daburia at the foot of Mount Tabor. Superscript 3 And Ramoth with her suburbs, and Anam with her suburbs. 73, Ramoth, Jarmuth, Joshua 21. 29, or perhaps Remeth, Joshua 19. 21. Anam, read En-Ganim with Joshua 21. 29. Probably the modern large village of Jenin on the edge of the plain of Esdraelon. And out of the tribe of Asher, Mishal with her suburbs, and Abdon with her suburbs. 74, Mishal, Joshua 21. 30, compare Joshua 19. 26, Revised Version. And Hukok with her suburbs, and Rehob with her suburbs. 75, Hukok, read Helkath with Joshua 21. 31, compare Joshua 19. 25. And out of the tribe of Naphtali. Kadesh in Galilee with her suburbs, and Hammon with her suburbs, and Kiriathaim with her suburbs. 76, Kadesh in Galilee, called Kadesh Naphtali in Judges 4. 6. It is the modern Kedz, situated on a lofty plateau overlooking the waters of Leh, Merom. It was a city of refuge, Joshua 21. 32. Hammon. Kiriathaim, in Joshua 21. 32, Hamath Dor. Kartan. 7781, equals Joshua 21. 34-39. The 12 cities of the sons of Merari. Unto the rest of the Levites, the sons of Merari, were given, out of the tribe of Zebulun, Rimmano with her suburbs, Tabor with her suburbs. 77, Rimmano. Tabor, read Rimmon or Ramona. Against these two names there are 4 in Joshua 21. 34, 35, Jokneam, Karta, Dimnah and Nahalol. As regards the number of the cities the text of Joshua is certainly right. See critical note on verses 54-81. Tabor, no city, but only a mountain named Tabor is known to us, as having certainly existed in Old Testament times. A city however named Tabor existed on the mountain as early as 218 BC, and it may have been as old as the times of the chronicler. Mount Tabor was in Issachar near the border of Zebulun. For Nahalol, the reading in Joshua, compare Joshua 19. 15, Judges I, 30. Compare Bedeker, Palestine, page 250. And beyond the Jordan at Jericho, on the east side of Jordan, were given them, out of the tribe of Reuben, Bezer in the wilderness with her suburbs, and Jazza with her suburbs, and Kedemoth with her suburbs, and Mephath with her suburbs. 78. At Jericho, the crossing place of the Jordan nearest to Reuben was at Jericho. For the phrase Jordan at Jericho compare Joshua 16. 1. In the wilderness, further defined by the addition in the tableland, Deuteronomy 4. 43, Revised Version margin. Bezer was among the high pasture lands of Reuben. It was a city of refuge. Jazza, also called Jahaz. Compare Judges 11. 20, Isaiah 15. 4. And out of the tribe of Gad. Ramoth in Gilead with her suburbs, and Mahanaim with her suburbs. 80, Ramoth in Gilead, a city of refuge, Joshua 21. 38, see 1 Kings 22. 3, 2 Kings 9. 1. Mahanaim, Genesis 32. 2. Superscript 1 and Heshbon with her suburbs, and Jazer with her suburbs. 81, Heshbon, Numbers 21. 25, 26, Isaiah 15. 4. Jazer, Numbers 21. 32, Revised Version, Isaiah 16. 8. Note on the Levites. The priestly organization known to the chronicler represents the latest stage of a system, the development of which can to some extent be traced in the Old Testament records. 1. It appears from the earliest sources that the great priestly duty of sacrifice at one period did not require a priest for its due performance but might be, and was, undertaken by any responsible male. For example in Exodus 24. 5. An occasion of the deepest solemnity, sacrifices are spoken of as offered by young men of the children of Israel. In Exodus 33. 7:11 it is clear that the other great function of early religion, charge of the responses given by the divine oracle, is regarded as being under the control of Moses. In fact it would seem that in the earlier period there were neither priests nor Levites as a religious order, at any rate, as an order exercising a monopoly in the religious functions which they afterwards claimed the sole right of discharging. 2. In course of time those who administered the oracle and offered sacrifices at the manifold shrines and high places of Palestine gained importance and were recognized as a distinct religious class, priests. And persons claiming descent from Levi were numerous or prominent among them. But the right of offering sacrifices was still by no means confined to these priests of the shrines. The priesthood of the various shrines was often hereditary, passing on from father to son. And, even apart from that fact, it was most natural that members of this religious order, or perhaps one should say, profession, should be thought of as connected by blood relationship. Eventually they were all reckoned descendants of Levi. 3. After the exile and the suppression of the local shrines of Judah, the preeminence of the priests or Levites of Jerusalem was definitely established. And, as Ezekiel had suggested, such priests of the local shrines as were satisfied to migrate to Jerusalem became subordinate to the original ministers of the temple there. All were accounted sons of Levi, but only the original Jerusalem priests, who traced their descent through the Levitical family of Aaron, were entitled to rank as priests, the rest were Levites but not priests. Thus there arose a distinction in the ranks of the religious officials. 4. Finally, the functions and privileges of priests as distinct from Levites were carefully discriminated, and the tradition that their origin as a religious order was due to Moses became firmly established. Whilst the complex system of their organization, in particular the subdivisions of the Levites as singers and doorkeepers, was confidently ascribed to David. Chronicles consistently represents this latest stage of development. For a concise statement of the facts see Neal, Numbers, pages 14 ff in the present series, and for further discussion the appropriate articles in the dictionaries. Especially Cook in Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 SV Levites. Chapter 7. 140. Genealogies of 6 remaining tribes. The treatment of the several tribes in this chapter is very unequal. In the case of Issachar, 1:5, Zebulun, 6:12, see note verse 6, and Asher, 30:40, genealogies are given and the number of fighting men of each tribe is stated. To Naphtali is devoted a single verse, 13, giving only the names of his sons. For Manasseh and Ephraim, 14:29, genealogies are given and their possessions are shortly enumerated. The mention of Dan is obliterated, owing to the state of the text of verse 12. 1:5. The genealogy of Issachar. Superscript 1 and of the sons of Issachar. Tola, and Puah, Jashub, and Shimron, 4. In Genesis 46. 13, Puvah, and Iab. 1. The sons of Issachar, Genesis 46. 13. Numbers 26. 23, 24. Verses 2-5 are from an unknown source, or from the chronicler himself. Tola, the name of one of the minor judges, Judges XXII. He is there described as Tola the son of Puah, dwelling, Hebrew Jashub, in Shamir. No descendants are mentioned from Puah, Jashub, and Shimron, but only from Tola. And it has been suggested that these four sons of Issachar are imaginary, being simply deduced from the statement in Judges, Jashub equals Jashub, and Shimron equals Shamir. This is very ingenious but by no means convincing. Puah, in Genesis and Numbers Puva, Revised Version. Jashub, so in Numbers, but in Genesis Iab. Superscript 2 and the sons of Tola, Uzzi, and Rephaiah, and Jeriel, and Jamai, and Ibsam, and Shemuel, heads of their fathers' houses, to wit, of Tola. Mighty men of valor in their generations, their number in the days of David was 22,600. 2. Of their fathers' houses, i.e. clans or families, see note on V13. In their generations, render, after, or according to, their generations, the rendering given to the same phrase in Genesis X, 32:25. 13. Their number, i.e. of the divisions which claimed Tola as ancestor. In the days of David, 21. 1 ff. Equals 2 Samuel 24. 1 ff. Superscript 3 and the sons of Uzzi, Israhiah, and the sons of Israhiah, Michael, and Obadiah, and Joel, Ishiah, 5, all of them chief men. 3, 5, i.e. reckoning the four grandsons as sons. And with them, by their generations, after their fathers' houses, were bands of the host for war, 36,000, for they had many wives and sons. 4, by their generations, i.e. according to descent. Each head commanded men that were his kinsfolk. And their brethren among all the families of Issachar, mighty men of valor, reckoned in all by genealogy, were 77,000. 5, 77,000, in Numbers 2. 6 Issachar is reckoned at 54,400, and in Numbers 26. 25 at 64,300. 6:12. The genealogy of Zebulun. 6:12. According to the existing text these verses are a genealogy of Benjamin, but, as such, they present most serious difficulties. Notice, 1, that the customary sons of is lacking in the Hebrew text before Benjamin, 2, that the sons of Benjamin here number 3, whereas in Numbers 26. 38, 39, they are 5, 5 also in 1 Chronicles 8. 2, and in Genesis 42. 21:10. And further that one of the sons here mentioned, Jediel, is nowhere else referred to as a Benjamite. 3, that the sons of Bela, verse 7, are entirely different in 8. 3, and 4, that in general the names in the list, with only 3 certain exceptions and 2 of them place names, are not elsewhere found in lists of Benjamite names, a startling fact. 5, finally and most important of all, a genealogy of Benjamin is given in chapter 8, exactly where we might expect to find it according to the order in which the chronicler describes the tribes. The first of these points could be, and has usually been, explained by the elision of some letters, for the words, the sons of, Ben, in Hebrew writing most closely resemble, Ben, the first syllable of Benjamin. For a few other minor difficulties tentative suggestions have been put forward, but are very unsatisfying, whilst for most of the features noted above, and especially for the most important of them, no proper explanation can be given on the supposition that the list really is a genealogy of Benjamin. It is therefore most probable that the view urged by Curtis, Chronicles, page 127, should be adopted. He finds in these verses the genealogy of Zebulun, the absence of which otherwise is a striking feature of the genealogies in these chapters. The letters which are now taken to be the first part of the word Benjamin should be read Bn, i.e. the sons of, and the following letters are a corruption of Zebulun, which was originally followed by the names of Zebulun's three sons, Sered and Elon and Yaleel, as given in Genesis 46. 14. The changes involved by this suggestion may seem violent in English, but they are by no means so in the Hebrew. And moreover it must be understood that they all follow inevitably or at least most naturally upon the slight initial error whereby the sons of Zebulun was corrupted into Benjamin. The development and details of Curtis' reasoning cannot be set forth except in connection with the Hebrew text, and it must therefore suffice here to indicate the one essential point. And to remark that the convincing feature of his hypothesis is that it furnishes a clear and natural explanation of all the difficulties noted above. The sons of Benjamin, Bela, and Becher, and Jediel, 3. 6. Bela, and Becher, and Jediel, contrast 8. 2. Read, following Genesis 46. 14. Sered and Elon and Yaleel. And the sons of Bela. Ezban, and Uzzi, and Uzziel, and Jeremoth, and Iri, 5, heads of Father's houses, mighty men of valor, and they were reckoned by genealogy 20 and 2030 and 4. 7. The sons of Bela, contrast 8. 3. And read instead the sons of Sered. These are differently stated in 8. 3-5. And the sons of Becher, Zemira, and Josh, and Eleazar, and Elioenai, and Omri, and Jeremoth, and Abijah, and Anathoth, and Alemeth. All these were the sons of Becher. And they were reckoned by genealogy, after their generations, heads of their fathers' houses, mighty men of valor, 20,200. 8. Becher, read Elon. Anathoth, and Alemeth, both names of places in Benjamin, 6. 60, 45, Hebrew, Alemeth, Jeremiah I, 1. These are the only place names in the list, and they are admittedly Benjamite. As to the significance of this fact see note on Ehud, verse 10. Superscript 1 and the sons of Jediel, Bilhan, and the sons of Bilhan. Jush, and Benjamin, and Ehud, and Shenanah, and Zethan, and Tarshish, and Ahishahar. 10. Jediel, or rather Yaleel. Benjamin, and Ehud. The error in verse 6 by which this Zebulunite list becomes ostensibly Benjamite must have been very early. When once it had arisen, the tendency to introduce names which were to be expected in a Benjamite genealogy was inevitably strong. This is the ground on which the names Anathoth and Alemeth, verse 8, are to be explained, as also Shuppim and Huppim, verse 12. Most clearly, however, is the tendency illustrated by the present verse, where the reading Benjamin and Ehud most probably has its origin in a marginal addition, and Ehud the Benjamite, from Judges 3. 15, which was later inserted in the text as two separate names. Tarshish, it is said of Zebulun in Genesis 49. 13 that he shall be a haven for ships, and Tarshish, absolutely unknown as a Hebrew personal name, is regularly used in the Old Testament in connection with ships and commerce by sea. It would be astonishingly out of place in a genealogy of Benjamin, but is appropriate in one of Zebulun, compare Genesis 49. 13 Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea. Superscript 1 all these were sons of Jediel, according to the heads of their fathers' houses, mighty men of valor, 17,200, that were able to go forth in the host for war. 11. Able to go forth, the total number of warriors is here 59,434, compare 50,000 in 12. 33, and compare Numbers 37, 26. 41. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Shuppim also, and Huppim, the sons of Ir, Hushim, the sons of Ahir. In Numbers 26. 39, Shepapham and Hupham. In verse 7, Iri. In Numbers 26. 38, Ahiram. 12, Shuppim also, and Huppim, for the spelling compare 8. 5, Numbers 26. 39, and Genesis 46. 21. These Benjamite names are an addition, and illustrate the tendency referred to above in the note on Benjamin and Ehud, verse 10. 12b. The genealogy of Dan. Compare verse 7, IRI. But see following note. Hushim, the sons of Aher, in Aher, literally, another, some commentators find the word Dan. More probably Ir is a corruption for Dan, and the word Aher an error for, 1, the differences are small in Hebrew. Following the indication of Genesis 46. 23 and the LXX, read therefore the sons of Dan, Hushim his son, 1. 13, equals Genesis 46. 24. The genealogy of Naphtali. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 The sons of Naphtali. Jaziel, and Guni, and Jezer, and Shallum, the sons of Bilhah. In Genesis 46. 24, Jaziel. In Genesis 46. 24, Shillem. 13, Jaziel. Shallum, in Genesis Jaziel. Shillem. 14:19. The genealogy of Manasseh. A difficult section. The text is much disturbed in verses 14, 15, and there is hardly any material available for the illustration of verses 16, 17. Superscript 1 The sons of Manasseh. Asriel, whom his wife bare, his concubine the Aramitess bare Machir the father of Gilead. Or, according to the Septuagint, whom his concubine the Aramitess bare, she bare Enk. 14. Asriel, whom his wife bare, his concubine the Aramitess bare, compare Numbers 26. 31, probably, however, the name is due to an error of dautography. Read simply as margin, following LXX, whom his concubine the Aramitess bare, she bare, etc. His concubine the Aramitess, the inhabitants of Gilead were thus in part Arameans, Syrians, by descent. A different tradition is preserved in Genesis 1. 23. Superscript 1 And Machir took a wife of Huppim and Shuppim, whose sister's name was Maacah Winkyface. And the name of the second was Zelophehad, and Zelophehad had daughters. Or, 4. Or, and his. 15. Took a wife of Huppim and Shuppim, i.e. allied himself by marriage to these two families. Whose sister's name, Render, and his, Machir's, sister's name. The statement regarding Maacah is ethnographical, and means that the people of Maacah, a district at the foot of Hermon, were related by blood to Machir, the eastern Manassites. Zelophehad had daughters, Numbers 27. 1:11. Superscript 1 And Maacah the wife of Machir bare a son, and she called his name Peresh, and the name of his brother was Sheresh, and his sons were Ulam and Racham. 16. Wife of, but in verse 15, Maacah is sister of Machir. The text of verses 15, 16 has probably suffered some disturbance. Superscript 1 And the sons of Ulam, Bedan. These were the sons of Gilead the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh. 17. The sons of Ulam are mentioned, 8. 40, among the descendants of Benjamin, a variation in the tradition of their descent. Superscript 1 And his sister Hameleketh bare Ishhad, and Abiezer, and Mala. In Numbers 26. 30, Ezer. 18. Abiezer, Gideon's family, Judges 6. 11, compare Joshua 17. 2. Superscript 1 And the sons of Shemida were Ahian, and Shechem, and Lechi, and Aniam. 19. Shechem, this name represents the Israelite portion of the inhabitants of Shechem, the rest of the inhabitants were Hivites or Canaanites. See Judges 9. 20:27. The line of Ephraim to Joshua. 20:27. The section presents several difficulties, arising either from the attempt to combine various threads of traditions or possibly from textual corruption. Note that Ezra and Elid, who in verse 21 are removed by several generations from Ephraim, are in verse 22f treated as his immediate sons. Superscript 2 And the sons of Ephraim. Shuphalah, and Bared his son, and Tahath his son, and Elida his son, and Tahath his son. 20. Shuphalah. Bared, Tahath. Elida, these four names appear to correspond with Shuthelah. Becher. Tahan. Aaron in Numbers 26. 35, 36. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And Zabad his son, and Shuthelah his son, and Ezra, and Elid, whom the men of Gath that were born in the land slew, because they came down to take away their cattle. 21. The men of Gath that were born in the land, i.e. the Philistine population. They came down. This phrase suits a descent from the hills of Ephraim into the Philistine lowlands. The raid presumably took place after the period of the Exodus and the settlement of Israel in Canaan. Yet it is also possible that the story should be classed with certain traditions which ignore the narrative of the Egyptian sojourn in the Exodus. See Cook, Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1 Superscript 1, SV Genesis, page 584, Kernel 2. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And Ephraim their father mourned many days, and his brethren came to comfort him. 22. And Ephraim their father, i.e. the tribe, or district, to which the clans, Ezra and Elid, belonged. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And he went into his wife, and she conceived, and bare a son, and he called his name Beriah, because it went evil with his house. 23. Beriah, because it went evil, Hebrew Beriah because it went Berah, a play on the sound of the name. This is a feature characteristic of the patriarchal narratives in Genesis, compare Genesis XXX. 11, etc. It is interesting to find it in the tradition upon which the chronicler here depends. Compare also 4. 9, note. Superscript 2 And his daughter was Shirah, who built Beth-horon the nether and the upper, and Uz and Shirah. Superscript 2 And Repha was his son, and Resheph, and Telah his son, and Tahan his son, superscript 2 Ladan his son, Ammihud his son, Elishama his son. Superscript 2 Nun his son, Joshua his son. Hebrew Non. 24, Beth-horon, c. 6. 68, note. 28, 29. Settlements of the sons of Joseph. The writer of these verses does not intend to give a full list of the seats of Ephraim, verse 28, and Manasseh, verse 29, but apparently to indicate the area and position of their territory by the mention of towns on the borders. Superscript 2 And their possessions and habitations were Bethel and the towns thereof, and eastward Naran, and westward Gezer, with the towns thereof, Shechem also and the towns thereof, unto Azza and the towns thereof. Hebrew daughters. In Joshua 16. 7, Nara. Many Mrs. Reed, Aya. 28, Bethel, the southern boundary. Bethel is the modern Beitan, 10 miles north of Jerusalem, Bedeker, Palestine, page 217. The city was on the border of Ephraim and Benjamin and in Joshua 18. 22 is assigned to Benjamin, but it was originally conquered by Ephraim, Judges I, 22, and during the division of the kingdom it belonged to the north, compare 1 Kings 12. 29, 32, 2 Chronicles 13. 19, note. Naran, the eastern boundary. In Joshua 16. 7, Nerith, Revised Version Nara. Gezer. Shechem, on Gezer the western, and Shechem the northern boundary, see the note on 6. 67. Azza, or Aya, has not yet been identified. Probably, like Shechem, it serves to define the northern border between Ephraim and Manasseh. Superscript 2 And by the borders of the children of Manasseh, Bethshean and her towns, Tanakh and her towns, Megiddo and her towns, Dor and her towns. In these dwelt the children of Joseph the son of Israel. 29. For Manasseh 4 important towns are enumerated, Bethshean on the east in the valley of the Jordan, Tanakh and Megiddo in the plain of Esdraelon or Megiddo, and Dor on the Mediterranean coast, south of En-Carmel. Bethshean, in 1 Samuel 31. 10, 12 spelt Bethshan. It is the Greek Scythopolis, the modern Beisan. Tanakh, c. 6. 70, note on Aner. Megiddo, Judges v. 19, 2 Kings 23. 29, Zechariah 12. 11. Dor, modern Tantura. Compare Joshua 17. 11. 30-40. The genealogy of Asher. Superscript 3 The sons of Asher, Imnah, and Ishva, and Ishvi, and Beriah, and Sarah their sister. 30. The sons of Asher, the names in verses 30, 31 are derived from Genesis 46. 17. Compare Numbers 26. 44-46. There is no variation in the Hebrew spelling of the names, but Ishva is missing in Numbers. Either Ishva or Ishvi must be regarded as an error of dautography. Beriah is mentioned above, verse 23, as a clan of Ephraim, and appears also as a family of Benjamin, 8. 13, 16. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And the sons of Beriah, Heber, and Malkiel, who was the father of Birzaith. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And Heber begot Japhlet, and Shomer, and Hotham, and Shua their sister. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And the sons of Japhlet, Pesach, and Bimhal, and Ushvath. These are the children of Japhlet. In verse 34, Shemer. 31. Heber, and Malkiel. The antiquity of these two names seems to be attested by the mention of Habri and Malkiel in the Amarna tablets, circa 1400 BC. Birzaith, probably the name of a place, the well of the olive tree. Superscript 3 And the sons of Shemer, Ahi, and Roga, Jehubbah, and Aram. Superscript 3 And the sons of Helem his brother, Zophah, and Imnah, and Shalesh, and Amal. Superscript 3 The sons of Zophah, Suah, and Harnepher, and Shul, and Beri, and Imrah. Superscript 3 Bezer, and Had, and Shammah, and Shilsha, and Ithran, and Bera. Superscript 3 And the sons of Jether, Jephunneh, and Pispa, and Era. Superscript 3 And the sons of Olah, Era, and Haniel, and Rizia. In verse 32, Shomer. Hebrew son. 34, 35. Shemer. Helem, read perhaps Shomer. Hotham, to agree with verse 32. All these were the children of Asher, heads of the fathers' houses, choice and mighty men of valor, chief of the princes. And the number of them reckoned by genealogy for service in war was 20 and 6,000 men. 40, 20 and 6,000, in 12. 36 The men of war of Asher are reckoned at 40,000, compare Numbers I, 41, 26. 47, where still higher reckonings are given. The numbers here and in verses 5, 7, 9, 11, as well as in verse 2, which see, are perhaps supposed to refer to the time of David. The numbers may be based on family traditions, but no important conclusions ought to be drawn from them. Chapter 8. 140, compare 7. 612. The genealogy of Benjamin. 140. Various indications combine to show that the names in this list reflect post-exilic conditions. It has generally been compared with the Benjamite genealogy in 7. 612, which was supposed to express the relationships and strength of the tribe at the time of David. If, however, according to the view adopted in this volume, the passage 7. 612 is in reality a genealogy of Zebulun, comparison between it and this list is futile. Such parallels as can justly be made between the names in the two lists are due to the Benjamite coloring which has been imparted to 7. 612 after the initial error in 7. 6 turned the sons of Zebulun into Benjamin. This, the real genealogy of Benjamin, unfortunately presents not a few problems for which as yet no convincing solution can be offered. The difficulties are due in large measure to the corrupt state of the text in several verses, especially verses 6-14. Superscript 1 And Benjamin begot Bela his firstborn, Ashbel the second, and Ahara the third. 1. Benjamin begot, compare Genesis 46. 21. Firstborn equals Becher in Genesis 46. 21. In the unvocalized Hebrew text the noun and proper name are represented by the same letters, bkr. Ashbel, literally, man of Baal. Compare note on Eshbal, verse 33. Superscript 2 Noah the fourth, and Rapha the fifth. 2. Noah. Huram, the list is assuredly based on Genesis 46. 21 and Numbers 26. 38-40, despite the surface divergences. Several of the changes are due to textual errors, e.g. Ahara and Ahoa are probably both variants of Ahiram, Genesis 46. 21. Superscript 3 and Bela had sons, Adar, and Gera, and Abihud, and Abishua, and Naaman, and Ahoa. In Genesis 46. 21, Ard. 3. Abihud, read perhaps, a slight change in the Hebrew, Gera, father of Ehud. And Gera, and Shephaphan, and Huram. In Numbers 26. 39, Shephaphan. 5, Shephaphan, and Huram, c. 7. 12, note on Shuppim. 628. Apparently a list of 5 post-exilic families, Elpal, verses 11, 18, Beriah, verses 13, 16, Shema, verses 13, 21, Shashak, verses 14, 25, and Jeraham, verses 14, 27, whose genealogy seems to be traced from Ehud. And whose descendants reside in Jerusalem, so verse 28, but see note adlock. The uncertainty on the former point is the inevitable consequence of the corrupt state of the text in verses 6-14. And these are the sons of Ehud. These are the heads of Phather's houses of the inhabitants of Geba, and they carried them captive to Manahath. 6. Ehud, the deliverer of Israel from Moab, was descended from Gera, verse 5, Judges 3. 15. Geba, compare 6. 60. They carried them captive, an utterly obscure phrase, most probably due to textual error. It is a plausible suggestion that the phrase is a corruption of proper names commencing the list which we should expect to follow the preceding words, these are the heads of, etc. Hogg, Jewish Quarterly Review 11. 102 ff. Therefore conjectured the names, Iglam and Ailmoth, and similarly in verse 7, in place of the equally obscure words, he carried them captive, and he would read, and Iglam begot. And Naaman, and Ahijah, and Gera, he carried them captive. And he begot Uzzah and Ahihud. 7. Naaman, and Ahijah, and Gera, perhaps to be deleted, as a repetition of verse 5. And Shaharaim begot children in the field of Moab, after he had sent them away, Hushim and Bara were his wives. And he begot of Hodesh his wife, Jobab, and Zibiah, and Mesha, and Malcham, superscript 1 and Juz, and Shekiah, and Mirma. These were his sons, heads of Phather's houses. Or, sent away Hushim and Bara his wives. 8, 9. Again the Hebrew text appears to be in disorder, and the verses in consequence are so obscure that conjectures are all precarious. Hushim is elsewhere the name of a man. Hence verse 11 below should perhaps read and Hushim begot. Superscript 1 and of Hushim he begot Abitub and Elpal. 11. Abitub, no sons of his are recorded. Superscript 1 and the sons of Elpal, Eber, and Mizham, and Shemd, who built Ono and Lod, with the towns thereof. 12. Sons of Elpal, Elpal's sons are given also and more fully in verses 17, 18. And, as the 3 names in the present verse appear to be transcriptional variants of 3 mentioned in 17, 18, it is probable that this verse is a marginal note which has crept into the text. Who built Ono and Lod, the subject is not Shemd, but Elpal, built, i.e. entered into possession of. Ono and Lod, equals Lydda, some 7 and 11 miles respectively south of Jaffa, are referred to in Nehemiah 7. 35, 11. 35, and Ezra 2. 33. The Targum adds, which the sons of Israel laid waste and burnt with fire, when they made war in Gibeah with the tribe of Benjamin. Superscript 1 superscript 3 and Beriah, and Shema, who were heads of Phather's houses of the inhabitants of Aijalon, who put to flight the inhabitants of Gath. 13. Aijalon, compare Joshua XXII. It was situated near the Jaffa road, about 13 miles from Jerusalem. Who put? Gath, an interesting remark, which should be compared with 7. 21, 23, note the name Beriah in both passages. The relation of the two passages is, however, uncertain. Superscript 1 and Ahio, Shashak, and Jerimoth. Superscript 1 and Zebediah, and Arad, and Eder, Superscript 1 and Michael, and Ishpa, and Joha, the sons of Beriah, Superscript 1 and Zebediah, and Meshullam, and Hizki, and Heber, Superscript 1 and Ishmerai, and Isliah, and Jobab, the sons of Elpal, Superscript 1 and Jachim, and Zikri, and Zabdi. 14. And Ahio, Shashak, and Jerimoth, read, following LXX, and their brethren Shashak and Jerimoth. The pronoun of course refers to Beriah and Shema, verse 13, and to Abitub and Elpal, verse 11, these four, with Shashak and Jerimoth, being sons of Hushim, if verse 11 be amended and verses 12, 13 be regarded as a marginal addition. As is suggested above. Superscript 2 and Elionai and Zilithai, and Eliel. 20. Elionai, read, perhaps, Elioenai, a name meaning, my eyes look towards Jehovah, compare 3. 23. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 and Adaiah, and Beriah, and Shimrath, the sons of Shimi, Superscript 2 Superscript 2 and Ishpan, and Eber, and Eliel. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 and Abdon, and Zikri, and Hanan. In verse 13, Shema. 21, Shimi, equals Shema, verse 13. Superscript 2 and Hananiah, and Elam, and Anthothijah, Superscript 2 and Ifdiah, and Penuel, the sons of Shashak, Superscript 2 and Shamsharai, and Shehariah, and Athaliah. 24. Anthothijah, the name is a trace of an ancient Egyptian war goddess, Anath, apparently associated with Jehovah in the Jewish temple at Elephantine, see Anath Bethel in the papyri. Compare also Anathoth near Jerusalem. Superscript 2 and Jerushiah, and Elijah, and Zikri, the sons of Jeraham. 27. Jeraham, equals Jerimoth, verse 14. Superscript 2 These were heads of Father's houses throughout their generations, chief men, these dwelt in Jerusalem. 28. These dwelt in Jerusalem, i.e. in the writer's day the heads of families enumerated in verses 15-27 dwelt in Jerusalem. Compare 9. 2, 3, Nehemiah 11. 1-8. But the words may be a gloss brought in from 9. 34 along with the following verses, see below. 29-38, equals chapter 9. 35-44. The genealogy of the house of Saul. 29-38. These verses, which set forth the ancestors and descendants of Saul, are found also in 9. 35-44, where they serve as the introduction to the account of Saul's death in CHX. The latter passage would naturally seem to be the original place of these verses, but the arguments in favor of that view are not conclusive, and the point must be allowed to be doubtful. Superscript 2 And in Gibeon there dwelt the father of Gibeon, Jeiel, whose wife's name was Maacah. 29. Gibeon, some 6 miles north of Jerusalem, was apparently the residence in post-exilic days of families which claimed descent from the house of Saul. Compare 2 Chronicles I:3. Jeiel, added in accordance with 9. 35. Superscript 3 And his firstborn son Abdon, and Zur, and Kish, and Baal, and Nadab. 30. And Baal, add with LXX. A, and 9. 36 And Ne. 70. B, shows that a word is missing after Baal, for it reads beta alpha alpha lambda alpha kappa alpha mu, equals beta alpha lambda kappa alpha nu. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And Geter, and Ahio, and Zechar. In chapter 9. 37, Zechariah. 31, and Zechar, read with 9. 37, and Zechariah, and Mikloth. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And Mikloth begot Shemiah. And they also dwelt with their brethren in Jerusalem, over against their brethren. In chapter 9. 38, Shimim. 32, with their brethren, etc., i.e. with some of their brethren in Jerusalem over against other of their brethren in Gibeon and other places. They would seem to refer to Mikloth and Shemiah, but the clause is far from clear, and it may be noted that verse 32b looks like the heading of a list that has been lost. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And begot Kish, and Kish begot Saul. And Saul begot Jonathan, and Malchishua, and Abinadab, and Eshbal. In 1 Samuel 14. 49, Ishvi. In 2 Samuel 2. 8, Ishbosheth. 33, begot Kish, here and in 9. 39, Red begot Abner, as in 1 Samuel 14. 51, etc. Jonathan. Abinadab, slain with Saul on empty Gilboa, X2, 1 Samuel 31. 2. Eshbal, in 2 Samuel 2. 8 called Ishbosheth. In the, more generally read, Samuel text the offensive name Eshbal, man, i.e. worshipper, of Baal, has been changed to Ishbosheth, man of the shameful thing, i.e. of the idol, but it has been left standing in the less used text of Chronicles. The title Baal, Lord, was applied in early days, e.g. in the days of Saul, to the national God of Israel, but in later days the prophets objected to it because of its general use in designation of the heathen gods also. Hosea 2. 17, for example, declares that the true worshippers of Jehovah must no longer call him, my Baal, Baali. Thus to Saul and Samuel the name Eshbal was acceptable as meaning man of the Lord, i.e. of Jehovah, but to the late reviser of the Book of Samuel it was offensive as signifying man of Baal, i.e. of one of the gods worshipped by the old Canaanite peoples or by the neighboring nations. Since the text of Chronicles has retained such forms as Eshbal, here, Ashbal, verse 1, it seems that the conscientious alterations of such forms in the books of Samuel, Kings, etc., are later than the time of the chronicler. Superscript 3 And the son of Jonathan was Merib-Baal, and Merib-Baal begot Micah. In 2 Samuel 4. 4, 9. 6, 10, Mephibosheth. 34, Merib-Baal, a name meaning Baal pleadeth, in chapter 9. 40b, Hebrew, it is written Merib-Baal, i.e. man of Baal. The person meant seems to be Mephibosheth, 2 Samuel 9. 6, 12. Superscript 3 And the sons of Micah, Pithon, and Melech, and Teriah, and Ahaz. In chapter 9. 41, Tariah. 35, Teriah, in 9. 41, Tariah. Superscript 3 And Ahaz begot Jehoda. And Jehoda begot Alemeth, and Asmaveth, and Zimri begot Moza. In chapter 9. 42, Jerah. 36, Jehoda, in 9. 42, Jerah. Superscript 3 And Moza begot Bineah. Rapha was his son, Elisa his son, Azel his son. Superscript 3 And Azel had 6 sons, whose names are these, Azrikam, Bacheru, and Ishmael, and Sheariah, and Obadiah, and Hanan. All these were the sons of Azel. Superscript 3 And the sons of Eshek his brother. Ulam his firstborn, Jush the second, and Eliphalet the third. And the sons of Ulam were mighty men of valor, archers, and had many sons, and sons' sons, 150. All these were of the sons of Benjamin. In chapter 9. 43, Rephaiah. 37, Rapha, in 9. 43, Rephaiah. Chapter 9. 117, compare Nehemiah 11. 119. The heads of the families which dwelt in Jerusalem. Verses 2:17 contain the lists of the heads of families of Judah, 3:6, of Benjamin, 7:9, of the priests, 10:13, of the Levites, 14:16, and of the porters, 17, who dwelt in Jerusalem at some period after the return, compare note on verse 2. A similar list, with some variations which are recorded in their places in the following notes, occurs in Nehemiah 11. 3:19. The partial agreement coupled with the partial divergence of the two lists may be explained by supposing that both are extracts independently made from the same document, and have been inserted, one in Chronicles, the other in Nehemiah. Lest the peculiarities of either list should be lost, we may conclude from Nehemiah 11. 1-2 that both lists represent the population of Jerusalem, after Nehemiah had taken measures for increasing it. Another way of accounting for the divergences in the two lists is to suppose that the present list represents the Jerusalem of a later period than the list in Nehemiah. See also verse 17. Superscript 1. So all Israel were reckoned by genealogies. And, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel, and Judah was carried away captive to Babylon for their transgression. 1. In the book of the kings of Israel, see Introduction, b. 3. The LXX, however, reads, in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. With the LXX reading, all Israel must be taken as subject of the verb was carried away, but of course the phrase must still be taken as meaning in Israel equals Judah. Superscript 2. Now the first inhabitants that dwelt in their possessions in their cities were, Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the Nethinim. 2. The first inhabitants. It has been thought that the word first here refers to preeminence, compare Nehemiah 11. 3, and that the list which follows, verses 4ff, is a list of chief men. It is better, however, to take first in a temporal sense, meaning pre-exilic, and to suppose that the chronicler or whoever placed this chapter here mistakenly imagined this list to be a pre-exilic register. That it is not really pre-exilic is certain by reason of its vital connection with the post-exilic list in Nehemiah 11. 3:19. The suggestion that the resemblances are due to the continuity of population in Jerusalem before and after the exile is utterly improbable. In their cities, the phrase is apparently an abridgment of words in Nehemiah 11. 3, and is really meaningless in the present context. In Nehemiah it signifies townships in Judah, where certain persons, who now elected to dwell in Jerusalem, had formerly resided. Israel, i.e. laymen as distinguished from men of Levitical descent. According to verse 3, Israel included at least Judah, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh, compare Psalms 80. 2, where Judah, the speaker, associates Ephraim, Benjamin, and Manasseh with herself in her appeal to the God of Israel, see also note on 2 Chronicles XXX. 18. This is a totally different usage from that of earlier times, when Israel meant the northern kingdom, and Judah the southern. Nethinim, these were a class of temple servants reckoned as inferior to the Levites. Perhaps they were of foreign extraction and included the Gibeonites, compare Joshua 9. 23. They are mentioned nowhere else in the Old Testament except in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah. Superscript 3, and in Jerusalem dwelt of the children of Judah, and of the children of Benjamin, and of the children of Ephraim and Manasseh. 3, of Ephraim and Manasseh, see note on 2 Chronicles XXX. 18. 4:6, compare Nehemiah 11. 4:6. The sons of Judah. Uthai the son of Ammihud, the son of Omri, the son of Imri, the son of Bani, of the children of Perez the son of Judah. 4. Uthai, in Nehemiah Athiah. The two words are more alike in Hebrew than in English and are perhaps various readings of one name. Perez, compare 2. 4, 5. We have here, verses 4-6, a threefold division of the tribe of Judah into the descendants of Perez, Shelah, and Zerah, just as in Numbers 26. 20. And of the Shilonites, Asaiah the firstborn, and his sons. 5. Shilonites, or Shelonites as Numbers 26. 20. They were descendants of Shelah, who is mentioned as a son of Judah in 2. 3. 4 other descendants, c. 4. 21f, and Nehemiah 11. 5. Asaiah, in Nehemiah 11. 5. Messiah, a kindred name. And of the sons of Zerah, Joel, and their brethren, 690. 6. Joel, in Nehemiah 11. 5. The sons of Zerah are missing. 690, compare Nehemiah 11. 6. 468 sons of Perez, where Perez may be an error for Zerah. 7. 9, compare Nehemiah 11. 7. 9. The sons of Benjamin. And of the sons of Benjamin, Sallu the son of Meshullam, the son of Hodaviah, the son of Hassenuah. 7. Sallu, his genealogy is differently stated in Nehemiah 11. 7, but see next note. The son of Hodaviah, the son of Hassenuah, read perhaps Judah, the son of Hassenuah, compare Nehemiah 11. 9. Hodaviah and Judah could easily be confused in Hebrew. And Ibniah the son of Jeraham, and Elah the son of Uzzi, the son of Michri, and Meshullam the son of Shephatiah, the son of Ruel, the son of Ibnijah. 8. Ibniah, Elah, Meshullam, not mentioned in Nehemiah 11. And their brethren, according to their generations, 956. All these men were heads of fathers' houses by their fathers' houses. 9. 956, 928 in Nehemiah 11. 8. 10:13, compare Nehemiah 11. 10:14. The priests. Superscript 1 and of the priests, Jediah, and Jehoiarib, and Jachin. 10. Jehoiarib, spelt Joiarib in Nehemiah 11. 10. Jehoiarib and Jediah occur as names of the first and second courses of the priests in 24. 7. Nehemiah 12. 6. 19. The Maccabees were of the course of Jorib, equals Jehoiarib, 1 Maccabees 2. 1. Jachin, the name of the 21st course, 24. 17. Superscript 1 Superscript 1 and Azariah the son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Meraioth, the son of Ahitub, the ruler of the house of God. In Nehemiah 11. 11. Sariah. 11. Azariah, in Nehemiah 11. 11. Sariah. The ruler of the house of God, this title could perhaps be borne by the high priest, 2 Chronicles 31. 10, 13, but in any case it was not confined to him, 2 Chronicles 35. 8, where several such rulers are mentioned, compare also Jeremiah XX. 1, Acts 4. 1. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 and Adaiah the son of Jeraham, the son of Pashur, the son of Malchijah, and Masai the son of Adiel, the son of Jozrah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Meshillemith, the son of Immer. 12. Malchijah, the name of the fifth course, 24. 9. Masai, the reading of Nehemiah 11. 13. Amashsai is corrupt. The form given in Chronicles is open to suspicion. Probably the true reading is lost. Adiel, in Nehemiah Azareel. Immer, the name of the 16th course, 24. 14. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 and their brethren, heads of their fathers' houses, 1,703 score, very able men for the work of the service of the house of God. 13. 1,703 score, only the 5 courses of priests mentioned above, viz. Jediah, Jehoiarib, and Jachin, verse 10, and Malchijah and Immer, verse 12, seem to be included in this reckoning. Some commentators, however, regard Azariah, equals Sariah, in verse 11 as the name of a new course, which took the place of one of the courses reckoned in 24. 7:18. If this be right we have here the sum of 6 courses. In Nehemiah 11. 12:14 the number of the priests is given on a different plan, 822 did the work of the house, 242 were chiefs of fathers' houses, and 128 were mighty men of valor. The total falls far short of the 1,703 score of chronicles. We have not sufficient data on which to base any explanation of the different totals. Very able men, the Hebrew is the same as in Nehemiah 11:14 and is usually rendered mighty men of valor. The sense, however, is no doubt correctly given by Revised Version very able, or efficient. Compare 2 Chronicles 26:17. 14:16, compare Nehemiah 11:15-18. The Levites. Superscript 1 and of the Levites. Shemaiah the son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, of the sons of Merari. 14. Of the sons of Merari, in Nehemiah the sons of Buni, which is probably a corruption of the reading of Chronicles. Otherwise of the three great Levitical families, Merari, Asaph, and Jeduthun, mentioned here, only the last two appear in Nehemiah. Superscript 1 and Bakbakkar, Haresh, and Galal, and Mattaniah the son of Micah, the son of Zichri, the son of Asaph. In Nehemiah 11:17, Zabdi. 15. Bakbakkar, Haresh, and Galal, the reading appears to be corrupt, for the analogy of the latter half of the verse as well as of verses 14-16 leads us to expect something more than bare names. Neither the LXX nor the Vulgate gives any real help for amending the clause. The corresponding words in Nehemiah 11:17 are Bakbukiah the second among his brethren. Superscript 1 and Obadiah the son of Shemaiah, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun, and Berechiah the son of Asa, the son of Elkanah, that dwelt in the villages of the Netophathites. In Nehemiah 11:17, Abda. In Nehemiah 11:17, Shammua. 16. Obadiah the son of Shemaiah, in Nehemiah Abda the son of Shammua. Which was the reading of the original document cannot be determined. Jeduthun, see note on 16. 41. Berechiah the son of Asa, the son of Elkanah, not mentioned in Nehemiah. He probably represented the Kohathite division of the singers, compare 6. 33-38, 1823 Hebrew, where the name Elkanah occurs several times in the genealogy of the Kohathites. The villages of the Netophathites, compare Nehemiah 12. 28-29, Revised Version, whence it appears that these villages were close to Jerusalem. The exact site is uncertain. 1727, compare Nehemiah 11. 19, 1 Chronicles 26. 119. Organization and duties of the porters, doorkeepers. 1727. The same subject is treated in 26. 119, and this fact has been urged as an argument for the view that chapter 9 is an addition to the chronicler's work, see Introduction p. But it is also reasonable to suppose that the chronicler would here give a register of inhabitants of Jerusalem, which could not be included in the list of the separate tribes. And such a register would probably give a survey of the Levitical classes. The verses present on analysis several confusing features, see notes on verses 17, 22, 25, 33. Superscript 1 and the porters, Shallum, and Akub, and Talmon, and Ahiman, and their brethren, Shallum was the chief. 17. And the porters, render, doorkeepers as in 16. 38 and 26. 1. In Solomon's temple there were, keepers of the threshold, 3 in number, 2 Kings 25. 18. Priests in rank, 2 Kings 12. 9. A distinction between the doorkeepers and the Levites, verse 14, seems to be implied, but in verses 19-26 the doorkeepers, or at any rate their leaders, are called Levites, compare Nehemiah 11. 15-19 with 1 Chronicles 26. The supposed distinction may have died out before the chronicler's period, or perhaps earlier and later stages are reflected in the chapter, see also the note on verse 26. Shallum, Ahiman, these two names are absent from Nehemiah 11. 19 together with the clause Shallum was the chief. This omission of all reference to Shallum must be accidental. Shallum, Anakub, and Talmon, the three names represent families, not individuals, compare Ezra 2. 42 equals Nehemiah 7. 45, where the fuller form is given, the children of Shallum, the children of Talmon, the children of Akub. These names persist in the 5 lists of porters which refer to post-exilic times, Ezra 2. 42 equals Nehemiah 7. 45, Nehemiah 11. 19 is equal to 1 Chronicles 9. 17, Shallum is to be supplied in Nehemiah from Chronicles, Nehemiah 12. 5, Meshullam equals Shallum. For the chronicler's traditions of Levites, singers, and doorkeepers of the Davidic period, see chapters 15, 24. ff. Ahiman, elsewhere in the Old Testament this name occurs only among the names of the sons of Anak, and it is probable that the chronicler, or some scribe, made here an error of transcription. And that Ahiman has arisen from the word Ahiam, their brethren, which follows. A fourth name was probably given in the original text, for see verse 26. Superscript 1 who hitherto waited in the king's gate eastward, they were the porters for the camp of the children of Levi. 18, U, i.e. Shallum, verse 17, called Shelemiah in 26. 14, equals Meshelemiah, 26. Verse 1. As mentioned above, a family is meant. Hitherto, i.e. to the time of the chronicler. The king's gate eastward, that the king had an entrance into the temple named after him appears from 2 Kings 16. 18, and that this gate was on the east from Ezekiel 46. 1, 2. For the camp of the children of Levi, i.e. the temple, but the phrase, which is derived from Numbers 2. 17, in its original context of course signifies the tabernacle of the Mosaic period. Doubtless it is used with the implication that the institution of the gatekeepers dated back to that age, compare verse 19 ad fin, and contrast verse 22. Superscript 1 and Shallum the son of Korah, the son of Ebiasaph, the son of Korah, and his brethren, of his father's house, the Korahites, were over the work of the service. Keepers of the gates of the tabernacle, and their fathers had been over the camp of the Lord, keepers of the entry. Hebrew thresholds. Hebrew tent. 19, over the camp of the Lord, keepers, we might expect the reference to the temple or tabernacle to be continued. But, as nothing is said in the Pentateuch of keepers of the entry to the tabernacle, probably the entry to the camp, not to the tabernacle, is meant in the present phrase. With this view agrees the mention of Phinehas, verse 20, for it apparently was the profanation of the camp in general, not of the tabernacle, which Phinehas avenged, Numbers 25. 6:8, thus earning a blessing, Numbers 25. 11:13. Superscript 2 and Phinehas the son of Eleazar was ruler over them in time past, and the Lord was with him. 20. And the Lord was with him, render, may the Lord be with him, a pious exclamation, customary on mentioning the name of a famous and righteous person deceased. The phrase is common in later Jewish literature. But this passage seems to be the earliest instance of its use. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 Zechariah the son of Meshelemiah was porter of the door of the tent of meeting. All these which were chosen to be porters in the gates were 212. Hebrew thresholds. 21, Zechariah the son of Meshelemiah, compare 26. 2, 14, according to which Zechariah's watch was on the north. The tent of meeting, the reference would be to the Mosaic tent, if the verse be taken, as is natural, in close connection with verses 19, 20. If the verse be treated in conjunction with verse 22 it must refer to the tent of the ark in David's time. The ambiguity is perhaps intentional. Superscript 2 these were reckoned by genealogy in their villages, whom David and Samuel the seer did ordain in their set office. Or, trust. 22, all these, compare Ezra 2. 42, equals Nehemiah 7. 45, Nehemiah 11. 19. The discrepancy in numbers between Chronicles and Nehemiah and also between Nehemiah 7 and Nehemiah 11 may be explained by supposing some difference in the manner of reckoning or some difference in the period referred to. In their villages, compare verses 16 and 25. Whom David did ordain, the chronicler attributes to David the organization of the priests, 24. 3, of the Levites, 23. 27, 24. 31, of the singers, 25. 1 ff. And of the doorkeepers, in this passage. It has been thought that this verse is at variance with verses 18, 19, where the Mosaic origin of the gatekeepers seems to be implied. But in answer it may be said that the chronicler is guilty of no inconsistency in ascribing the origin of the doorkeepers to the Mosaic period and saying here that David and Samuel ordained them in their set office, for the phrase refers not to their origin, but to their organization. For another suggestion see below on verse 26. Samuel, the association of Samuel with the organization of the sanctuary is confined to this passage, and is a significant illustration of the working of late Jewish thought, which was little concerned with historic probability and much with edification. The tradition has probably arisen from the remark in 1 Samuel 3:15, that Samuel opened the doors of the house of the Lord. As Samuel died before the reign of David, the chronicler doubtless does not intend to represent him as contemporary with David in the organization of the temple, but probably supposes that Samuel's work was done in connection with the tent, which according to the chronicler was located in Gibeon, 2 Chronicles I. 3. The seer, for the title, 26. 28, 29. 29, 1 Samuel 9. 9, and compare 2 Chronicles 16. 7. In their set office, or in their trust, i.e. in their responsible positions. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 So they and their children had the oversight of the gates of the house of the Lord, even the house of the tabernacle, by wards. Hebrew tent. 23, the house of the tabernacle, margin tent. The phrase designates the period before the building of the temple. Superscript 2 On the four sides were the porters, toward the east, west, north, and south. Hebrew towards the four winds. 24, on the four sides, fuller details are given in 26. 14:18. Superscript 2 And their brethren, in their villages, were to come in every 7 days from time to time to be with them. 25. In their villages, no special villages inhabited by porters are mentioned, but perhaps porters as well as singers dwelt in the villages of the Netophathites, verse 16, Nehemiah 12. 28, Revised Version. Superscript 2 For the four chief porters, who were Levites, were in a set office, and were over the chambers and over the treasuries in the house of God. Superscript 2 And they lodged round about the house of God, because the charge thereof was upon them, and to them pertained the opening thereof morning by morning. 26. The four chief porters, who were Levites, it seems clear from this verse, and from the structure of the chapter, compare verses 10, 14, 17, as is pointed out in the note on verse 17, that the doorkeepers were not, as a body, Levites. And according to verse 25 they dwelt outside Jerusalem, whilst their leaders, verse 27, were within the city. Perhaps this distinction between the leaders and the rank and file could be used to explain the supposed inconsistency, if any exists, see above verse 22, note on whom David. Between verses 19 and 22, as regards the tradition of origin, it might be said that whilst the leaders claimed that their office dated from the time of Moses, verse 19, the rank and file traced their institution to David, verse 22. In 2 Chronicles 34. 9 Levites appear exercising the duties of doorkeepers, but this does not prove that all doorkeepers were Levites. Chambers, i.e. store chambers in which tithes and sacred vessels were kept, compare 2 Chronicles 31. 5, 11, 12, Nehemiah 13. For 9, in verse 33 of this chapter they seem to be in use also as rooms in which Levites could dwell. The chambers were probably built as outbuildings round the court of the temple, compare 23. 28, 28. 12. 28, 29. Duties of the Levites. Superscript 2 And certain of them had charge of the vessels of service, for by tale were they brought in and by tale were they taken out. 28. And certain of them, the reference is to the Levites. The contents of verses 28, 29 clearly refer to Levitical duties, compare 23. 29, and the transition from porters to Levites is made easier by the fact that the four porters last mentioned, verses 26, 27, are Levites. Some commentators hold that the paragraph dealing with the duties of the Levites begins in verse 26 with the words, and they were over, etc. Superscript 2 Some of them also were appointed over the furniture, and over all the vessels of the sanctuary, and over the fine flour, and the wine, and the oil, and the frankincense, and the spices. 29, compare 23. 29. 30. A priestly duty. Superscript 3 And some of the sons of the priests prepared the confection of the spices. 30. The sons of the priests, i.e., members of the priesthood, priests. Compare 2 Chronicles 25. 13. The soldiers of the army, literally, the sons of the troop, and the common expression, the sons of the prophets. Confection, for the word, compare 1 Samuel 8. 13. Revised version text and margin. This ointment was peculiarly holy, Exodus XXX. 23:25. The Levites might have charge of the oil and spices, verse 29, but only the priests might make the confection. 31:32. Other Levitical duties. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And Mattathiah, one of the Levites, who was the firstborn of Shallum the Korahite, had the set office over the things that were baked in pans. 31. Who was the firstborn of Shallum, in 26. 2 The firstborn of Meshelemiah, equals Shallum, is called Zechariah. Probably Mattathiah and Zechariah represent each a household belonging to an elder branch of the great family of Shallum. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And some of their brethren, of the sons of the Kohathites, were over the showbread, to prepare it every Sabbath. 32. The showbread, literally the bread of the row, or of the pile, for it had to be arranged in order before the Lord, Leviticus 24. 6. The chronicler prefers this term to the older, bread of the presence, i.e. of Jehovah. See more fully Driver, Exodus, pages 274, 275, in this series. To prepare it every Sabbath he shall set it in order before the Lord continually, Leviticus 24. 8. In 2 Chronicles 2. 4 equals 2. 3. Hebrew, it is called the continual showbread, literally, the continual row. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And these are the singers, heads of Father's houses of the Levites, who dwelt in the chambers and were free from other service, for they were employed in their work day and night. Superscript 3 These were heads of Father's houses of the Levites, throughout their generations, chief men, these dwelt at Jerusalem. 33. And these are, this verse may be intended as a conclusion to verses 15, 16, for the names there given are those of singers. Compare Nehemiah 11. 17, on the other hand it may have been intended as the heading of such a list as appears in 6. 33:47, equals 1832, Hebrew, the list itself having somehow been omitted. Day and night, compare Psalms XXIV. 1, Revelation 4. 8. 35:44, equals 8. 29:38. The genealogy of the house of Saul. Superscript 3 And in Gibeon there dwelt the father of Gibeon, Jeel, whose wife's name was Maacah. Superscript 3 And his firstborn son Abdon, and Zur, and Kish, and Baal, and Neh, and Nadab. Superscript 3 And Geder, and Ahio, and Zechariah, and Mikloth. Superscript 3 And Mikloth begot Shimim. And they also dwelt with their brethren in Jerusalem, over against their brethren. Superscript 3 And Neh begot Kish, and Kish begot Saul. And Saul begot Jonathan, and Malchishua, and Abinadab, and Eshbal. And the son of Jonathan was Merib-Baal, and Merib-Baal begot Micah. Superscript 1 And the sons of Micah, Pithon, and Melech, and Tariah, and Ahaz. Superscript 2 And Ahaz begot Jerah. And Jerah begot Aalmeth, and Asmaveth, and Zimri, and Zimri begot Moza. Superscript 3 And Moza begot Bineah, and Rephaiah his son, Elisa his son, Azel his son, and Azel had 6 sons, whose names are these: Azrikam, Bacharu, and Ishmael, and Sheariah, and Obadiah, and Hanan. These were the sons of Azel. See notes on 8:29 ff. The passage serves here as an introduction to the story of the death of Saul. Whether it is in its original setting here or in 8:29 ff, or possibly is original in both chapters, there is not sufficient evidence to determine. See note on 8:29. Chapters 10-6. The reign of David. At this point the chronicler begins his narrative of Israel's history. It commences abruptly with an account of the defeat and death of Saul, which however is given not for its own interest, but to serve as a brief introduction to the reign of David, chapter 11. ff. Why does the chronicler choose to begin his narrative at this point, passing over in silence, a. the Mosaic period, b. the stories of Judges and of 1 Samuel XXX? As regards, a. his silence is due to the assumption that those for whom he writes are no less familiar than he is himself with the account of the Mosaic age as presented by the fully developed tradition of the Pentateuch. As for, b. his silence probably arises neither from the difficulty of retelling the narratives of Judges in accordance with his theory of the early history, nor yet from the fact that they were doubtless familiar to his readers. But, again, from a consideration of the central purpose of his work. His theme is the divine guidance of Israel's destiny, and, since that destiny had ultimately centered upon the fortunes of Jerusalem and the worship maintained through its temple, all else in Israel's history becomes of quite secondary importance. He begins therefore where, for Israel, Jerusalem and the temple began, with David, who conquered the city and planned the temple. The tales of the Judges, of Samuel, and of David's early life and his magnanimity toward Saul, a tempting source for the exaltation of the character of the ideal king, all these are logically ignored, since they lie outside the scope of the chronicler's design. Chapter 10. 1:12 equals 1 Samuel 31. 1:13. The defeat, death, and burial of Saul. 1:12. There are several variations between the text given here and the text of 1 Samuel, to which attention will be called in the notes below. Superscript 1 Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled from before the Philistines, and fell down slain in Mount Gilboa. Or, wounded. 1. In Mount Gilboa, in the campaign of Gilboa the Philistines showed new and skillful strategy. Instead of at once marching eastward up the ravines which lead into Judah and Benjamin, in which there was no room for their chariots, 2 Samuel I.6, to maneuver, they first marched northward along the sea coast and then turned eastward just before reaching Mount Carmel. This movement brought them into the great fertile plain watered by the Kishon, ground over which chariots could act with decisive effect. At the northeast end of the plain rose the heights of Gilboa. When Saul and his Benjamites advanced to meet the Philistines, the latter succeeded in interposing themselves between the Israelite army and its base in Benjamin, an easy achievement for an enemy who by his chariots possessed a high degree of mobility. Saul was therefore driven to take up his position on the north side of the plain on Mount Gilboa, where he was attacked by the Philistines, probably from the southwest on which side the slopes of the mountain are comparatively gentle. The Israelites, cut off from their homes, outmarched, outgeneraled, and probably outnumbered, were speedily routed. The Battle of Gilboa was won, like that of Hastings, by cavalry, chariots, and archers, verse 3, against infantry, which was obliged to stand on the defensive, under pain of being cut to pieces if it ventured to attack. C.G.A. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, pages 400 ff. Superscript 2 And the Philistines followed hard after Saul and after his sons, and the Philistines slew Jonathan, and Abinadab, and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. Superscript 3 And the battle went sore against Saul, and the archers overtook him, and he was distressed by reason of the archers. In 1 Samuel 14. 49, Ishvi. 2. Malchishua, this is the correct spelling, not Melchishua. Then said Saul unto his armor-bearer, Draw thy sword, and thrust me through therewith, lest these uncircumcised come and abuse me. But his armor-bearer would not, for he was sore afraid. Therefore Saul took his sword, and fell upon it. And when his armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he likewise fell upon his sword, and died. Or, make a mock of me. 4. Unto his armor-bearer, compare Judges 9. 54. The death of Abimelech. One function of an armor-bearer was to give the coup de grace to fallen enemies, 1 Samuel 14. 13, but sometimes the same office had to be executed for friends. Possibly the man refused from fear of blood revenge, which would be the more certainly exacted in the case of the Lord's anointed, compare 1 Samuel 2. 22, 26. 9. So Curtis. And abuse me, i.e. wreak their cruel will upon me, compare Judges I. 6. So Saul died, and his 3 sons, and all his house died together. 6. All his house, in Samuel, his armor-bearer and all his men. The reference may be to Saul's servants, his family was not exterminated in this battle. And when all the men of Israel that were in the valley saw that they fled, and that Saul and his sons were dead, they forsook their cities, and fled, and the Philistines came and dwelt in them. And it came to pass on the morrow, when the Philistines came to strip the slain, that they found Saul and his sons fallen in Mount Gilboa. 7. That were in the valley of Jezreel, Hosea I. 5, called in later times the plain of Esdraelon, is meant. Forsook their cities, among these was no doubt Beth-shan, Beisan, the key of western Palestine, C.G. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land pages 358f. Where Saul's body was exposed, 1 Samuel 31. 12. And dwelt in them, perhaps for a short while only, compare 2 Samuel 2. 9. Abner, made him, Ishbosheth, king over Jezreel. Ishbosheth, however, may have ruled only in acknowledgement of a Philistine suzerainty. And they stripped him, and took his head, and his armor, and sent into the land of the Philistines round about, to carry the tidings unto their idols, and to the people. 9. To carry the tidings unto their idols, better, as in Samuel, to publish it in the house, or houses, of their idols, compare the next verse. The news was published by the exhibition of trophies of the victory in the Philistine temples. Superscript 1 And they put his armor in the house of their gods, and fastened his head in the house of Dagon. 10. In the house of their gods, in Samuel, more definitely, in the house, or houses, of Ashtaroth, Ashtaroth being the plural of Ashtoreth, a goddess, who seems here to bear a martial character. The name Ashtoreth is an artificial formation, the proper form being Ashtart. The vowels of the word Bosheth, i.e. shame, were used for the last 2 syllables in place of the true vowels, compare note on 8. 33. She was apparently consort of the Phoenician Baal, Judges 2. 13, x. 6. Fastened his head in the house of Dagon, literally Beth Dagon, in Samuel fastened his body to the wall of Beth-shan. The reading of Chronicles is probably an arbitrary alteration made by the chronicler out of regard for 1 Samuel 31. 9, where it is related that the Philistines cut off Saul's head. It is just possible that the variation points to a fuller original text containing all 3 statements, that Saul's armor was placed in the temple of Ashtart, his head in the house of Dagon, and his headless corpse fastened to the walls of Beth-shan. Beth-shan is northeast of Gilboa, about 4 miles distant from the Jordan, and about a day's march, 1 Samuel 31. 12, from Jabesh, verse 11, which was situated on the other side of Jordan in Gilead. Superscript 1 Superscript 1 And when all Jabesh Gilead heard all that the Philistines had done to Saul. 11. Jabesh Gilead, see 1 Samuel 11. 1:11, 2 Samuel 2. 4:7. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 All the valiant men arose, and took away the body of Saul, and the bodies of his sons, and brought them to Jabesh, and buried their bones under the oak in Jabesh, and fasted 7 days. Or, Terebinth. 12. Took away, i.e. from the walls of Beth-shan, so Peshita. To Jabesh, Samuel adds, and burned them there. The chronicler omits this statement perhaps because he inferred that the bones were not destroyed by this burning, compare 2 Samuel 21. 12:14, the bones of Saul and Jonathan brought from Jabesh in David's reign and reinterred in the family sepulchre, or more probably because burning was not a usual funeral rite among the Jews, compare 2 Chronicles 16. 14, note, and indeed was regarded with abhorrence, compare Amos 2. 1. Under the oak, margin, Terebinth. Large trees, being rare in Palestine, frequently serve as landmarks, compare Judges 4. 5, 1 Samuel 22. 6, Tamarisk tree Revised Version. Fasted 7 days, fasting involved abstinence from food during daylight. David fasted, till the evening, in mourning for Saul, 2 Samuel 12, and for Abner, 2 Samuel 3. 35. The fast of Jabesh was a 7-fold fast. 13, 14, peculiar to Chronicles. The moral of the overthrow of the house of Saul. Such reflections as these are characteristic of the chronicler, compare 2 Chronicles 12. 2, note, 22. 7, 24. 24, 25. 27, they are not so frequent in Samuel and Kings. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 So Saul died for his trespass which he committed against the Lord, because of the word of the Lord, which he kept not. And also for that he asked counsel of one that had a familiar spirit, to inquire thereby. Or, in 13, his trespass, compare 2 Chronicles 26. 16, the reference is to Saul's sacrifice, 1 Samuel 13. 13, 14, and disobedience, 1 Samuel 15. 23. Asked counsel, spirit, i.e. of the witch of Endor, 1 Samuel 28. 7 ff. Superscript 1 And inquired not of the Lord, therefore he slew him, and turned the kingdom unto David the son of Jesse. 14, And inquired not of the Lord, compare 13. 3. The chronicler presumably does not count inquiries made too late, compare 1 Samuel 28. 6. Saul inquires of the Lord, but receives no answer. Chapter 11. 1:3 equals 2 Samuel v. 1:3. David made king over all Israel. The remaining chapters of the first book of Chronicles are occupied with the reign of David, who is represented as a king fulfilling the chronicler's highest ideals of piety and prosperity. For some general remarks on the difference between the picture thus given and the David of Samuel see the note on 28. 1. Superscript 1 Then all Israel gathered themselves to David unto Hebron, saying, Behold, we are thy bone and thy flesh. 1. Then, render and. All Israel, Chronicles has nothing here corresponding to 2 Samuel 4, chapters which cover a period of 7 years, 2 Samuel v. 5. David's earlier coronation by the men of Judah, 2 Samuel 2. 4. The reign of Ishbosheth over northern and eastern Israel, 2 Samuel 2. 8 ff, and the long war, 2 Samuel 3. 1. With the house of Saul are omitted not of course because the chronicler was ignorant of these events, for see the references in verses 15, 17, 12. 1, 23, 29, etc., but for the reason set forth above in the headnote to chapters 10, 29. The chronicler's account is perhaps deliberately adapted to convey an impression of the ease with which the ideal David ascends the throne of a united Israel. And, if we had not the narrative in Samuel to help us, we should be left with a conception of the period very different from the actual course of events. How strange, too, would be the sudden transition from the picture of defeat and flight of Israel in chapter 10, to the calm assemblage of all Israel in chapter 11, and how obscure the various references to David's earlier life in 11. 15 ff. We are thy bone and thy flesh. The phrase is not to be taken strictly as implying kinship, for only the tribe of Judah could say, the king is near of kin to us, 2 Samuel 19. 42. The other tribes mean that they will obey David as though he were their own kin. Superscript 2. In times past, even when Saul was king, it was thou that leddest out and broughtest in Israel, and the Lord thy God said unto thee, Thou shalt feed my people Israel, and thou shalt be prince over my people Israel. Or, leader. 2. The Lord thy God said, compare verses 3, 10, 1 Samuel 16. 1:13. Prince, compare v. 2, note. Superscript 3. So all the elders of Israel came to the king to Hebron, and David made a covenant with them in Hebron before the Lord. And they anointed David king over Israel, according to the word of the Lord by the hand of Samuel. 3. Made a covenant, i.e. gave them a charter in which he promised to respect existing rights, compare 1 Samuel x. 25, Samuel writes the manner of the kingdom. Before the Lord, one method of entering into a covenant before the Lord was to pass between the parts of a sacrificed animal, compare Jeremiah 34. 18, 19. Chronicles has nothing here corresponding with 2 Samuel v. 4, 5, but compare 29. 27. According. Samuel, compare 1 Samuel 15. 28, 16. 1, 3. 4 9, equals 2 Samuel v. 6:10. The city of David captured and made a royal residence. And David and all Israel went to Jerusalem, the same as Jebus, and the Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land, were there. 4. David and all Israel, in Samuel, more accurately, the king and his men, i.e. his household and bodyguard, compare XXIX, note. The exploit recorded in Samuel is invested by the chronicler with the grandeur of a state campaign. The same as Jebus, Jerusalem, or Jebus, consisted, it seems, compare verse 8, Judges I. 21, of a citadel inhabited by Jebusites and of a lower city inhabited by a mixed population of Jebusites and Benjamites. It was the citadel only which David stormed. Jerusalem is called Jebus only here and in Judges 19. 10f. The notion that Jebus was an ancient name for the city may be only a late fancy, but it is possible that it was sometimes so called in the days of the Jebusite rule. What is certain is that the name Jerusalem is ancient, for it occurs frequently, as Jerusalem, in the Amarna tablets, circa 1400 BC. C. G. A. Smith, Jerusalem. The Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land, i.e. masters of that territory before the Israelite invasion. The Jebusites have been thought to be of Hittite origin, but they were probably Semites, like the Israelites. C. G. Smith, Jerusalem, 2. 16:18. And the inhabitants of Jebus said to David, Thou shalt not come in hither. Nevertheless David took the strong hold of Zion, the same is the city of David. 5. Thou shalt not come in hither. Undoubtedly the chronicler understood the resistance offered by the Jebusites to be of a military character, and the text of Samuel as translated in Authorized Version and Revised Version follows the same notion. See, however, the reinterpretation of the Samuel text by Barnes in the Expositor, January, 1914, where it is urged that the word, Suda, rendered stronghold means not a well-fortified citadel but simply a natural hiding place, such as a thicket or a cavern, which in this case probably was used as a shrine by the Jebusites. The stronghold of Zion, see the previous note. The site of this hold or cavern, afterwards, the city of David, is on the southeast of the present city, on the south of the Haram, the temple area, and on a level lower than that of the Haram, see Smith, Jerusalem, 2. 39 ff. And David said, Whosoever smitteth the Jebusites first shall be chief and captain. And Joab the son of Zeruiah went up first, and was made chief. And David dwelt in the strong hold, therefore they called it the city of David. 6. Whosoever smitteth the Jebusites, the reference here is no doubt to military violence. See, however, the article by Barnes cited above. The text in Samuel is very difficult and corrupt, and has been simplified by the chronicler. Joab the son of Zeruiah, Zeruiah was David's sister, 2. 16. It is not said in Samuel that Joab first became commander-in-chief on this occasion, on the contrary he appears in command, 2 Samuel 2. 13, during the civil war against the house of Saul. Perhaps he was first formally acknowledged as commander at the seizure of Jerusalem. And he built the city round about, from Millo even round about, and Joab repaired the rest of the city. And David waxed greater and greater, for the Lord of hosts was with him. Hebrew revived. 8. From Millo even round about, literally, the Millo, meaning perhaps, the filling up, was some part of the defenses of the city of David, either a solid tower or perhaps an armory. Or a piece of supplementary work intended to strengthen an existing wall, LXX. 2 Chronicles 32. 5. Nu lambda eta mu alpha, support. C. Smith, Jerusalem 2. 40 f. Joab, this tradition about Joab is not mentioned in Samuel. Repaired the rest of the city, literally revived, compare Nehemiah 4. 2 equals Hebrew 3. 34. Peshitta translates, Joab gave his right hand to the rest of the men who were in the city, and it has been proposed to render the clause spared or kept alive the rest of the city, i.e. the remaining people, the Benjamites who dwelt there with the Jebusites, Judges I, 21. The rendering repaired is to be preferred. 1041a, compare 2 Samuel 23. 839. David's mighty men and their deeds. This section seems to consist of elements drawn from different sources and brought together, probably by the author of Samuel, in order to give as complete a list as possible of the heroes who at different times in David's career did good service to Israel. The names of 12 of these heroes reappear in chapter 27. As the commanders of David's 12 courses. Verses 11-14 equals 2 Samuel 23. 8-12 deal with 2, in Samuel 3, heroes otherwise unknown. Verses 15-19 equals 2 Samuel 23. 13-17 are independent of the foregoing and narrate an exploit of 3 unnamed heroes. Verses 20-25 equals 2 Samuel 23. 18-23 seem in turn to be independent of 15-19, and verses 21-25 in particular seem to be quoted from some lost poem. These verses contain the eulogy of Abishai and Benaiah. Verses 26-41a equals 2 Samuel 23. 24-39 contain 30 names of heroes whose exploits are not recorded. It is to be noted that Chronicles, verses 41b-47, add some 16 names at the end which are not given in Samuel. Joab is not included in the formal list because he has been already mentioned, verse 6. Lists of names are favorite features in Oriental histories. Thus Ibn Hisham in his Life of Muhammad gives a list of the 83 Muslims who took refuge in Abyssinia from the persecution of the Quraysh, of the 75 inhabitants of Medina who swore allegiance to the Prophet before the Hijrah. And even of the 314 Muslims who were present at the Battle of Badr. Superscript 1. Now these are the chief of the mighty men whom David had, who shewed themselves strong with him in his kingdom, together with all Israel, to make him king, according to the word of the Lord concerning Israel. Held strongly with him. 10. Now this verse is the chronicler's own heading which he prefixes to the list of heroes taken from Samuel, while retaining, in verse 11, the original heading given in Samuel. Who shewed themselves strong with him, render as margin, who held strongly with him. Compare 12. 23. To make him king, as though all the mighty men participated in the coronation at Hebron, whereas in reality many must have won their place and fame only in the later campaigns of David. Superscript 1 Superscript 1 And this is the number of the mighty men whom David had: Jashobeam, the son of a Hachmonite, the chief of the 30, he lifted up his spear against 300 and slew them at one time. Another reading is, captains. Hebrew slain. 11. This is the number, more suitably in Samuel, these be the names. Jashobeam, called Jashobeam the son of Zabdiel, in 27. 2. The name Jashobeam is however uncertain. In 2 Samuel, 23. 8. Revised version, it appears as Joshabashabeth, which is certainly wrong. LXX, B, varies in reproducing the name, but it seems to have read Ishbosheth in Samuel, and Ishbal, Eshbal, in both places of Chronicles. These readings are probably right. For the relation of the forms Ishbosheth, Eshbal, c. 8. 33, note. Son of a Hachmonite, compare 27. 32, in Samuel, wrongly, a Tachemonite. Chief of the 30, so the Hebrew margin, Kathib, but the Hebrew text, reads chief of the captains, which the authorized version follows. Neither authorized version nor revised version gives satisfactory sense. In 2 Samuel 23. 8 the LXX gives, chief of the third part, of the army, compare 2 Samuel 18. 2, and this is perhaps right, the Hebrew text of Samuel, if not faulty, probably bears the same sense. Ishbal, Jashobeam, then is one of 3 mightiest of the mighty men, the other 2 being Eleazar, verse 12, and Shammah, equals 2 Samuel 23. 11, omitted in Chronicles, see note on verses 12, 13. He lifted up his spear, literally, he aroused his spear, a poetic expression. Against 300, Samuel, against 800, so Peshita, good Mizas, of Chronicles some light is thrown on this exploit by 1 Samuel 18. 25-27. The 200 Philistines slain by David and his men were carefully counted and reckoned to the credit of David personally. 12-13. These verses answer in part to verses 9 and 11 of Samuel, but since verse 10 and parts of verses 9, 11 of Samuel have no equivalent in Chronicles, 2 incidents are confounded, and the name of a hero, Shammah, is omitted. His exploit being ascribed to Eleazar. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And after him was Eleazar the son of Dodo, the Ahohite, who was one of the 3 mighty men. 12. Eleazar the son of Dodo, probably to be identified with Dodai the Ahohite, the commander of the 2nd Course, 27. 4. The 3 mighty men, i.e. the 3 who were with David on the occasion mentioned in 2 Samuel 23. 9. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 He was with David at Padamim, and there the Philistines were gathered together to battle, where was a plot of ground full of barley. And the people fled from before the Philistines. In 1 Samuel 17. 1. Ephs-Dammim. 13. At Padamim, perhaps the same place as Ephs-Dammim, which is mentioned in 1 Samuel 17. 1 as the gathering place of the Philistines. It was in the southwest of Judah. Barley, Samuel, lentils. The 2 words resemble each other in Hebrew and might be confused by an unwary scribe. Superscript 1 And they stood in the midst of the plot, and defended it, and slew the Philistines. And the Lord saved them by a great victory. Hebrew salvation. 14. They stood, the subject of the verb in 2 Samuel 23. 12 is Shammah, here David and Eleazar together. Superscript 1 And 3 of the 30 chief went down to the rock to David, into the cave of Adullam, and the host of the Philistines were encamped in the valley of Rephaim. 15. To the rock, Samuel, in the harvest time. Probably both readings are wrong, and the original form of the verse was perhaps And 3 of the 30 went down at the beginning of harvest to David, etc. See Driver, Notes on Hebrew Text of Samuel Superscript 2, page 366. The cave of Adullam, so also in 1 Samuel 22. 1, 2 Samuel 23. 13, in verse 16 below, and in 1 Samuel 22. For it is called the hold. Probably, the hold was a tangle of hill and forest, in the center of which the cave of Adullam served as David's headquarters. Barnes, Expositor, January, 1914. The whole forming an admirable retreat for men acquainted with its intricacies. An identification with a commanding hill in the Shephelah, called Adelma, has been suggested. C.G. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, pages 229, 230, note. The Valley of Rephaim, probably the broad depression traversed by the road from Jerusalem to Bethlehem. See Joshua 15. 8. Vale of Rephaim, Revised Version, Valley of the Giants, Authorized Version. Superscript 1. And David was then in the hold, and the garrison of the Philistines was then in Bethlehem. Superscript 1. And David longed, and said, Oh, that one would give me water to drink of the well of Bethlehem, which is by the gate. 16. In the hold, compare note on the cave of Adullam, verse 15. Superscript 1. And the three brake through the host of the Philistines, and drew water out of the well of Bethlehem, that was by the gate, and took it, and brought it to David, but David would not drink thereof, but poured it out unto the Lord. Superscript 1. And said, My God forbid it me, that I should do this. Shall I drink the blood of these men that have put their lives in jeopardy? For with the jeopardy of their lives they brought it. Therefore he would not drink it. These things did the three mighty men. Hebrew with their lives. 18. Break through the host, or camp. The word host in the Hebrew regularly means a host encamped, not a host embattled. Perhaps this exploit took place by night. Compare the deed of David and Abishai, 1 Samuel 26. 6:12. Poured it out, i.e. as a libation offering. Superscript 2. And Abishai, the brother of Joab, he was chief of the three, for he lifted up his spear against 300 and slew them, and had a name among the three. Of the three. Hebrew Abshai. Hebrew slain. Or, of the three in the second rank he was the most honorable. 20. Chief of the three, in 2 Samuel 23. 18. Kethib, Abishai is called by the same title, Hebrew Rosh Hashalishi, as Joshua-Bashabeth, 2 Samuel 23. Verse 8. This title probably means chief of the third part, of the army, compare verse 11, note. Chief of the three is a faulty reading. It certainly ought not to be taken in connection with the three mighty men, Jashabim, Ishbal, Eleazar, and less than Shemagriator than, referred to in verses 10 ff. Probably a reading, chief of the 30, for which there is some ms authority, is correct, but the references here and in the following verse are obscure. See Driver, Samuel Superscript 2, pages 367, 368. Had a name among the three, compare verse 24, where the same thing is said of Benaiah. The three meant are either the three of verses 15-19 or else an unknown three, compare next note. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. He was more honorable than the two, and was made their captain, howbeit he attained not to the first three. 21. Of the three, he was more honorable than the two. Margin, of the three in the second rank he was the most honorable. Neither of these renderings is satisfactory, and the text is certainly corrupt, compare 2 Samuel 23. 19, and should be corrected. Read perhaps, he was more honorable than the three, or perhaps, than the 30. The verse probably comes from a lost poem. What is meant by the three and by the first three cannot be determined owing to the loss of the context. Superscript 2. Superscript 2. Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, the son of a valiant man of Kabzeel, who had done mighty deeds, he slew the two sons of Ariel of Moab, he went down also and slew a lion in the midst of a pit in time of snow. 22. Benaiah, see 2 Samuel 8. 18. 1 Kings I 8 ff. 2. 25-35. Kabzeel, it was in the south of Judah, Joshua 15. 21. He slew the two sons of Ariel of Moab, so LXX. of 2 Samuel 23. 20. The phrase is very difficult. Some, amending the text, read, he slew 2 young lions, having gone down to their lair. Another but an improbable conjecture is, he smote the 2 altar pillars of Moab, i.e. he overthrew the 2 high columns on which the sacred fire of the Moabites was kept. Robertson Smith, Religion of the Semites, additional note L. To injure or defile the sacred place of an enemy was a common practice in ancient war. In time of snow, the beast had strayed up the Judean hills from Jordan, and had been caught in a sudden snowstorm. Where else than in Palestine could lions and snow thus come together? G. A. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, page 65. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And he slew an Egyptian, a man of great stature, 5 cubits high, and in the Egyptian's hand was a spear like a weaver's beam. And he went down to him with a staff, and plucked the spear out of the Egyptian's hand, and slew him with his own spear. Superscript 2 These things did Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and had a name among the 3 mighty men. 23. Of great stature, Samuel has a better reading, a goodly man, man of presence, goodliness, according to the Hebrews consisting in being well built for warlike exercises. A staff, Hebrew shebhet, i.e. the rod, or club, carried by shepherds as a defense against wild beasts, Psalms 2. 9, rod, 23. 4. Rod, 2 Samuel 18. 14. Darts. This rod had a point at one end, so that it could on occasion be used as a stabbing weapon. Superscript 2 Behold, he was more honorable than the 30, but he attained not to the first 3, and David set him over his guard. Or, counsel. 25. More honorable than the 30, on the phrase, see verse 21, note. The verse probably comes from some poem written in praise of Benaiah. Compare 27. 6. Guard, the same Hebrew word, mishmaediach, is translated, counsel, in the margin here and also in 1 Samuel 22. 14. The literal meaning is, obedience. It seems both here and in Samuel, 1 Samuel 22. 14. To designate those who executed the king's commands, i.e. his ministers. Minister equals servant. Superscript 2 Also the mighty men of the armies. Asahel the brother of Joab, Elhanan the son of Dodo of Bethlehem. 26. Asahel, whose death at the hands of Abner, the general of Ishbosheth, was the cause of the famous feud between Abner and Joab, compare 2 Samuel 2. 18 ff. 3. 27. Elhanan, called here, equals 2 Samuel 23. 24. Son of Dodo, but perhaps to be identified with Elhanan the son of Jair of XX. 5, equals 2 Samuel 21. 19. Where Jehoiargim is an error for Jair, see Driver, Samuel Superscript 2, pages 367, 368. Superscript 2 Shammoth the Hararite, Helez the Pelonite. In 2 Samuel 23. 25. Shammah the Haradite. In 2 Samuel 23. 26. Paltite. 27. The Hararite, read, the Haradite, so Samuel. Compare Judges 6. 23, 7. 1. Whence it appears that Herod was in, or near, the valley of Jezreel. Compare also 1 Chronicles 27. 8. Shamheth the Israelite, where the same person seems to be meant. Elikah the Haradite, Samuel, is not found in Chronicles. Helez the Pelonite, compare 27. 10. Where he is described as a captain of the children of Ephraim. In 2 Samuel 23. 26 However it is Helez the Paltite, i.e., apparently, the inhabitant of Beth-Pelet, in the south of Judah, Joshua 15. 27. Superscript 2 Ira the son of Ikesh the Tekoite, Abiezer the Anathothite. 28. Ira the son of Ikesh the Tekoite, compare 27. 9. For Tekoa see 2 Chronicles XX. 20. Note. Abiezer the Anathothite, 27. 12 and 2 Samuel 23. 27. Anathoth was in Benjamin. It was Jeremiah's village, Jeremiah I, 1, 11. 21 ff, now Anata, 2.5 miles north-northeast of Jerusalem. Superscript 2 Sibbecai the Hushathite, Eli the Ahohite. In 2 Samuel 23. 27, Mebani. In 2 Samuel 23. 28, Zalman. 29. Sibbecai, so 27. 11, but in 2 Samuel 23. 27, Mebani. The Hushathite, Husha is probably the name of some place near Bethlehem, 4. 4, Shua, 4. Verse 11, may be another form of the name. Eli, in 2 Samuel 23. 28, Zalman. The two words are perhaps only various readings of the name which originally appeared in the list. The Ahohite, he was of a Benjamite family, 8. 4, Ahoah. Superscript 3 Maharai the Netophathite, Heled the son of Baanah the Netophathite. In 2 Samuel 23. 29, Helep. 30, Maharai the Netophathite, so in 27. 13, with of the Zerahites, Revised Version, added. A Netophathite might come either from Netophah, a village in Judah not far from Bethlehem, or from the villages of the Netophathites, 9. 16, note. Heled, in 27. 15, Heldai, a name found in Zechariah 4. 10, Heleb in 2 Samuel 23. 29 is probably a wrong reading. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 Ithai the son of Ribai of Gibeah of the children of Benjamin, Benaiah the Pirathonite. 31, Ithai, in 2 Samuel 23. 29, Ittai, the same name as in 2 Samuel 15. 19, 18. 2, but a different person is meant. Benaiah the Pirathonite, so in 27. 14, 2 Samuel 23. 30, Pirathon was a town in Ephraim, Judges 12. 15, probably the place is mentioned also in 1 Maccabees 9. 50, Tau nu theta alpha mu nu theta alpha phi alpha rho alpha theta nu. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 Hurai of the brooks of Gash, Abel the Arbathite. In 2 Samuel 23. 30, Hiddai. In 2 Samuel 23. 31, Abialban. 32, Hurai, in 2 Samuel 23. 30, Hiddai. The true form of the name is uncertain, neither form occurs elsewhere. Gash, a mountain in Ephraim, Judges 2. 9, equals Joshua 24. 30. Abel, in 2 Samuel 23. 31, Abialban. Arbathite means, inhabitant of Beth Araba, a town on the border between Judah and Benjamin, Joshua 15. 6. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 Asmaveth the Baharamite, Eliabah the Shalbanite. 33. Baharamite, in 2 Samuel 23. 31, Baramite. We should read in both places, Bahuramite, i.e., inhabitant of Bahurim, a town of Benjamin, 2 Samuel 3. 16. Shalbanite, i.e., inhabitant of Shalbim, Judges I, 35, or Shalabin, Joshua 19. 42, a town in Dan. Superscript 3 The sons of Hashem the Gizonite, Jonathan the son of Sheach the Hararite. In 2 Samuel 23. 32, Jashan. 34, the sons of Hashem the Gizonite, the corresponding clause in 2 Samuel 23. 32 is simply, the sons of Jashan. The text is corrupt in both places. LXX, Chronicles, for the sons of has the proper name, Benaiah. Read perhaps, Jashan the Gunite, compare Numbers 26. 48, omitting the sons of, Hebrew Ben-A, as arising from a mistaken repetition of the last 3 letters of Shalbanite, Hebrew form. Jonathan the son of Sheach, compare 2 Samuel 23. 32, 33, where the right reading seems to be Jonathan the son of Shammah. Nothing is known of the meaning of Hararite, nor is the reading certain. Superscript 3 Ahiam the son of Sacher the Hararite, Eliphel the son of Uar. Superscript 3 Hefer the Mesherathite, Ahijah the Pelonite. In 2 Samuel 23. 33, Sharar. In 2 Samuel 23. 34, Eliphalet the son of Ahasbai. 35, Sacher, in 2 Samuel, Sharar. 35, 36. Eliphel the son of Uar. Hefer the Mesherathite, in 2 Samuel 23. 34, Eliphalet the son of Ahasbai, the son of the Maacathite. Chronicles has two heroes against one in 2 Samuel. 36, Ahijah the Pelonite, a mutilated reading of 2 Samuel 23. 34, Eliam the son of Ahithophel the Gilonite. 4. Ahithophel, c. 27. 33, note. Gilonite means, inhabitant of Gilo, a town in the hill country of Judah, Joshua 15. 51. Superscript 3 Hezro the Carmelite, Nari the son of Ezbai. In 2 Samuel 23. 35, Parai the Arbite. 37, Hezro, so 2 Samuel 23. 35, Revised version following the Kethib, but Hezrai, Authorized version following the The Carmelite, i.e. inhabitant of Carmel, a town in the hill country of Judah, 1 Samuel 25. 2 ff. Nari, in 2 Samuel 23. 35, Parai. The true form is lost. The son of Ezbai, in 2 Samuel, the Arbite, simply, i.e., probably, inhabitant of Arab, Joshua 15. 52, a town in the hill country of Judah. Superscript 3 Joel the brother of Nathan, Mibhar the son of Hagri. 38, Joel the brother of Nathan, Mibhar. Mibhar is a corruption of a word, of Zobah, belonging to the first clause of the verse. Compare 2 Samuel 23. 39, Igal the son of Nathan of Zobah. 4. Zobah, compare 18. 3. The son of Hagri, in 2 Samuel, Bani the Gadite. Superscript 3 Zelek the Ammonite, Naharai the Berothite, the armor-bearer of Joab the son of Zeruiah. 39. The Berothite, spelt generally, Beerothite. Beeroth was a Benjamite town, 2 Samuel 4. 2. Ira the Ithrite, Gareb the Ithrite. 40. The Ithrite, i.e., member of the family, or clan, of Jether. Compare 2. 17, note. Superscript 1 Uriah the Hittite, Zabad the son of Aleh. 41, Uriah the Hittite, compare 2 Samuel 11. 3. The list in 2 Samuel 23. Closes with this name and with the note 30 and 7 in all. In Chronicles the list is extended to include 16 additional names, which are all otherwise unknown. 41b-47, no parallel in 2 Samuel. Continuation of the list of David's mighty men. Superscript 2 Adinah the son of Shiza the Reubonite, a chief of the Reubenites, and 30 with him. Superscript 3 Hanan the son of Makkah, and Joshaphat the Mithnite. 42, and 30 with him. This clause may be a marginal note taken into the text at the wrong place. It was apparently meant to stand after the name of Uriah the Hittite, verse 41, by some scribe who followed our present text and referred, the sons of Hashem, verse 34, to Asmaveth and Eliabah, verse 33. Thus reckoning just 30 names from Asahel to Uriah. The clause should be read either, and up to him are 30, or, and all of them are 30, compare 2 Samuel 23. 39. Another possibility is that the proper place of these verses, 42-47, is in chapter 12. After verse 7, they describe on that view the Reubonite gathering to David, and the names in verses 43-47 are then to be regarded as a portion of the list of the 30 with Adinah, verse 42. On the characteristics of these additional names and of those in 12. 122, C.G. B. Gray, Hebrew proper names, page 230. Uzziah the Ashtorethite, Shammah and Jeiel the sons of Hotham the Aroerite. Jediel the son of Shimri, and Joha his brother, the Tizite. 44, the Ashtorethite, i.e. inhabitant of Ashtaroth, 6. 71, 56, Hebrew, a city of Manasseh east of Jordan. The Aroerite, i.e. inhabitant of Aroer. There were 2 cities of this name, both east of Jordan, compare Joshua 13. 16, 25. Eliel the Mahavite, and Jeribai, and Joshaviah, the sons of Elnam, and Ithma the Moabite. 46, the Mahavite, read perhaps, the Mahonite, i.e. inhabitant of Mahanaim, a town east of Jordan, compare 2 Samuel 17. 27, or, the Meonite, i.e. of Beth Meon, a Reubenite city, Joshua 13. 17. Eliel, and Obed, and Jaziel the Mezabate. 47, the Mezabate, read perhaps, of Zobah. Compare verse 38, note. Chapter 12. 122, not in Samuel. David's adherents in exile. This section describes the gathering to David of helpers from Benjamin, verses 1-7, Gad, 8-15, Benjamin and Judah, 16-18, and Manasseh, 19-22, before the death of Saul. It is entirely natural to suppose that the men who followed David in the days of Saul's enmity were rewarded when he became king, and their descendants might well be prominent families in the land. Whether any such survived the exilic period and continued in later Jerusalem we cannot say for certain, but it is probable that some names in this list are correct. Though it is doubtful whether the chronicler is drawing on contemporary family tradition or on written sources. The style, however, shows that the composition of the chapter is the chronicler's, and the impression made by the whole should be contrasted with the picture of this period of David's life given in 1 Samuel 22. 1 ff. In Samuel David is leader of a small band of his own immediate friends, augmented by adventurers and desperate men, and numbering in all some 600. In Chronicles one gathers that his followers were the choice spirits of Israel and Judah, who rallied to his support until he had a great host like the host of God. Beyond question the picture in Samuel is true to fact, that in Chronicles being part of the idealization of David as the perfect king, which the chronicler, doubtless in full accord with the temper of his age, consistently presents. Its worth lies not in its historical accuracy, but in the religious enthusiasm which has produced it. 1-7. Benjamite adherents of David. Superscript 1 Now these are they that came to David to Ziklag, while he yet kept himself close because of Saul the son of Kish, and they were among the mighty men, his helpers in war. Hebrew being yet shut up. 1. To Ziklag, David at Ziklag was a client of Achish, king of Gath, 1 Samuel 27. 5, 6 So that Benjamites joining him put themselves under their hereditary enemies the Philistines. While he yet kept himself close, render, while he was yet shut up. David was shut in, as in a prison, and unable to move freely through the land of Israel. Superscript 2 They were armed with bows, and could use both the right hand and the left in slinging stones and in shooting arrows from the bow. They were of Saul's brethren of Benjamin. Or, drew the bow. 2. Both the right hand and the left, in Judges XX. The Benjamites are said to have had 700 men left-hand who could sling stones at a hair and not miss, Judges XX. Verse 16. Compare Judges 3. 15. They were of Saul's brethren of Benjamin, brother is used in Hebrew and Arabic for fellow tribesmen, compare 2 Samuel 19. 12. The loyalty of Benjamin to Saul even after his death is attested by 2 Samuel 2. 15, 25, 31. But the importance of Benjamites in the post-exilic period would encourage such a tradition as is here recorded. Superscript 3 The chief was Ahiezer, then Josh, the sons of Shammah the Gibeathite, and Jeziel, and Pelet, the sons of Asmaveth. And Barakah, and Jehu the Anathothite. 3. The chief was A, then J. Read, compare LXX. A. The chief, J. The son, singular, of Shammah. Jehu the Anathothite, i.e. man of Anathoth. C. 11. 28, note. And Ishmael the Gibeonite, a mighty man among the 30, and over the 30, and Jeremiah, and Jehaziel, and Johanan, and Jozabad the Gederathite, Eluzai, and Jerimoth, and Bealiah, and Shemariah, and Shephatiah the Haraphite. 4. Among the 30, and over the 30, Ishmael's name does not occur among the 30, 2 Samuel 23. 24:39, the phrase is therefore perhaps only a kind of superlative. Ishmael was worthy to be ranked with the 30 or even above them. Probably however the list in chapter 11, and that in chapter 12, belong to different times. The Gederathite, i.e. the man of Gedera. The only Gedera known was in the Judean Shephelah, Joshua 15. 36, so that it would seem that some men of Judah are reckoned along with the Benjamites in these verses. Similarly in verse 7 men of the Judean town of Geder, 4. Joshua 15. 58, are mentioned. Perhaps therefore some words introducing the names of Judean heroes have dropped out. But an identification with a Benjamite village Gederah, north of Jerusalem, is also possible. Elkanah, and Ishiah, and Azrael, and Jozer, and Jashabim, the Korahites, and Joelah, and Zebadiah, the sons of Jeraham of Geder. 6. The Korahites, probably not the Levitic but the Calebite sons of Korah, 2. 43, who belong to Judah, are meant. 8:15. Gadite adherents of David. And of the Gadites there separated themselves unto David to the hold in the wilderness, mighty men of valor, men trained for war, that could handle shield and spear. Whose faces were like the faces of lions, and they were as swift as the roes upon the mountains, Ezra the chief, Obadiah the second, Eliab the third. 8. And of the Gadites had the name of marauders, Genesis 49. 19, and David's mode of life would attract them. Chronologically verse 8 should precede verse 1, David was first, in the hold, and afterwards in Ziklag. On the reference to Gad and Manasseh, verse 19, see 2 Chronicles 15. 9. Separated themselves, i.e. left their brethren east of Jordan and came west. To the hold in the wilderness, it is uncertain whether this hold be or be not the cave of Adullam. On the latter see 11. 15, note. Shield and spear, the reference is to the manner of fighting in David's day. At the threat of an attack an army was drawn up in close array, shield touching shield and spears carried at the charge. Only in a high state of discipline could men quickly and effectively handle shield and spear thus, 1 Samuel 17. 2, 8, 21. The authorized version, shield and buckler, follows a mistake of several early editions of the printed Hebrew text. As the rose, in David's lament, 2 Samuel I. Jonathan is compared to a lion, verse 23, and to a gazelle, verse 19 margin, the same Hebrew word as for roe here. Superscript 1 Mishmannah the fourth, Jeremiah the fifth, superscript 1 Attai the sixth, Eliel the seventh. Superscript 1 superscript 2 Johanan the eighth, Elzabad the ninth, superscript 1 superscript 3 Jeremiah the 10th, Machbani the 11th. 10. Jeremiah, the 5th, compare verse 13, Jeremiah the 10th. A very slight difference of spelling distinguishes the two words in the Hebrew. Superscript 1 These of the sons of Gad were captains of the host, he that was least was equal to 100, and the greatest to 1,000. Or, over. 14. He that was least, 1,000, compare Leviticus 26. 8. Isaiah XXX. 17. Superscript 1 These are they that went over Jordan in the first month, when it had overflown all its banks, and they put to flight all them of the valleys, both toward the east, and toward the west. 15. In the first month, in Nisan, the month of harvest, when the snow was melting and filling all streams, compare Joshua 3. 15. All them of the valleys, i.e. All inhabitants of the valleys who in the interest of Saul sought to bar their march westward to join David. 1618. Amasai and his companions. 1618. These interesting and beautiful passages are so different in style and sentiment from what precedes and what follows that they would seem to be drawn from another source. It is quite possible that they were inserted thus between Gad and Manasseh by the chronicler himself. But that they are a later addition is probable from the fact that the adherents who came from Benjamin and perhaps Judah, verses 5-7, see note on Gederathite, are given above, verses 1-7. Superscript 1 And there came of the children of Benjamin and Judah to the hold unto David. 16, to the hold, see verse 8, notes. Superscript 1 And David went out to meet them, and answered and said unto them, If ye be come peaceably unto me to help me, mine heart shall be knit unto you, but if ye be come to betray me to mine adversaries, seeing there is no wrong in mine hands. The God of our fathers look thereon, and rebuke it. Or, violence. 17, David went out to meet them, instead of letting himself be surprised he took up a favorable position in advance from which he could hold parley with them. The south of Judah with its ravines and cliffs affords many such positions. The God of our fathers, etc. Compare the equally fine assertion of integrity of conduct and of faith in God made by David in 1 Samuel 24. 11 ff. If it be felt that in the later idealization, which must be recognized, we lose our knowledge of the real David, it should be remembered that this very idealization is in itself proof of the greatness of David in mind and soul. The strong but simple faith and the magnanimous bearing of David, which such a passage as the present portrays, are no doubt true to fact. For they provide precisely that historical basis without which the reverent and loving idealization of later generations had never come into existence. Superscript 1 Then the Spirit came upon Amasai, who was chief of the 30, and he said, Thine are we, David, and on thy side, thou son of Jesse, peace, peace be unto thee, and peace be to thine helpers, for thy God helpeth thee. Then David received them, and made them captains of the band. Hebrew clothed. Another reading is, captains. 18, The Spirit came upon a. Literally a spirit, i.e. from God, clothed itself with, i.e. entered into, Amasai. Compare 2 Chronicles 24. 20, Judges 6. 34. Amasai, probably to be identified with Amasa, 2 Samuel 17. 25, 19. 13. Chief of the 30, thus the Kathib, the authorized version, following the has chief of the captains, so also 11. 11, where see note. Thine are we, David, and on thy side, literally, for thee, David, and with thee. This response, thine are we. Helpeth thee, is a fine fragment of Hebrew poetry, having an early simplicity of style, which it is peculiarly interesting to find in so late a book as Chronicles. It is assuredly not the composition of the chronicler, but must be derived from some independent source, and is perhaps a really old traditional saying about David. See the introduction section 5, p. For thy God helpeth thee, David's frequent escapes from Saul were felt to be due to divine protection. 1922. Manassite adherents. Superscript 1 of Manasseh also there fell away some to David, when he came with the Philistines against Saul to battle, but they helped them not, for the lords of the Philistines upon advisement sent him away, saying, He will fall away to his master Saul to the jeopardy of our heads. 19. When he came with the Philistines, see 1 Samuel 28. 1, 2, 29. 1:11. But they helped them not, David's men did not help the Philistines. Upon advisement, after consideration, literally, by counsel. Compare 21. 12, Advise thyself. To the jeopardy of our heads, rather, at the price of our heads. David became son-in-law to Saul at the price of the lives of 200 of the Philistines, 1 Samuel 18. 27. Their lords here, in Chronicles, expressed their dread lest David reconcile himself to Saul by some act of treachery and slaughter done against his present Philistine patrons, compare 1 Samuel 29. 4. With equals, at the price of. Superscript 2. As he went to Ziklag, there fell to him of Manasseh, Adnah, and Jozabad, and Jediel, and Michael, and Jozabad, and Elihu, and Zilithai, captains of thousands that were of Manasseh. 20. As he went, i.e. as he returned, 1 Samuel XXX. 1. Jozabad, this name occurs twice, possibly in the original list different patronymics were attached to the two mentions of the name. Captains of thousands, compare 15. 25, Micah v. 2. Tribes were divided into thousands, which were subdivided into hundreds. These divisions were of civil as well as of military significance. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And they helped David against the band of rovers, for they were all mighty men of valor, and were captains in the host. 21. The band of rovers, the reference is to the Amalekites who burnt Ziklag, 1 Samuel XXX. 1 ff. The Hebrew word gedud, here translated band, is translated troop in 1 Samuel XXX. 8:15. And were captains, render, and they became captains. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 For from day to day there came to David to help him, until it was a great host, like the host of God. 22. The host of God, the phrase comes from Genesis 32. 2. Compare Psalms 68. 15, Revised Version, a mountain of God. The epithet of God is used to distinguish a thing as very great. 23:40, compare 2 Samuel v. 1. The forces which came to Hebron to make David king. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And these are the numbers of the heads of them that were armed for war, which came to David to Hebron, to turn the kingdom of Saul to him, according to the word of the Lord. 23, and these are, etc. It may confidently be said that the list as it stands is the composition of the chronicler himself, for the syntax and vocabulary of the passage are his. And there is no evidence to suggest that its statements are based on those of some ancient document. Its value in the idealistic account of David which the chronicler furnishes is obvious, implying as it does not only that the northern as well as the southern tribes concurred wholeheartedly in the election of David, but also that the occasion was one of great military display. On the huge numbers alleged to have come from the north, Zebulun, Naphtali, Dan, and Asher being credited with 155,600 warriors, compare the following note, and, in general. On midrashic exaggeration of numbers in Chronicles see the note on 2 Chronicles 17. 14. Superscript 2 The children of Judah that bear shield and spear were 6,800, armed for war. 24, 6,800, contrast the numbers assigned to the northern tribes in verses 33 ff. It may be the idea of the chronicler at the unanimous support of the southern tribes could be assumed, and that only chosen representatives of these tribes attended. But much more probably the multitudes of Zebulun, verse 33, etc. are simply due to his desire to magnify the share taken by the north, whilst the problem of the numerical contrast with Judah, etc. did not present itself to him as it does to us. Superscript 2 Of the children of Simeon, mighty men of valor for the war, 7,100. Superscript 2 Of the children of Levi 4,600. 25, Simeon, the most southerly of the tribes, 4. 24:31. The tribes are mentioned in order from south to north. Superscript 2 And Jehoiada was the leader of the house of Aaron, and with him were 3,700. 27. Of the house of Aaron, Jehoiada was not high priest, but leader of the warriors of the house of Aaron. He may be the same person as the father of Benaiah, 11. 22, Leader, Hebrew Najid, is the title given to the ruler of the temple, 9. 11. Superscript 2 And Zadok, a young man mighty of valor, and of his father's house 20 and 2 captains. 28, Zadok, in 27. 17 He seems to occupy the position assigned to Jehoiada in verse 27. Perhaps he succeeded him. Superscript 2 And of the children of Benjamin, the brethren of Saul, 3,000, for hitherto the greatest part of them had kept their allegiance to the house of Saul. Superscript 3 And of the children of Ephraim 20,800, mighty men of valor, famous men in their fathers' houses. Hebrew kept the charge of the house. 29, hitherto, i.e. up to the time referred to in 2 Samuel v. 1. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And of the half-tribe of Manasseh 18,000, which were expressed by name, to come and make David king. 31. Which were expressed by name, suggesting that a census list was kept, recording however not necessarily individuals but simply households. The phrase does not mean picked representatives. Note how the chronicler skillfully lightens his statistics by some descriptive phrase, so also in verses 32 ff. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 And of the children of Issachar, men that had understanding of the times, to know what Israel ought to do. The heads of them were 200, and all their brethren were at their commandment. 32, that had understanding of the times, compare Esther I, 13, which knew the times. Times, are opportunities, vicissitudes, compare 29. 30, experiences, good or bad, compare Psalms 31. 15, the phrase means, therefore, men of experience, having knowledge of the world. Some suppose that the phrase refers to astrological skill, knowledge of auspicious times and seasons. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 of Zebulun, such as were able to go out in the host, that could set the battle in array, with all manner of instruments of war, 50,000, and that could order the battle array, and were not of double heart. Superscript 3 And of Naphtali 1,000 captains, and with them with shield and spear 30 and 7,000. Superscript 3 And of the Danites that could set the battle in array, 20 and 8,600. Superscript 3 And of Asher, such as were able to go out in the host, that could set the battle in array, 40,000. 33, such as were able, etc. This description is intended to exclude mere lads, such as David appeared to be, 1 Samuel 17. 33, who might be in attendance on the warriors. That could order, etc., i.e. who moved as one man in battle array, compare verse 8, note on shield and spear. 4, of double heart, compare 2 Chronicles XXX. 12, one heart. Superscript 3 And on the other side of Jordan, of the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh, with all manner of instruments of war for the battle, 120,000. 37. 120,000, evidently a round number, giving 40,000 to each tribe, compare verse 36. Superscript 3 All these, being men of war, that could order the battle array, came with a perfect heart to Hebron, to make David king over all Israel, and all the rest also of Israel were of one heart to make David king. 38, with a perfect heart, i.e. with whole, undivided heart. Superscript 3 And they were there with David 3 days, eating and drinking, for their brethren had made preparation for them. 39. Eating and drinking, the feasting probably began with the sacrificial meal by which a covenant was usually ratified, compare Genesis 31. 46, 54. Moreover they that were nigh unto them, even as far as Issachar and Zebulun and Naphtali, brought bread on asses, and on camels, and on mules, and on oxen, victual of meal, cakes of figs, and clusters of raisins, and wine, and oil, and oxen. And sheep in abundance, for there was joy in Israel. 40. They that were nigh unto them, the relatives of the assembled warriors cared for their needs. As far as Issachar, even those warriors who came from the northern districts were provisioned by their kinsfolk. Chapter 13. 114 equals 2 Samuel 6. 111. Removal of the ark from Kiriath Jearim to the house of Obed-Edom. Death of Uzzah. In harmony with his conviction that the acts of David in promoting or instituting the religious ceremonial of Israel were the supremely important events of his reign. The chronicler represents the removal of the ark from Kiriath Jearim as being the first concern of the new monarch and his first action subsequent to the capture of Jerusalem. David's building of a royal residence for himself and his family in Jerusalem, and his victories over the Philistines, which in 2 Samuel precede the removal of the ark, are relegated to the second place in Chronicles, see chapter 14. The transposition of order is effected by means of the introductory verses 1-4, which are from the chronicler's own hand. It is convenient to draw attention here to a matter of some importance in the narrative of Chronicles, viz. that the chronicler believed the tabernacle, Mishkan, of the Lord, Exodus 35. XL, which Moses made in the wilderness, 1 Chronicles 21. 29, to be in existence in David's day and to be standing at Gibeon, c. 16. 39, and 2 Chronicles I, 3. Yet when the ark was taken into the city of David it was placed not in the Mishkan but in the tent, Ohel, which David pitched for it, 16. Verse 1 is equal to 2 Samuel 6. 17. Thus in Chronicles the two holy things, the ark and the tabernacle, are represented as separated, and a separate daily service has to be instituted for each. Asaph and his brethren being said to minister before the ark in the city of David, 1 Chronicles 16. 37, and Zadok and his brethren before the tabernacle at Gibeon, 16. Verse 39. The worship at Gibeon as well as Jerusalem entailed a manifest breach of the Deuteronomic law that at one sanctuary only must worship be offered. It is hard to say what the chronicler thought of David's strange disregard of a stringent law which, on the chronicler's theory, was well known to David, and which the chronicler used as one of the criteria distinguishing the good from the evil kings from Solomon onwards. Doubtless David's ecclesiastical arrangements were regarded as temporary, pending the building of the temple, but surely the Mishkan could have been removed to Jerusalem almost as easily as the Arkansas. Why then does the perfect king fail in this duty? The chronicler ignores the difficulty completely, probably because he was unable to see or conjecture any adequate explanation of David's conduct. It goes without saying that in reality the Deuteronomic law of the one sanctuary was of much later origin than the time of David, and the difficulty is an unreal one. Superscript 1 And David consulted with the captains of thousands and of hundreds, even with every leader. 1. David consulted with the captains, etc. The chronicler is fond of associating the people with the king in religious measures so as to minimize the appearance of arbitrary power which is suggested by the language of the books of Samuel and of Kings. Compare verse 4, the assembly said that they would do so, also 2 Chronicles XXX. 2, 4. Similarly in 28. 2 The king addresses the elders as my brethren. Doubtless the chronicler had in mind Deuteronomy 17. 20. Superscript 2 And David said unto all the assembly of Israel, If it seem good unto you, and if it be of the Lord our God, let us send abroad everywhere unto our brethren that are left in all the land of Israel, with whom the priests and Levites are in their cities that have suburbs, that they may gather themselves unto us, and let us bring again the ark of our God to us. Hebrew lands. Or, and with them to the priests and Levites which are and or, pasture lands. 2. Let us send abroad everywhere, the Hebrew phrase is peculiar, let us spread, let us send, i.e. let the invitation be sent far and wide throughout the land and not limited to the southern tribes. The priests and Levites, in Samuel no mention of the Levites is made in the account of the removal of the ark. The chronicler retells the story in accordance with the conviction that the complete Levitical ceremonial with which he was familiar was actually in operation in the days of David. In their cities that have suburbs, or, as margin, that have pasture lands, i.e. following the provision that cities are to be assigned to the Levites with suburbs for their cattle and for their substance, and for all their beasts, Numbers 35. 2:7, compare Joshua 14. 4. 21. 2. Superscript 3 For we sought not unto it in the days of Saul. And all the assembly said that they would do so, for the thing was right in the eyes of all the people. 3. We sought not unto it, the meaning is to seek with care, to care for. Compare 15. 13. So David assembled all Israel together, from Shear the brook of Egypt even unto the entering in of Hamath, to bring the ark of God from Kiriath-jearim. 5. From Shear the brook of Egypt, Shear was the name of the brook, now Wadi el-Arish, which divided Palestine from Egypt, Joshua 13. 3, 15. 4, Jeremiah 2. 18. The entering in of Hamath, Hamath, now Hama, is on the Orontes, see note on 18. 5. The entering in of Hamath is to be identified with the Ba, a broad valley between Lebanon and Anti-Libanus watered by the Orontes, Baedeker, Palestine, page 372. It is mentioned as on the northern frontier of Israel in Joshua 13. 5. 1 Kings 8. 65, and elsewhere. And David went up, and all Israel, to Bala, that is, to Kiriath-jearim, which belonged to Judah, to bring up from thence the ark of God, the Lord that sitteth upon the cherubim, which is called by the name. Or, dwelleth between. Or, where the name is called on. 6. To Bala, that is, to Kiriath-jearim, a Gibeonite city, probably Ariat Elinab, city of grapes, some 7 miles northwest of Jerusalem. Compare Joshua 15. 9. In Joshua 15. 60 Kiriath-baal. Sitteth upon the cherubim, compare Ezekiel 26. Which is called by the name, the God whose is the ark is here distinguished from the gods of the nations as the God who bears the ineffable name. And they carried the ark of God upon a new cart, and brought it out of the house of Abinadab, and Uzzah and Ahio drave the cart. 7. A new cart was chosen as one which had not been profaned by common work. So, Judges 16. 11, 12, new ropes, wherewith no work hath been done, were used in the attempt to bind the consecrated man, Samson. So also, Mark 11. 2, 7, our Lord rode into Jerusalem on a colt, whereon no man ever yet Saturday. The house of Abinadab, compare 1 Samuel 7. 1, 2, also 2 Samuel 6. 3, here the ark had been since the Philistines restored it to Israelite territory. And David and all Israel played before God with all their might, even with songs, and with harps, and with psalteries, and with timbrels, and with cymbals, and with trumpets. 8, played, the Hebrew word means to sport, to dance, compare 15. 29. With all their might, even with songs, a better reading than that of 2 Samuel 6. 5, with all manner of instruments made of fir wood. Psalteries, the instrument here meant, Hebrew nebel, is generally identified at the present day with an instrument called the santir still in use among the Arabs. This consists of a long box with a flat bottom covered with a somewhat convex sounding board over which the strings are stretched. Novak, Hebraish Archaeology, I. 275. The harp, Hebrew kinnear, was a simpler instrument, like the Greek kithra, a lyre rather than a true harp. For a full discussion of nebel and kinnear see Driver, Amos, p. 234, or the articles Music in Encyclopaedia Biblia or Hastings Dictionary of the Bible. And when they came unto the threshing floor of Chidon, Uzzah put forth his hand to hold the ark, for the oxen stumbled. Or, were restive or, threw it down. 9. The threshing floor of Chidon, LXX. B. Omits of Chidon. In 2 Samuel 6. 6. Nachon's threshing floor. Nachon is probably a textual blunder. To hold the ark, the chronicler from a feeling of reverence shrinks from saying, and took hold of it, 2 Samuel 6. 6. Stumbled, margin threw it down, but the meaning is perhaps rather, let it go, i.e. let the cart on which the ark was slip backwards. The same Hebrew word is used 2 Kings 9. 33. There Jehu in his mocking humor says not, throw her down, but, let her go, an ambiguous command meant to throw as much responsibility as possible upon those who obeyed it. Superscript 1 And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah, and he smote him, because he put forth his hand to the ark, and there he died before God. 10. Before God, in 2 Samuel 6. 7. By the ark of God. Superscript 1 And David was displeased, because the Lord had broken forth upon Uzzah, and he called that place Perez Uzzah, unto this day. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 And David was afraid of God that day, saying, How shall I bring the ark of God home to me? That is, the breach of Uzzah. 11. Was displeased, rather, was wroth, presumably against his advisers for not warning him that the method adopted for the removal of the ark was wrong, compare 15. 13. Had broken forth, literally as Authorized Version, had made a breach upon Uzzah. Compare Exodus 19. 22. Perez Uzzah, the meaning of the name is given by the margin the breach of Uzzah. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 So David removed not the ark unto him into the city of David, but carried it aside into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. 13. Obed-Edom the Gittite, as Gittite means man of Gath, Obed-Edom was doubtless of Philistine origin. Perhaps he attached himself to David during David's sojourn among the Philistines. In 15. 18, 24, 16. 38, 26. For an Obed-Edom is mentioned as a Levite and a porter, doorkeeper, for the ark, and elsewhere, 15. 21, 16. 5, as a singer, see the notes on 15. 18, and 16. 38. Superscript 1 And the ark of God remained with the family of Obed-Edom in his house 3 months, and the Lord blessed the house of Obed-Edom, and all that he had. 14. With the family of Obed-Edom in his house, render, by, i.e. near, the house of Obed-Edom in its own house. The chronicler, regarding Obed-Edom as a foreigner if not also an idolater, finds it necessary to alter the expression found in 2 Samuel 6. 11. In the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. On the significance of the name, literally servant of Edom, see Driver, Samuel Superscript 2, pages 268, 269. Blessed, Targum blessed with sons and sons' sons. Chapter 14. Equals 2 Samuel v. 11:25. David at Jerusalem. 2 Philistine attacks repulsed. The chronicler derives this chapter from Samuel but gives it in a setting of his own. To agree with Samuel it should immediately follow 1 Chronicles 11. 9 and should immediately precede 1 Chronicles 13. 1. In Samuel the 2 attempts to remove the ark to the city of David, the first unsuccessful, the second successful, are related in immediate succession. The chronicler interposes between them the double repulse of the Philistines. See the headnote to chapter 13. 1, 2. Hiram's, first, embassy to David. The dislocation of the narrative mentioned in the last note has concealed the occasion of Hiram's embassy. The narrative of 2 Samuel v. 9:11 suggests that Hiram heard of the building works which David was carrying on at Jerusalem and so sent materials and workmen to assist. David accepted the welcome offer, which ultimately led to an alliance, as a sign of divine favor. Superscript 1 And Hiram king of Tyre sent messengers to David, and cedar trees, and masons, and carpenters, to build him an house. Superscript 2 And David perceived that the Lord had established him king over Israel, for his kingdom was exalted on high, for his people Israel's sake. 1. Hiram. Other forms of this name are Huram and, 1 Kings v. 10:18, Hiram. 3:7 equals 3. 5:8 and 2 Samuel v. 13:16. David's family in Jerusalem. Superscript 3 And David took more wives at Jerusalem, and David begot more sons and daughters. 3. More wives, in 2 Samuel v. 13 more concubines and wives. The chronicler omits or modifies statements which tend to David's discredit. And these are the names of the children which he had in Jerusalem, Shammua, and Shobab, Nathan, and Solomon, and Ibhar, and Elishua, and Elplet. And Noga, and Nepheg, and Japhia, and Elishama, and Beliada, and Eliphalet. 4. These are the names seem better preserved here than in either of the parallel passages, compare notes on 3. 5-8. Shammua. Solomon, all these 4 are attributed to Bathshua, equals Bathsheba, in 3. 5. 8:17, equals 2 Samuel v. 17:25. The double repulse of the Philistines. And when the Philistines heard that David was anointed king over all Israel, all the Philistines went up to seek David, and David heard of it, and went out against them. Or, before. 8. Over all Israel, in 2 Samuel v. 17, over Israel. In both passages the reference is to the later anointing by the whole people, 2 Samuel v. 3. All the Philistines, David, as king of Judah, was of little or no political importance to the Philistines. As king of united Israel, he became a possible menace, and was accordingly attacked without delay. Went up, i.e. from their own low-lying territory by the sea into the hill country of Judah. Went out against them, margin went out before them, i.e. anticipated them, did not wait for them to attack him. In 2 Samuel v. 17 went down to the hold, an expression which might refer to some part of the difficult hill country of Judah in which he had long defied Saul, or may mean the hold of Jerusalem, which David had seized from the Jebusites, see note on 11. 5. Now the Philistines had come and made a raid in the valley of Rephaim. 9. The valley of Rephaim, probably the shallow valley, now called Ba, across which runs the road from Jerusalem to Bethlehem, Bedeker, Palestine, pages 15, 99. Superscript 1. And David inquired of God, saying, Shall I go up against the Philistines? And wilt thou deliver them into mine hand? And the Lord said unto him, Go up, for I will deliver them into thine hand. 10. Inquired of God, doubtless by means of the sacred lot, the Urim and Thummim, see Hastings' Dictionary of the Bible SV, and Kirkpatrick's notes on 1 Samuel x. 22-23. 6. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. So they came up to Baal-perazim, and David smote them there. And David said, God hath broken mine enemies by mine hand, like the breach of waters. Therefore they called the name of that place Baal-perazim. Or, broken forth upon mine enemies. That is, the place of breakings forth. 11. Baal-perazim, probably to be identified with the Mount Perazim of Isaiah 28. 21, but the situation is unknown. Like the breach of waters, i.e. like the breach made by waters, probably the scene of the victory was a hill deeply scarred with watercourses. The force with which God broke through the army of the Philistines is compared with that of a torrent bursting forth from the hillside or forcing its way through all obstacles. Baal-perazim equals the Lord of breakings forth, i.e. upon the foe. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. And they left their gods there, and David gave commandment, and they were burned with fire. 12. David gave commandment, and they were burned, in 2 Samuel v. 21, Revised Version, David and his men took them away. The chronicler alters this statement so as to make David's conduct agree with the law, Deuteronomy 7. 5:25, which enjoined that graven images were to be burnt with fire. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. And the Philistines yet again made a raid in the valley. 13. Yet again, this invasion of all the Philistines, verse 8, was too serious to be repelled by a single defeat. In the valley, in 2 Samuel v. 22, in the valley of Rephaim, as in verse 9 above. Superscript 1. And David inquired again of God. And God said unto him, Thou shalt not go up after them, turn away from them, and come upon them over against the mulberry trees. Or, balsam trees. 14. Thou shalt not go up after them, in 2 Samuel v. 23. The words after them are connected with the following verb, Thou shalt not go up, make a circuit behind them. In Samuel the command is to assail the rear of the enemy, in Chronicles to avoid the rear, which was perhaps protected by a rear guard, and to attack, presumably, the flank. The reading in Chronicles is to be preferred as a harder reading, which yields good sense on examination. From them, the Hebrew word suggests that David occupied a commanding position from which he would be tempted to attack. Over against the mulberry trees, render, along, parallel to. The line of David's attack is to be parallel to a line of mulberry trees, or to a ridge on which mulberry trees stood, situate probably at right angles to the line of the Philistine march. Thus David's advance would be concealed from the Philistines until the very moment of the attack, which would fall on the flank of the Philistine march. Mulberry trees, or, as margin, balsam trees. Some kind of tree or shrub from which gum exudes seems to be meant. Superscript 1 And it shall be, when thou hearest the sound of marching in the tops of the mulberry trees, that then thou shalt go out to battle, for God is gone out before thee to smite the host of the Philistines. 15. The sound of marching, the sound of the wind in the trees is to be taken as an omen from Jehovah, indicating the favorable moment for the assault. The Targum, characteristically, has the sound of angels coming to thy help. Thou shalt go out to battle. Samuel has a more vivid phrase, thou shalt bestir thyself. Superscript 1 And David did as God commanded him, and they smote the host of the Philistines from Gibeon even to Gezer. Superscript 1 And the fame of David went out into all lands. And the Lord brought the fear of him upon all nations. In 2 Samuel v. 25, Geba. 16, smote the host of the Philistines from Gibeon even to Gezer. This victory was decisive, the main army of the Philistines was routed. Gezer, compare 6. 67, note. Chapter 15. 124. David's preparations for bringing the ark to Jerusalem. There is no parallel in Samuel to this section. In 2 Samuel 6. 12 The reason given for the renewal of David's attempt to bring the ark to Jerusalem is the report of the blessing which was said to have befallen Obed-Edom, in whose house the ark had been left. The chronicler is not ignorant of this tradition since he refers to it incidentally in 13. 14, but it would be very far from his sense of the fitness of things to adduce it as the motive for David's action. On the contrary, he declares in this section that David was prompted by a realization that the ill success of the first attempt was due to failure to observe the regulations of the Levitical law. Full attention now being given to the prescribed ritual, David succeeds in his pious purpose. Superscript 1 And David made him houses in the city of David, and he prepared a place for the ark of God, and pitched for it a tent. 1. Made him houses, compare 2 Samuel v. 9. A tent, a new tent, not the old tabernacle which the chronicler believed to be at Gibeon, c. 16. 39. Superscript 2 Then David said, None ought to carry the ark of God but the Levites, for them hath the Lord chosen to carry the ark of God, and to minister unto him forever. 2. None, but the Levites, Numbers I. 50, 7. 9. Nothing is said in the parallel place, 2 Samuel 6. 13, of the Levites, but bearers, and not a cart, are spoken of with regard to this second attempt. Compare 2 Chronicles v. 4, note. Superscript 3 And David assembled all Israel at Jerusalem, to bring up the ark of the Lord unto its place, which he had prepared for it. And David gathered together the sons of Aaron, and the Levites. 3. Assembled all Israel, it was a solemn religious assembly, Hebrew a with macroniche with macron l, Greek kappa kappa lambda eta sigma alpha. Of the sons of Kohath, Uriel the chief, and his brethren 120, of the sons of Merari. Asaiah the chief, and his brethren 220, of the sons of Gershom, Joel the chief, and his brethren 130, of the sons of Elizaphan, Shemaiah the chief, and his brethren 200, of the sons of Hebron. Eliel the chief, and his brethren 80, superscript 1 of the sons of Uzziel, Amminadab the chief, and his brethren 112. 5:10. Remark that besides the three great Levitical divisions, Kohathites, Gershonites, and Merarites, three additional classes, sons of Elizaphan, of Hebron, and of Uzziel, are given in verses 8-10. This unusual sixfold division, and the smallness of the numbers of Levites have been taken as indicating that the whole passage 1:15 is drawn by the chronicler from an earlier source, but the argument is not convincing. The text does not imply that Elizaphan, Hebron, and Uzziel were coordinated with Kohath, Gershom, and Merari, and the small numbers are accounted for by the view that only selected Levites were chosen for the task, so Curtis, Chronicles, page 127. 5. The sons of Kohath, Uriel. Kohath had 4 sons, Exodus 6. 18 is equal to 1 Chronicles 6. 18 Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. Here the descendants of Amram, exclusive of the priests, the Aaronites, represented by Uriel head the list, verse 5, and the descendants of Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel appear in verses 8, 9, 10 respectively. Elizaphan, verse 8, either stands for the Izhar of Exodus 6. 18, or is the name of some prominent descendant of Izhar after whom the whole family was named. He is mentioned again in 2 Chronicles 29. 13. As regards number, the Kohathites were 512 against 350 of the sons of Merari and the sons of Gershom combined. In 6. 60-63, 45-48, Hebrew, 23 cities are reckoned to Kohath against 25 to Merari and Gershom combined. The Kohathites formed the largest and most important of the 3 divisions of the Levites. Superscript 1 and David called for Zadok and Abiathar the priests, and for the Levites, for Uriel, Asaiah, and Joel, Shemaiah, and Eliel, and Amminadab. 11. Zadok and Abiathar, this double priesthood, 2 Samuel 8. 17, 15. 29, 35, 19. 11, XX. 25, came to an end in the reign of Solomon, 1 Kings 2. 27, 35. Zadok is always mentioned first as being descended from Eleazar the 3rd son of Aaron, while Ithamar from whom Abiathar, Ahimelech, was descended through Eli, 1 Kings 2. 27, was the 4th son, 24. 1, 3. In 2 of the passages quoted in this note, Abiathar, probably being confused with his father, is called Ahimelech or Abimelech, 2 Samuel 8. 17 is equal to 1 Chronicles 18. 16, 1 Chronicles 24. 3, conversely in Mark 2. 26 Ahimelech is called Abiathar. In the chronicler's list of high priests, 6. 4:14, Zadok alone is mentioned, the line of Eleazar alone being given. The priests, only the 2 chief priests are mentioned here. Other priests blew with the trumpets in front of the ark, verse 24. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 and said unto them, Ye are the heads of the fathers' houses of the Levites, sanctify yourselves, both ye, and your brethren, that ye may bring up the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel, unto the place that I have prepared for it. 12. Sanctify yourselves, compare 2 Chronicles 29. 5. For the method of sanctifying compare Exodus 19. 10, 15. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 For because ye bear it not at the first, the Lord our God made a breach upon us, for that we sought him not according to the ordinance. Superscript 1 So the priests and the Levites sanctified themselves to bring up the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel. 13. Made a breach, 13. 11, 14. 11. Compare margin. We sought him not, i.e. God, but a better rendering is we sought not unto it. Compare note on 13. 3. According to the ordinance, for its observance, see verse 15. Superscript 1 And the children of the Levites bear the ark of God upon their shoulders with the staves thereon, as Moses commanded according to the word of the Lord. 15. The children of the Levites bear, upon their shoulders, in accordance with the regulation of Numbers 50, 7. 9, which was not observed in the first attempt when the ark was placed in a cart, 13. 7. The staves, Exodus 25. 13, 14. Superscript 1 And David spake to the chief of the Levites to appoint their brethren the singers, with instruments of music, psalteries and harps and cymbals, sounding aloud and lifting up the voice with joy. 16. Psalteries, see note on 13. 8. Superscript 1 So the Levites appointed Heman the son of Joel, and of his brethren, Asaph the son of Berechiah, and of the sons of Merari their brethren, Ethan the son of Kishiah. 17. Heman the son of Joel, a descendant of Samuel the prophet, 6. 33, 6. 18. Hebrew. Compare Psalms 88. Title. As Heman was descended from Kohath, Asaph from Gershom, and Ethan from Merari, each division of the Levites was represented by a chief musician. Heman was king's seer, 25. 5. Asaph the son of Berechiah, a descendant of Gershom, 6. 39-43, 24-28, Hebrew. Asaph was the chief of the musicians, 16. 5, 7. One of the small collections of psalms from which our Psalter was compiled was named after him. Compare the titles of Psalms L. 73. 83. Ethan the son of Kishiah, a descendant of Merari, 6. 44-47. Compare Psalms 89. Title. He is apparently called Jeduthun in 25. 1-6. See also the note on 16. 41. 18-24. These verses present several obscurities which can hardly be explained except by the supposition that the original text of the chronicler has been added to by a later writer with intricate results. Several reconstructions are possible, the most plausible being that of Curtis which is followed in these notes. Superscript 1 And with them their brethren of the second degree, Zechariah, Ben, and Jaziel, and Shemiramoth, and Jehiel, and Uni, Eliab, and Benaiah, and Messiah, and Mattathiah, and Eliphelahu, and Micniah, and Obed-Edom, and Jeiel, the doorkeepers. 18. Their brethren of the second degree, read rather their 12 brethren, 12 being the number of names from Zechariah to Micniah. The last two, Obed-Edom and Jeiel, were doorkeepers, not singers, although they were mistakenly supposed to belong to the list of singers by the author of verses 19-21, see further regarding Obed-Edom the note on 16. 38. Ben, this word, which means son, is an error. Read probably Bani. The doorkeepers, see the notes on 9. 17. Superscript 1 So the singers, Heman, Asaph, and Ethan, were appointed, with cymbals of brass to sound aloud. 1921. Probably an addition interpolated by someone interested in the detailed organization of the Levitical choirs. The names are taken from verse 18, except that Ben is omitted, and a new name Azaziah is added at the end of the list. Since Obed-Edom and Jeiel are included among the singers here. The reading of the second degree, which is regarded above as an error for an original 12, a slight change in Hebrew, must have been found in the text of verse 18 which the interpolator used. To sound aloud, the cymbals mark the time for the other instruments. Superscript 2 And Zechariah, and Aziel, and Shemiramoth, and Jehiel, and Uni, and Eliab, and Messiah, and Benaiah, with psalteries set to Alamoth. 20. Set to Alamoth, an obscure phrase, its musical significance being uncertain, compare Psalms 46. Title, Revised Version. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And Mattathiah, and Eliphelahu, and Micniah, and Obed-Edom, and Jeiel, and Azaziah, with harps set to the Sheminith, to lead. 21. Set to the Sheminith, as in the case of Alamoth, the precise musical significance of Sheminith is obscure. Compare Psalm 6. Title, Revised Version Margin. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And Shenaniah, chief of the Levites, was over the song, he instructed about the song, because he was skillful. Or, the carrying of the ark Hebrew the lifting up. 22. Was over the song, the Hebrew word, masa, here twice rendered song, means, uplifting, either of the voice in song, or in a physical sense equals, burden, hence margin was over the carrying of the ark. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 and Berechiah and Elkanah were doorkeepers for the ark. 23, were doorkeepers for the ark. The same statement is made in verse 24 concerning Obed-Edom and Jehiah, equals Jeiel. On Curtis' view, this verse was added by the same writer as verses 19-21, who, having taken Obed-Edom and Jeiel as part of the list of singers in verse 18, no doubt thought that the names of the doorkeepers, the last word of verse 18, had somehow been omitted. He supplied therefore here the names Berechiah and Elkanah, taken perhaps from 9:16. A still later writer has attempted to put matters straight by further adding at the conclusion of verse 24, and Obed-Edom and Jehiah, Jeiel, were doorkeepers for the ark. Superscript 2 and Shebaniah, and Joshaphat, and Nethanel, and Amasai, and Zechariah, and Benaiah, and Eleazar, the priests, did blow with the trumpets before the ark of God, and Obed-Edom and Jehiah were doorkeepers for the ark. 24, the priests, in Numbers X. 1:10 it is enjoined to make 2 silver trumpets to be blown by the priests on days of joy and on feast days. This festal trumpet was different from the cornet, verse 28, properly a ram's horn, which was freely used for secular purposes. See Driver, Amos, pages 144 ff, with illustrations. 25:16. 3. Compare 2 Samuel 6. 12:20. The bringing home of the Arkansas Michal despises David. Superscript 2 So David, and the elders of Israel, and the captains over thousands, went to bring up the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of the house of Obed-Edom with joy. Superscript 2 And it came to pass, when God helped the Levites that bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, that they sacrificed 7 bullocks and 7 rams. 26. When God helped the Levites, in 2 Samuel 6. 13. When they that bear the ark of the Lord had gone 6 paces. The chronicler interprets the safe start as a sign of divine assistance. 7 bullocks and 7 rams, in Samuel an ox and a fatling, so Revised Version, not oxen and fatlings as Authorized Version. The smaller sacrifice of Samuel is represented as the king's own offering, the larger sacrifice of Chronicles as that of the king and his elders combined. Superscript 2 And David was clothed with a robe of fine linen, and all the Levites that bear the ark, and the singers, and Shenaniah the master of the song with the singers, and David had upon him an ephod of linen. Or, the carrying of the ark Hebrew the lifting up. 27, of the song, margin, of the carrying of the ark. Compare verse 22, note. An ephod of linen, worn exceptionally by David for the purpose of the religious procession. A linen ephod was the ordinary vestment for all priests, 1 Samuel 22. 18. The high priest's ephod was a more elaborate garment, Exodus 28. 6:12, fitted with the means of divination, 1 Samuel 23. 6, 9:12. Superscript 2 Thus all Israel brought up the ark of the covenant of the Lord with shouting, and with sound of the cornet, and with trumpets, and with cymbals, sounding aloud with psalteries and harps. 28. With shouting, the Hebrew word, teruah, is technical in the sense of a blast with the festal trumpets, Numbers X. 1:10, and in this sense it should be taken here, since the chronicler has expanded the account given in Samuel by introducing a mention of these trumpets. Superscript 2 And it came to pass, as the ark of the covenant of the Lord came to the city of David, that Michal the daughter of Saul looked out at the window, and saw King David dancing and playing, and she despised him in her heart. 29. Playing, a synonym of dancing, obsolete in modern English. The closest rendering is perhaps, leaping as in sport. The unrestrained joyousness of this action might easily degenerate, as in idolatrous worship, into license. The chronicler omits to say that the dancing was, before the Lord, 2 Samuel 6. 16, David's subsequent interview with Michal, 2 Samuel 6. Verses 20-23, is also passed over in Chronicles. Chapter 16. Superscript 1 And they brought in the ark of God, and set it in the midst of the tent that David had pitched for it, and they offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before God. 1. The tent, compare 15. 1. Note. They offered, in 2 Samuel 6. 17, David offered. The chronicler associates the elders with David as in 15. 26. Burnt offerings, compare Leviticus 1:9. Peace offerings, the peace offering, Hebrew shalom, was a thank offering or an offering made in expiation of a vow. Compare Proverbs 7. 14. Superscript 2. And when David had made an end of offering the burnt offering and the peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord. 2. Blessed the people, compare 2 Chronicles 6. 3. Superscript 3. And he dealt to every one of Israel, both man and woman, to every one a loaf of bread, and a portion of flesh, and a cake of raisins. Or, of wine. 3. A loaf of bread, a flat round cake such as is still made in Egypt is meant. A portion of flesh, margin, of wine. The meaning of the Hebrew word is unknown. Of flesh is rightly in italics here as in 2 Samuel 6. 19. A cake of raisins, compare Isaiah 16. 7. Revised version, where the same Hebrew word is used. For 6, compare verses 37, 38. David's arrangements for ministration before the ark. And he appointed certain of the Levites to minister before the ark of the Lord, and to celebrate and to thank and praise the Lord, the God of Israel. 4. To celebrate, the literal meaning is to call to mind, compare verse 12, remember. Compare Psalms 38, 70. Titles. Asaph the chief, and second to him Zechariah, Jeiel, and Shemiramoth, and Jehiel, and Mattithiah, and Eliab, and Benaiah, and Obed-Edom, and Jeiel, with psalteries and with harps, and Asaph with cymbals, sounding aloud. In chapter 15. 18, Jaziel. 5, Asaph, compare 15. 17, note. And Obed-Edom, it is possible that the names Obed-Edom, and Jeiel and Asaph, in the latter part of the verse, have been inserted by the interpolator who wrote 15. 1921 and wished to accommodate these verses to the altered text in chapter 15. And Benaiah and Jahaziel the priests with trumpets continually, before the ark of the covenant of God. 6. Benaiah and Jahaziel, 2 priests for the 2 trumpets. Benaiah, in 27. 5, 6. A Benaiah son of Jehoiada the priest, Revised Version, is mentioned who may possibly be identified with the Benaiah who was one of the 30 heroes, 11. 24, 25. Compare also 12. 27. 7:36. The Psalm of Praise. Then on that day did David first ordain to give thanks unto the Lord, by the hand of Asaph and his brethren. Or, make it the chief work. The psalm which follows consists of Psalms CV 115, Psalms 96. 1b 13a, Psalms CVI. 1, 47, 48. It has been compiled from the psalms just mentioned and placed here as an utterance such as would be appropriate to the situation. For detailed criticism as to the original form and present text of these psalms, the reader must be referred to the commentaries on the Psalter. Only such comment is here given as seems called for in their present setting. 8:22 equals Psalm CV 115. O give thanks unto the Lord, call upon his name. Make known his doings among the peoples. 8:9. These verses are perhaps based upon Isaiah 12. 4, 5. Sing unto him, sing praises unto him. Talk ye of all his marvelous works. Superscript 1 Glory ye in his holy name. Let the heart of them rejoice that seek the Lord. Or, meditate. 9. Talk ye, margin meditate. Meditation leads to fresh proclamation. Marvelous works, compare verse 12. I.e. works beyond man's expectation. Compare Genesis 18. 14. Is anything too hard, wonderful, Revised Version Margin, for the Lord. Superscript 1 Seek ye the Lord and his strength. Seek his face evermore. 11. And his strength, perhaps, altering only the points of the Hebrew word, and be ye strong. So LXX. Kappa alpha sigma chi sigma alpha tau epsilon, in Psalms CV for Kappa rho alpha tau alpha iota theta eta tau epsilon. A promise is sometimes expressed in Hebrew by the imperative. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Remember his marvelous works that he hath done. His wonders, and the judgments of his mouth. 12. His wonders, in particular, the marvels of the deliverance from Egypt, Psalm CV 27:36. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 O ye seed of Israel his servant. Ye children of Jacob, his chosen ones. 13. Of Israel, Psalm CV 6, of Abraham. Superscript 1 He is the Lord our God. His judgments are in all the earth. 14. His judgments are in all the earth, compare verses 20-22. Superscript 1 Remember his covenant forever. The word which he commanded to 1,000 generations. Superscript 1 The covenant which he made with Abraham. And his oath unto Isaac. Superscript 1 And confirmed the same unto Jacob for a statute. To Israel for an everlasting covenant. 15. Remember, read, with Psalm CV 8, he hath remembered. Compare Exodus 24. 3:8, 34. 10:27. Superscript 1 saying, Unto thee will I give the land of Canaan. The lot of your inheritance. Hebrew cord, or line. 18. The lot, the Hebrew word, ebel, means a portion not assigned by lot but measured by line. Compare margin Canaan is coextensive with Israel's inheritance. Inheritance, all nations receive an inheritance from God, Deuteronomy 32. 8. Superscript 1 When ye were but a few men in number. Yea, very few, and sojourners in it. 19. When ye were, Psalm CV 12, when they were. Sojourners, the patriarchs were not simply strangers, but strangers who made a long sojourn in Canaan. Superscript 2 And they went about from nation to nation. And from one kingdom to another people. 20. Kingdom, people, the kingdom is Egypt, Genesis 12, the people, the Canaanite and Perizzite, Genesis 13. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 He suffered no man to do them wrong. Yea, he reproved kings for their sakes. 21. He reproved kings, Genesis XX. 3:7. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 saying, Touch not mine anointed ones. And do my prophets no harm. 22. My prophets, Genesis XX. 7. 23:33, equals Psalms 96. 113. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 Sing unto the Lord, all the earth. Shew forth his salvation from day to day. Superscript 2 Declare his glory among the nations. His marvelous works among all the peoples. 23. Sing unto the Lord, in Psalms 96. 1, 2 This exhortation is thrice repeated, in Chronicles it is once given. Note that verse 2a of the psalm is also omitted here. Superscript 2 For great is the Lord, and highly to be praised. He also is to be feared above all gods. 25. To be feared above all gods, i.e. to be feared as being above all that are called gods, these being things of naught, verse 26, Revised Version Margin. The real existence of false gods is not assumed. Superscript 2 For all the gods of the peoples are idols. But the Lord made the heavens. Or, things of naught. 26. Made the heavens, a fine epithet. Compare Jeremiah x 11, The gods that have not made the heavens, shall perish from the earth. Superscript 2 Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and gladness are in his place. 27. Are before him, i.e. are his, belong to him as his attributes. Perhaps also before him refers to God's abode in heaven, while the parallel expression in his place, Psalms 96. 6, in his sanctuary, refers to his temple on earth. Strength and gladness, Psalms 96. 6, strength and beauty. The reference seems to be to the strength and gladness, or beauty, which God bestows on Israel, Psalms 68. 35, Isaiah LXI. 3. In his place, read with Psalms 96. 6, in his sanctuary. Compare the two preceding notes. Superscript 2 Give unto the Lord, ye kindreds of the peoples. Give unto the Lord glory and strength. 28. Of the peoples, an expectation that the Gentiles will turn to the worship of the true God is expressed not rarely in the Psalms, compare Psalms 22. 27, Psalms 68. 31, 32. And is, of course, one of the greatest contributions of Old Testament faith to the religious aspirations of humanity. Superscript 2 Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come before him. Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Or, in holy array. 29, before him, Psalms 96. 8, into his courts. Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, render as margin, worship the Lord in holy attire, see Kirkpatrick on Psalms 29. 2, Psalms 96. 9, and compare Exodus 28. 2, compare 2 Chronicles XX. 21. Superscript 3 Tremble before him, all the earth. The world also is established that it cannot be moved. 30. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved, in Psalms 96. 10. This clause is preceded by the words, say among the nations, the Lord reigneth, and is followed by the words, he shall judge the peoples with equity. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 Let the heavens be glad, and let the earth rejoice. And let them say among the nations, the Lord reigneth. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the field exult, and all that is therein. 31, and let them say, Psalms 96. 10, say, ye. The clause is displaced in Chronicles. Compare note on verse 30. The Lord reigneth, i.e. the Lord is claiming his kingdom over the earth by coming to judge the earth, compare verse 33. Contrast Habakkuk I. 14, where the prophet complains that Jehovah is not asserting himself as the ruler of men. Superscript 3 Then shall the trees of the wood sing for joy before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. 33. To judge the earth, the joy with which the coming judgment is greeted arises from the fact that the Hebrews regarded a judge as a champion of the oppressed and not as a precise interpreter of statutes. 34-36, equals Psalms CVI. 1, 47, 48. Superscript 3 O give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good. For his mercy endureth forever. 34, his mercy endureth forever, compare Exodus XX. 6, shewing mercy unto 1,000 generations of them that love me, Revised Version margin. Superscript 3 And say ye, save us, O God of our salvation. And gather us together and deliver us from the nations. To give thanks unto thy holy name. And to triumph in thy praise. 35. Gather us together, a phrase which shows very clearly that the standpoint of the psalmist is post-exilic. Superscript 3 Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel. From everlasting even to everlasting. And all the people said, Amen, and praised the Lord. 36. Said, Amen, and praised the Lord, in the Psalms, CVI. 48, say, Amen. Hallelujah. I.e. praise ye the Lord. This verse belongs not properly to the psalm, but is the doxology marking the conclusion of the fourth book of the Psalms. Apparently then the Psalms had already been arranged in the 5 collections or books, into which they were finally divided, by the time of the chronicler. But the argument is not conclusive since, 1. The doxology may be really part of the psalm, and, 2. There is the possibility that verses 736 are a later insertion in Chronicles. 37:43. The service before the ark and the service at Gibeon. The description of the disposition of the priests and Levites for the worship in Jerusalem and in Gibeon, which was begun in verses 4-6, is here resumed. Verses 37-38 summarize verses 4-6. Superscript 3. So he left there, before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, Asaph and his brethren, to minister before the ark continually, as every day's work required. Superscript 3. And Obed-Edom with their brethren, 68. Obed-Edom also the son of Jeduthun and Hosea to be doorkeepers. 38. Obed-Edom with their brethren, a name or names seems to be missing after Obed-Edom. The LXX cuts the knot by reading simply, and his brethren. Probably we should insert after Obed-Edom the words, and Hosea, from the last part of the verse. See the following note. Obed-Edom also the son of Jeduthun, if the view of 15. 19:21 and 16. 5 taken above be correct, these words also may be deleted as a harmonizing gloss, added by someone who wished to insist on Obed-Edom as a singer, and hence gave him a place in the line of Jeduthun, one of the three great choral guilds. Superscript 3. And Zadok, the priest, and his brethren the priests, before the tabernacle of the Lord in the high place that was at Gibeon. 39. Zadok the priest, as Zadok alone is here mentioned as, before the tabernacle, the chronicler perhaps implies that Abiathar, Ahimelech, the other high priest was in charge of the ark in Jerusalem. On Zadok and Abiathar, see 15. 11. Note. The tabernacle of the Lord in the high place that was at Gibeon, see prefatory note to chapter 13, and 2 Chronicles I:3. To offer burnt offerings unto the Lord upon the altar of burnt offering continually morning and evening, even according to all that is written in the law of the Lord, which he commanded unto Israel. 40. The altar of burnt offering, 2 Chronicles I:5-6. Morning and evening, Exodus 29. 38, 39, equals Numbers 28. 3, 4. Superscript 1. And with them Heman and Jeduthun, and the rest that were chosen, who were expressed by name, to give thanks to the Lord, because his mercy endureth forever. 41. Jeduthun, Psalms 39, 62, 77. Titles. In 6. 33, 47, 15. 17, 19. The names of the leading singers are given as Heman, Asaph, and Ethan. Here and in 25. 1 ff. However, Jeduthun seems to take the place of Ethan. Probably there was a variation in the tradition as to the third name, two families competing each for the honor of its own ancestor. Superscript 2. And with them Heman and Jeduthun with trumpets and cymbals for those that should sound aloud, and with instruments for the songs of God, and the sons of Jeduthun to be at the gate. Superscript 3. And all the people departed every man to his house, and David returned to bless his house. 42. And with them, etc. The words with them are possibly repeated in error from verse 41. Render perhaps, and Heman and Jeduthun had trumpets and cymbals. For trumpets compare 15. 24, note. Sons of Jeduthun, perhaps a gloss connected with the statement in verse 38, where see note on Obed-Edom also the son of Jeduthun. To be at the gate, David's organization of the doorkeepers is given in 26. 119. Chapter 17. 127, equals 2 Samuel 7. 129. God's answer to David's expressed desire to build a temple. David's thanksgiving. This passage is a reproduction with some omissions and variations of 2 Samuel 7. The text is generally smoother in Chronicles, and in some cases, e.g. in verse 6, we cannot doubt that the chronicler has preserved an older and better reading than the present text of Samuel, whilst in other instances the chronicler has consciously amended his text of Samuel. Superscript 1. And it came to pass, when David dwelt in his house, that David said to Nathan the prophet, Lo, I dwell in an house of cedar, but the ark of the covenant of the Lord dwelleth under curtains. 1. In his house, Samuel adds, and the Lord had given him rest from all his enemies round about. The chronicler omits these words probably because his next 3 chapters, 18. XX, are devoted to wars, compare 2 Samuel 8. And X. Nathan, the prophet of the court in the reign of David, c.e.g. 2 Samuel 12, 1 Kings I. The Ark of the Covenant, so called because it contained the 2 tables of the covenant, 1 Kings 8. 9. Superscript 2 And Nathan said unto David, Do all that is in thine heart, for God is with thee. 2. In thine heart, the heart according to Hebrew thought is the seat of intention and purpose. Superscript 3 And it came to pass the same night, that the word of God came to Nathan, saying, Go and tell David my servant, Thus saith the Lord, Thou shalt not build me an house to dwell in. 3. The same night, Genesis XX. 3. 1 Samuel 3. 2, 3, 1 Kings 3. 5, Job 4. 12, 13. For I have not dwelt in an house since the day that I brought up Israel, unto this day, but have gone from tent to tent, and from one tabernacle to another. Hebrew have been. 5. I brought up Israel, i.e. out of Egypt, so Samuel. But have gone from tent to tent, and from one tabernacle to another, Samuel. But have walked in a tent and in a tabernacle. The Hebrew text of Chronicles defies translation, that of Samuel is better. In all places wherein I have walked with all Israel, spake I a word with any of the judges of Israel, whom I commanded to feed my people, saying, Why have ye not built me an house of cedar? 6. The judges, a better reading than the tribes, Samuel. Now therefore thus shalt thou say unto my servant David, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I took thee from the sheepcote, from following the sheep. That thou shouldest be prince over my people Israel, and I have been with thee whithersoever thou wentest, and have cut off all thine enemies from before thee. And I will make thee a name, like unto the name of the great ones that are in the earth. Or, pasture. Or, leader. 7. Sheepcote, better as margin pasture. And I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and will plant them, that they may dwell in their own place, and be moved no more, neither shall the children of wickedness waste them any more, as at the first. 9. I will appoint, etc., i.e. will establish them in Canaan with complete ascendancy over their enemies. Waste them, Samuel afflict them. Superscript 1 And as from the day that I commanded judges to be over my people Israel, and I will subdue all thine enemies. Moreover I tell thee that the Lord will build thee an house. Or, have subdued. 10. Build thee an house, Samuel make thee an house, the house meant being a dynasty, and not a building. Superscript 1 And it shall come to pass, when thy days be fulfilled that thou must go to be with thy fathers, that I will set up thy seed after thee, which shall be of thy sons, and I will establish his kingdom. 11. That thou must go to be with, Samuel and thou shalt sleep with, the usual euphemism for, to die. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 He shall build me an house, and I will establish his throne forever. 12. Me an house, Samuel an house for my name. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 I will be his father, and he shall be my son, and I will not take my mercy away from him, as I took it from him that was before thee. 13. My son, here Samuel adds, if he commit iniquity. I will chasten him with the rod of men and with the stripes of the children of men. This the chronicler omits in order that not even a suggestion of the coming evil days might at this stage rest on David and his line. From him that was before thee, Samuel from Saul whom I put away before thee. The reading in Chronicles is to be preferred. Superscript 1 But I will settle him in mine house and in my kingdom forever, and his throne shall be established forever. Superscript 1 According to all these words, and according to all this vision, so did Nathan speak unto David. 14. I will settle him in mine house and in my kingdom forever, Samuel, and thine house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee, but read before me. The reading in Samuel is no doubt the original. The change made in Chronicles neatly expresses the chronicler's conviction that the kingdom of Israel was not a human but a divine institution, its true ruler being God himself. In mine house, Numbers 12. 7, compare 1 Timothy 3. 15. Superscript 1 Then David the king went in, and sat before the Lord, and he said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my house, that thou hast brought me thus far? 16. Went in, i.e. into the tent which he had pitched for the ark, 16. 1. Sat before the Lord, so LXX. And 2 Samuel 7. 18. The Targum rightly paraphrases, and tarried in prayer before Jehovah. Superscript 1 And this was a small thing in thine eyes, O God. But thou hast spoken of thy servant's house for a great while to come, and hast regarded me according to the estate of a man of high degree, O Lord God. 17. And hast regarded me according to the estate of a man of high degree, in 2 Samuel 7. 19. And this too after the manner of men, or rather and this is the law for men, an exclamation, but the text both in Samuel and Chronicles is certainly corrupt. The Hebrew phrase is not quite the same in the two passages, and there is nothing in Samuel corresponding with the words of high degree. But the text of Chronicles seems to be derived from that of Samuel an emendation, and hast let me see the generations of men forever, i.e. the fortunes of my distant descendants, has met with some approval, but no really satisfactory translation or explanation has yet been given of the Hebrew. Superscript 1 What can David say yet more unto thee concerning the honor which is done to thy servant? For thou knowest thy servant. 18. Concerning the honor which is done to thy servant, again an obscure text. Following Samuel we should probably omit these words. Thou knowest, approvest, acceptest, compare Psalms I6, Psalm CI. 4, Jeremiah I5. Superscript 1 O Lord, for thy servant's sake, and according to thine own heart, hast thou wrought all this greatness, to make known all these great things. Superscript 2 O Lord, there is none like thee, neither is there any God beside thee, according to all that we have heard with our ears. 19. For thy servant's sake, 2 Samuel 7. 21. For thy word's sake, but the LXX. Of 2 Samuel agrees with the text of Chronicles. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And what one nation in the earth is like thy people Israel, whom God went to redeem unto himself for a people, to make thee a name by great and terrible things, in driving out nations from before thy people, which thou redeemedst out of Egypt? Superscript 2 Superscript 2 For thy people Israel didst thou make thine own people forever, and thou, Lord, becamest their God. Or, and who is like thy people Israel, a nation that is alone in the earth and 21. What one nation in the earth is like thy people Israel, better as margin, who is like thy people Israel, a nation that is alone in the earth. Compare Targum a people unique and chosen in the earth. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 And now, O Lord, let the word that thou hast spoken concerning thy servant, and concerning his house, be established forever, and do as thou hast spoken. 23. Be established, literally be made amen, i.e., sure. Superscript 2 And let thy name be established and magnified forever, saying, The Lord of hosts is the God of Israel, even a God to Israel, and the house of David thy servant is established before thee. Or, let it be established, and let thy name be magnified and 24. And let thy name, magnified, better, as margin, let it be established, and let thy name be magnified. Even a God to Israel, delete as a tautography. Superscript 2 For thou, O my God, hast revealed to thy servant that thou wilt build him an house, therefore hath thy servant found in his heart to pray before thee. Superscript 2 And now, O Lord, thou art God, and hast promised this good thing unto thy servant. 25. Hath, found, to pray, i.e. hath found words and courage to pray. Superscript 2 And now it hath pleased thee to bless the house of thy servant, that it may continue for ever before thee, for thou, O Lord, hast blessed, and it is blessed for ever. 27. Hast blessed, and it is blessed forever. 2 Samuel 7. 29, Thou, O Lord God, hast spoken it, and with thy blessing let the house of thy servant be blessed forever. Chapter 18. 117 equals 2 Samuel 8. 118. A summary of David's foreign wars. David's officials. This chapter, like the last, is taken from 2 Samuel with a few omissions and variations. The chronicler paraphrases, verses 1, 17, omits, verse 2, has a different reading, verses 4, 8, 10, 12. In some cases the better reading is in Chronicles. The campaigns, except perhaps that against Moab, seem to be narrated in chronological order. David first makes sure of his most pressing enemy, the Philistines, verse 1. Then, feeling safe towards the southwest, he turns towards the northeast, secure on the Euphrates, but see note verse 3, a station, valuable for trade, held by the Syrians of Zobah, verse 3. The Syrians of Damascus, fearing to be excluded from the river by David's success, come to the help of their kinsmen, verse 5. Lastly, the Edomites, urged perhaps by the Syrians to make a diversion in their favor and thinking it safe to attack Judah during the absence of David, join in the war, but are signally defeated by a detachment under Joab and Abishai, verse 12. The war with Moab, verse 2, is surprising, if it took place at an early date in David's reign, for he seems to have been on specially friendly terms with the king of Moab during his exile, compare 1 Samuel 22. 3, 4 and Kirkpatrick on 2 Samuel 8. 2. 113 equals 2 Samuel 8. 114. A summary of David's foreign wars. Superscript 1. And after this it came to pass, that David smote the Philistines, and subdued them, and took Gath and her towns out of the hand of the Philistines. 1. After this, the phrase is adopted from 2 Samuel 8. 1 and probably came originally from a still earlier book of Annals, in which the context may have been different. We cannot therefore say at what period of David's reign the conquest of Gath took place. Took Gath and her towns. It is impossible to say for certain whether this is the original text or only an interpretation of the obscure reading in 2 Samuel 8. 1. Took the bridle of the mother city, Revised Version. Superscript 2. And he smote Moab. And the Moabites became servants to David, and brought presents. 2. Smote Moab. The chronicler at this point omits, as he often omits, some difficult words of Samuel. 2 Samuel 8. 2 seems to say that David put 2/3 of the Moabites, presumably the warriors, to death, but the meaning of the verse is uncertain. Brought presents, i.e. tribute, in acknowledgement of David's superiority. The same Hebrew phrase, translated, bring an offering, is used Psalms 96. 8 of sacrificing to Jehovah. Superscript 3. And David smote Hadarezer king of Zobah unto Hamath, as he went to establish his dominion by the river Euphrates. Or, by 3. Hadarezer, so spelt in 2 Samuel x 16:19, but in 2 Samuel 8. 3:12, Hadadezer, the right form, as inscriptions show. Zobah unto Hamath, render as margin Zobah by Hamath, the position of Zobah being fixed by the note that it was near Hamath. Hamath, the modern Hama on the Orontes, midway between Antioch and Damascus, but somewhat further to the east than either. See below verse 9, also 13. 5 and 2 Chronicles 8. 3. As he went to establish his dominion, he may refer to Hadarezer or to David, the latter, probably, is the chronicler's intention. The reading in 2 Samuel 8. 3, to recover his dominion, Revised Version, should be amended to the text in Chronicles. By the river Euphrates, the utter improbability that David exercised any authority in regions so far north throws no doubt upon the reading, for the chronicler and the author of Samuel may easily have believed that he did so. And David took from him 1,000 chariots, and 7,000 horsemen, and 20,000 footmen, and David houghed all the chariot horses, but reserved of them for 100 chariots. 4. 1,000 chariots, and 7,000 horsemen, Samuel 1,700 horsemen, so Hebrew but LXX. Of Samuel agrees with Chronicles. Hoft equals hamstrung. And when the Syrians of Damascus came to succor Hadarezer king of Zobah, David smote of the Syrians 22,000 men. Hebrew Aram. Hebrew Darmsek. 5. Damascus, the name is variously written in Hebrew, Darmsek, Chronicles, Damasek, Genesis, 1 Kings, Dumsek, 2 Kings 16. 10. C. G. A. Smith, Damascus in Encyclopaedia Biblia. Came to succor, by interposing between David and his own land and so threatening his rear. Then David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus, and the Syrians became servants to David, and brought presents. And the Lord gave victory to David whithersoever he went. Hebrew Aram. Hebrew Darmsek. Or, saved David. 6. Put garrisons in Syria of Damascus, margin in Aram of Darmsek, i.e. in the Aramean kingdom of which Damascus was the capital. David's purpose of course was to secure his rear in any future operations towards Hamath or towards the Euphrates. And David took the shields of gold that were on the servants of Hadarezer, and brought them to Jerusalem. 7. Shields of gold, shields equals Hebrew shalatim. The meaning of the Hebrew word is doubtful. Most probably it does not mean shield, for, 1, a shield would not be described as upon the person to whom it belonged, 2, the early authorities, i.e. the LXX. Translators, the Targum, and the Peshitta, on 2 Samuel 8. 7. 2 Kings 11. 10. Jeremiah Lee 11, Ezekiel 27. 11. Never give shield, but either leave the word untranslated or give various conjectural renderings. A later authority, Targum on 1 Chronicles 18. 7. 2 Chronicles 23. 9. Gives shield, while LXX. Gives collars, kappa lambda omicron iota omicron, here, and arms, or shields, tau pi lambda alpha, in 2 Chronicles. The most probable rendering of the word is suits of armor, see Barnes, Expository Times, X 43 ff. And brought them to Jerusalem, so Hebrew LXX. Targum, but the Peshitta, all-important Mizas, omits the words, and they may be a gloss introduced from 2 Samuel 8. 7. And from Tibhath and from Cun, cities of Hadarezer, David took very much brass, wherewith Solomon made the brasen sea, and the pillars, and the vessels of brass. 8. Tibhath, compare Teba, the name of an Aramean family, Genesis 22. 24. Nothing is known certainly of the position of the city. In 2 Samuel 8. 8 Beta, equals Teba. Cun, 2 Samuel 8. 8. Berothai. Nothing is certainly known of a city of either name, but Berothai may be the same as Berotha, Ezekiel 47. 16. Very much brass, compare 21. 14, 29. 2. Brass, not the metal generally so called. Revised version, margin note to Genesis 4. 22, gives copper as an alternative rendering. The brass of the ancients, chi alpha lambda kappa, LXX, corresponds rather to bronze. The brasen sea, etc. Compare 2 Chronicles 4. 11:18. And when king of Hamath heard that David had smitten all the host of Hadarezer king of Zobah. 9, 2, in 2 Samuel 8. 9 Toy, so Hebrew, but LXX. 2. Hamath, see above verse 3. Hamath is sometimes referred to as the northern boundary of Israel, compare 1 Kings 8. 65, 2 Kings 14. 25, 28. Superscript 1 He sent Hadoram his son to King David, to salute him, and to bless him, because he had fought against Hadarezer and smitten him. For Hadarezer had wars with two, and he had with him all manner of vessels of gold and silver and brass. 10. Hadoram, in 2 Samuel 8. 10, Joram. Both these forms are probably Hebrew adaptations of the real name. He had with him all manner of vessels. Such informal tribute was an acknowledgement of David's suzerainty made in order to claim David's protection in war. Compare the action of Asa, 1 Kings 15. 18, 19, and of Ahaz, 2 Kings 16. 7, 8. In all three cases the policy was the same, i.e. to acknowledge a distant suzerain and so gain the benefit of a valuable alliance while losing the minimum of independence. Superscript 1 These also did King David dedicate unto the Lord, with the silver and the gold that he carried away from all the nations, from Edom, and from Moab, and from the children of Ammon, and from the Philistines, and from Amalek. 11. From Amalek, so 2 Samuel 8. 12, but we have no record of any war of David with Amalek except the account in 1 Samuel XXX. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Moreover Abishai the son of Zeruiah smote of the Edomites in the valley of Salt 18,000. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And he put garrisons in Edom, and all the Edomites became servants to David. And the Lord gave victory to David whithersoever he went. Hebrew Abshai. Or, saved David. 12, Abishai the son of Zeruiah, in 2 Samuel 8. 13 David, and in Psalms LX. Title, Joab, receives the credit of this victory. Abishai might have commanded in the battle, while Joab, compare 1 Kings 11. 16, completed the conquest of the country. But it is highly probable that the reading Abishai the son of Zeruiah has arisen here through a copyist's mistake and that the true reading is and when he, David, returned he smote Edom, etc. Of the Edomites, literally, of Edom, so Psalms LX. Title, but in 2 Samuel, of the Syrians, literally, Aram. The two words Edom and Aram when written in Hebrew are very much alike and are easily confused. The reading Edom is right here. The Valley of Salt, probably the marshy flat, Baedeker, Palestine, page 174, at the south end of the Dead Sea. This valley is dominated by the Jebel Ustam, a hill consisting almost entirely of pure crystallized salt, Baedeker, Palestine, page 174. 18,000, Psalms LX. Title, 12,000, not an important variation. 14:17 equals 2 Samuel 8. 15:18, compare 2 Samuel XX. 23:26. David's officials. Superscript 1 And David reigned over all Israel. And he executed judgment and justice unto all his people. 14, Unto all his people, David was his own chief justice, but probably the work was too much for one man, compare 2 Samuel 15. 2:4. Superscript 1 And Joab the son of Zeruiah was over the host. And Jehoshaphat the son of Ahilud was recorder. Or, chronicler. 15, recorder, margin, chronicler, LXX, pi omicron munuetamu alpha tau omicron gamma rho phi omicron. His business was probably to remind the king of his various duties of state. Superscript 1 And Zadok the son of Ahitub, and Abimelech the son of Abiathar, were priests, and Shavsha was scribe. Or, secretary. 16, Abimelech the son of Abiathar, in 2 Samuel 8. 17, Ahimelech the son of Abiathar, but read Abiathar son of Ahimelech in both passages. Compare 15. 11:24. 3, Notes, and Kirkpatrick on 2 Samuel 8. 17. Shavsha, 2 Samuel 8. 17, Sariah, 2 Samuel XX. 25, Shiva, and 1 Kings 4. 3, perhaps, Shisha. Shisha and Shavsha probably represent two different attempts to pronounce a foreign name, perhaps Shamsha, Sariah and Shiva are mere errors of transcription. Foreigners were admitted to posts of authority in the empire of David and Solomon. Ittai the Gittite and Uriah the Hittite are instances. Scribe, margin, secretary. See 2 Kings 12. 10, 18. 18, 22. 3. Compare 2 Kings 25. 19, a passage which suggests that there was a second scribe with military duties. The first, the king's scribe, would formulate the king's orders and conduct his correspondence with foreign powers. Shavsha's sons held the office in the reign of Solomon, 1 Kings 4. 3. Superscript 1 and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada was over the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and the sons of David were chief about the king. 17, Benaiah, compare 11. 22-25. The Cherethites and the Pelethites, David's bodyguard. The Cherethites were almost certainly Philistines, 1 Samuel XXX. 14, Ezekiel 25. 16, Zephaniah 2. 5. The Pelethites were probably also Philistines, 2 Samuel 15. 18. Foreign bodyguards are well known in history. Chief about the king, literally, the chief at the king's hand, i.e. formed the executive to carry out his commands, compare Nehemiah 11. 24, in 2 Samuel 8. 18, Revised Version, David's sons are described as priests, a statement which is in all probability correct, but which the chronicler, following the later theory of the priesthood, could not accept, see Introduction, pages F. Chapter 19. 119 equals 2 Samuel x 119. War with the Ammonites and their Aramean allies. Chronicles here omits the story of David's kindness in seeking out and befriending Mephibosheth, Merib-Baal, the son of Jonathan, 2 Samuel 9. Because he has ignored the story of David's relations with Saul. Further, the court history of David, which occupies an important place in 2 Samuel, is passed over altogether in Chronicles. Consequently, the shameful episode of Bathsheba, and the rebellion of Absalom vanish from the account of David. It is obvious how greatly the presentation of David's life and character is affected by these omissions. Yet from his point of view the chronicler is right in passing these matters by in silence. He was concerned to present David essentially as the founder of the religious life of Israel as a kingdom and of the temple as an institution of religion. There are several variations in text between 2 Samuel x and 1 Chronicles 19, e.g. verses 6, 7, addition in Chronicles, 16, omission from Chronicles, 18, variation in reckoning. Superscript 1 And it came to pass after this, that Naash the king of the children of Ammon died, and his son reigned in his stead. 1. After this, the war with Ammon has already been referred to by anticipation in 18. 11. Naash, probably the Naash mentioned in 1 Samuel 11. 1. Ammon, the Ammonites were a kindred race to the Hebrews, being descended according to tradition from Lot, the nephew of Abraham, compare Deuteronomy 2. 19. The two Ammonite names here given are pure Hebrew, Naash equals serpent, and Hanan equals favored, fortunatus. The Ammonite language, like the Moabite, was doubtless very similar to Hebrew. Superscript 2 And David said, I will shew kindness unto Hanan the son of Naash, because his father shewed kindness to me. So David sent messengers to comfort him concerning his father. And David's servants came into the land of the children of Ammon to Hanan, to comfort him. 2. Sent messengers to comfort him, a customary act of international courtesy, compare 2 Kings XX. 12. Its breach was resented. Thus in the Tel Elamarna letters, XXIX, the king of Cardunias writes, Should not my brother, i.e. the king of Egypt, have heard that I am sick? Why has he not comforted me? Why has he not sent his messenger, not looked into it? Editor H. Winkler, page 23. Superscript 3 But the princes of the children of Ammon said to Hanan, Thinkest thou that David doth honor thy father, that he hath sent comforters unto thee? Are not his servants come unto thee for to search, and to overthrow, and to spy out the land? 3. The land, 2 Samuel x 3, the city, i.e. Rabbah, CXX. 1. So Hanan took David's servants, and shaved them, and cut off their garments in the middle, even to their buttocks, and sent them away. 4. Shaved them, 2 Samuel x. 4, shaved off the one half of their beards. Of course a great insult. Compare Isaiah L. 6. Cut off their garments. Jewish ambassadors are represented on the black obelisk, a monument of Shalmaneser II, king of Assyria, now preserved in the British Museum, as wearing robes reaching to the feet. Hanan reduced ambassadors to the level of captives, compare Isaiah XX. 4. Then there went certain, and told David how the men were served. And he sent to meet them, for the men were greatly ashamed. And the king said, Tarry at Jericho until your beards be grown, and then return. 5. Tarry at Jericho, thus, 1. The feelings of the ambassadors would be spared, 2. The insult would be less widely known until it had been avenged. And when the children of Ammon saw that they had made themselves odious to David, Hanan and the children of Ammon sent 1,000 talents of silver to hire them chariots and horsemen out of Mesopotamia, and out of Aramaka, and out of Zobah. 6. 1,000 talents of silver, a very large sum. For 100 talents Amaziah hired 100,000 men, 2 Chronicles 25. 6. Chariots and horsemen. The Israelite armies on the contrary consisted chiefly of infantry, the country being for the most part unsuitable for horses. Mesopotamia, Hebrew, Aram, Syria, of the two rivers, compare Genesis 24. 10. Revised version margin, i.e. probably the land between the Euphrates and the Chaboras. The Greeks used the term Mesopotamia of a wider district, i.e. of the country between the Euphrates and the Tigris. This mention of Mesopotamia is probably premature, for in verse 16 the summons of Syrians from beyond the Euphrates is spoken of as a new thing. The corresponding expression in 2 Samuel x. 6 is Beth-rehob, a district which has not yet been identified. Aramaka, compare 7. 15, note, Deuteronomy 3. 14, Joshua 12. 5, 13. 11. Zobah. Compare 18. 3, note. So they hired them 30 and 2,000 chariots, and the king of Makkah and his people, who came and pitched before Medeba. And the children of Ammon gathered themselves together from their cities, and came to battle. 7. 30 and 2,000 chariots, compare 2 Samuel x. 6, which reckons the army, including Makkah, at 33,000, of whom 20,000 are expressly described as footmen. The word chariots may have slipped in from verse 6 instead of men, or may be an intentional alteration, magnifying the war. Medeba, in the territory of Reuben, Joshua 13. 26. The country round is a tableland suited for the maneuvers of chariots. The place of the rendezvous of the allies is not mentioned in 2 Samuel x, some words having probably fallen out of the text. And when David heard of it, he sent Joab, and all the host of the mighty men. And the children of Ammon came out, and put the battle in array at the gate of the city, and the kings that were come were by themselves in the field. 8. David sent Joab. Why in such a crisis did he not go himself? Perhaps because he could watch the gathering of the more serious storm described in verses 16-19 better from Jerusalem. Superscript 1. Now when Joab saw that the battle was set against him before and behind, he chose of all the choice men of Israel, and put superscript 1 them in array against the Syrians. And the rest of the people he committed into the hand of Abishai his brother, and they put themselves in array against the children of Ammon. Superscript 1 superscript 2. And he said, If the Syrians be too strong for me, then thou shalt help me, but if the children of Ammon be too strong for thee, then I will help thee. Hebrew. The face of the battle was against Hebrew Abshai. 10. He chose of all the choice men. The Syrians were the more formidable because of the chariots they had, Joab therefore opposed to them the flower of his army. Superscript 1 superscript 3. Be of good courage, and let us play the men for our people, and for the cities of our God, and the Lord do that which seemeth him good. 13. The cities of our God, the cities which our God has given us and in which he is worshipped. If these were captured by the enemy, false gods would be worshipped in them. Religious feeling often supplies the place of patriotism in the East. Superscript 1 So Joab and the people that were with him drew nigh before the Syrians unto the battle. And they fled before him. 14. Drew nigh before the Syrians, without fear for their own rear advanced against the Syrian front. Superscript 1 And when the children of Ammon saw that the Syrians were fled, they likewise fled before Abishai his brother, and entered into the city. Then Joab came to Jerusalem. 15. Joab came to Jerusalem, probably because he was wanted for the new danger gathering in the north. 16:19. The end of the Aramean War. 3 stages are apparent in the war with Zobah as related in Chronicles: A. That in which David secured a position on the Euphrates, 18. 3:8, b. The stage during which troops from Zobah acted as auxiliaries to the Ammonites, 19. 6:15, c. The final stage which ended in the conclusion of a formal peace, 19. 16:19. The actual facts of David's activities against the Arameans are by no means easy to ascertain, as may be seen in the commentaries on the more complex account which is given in Samuel. Superscript 1 And when the Syrians saw that they were put to the worse before Israel, they sent messengers, and drew forth the Syrians that were beyond the river, with Shophak the captain of the host of Hadarezer at their head. 16. The Syrians that were beyond the river, i.e. the Syrians of Mesopotamia, compare verse 6, note. 2 Samuel x:16 adds, and they came to Helam. The position of Helam however is unknown. Shophak, in 2 Samuel x:16 called Shobach. The whole allied army was united under one general. Superscript 1 And it was told David, and he gathered all Israel together, and passed over Jordan, and came upon them, and set the battle in array against them. So when David had put the battle in array against the Syrians, they fought with him. 17, came upon them, or possibly read, as 2 Samuel x:17, came to Helam. According to 2 Samuel x. The Syrian army assembled at Helam, and was there attacked by David. Superscript 1 And the Syrians fled before Israel, and David slew of the Syrians the men of 7,000 chariots, and 40,000 footmen, and killed Shophak the captain of the host. 18, 7,000, 2 Samuel x:18, 700, an intentional change made by the chronicler to enhance the achievement of David. 40,000 footmen, 2 Samuel x:18, 40,000 horsemen. Swarms of horsemen have usually formed the strength of armies raised on the eastern bank of the Euphrates, but the reading in Chronicles may well be correct. Superscript 1 And when the servants of Hadarezer saw that they were put to the worse before Israel, they made peace with David, and served him, neither would the Syrians help the children of Ammon any more. 19. The servants, i.e. his vassals and tributaries. In 2 Samuel, all the kings that were servants to Hadarezer. We are not told what course Hadarezer himself took, possibly, being deserted by his allies, he ceased from hostilities without making any treaty with David. Chapter 20. 1:3 equals 2 Samuel 11. 1:12. 26:31. The subjugation of Ammon. The account of the siege of Rabbah is given more shortly in Chronicles than in 2 Samuel. From the latter we learn that the ark was in the besiegers' camp, 11. 11. That the city was defended with spirit, 11. 17. And finally taken piecemeal, 12. 26:29. Superscript 1 And it came to pass, at the time of the return of the year, at the time when kings go out to battle, that Joab led forth the power of the army, and wasted the country of the children of Ammon, and came and besieged Rabbah. But David tarried at Jerusalem. And Joab smote Rabbah, and overthrew it. 1. At the time of the return of the year, i.e. in the spring, 2 Samuel 11. 1. 1 Kings XX. 22. The power of the army, the Hebrew phrase is quite general in meaning, the host of war, the military forces. Rabbah, the capital of the Ammonites, Jeremiah 49. 2. Ezekiel 21. 20, 25, Hebrew. Its site, now called Ammon, is covered with important ruins of the Roman and Byzantine periods. The town lies in a fertile basin, its citadel on a hill on the north side. David tarried at Jerusalem. In 2 Samuel these words introduced the story of David's adultery with Bathsheba, which is omitted from Chronicles. Joab smote Rabbah, in 2 Samuel 12. 27 Joab reports to David the capture of the city of waters, i.e. the lower city, and invites him to come and complete the conquest, presumably by capturing the citadel, in person. Probably the citadel was dependent for water on the river which flows through the town. Superscript 2 And David took the crown of their king from off his head, and found it to weigh a talent of gold, and there were precious stones in it, and it was set upon David's head, and he brought forth the spoil of the city, exceeding much. Or, Malcham c. Zephaniah I, 5. 2, of their king, so also authorized version, perhaps rightly, but many scholars prefer to treat the word as a proper name, rendering, as margin, of Malcham, compare Zephaniah I, 5, i.e. Milcom, the national god of the Ammonites, 1 Kings 11. 5, 70. Has a double translation of the one Hebrew word, Malchal, Malcham, their king. The name of the god, whether the right form be Molech, 1 Kings 11. 7, or more probably Milcom or Malcham, means either, king, or, less probably, counselor. In the former case his image would in all probability wear a crown. It was set upon David's head, a symbolic action implying that David completely annexed the Ammonite territory. Other conquered nations retained a partial independence on condition of the payment of tribute. He brought forth the spoil of the city, exceeding much, doubtless a triumphal procession of captives and spoil, such as an Assyrian relief in the British Museum represents passing before Sennacherib at the capture of Lachish. Superscript 3 And he brought forth the people that were therein, and cut them with saws, and with harrows of iron, and with axes. And thus did David unto all the cities of the children of Ammon. And David and all the people returned to Jerusalem. 3. And cut them with saws, read probably, compare 2 Samuel 12. 31, Revised Version margin, and put them with saws, i.e. put them to work with saws, etc. Compare 2 Chronicles 2. 17, 18, Joshua 9. 21-23. The implements mentioned here and in the parallel passage of 2 Samuel suggest taskwork, not massacre. The Ammonites were reduced to bondage like that of Israel in Egypt. The exceptionally harsh treatment of the Ammonites was doubtless due to the exceptional insults which David's ambassadors had received from them. A very different spirit towards Ammon is shown in Deuteronomy 2. 19. 4:8 equals 2 Samuel 21. 18:22. Philistine champions slain. This section is the last in which the chronicler notices David's wars. It is taken from 2 Samuel 21. Where, however, it is preceded by an account, verses 15-17, of David's narrow escape in an encounter with a Philistine. Between the two sections of this chapter the chronicler omits the account of the rebellions of Absalom and of Sheba, and the story of the Gibeonite vengeance on the house of Saul, 2 Samuel 13. I-21. 14. And it came to pass after this, that there arose war at Gezer with the Philistines, then Sibbecai the Hushathite slew Sippai, of the sons of the giant, and they were subdued. In 2 Samuel 21. 18, Gob. Hebrew Rapha. According to another reading, giants, Hebrew Rephaim. 4, at Gezer, c. 6. 67, note. In 2 Samuel at Gob, but no place called Gob is known. In 2 Samuel v. 25 it is said that David smote the Philistines, from Geba until thou come to Gezer. Sippai, in 2 Samuel, Saph. Giant, Hebrew, Rapha, the same Hebrew word in the plural, Rephaim, is translated, giants, in Deuteronomy 2. 11, authorized version These, Rephaim, dwelt east of Jordan. And there was again war with the Philistines. And Elhanan the son of Jair slew Lahmi the brother of Goliath the Gittite, the staff of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. 5. Elhanan slew Lahmi the brother of Goliath, in 2 Samuel 21. 19. Elhanan. The Bethlehemite slew Goliath, Revised Version. The difference between the two sentences in Hebrew is very small, and is due, no doubt, to the chronicler, or a copyist, who felt that he was making a certain emendation in substituting the brother of Goliath for Goliath himself, since, according to 1 Samuel 17, Goliath was slain by David before he became king. Slew Lahmi, read the Bethlehemite slew, etc. And there was again war at Gath, where was a man of great stature, whose fingers and toes were 24, 6 on each hand, and 6 on each foot, and he also was born unto the giant. Hebrew Rapha. 6. A man of great stature, in 2 Samuel 21. 20. Hebrew, a man of contention, i.e. a challenger or champion. And when he defied Israel, Jonathan the son of Shemaiah David's brother slew him. Or, reproached. 7. Shemaiah, c. 5. Note. These were born unto the giant in Gath, and they fell by the hand of David, and by the hand of his servants. Hebrew Rapha. 8. These were born unto the giant in Gath, again, giant, is the Hebrew Rapha, as in verses 4, 6. The meaning is that these belonged to a branch of the Rephaim which was settled in Gath. Chapter 21. 127, equals 2 Samuel 24. 125. The numbering and the plague. Comparison of these verses with the account given in Samuel discloses not a few interesting divergences, the more important of which are pointed out in the notes below, see especially the notes on verses 1, 6, 25. In general it may be said that the account in Chronicles curtails any features reflecting discredit on David and expands such as do him honor. Some scholars consider that the changes are of such a character that they may all be due directly to the chronicler. But others see in them motives so various as to suggest the opinion that the chronicler's source is not Samuel but an intermediate source. There may be a measure of truth in both contentions. So famous a tale may well have been recounted with modifications in the telling to suit the later idealization of David. The chronicler may therefore have been working from the text of Samuel, but some of the changes he introduced may have been generally current, and for these he is in a sense not immediately responsible. Although of course all were more or less in accordance with his taste. The subject of the present section, David's numbering of the people and the plague which followed, is interesting in itself, quite apart from the comparison with Samuel. Why was the census considered a sin? Various replies may be made. 1. Because the pride of David and the ambitions which the census might promote revealed a transference of trust from God to self, from spirit to numbers, from justice to power. This view accords with our modern moralistic standpoint, but other considerations call for mention. 2. Because, unlike the two numberings in the wilderness, Numbers 1:16, 3. 39, 26. 165, it was not made by divine command, compare verse 1, note. This thought may well have been present in the mind of the chronicler. To it we may add, 3, the popular dread of the census as a sinister and unlucky act. The ground of this dread was no doubt mainly practical, being due to the fear that the records might be used for purposes of fresh taxation or more stringent war levies, but it may have its roots in an instinct handed down from the thoughts of primitive ages, when written records were an uncanny mystery. Thus S.I. Curtis, Primitive Semitic Religion Today, page 69, remarks that the persistence of this fear among modern Semites is partially chargeable for the lack of correct statistics as to the population of Oriental towns. Fraser, in Anthropological Essays to E. B. Tyler, page 174, refers to the dread of enumeration felt by the Lapps and by a West African tribe. Superscript 1 and Satan stood up against Israel, and moved David to number Israel. Or, an adversary. 1. And Satan stood up against Israel, in 2 Samuel, and again, a former occasion being at the time of the famine, 2 Samuel 21. 1. The anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them. The change is significant of the late date of Chronicles. In an earlier stage of Hebrew thought, human sin and folly are at times naively ascribed to the agency of God, e.g., he hardens Pharaoh's heart, Exodus x. 1, etc. Quem Deus vult prodire prius dementat. At a later date the instigation of some subordinate, evil, spirit was adduced, e.g. 1 Kings 22. 20-24, and eventually this spirit of temptation was expressly termed the Satan, or Satan, i.e. the adversary. He was then regarded as a hostile spiritual being, the opposite of a guardian angel such as the Michael of Daniel x. 13, 21, 12. 1. In the book of Job the Satan is very definitely said to act under the guidance and will of God. Here nothing is said of the Satan having been directed by Jehovah. To number, only those of military age, verse 5, over 20 years of age, 27. 23, 24, were included in the census. Superscript 2. And David said to Joab and to the princes of the people, Go, number Israel from Beersheba even to Dan, and bring me word, that I may know the sum of them. 2. To Joab, the object being to number those who drew sword, the captain of the host was the most suitable person to entrust with the business. From Beersheba even to Dan, from the extreme south to the extreme north of the land. Dan, the modern Tel El-Kudi, about 40 minutes distance from Panias, north of Lake Hula, waters of Merom. For its original name Laish, see Judges 18. 28. That I may know, either with a view to imposing a tax or to undertaking some fresh great military expedition. Superscript 3. And Joab said, The Lord make his people 100 times so many more as they be, but, my lord the king, are they not all my lord's servants? Why doth my lord require this thing? Why will he be a cause of guilt unto Israel? 3. The Lord make. Are they not all my Lord's servants? Counting will not increase their numbers, only Jehovah's gracious favor can secure that. What more then can David desire than to know, as Joab now assures him, that one and all his subjects are loyal? Why will he be a cause of guilt unto Israel? Compare Leviticus 4. 3. If the anointed priest shall sin so as to bring guilt on the people, Revised Version. The community is a unit, and the guilt of one falls on all. Nevertheless the king's word prevailed against Joab. Wherefore Joab departed, and went throughout all Israel, and came to Jerusalem. 4. Came to Jerusalem, in 2 Samuel 24. For 8 the route is described and the time taken in the numbering is stated, 9 months and 20 days. And Joab gave up the sum of the numbering of the people unto David. And all they of Israel were 1,000 and 100,000 men that drew sword, and Judah was 410,000 men that drew sword. 5. They of Israel, Chronicles gives Israel as 1,100,000 and Judah as 470,000. 2 Samuel gives Israel as 800,000 and Judah as 500,000. It is difficult to correlate these figures. There are, however, reasons for thinking that the last part of the verse and Judah was 470,000, etc., may be a gloss. If so, then the 200,000 less in Chronicles, 1,300,000 in Samuel, 1,100,000 in Chronicles, where Israel would as so often denote both Israel and Judah, might well be explained as an allowance for the exclusion of Levi and Benjamin, see verse 6. That drew sword, all males over 20 years of age, compare Numbers I. 20. But Levi and Benjamin counted he not among them, for the king's word was abominable to Joab. 6. Levi, in Numbers I. 49 it is ordained that Levi is not to be numbered among the children of Israel, i.e. treated as liable to military service. The Levites were, however, numbered separately, Numbers 3. 15, 26. 57. In 2 Samuel there is nothing to correspond with this verse, Levi and Benjamin being there reckoned in the census. Why the chronicler excludes Benjamin as well as Levi it is not easy to see. And God was displeased with this thing. Therefore he smote Israel. 7. He smote Israel, with the plague. And David said unto God, I have sinned greatly, in that I have done this thing, but now, put away, I beseech thee, the iniquity of thy servant, for I have done very foolishly. 8. Put away, the iniquity, render perhaps, remove the punishment, compare Genesis 4. 13, Revised Version with margin, also 1 Samuel 28. 10. And the Lord spake unto Gad, David's seer, saying. 9. And the Lord spake. The historian now retraces his steps to describe the circumstances which heralded the approach of the plague. Gad, he is 3 times mentioned in Chronicles, each time as a seer, viz. 21, 9, equals 2 Samuel 24. 11, 29. 29. 2 Chronicles 29. 25, he was perhaps an older contemporary of Nathan, who bears the more modern title of prophet, compare 1 Samuel 9. 9. Superscript 1 Go and speak unto David, saying, Thus saith the Lord, I offer thee 3 things. Choose thee one of them, that I may do it unto thee. Superscript 1 So Gad came to David, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord, take which thou wilt. Hebrew stretch out unto. 10. I offer thee 3 things. The offer is a test of David's character, just as God's different offer in 2 Chronicles I:7 was a test of Solomon's. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Either 3 years of famine, or 3 months to be consumed before thy foes, while that the sword of thine enemies overtaketh thee, or else 3 days the sword of the Lord, even pestilence in the land, and the angel of the Lord destroying throughout all the coasts of Israel. Now therefore consider what answer I shall return to him that sent me. Or, and. 12, 3 years of famine, 2 Samuel, 7 years of famine, LXX. However 3, as Chronicles. 3 months to be consumed, the correct text, however, is probably that found in 2 Samuel 24. 13, Or wilt thou flee 3 months? The angel of the Lord, compare 2 Kings 19. 35, Acts 12. 23. Coasts, render, borders, i.e. through the whole land. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 And David said unto Gad, I am in a great strait, let me fall now into the hand of the Lord, for very great are his mercies, and let me not fall into the hand of man. Or, many. 13. Into the hand of the Lord, the answer reveals the sincerity and efficacy of David's penitence, a right spirit is renewed within him. He now chooses to trust in God. Superscript 1 So the Lord sent a pestilence upon Israel, and there fell of Israel 70,000 men. 14. There fell of Israel, 2 Samuel adds, from Dan even to Beersheba. The pestilence was throughout the whole land. Superscript 1 And God sent an angel unto Jerusalem to destroy it, and as he was about to destroy, the Lord beheld, and he repented him of the evil, and said to the destroying angel, It is enough, now stay thine hand. And the angel of the Lord stood by the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. In 2 Samuel 24. 16, and Araunah. 15, Unto Jerusalem, the peril of the plague extends until Jerusalem itself is threatened. He repented him, compare Genesis 6. 6, 1 Samuel 15. 11, 35, Jonah 3. 10, etc. It is enough, the sudden cessation of this pestilence has numerous parallels in the history of epidemics. The threshing floor of Ornan, the chronicler makes this threshing floor the site of the temple. The author of Samuel is silent on the point. Compare notes on verses 25, 28, and especially 22. 1. Ornan, this is the form of the name throughout this chapter, but in 2 Samuel 24. The gives everywhere Araunah. The Kathib of Samuel, however, offers various forms, one of which, to be read Orna, verse 16, approximates to the form given in Chronicles. Variation in reproducing foreign names is common, see note on 18. 5. Damascus, and on 2 Chronicles 36. 6. Nebuchadnezzar. Superscript 1. And David lifted up his eyes, and saw the angel of the Lord stand between the earth and the heaven, having a drawn sword in his hand stretched out over Jerusalem. Then David and the elders, clothed in sackcloth, fell upon their faces. 16. Saw the angel. The full description of the vision is peculiar to Chronicles, compare 2 Samuel 24. 17. And the elders, clothed in sackcloth. The wearing of sackcloth was doubtless accompanied by fasting, compare Jonah 3. 5. Superscript 1. And David said unto God, Is it not I that commanded the people to be numbered? Even I it is that have sinned and done very wickedly, but these sheep, what have they done? Let thine hand, I pray thee, O Lord my God, be against me, and against my father's house, but not against thy people, that they should be plagued. Superscript 1. Then the angel of the Lord commanded Gad to say to David, that David should go up, and rear an altar unto the Lord in the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. Superscript 1. And David went up at the saying of Gad, which he spake in the name of the Lord. 17. Let thine hand, be against me, compare Moses' intercession in Exodus 32. 32. But Moses was innocent, David guilty. Superscript 2. And Ornan turned back, and saw the angel, and his 4 sons that were with him hid themselves. Now Ornan was threshing wheat. 20. Hid themselves, in fear, lest they too should see the angel of Jehovah and their lives be thereby imperiled, compare Judges 6. 22, 13. 22. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. And as David came to Ornan, Ornan looked and saw David, and went out of the threshing floor, and bowed himself to David with his face to the ground. 21. Was threshing wheat, by driving oxen over it, compare verse 23. Superscript 2. Superscript 2. Then David said to Ornan, Give me the place of this threshing floor, that I may build thereon an altar unto the Lord, for the full price shalt thou give it me, that the plague may be stayed from the people. 22. The place of this threshing floor. The expression implies perhaps that David bought more than the mere area of the threshing floor. For the full price, Genesis 23. 9, Revised Version. Superscript 2. Superscript 3. And Ornan said unto David, Take it to thee, and let my lord the king do that which is good in his eyes. Lo, I give thee the oxen for burnt offerings, and the threshing instruments for wood, and the wheat for the meal offering, I give it all. Superscript 2. And King David said to Ornan, Nay, but I will verily buy it for the full price, for I will not take that which is thine for the Lord, nor offer a burnt offering without cost. 23. The meal offering, compare Leviticus 2. 1:16. Superscript 2. So David gave to Ornan for the place 600 shekels of gold by weight. 25. Gave, for the place 600 shekels of gold by weight, in 2 Samuel 24. 24. Bought the threshing floor and the oxen for 50 shekels of silver. The huge discrepancy here between Chronicles and Samuel is noteworthy. If the price in Samuel, 50 shekels of silver for threshing floor and oxen, seems somewhat small, compared with the 400 shekels paid by Abraham for the cave of Machpelah, Genesis 23. 15:17, the 600 shekels of gold in Chronicles is extravagantly large. It is accounted for by the fact that the chronicler regarded the transaction, not as the acquisition merely of the site for the altar but of the area on which the temple was afterwards built, see verse 22. No sum could well seem too large for the purchase of ground destined to be so holy. The figure 600 may have been chosen on the ground that it was equal to a payment of 50 shekels for each tribe. Superscript 2. And David built there an altar unto the Lord, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings, and called upon the Lord, and he answered him from heaven by fire upon the altar of burnt offering. Superscript 2. And the Lord commanded the angel. And he put up his sword again into the sheath thereof. 26. Peace offerings, c. 16. 1. Note. At the end of the verse LXX. Compare Peshitta, adds, and consumed the burnt offering. Compare Leviticus 9. 24, 1 Kings 18. 38. The fire is not mentioned in 2 Samuel. Chapter 21. 28 Chapter 22. 1. The selection of the site of the temple. Superscript 2. At that time, when David saw that the Lord had answered him in the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite, then he sacrificed there. 28. At that time, etc. The construction of this section must be carefully noted. Chapter 21. 28 is continued by chapter 22. Verses 29, 30 of chapter 21. Being a parenthesis. The division of chapters here is unfortunate. At that time, the phrase is taken up by, then, of 22. 1. The chronicler wishes us to note that David regarded the success of his intercession at the floor of Ornan as an indication that this floor was God's approved site for the temple. Superscript 2 for the tabernacle of the Lord, which Moses made in the wilderness, and the altar of burnt offering, were at that time in the high place at Gibeon. 29. 4. The beginning of a parenthesis. The tabernacle of the Lord, see the prefatory note to chapter 13, also compare 16. 1, 39, and 2 Chronicles 3. Superscript 3 But David could not go before it to inquire of God, for he was afraid because of the sword of the angel of the Lord. 30. He was afraid, or, he was terrified. The Hebrew word is unusual. Chapter 22. Superscript 1 Then David said, This is the house of the Lord God, and this is the altar of burnt offering for Israel. 1. Then, the word refers back to 21. 28. At that time. David said, the king acts in conformity with the law contained in Deuteronomy 12. 5, 6. This is the house of the Lord, etc. Hence the necessity for relating the story of David's sinful action in taking the census. The chronicler's desire to show only the idealistic aspect of David's life has frequently been pointed out. The present section, then, is notable as showing very clearly how even this desire was made to yield to the supreme object of relating the divinely guided origin and growth of the temple and its worship. 2:19. David's preparations for building the temple. His charge to Solomon and to the princes. It is of course quite probable that preparations for a temple were begun in David's time, but the picture given in this chapter must not be taken as historically true. The material being of a general character such as the imagination could readily supply, and the figures mentioned in verse 14 being impossibly exaggerated. The chapter in fact is the outcome of the chronicler's zealous but uncritical mind working in the belief that, not Solomon, but the pious David was the moving spirit in the great enterprise. As Moses led Israel to Jordan's brink, so David, he thought, must stop short only at the actual building of the temple. Superscript 2 And David commanded to gather together the strangers that were in the land of Israel. And he set masons to hew wrought stones to build the house of God. Superscript 3 And David prepared iron in abundance for the nails for the doors of the gates, and for the couplings, and brass in abundance without weight. 2. The strangers, compare 2 Chronicles 2. 17, 8. 7-9. Hewing of stone was regarded as taskwork unfit for free men. This verse is simply an anticipation of the preparations recorded in Solomon's reign, see 2 Chronicles 2. 1, 17. Wrought stones, all the stone used for the building of the temple was previously cut to the right size, compare 1 Kings 6. 7. And cedar trees without number, for the Zidonians and they of Tyre brought cedar trees in abundance to David. 4. Zidonians and they of Tyre, compare 1 Kings v. 1:6, 15:20, Hebrew. And David said, Solomon my son is young and tender, and the house that is to be builded for the Lord must be exceeding magnifical, of fame and of glory throughout all countries, I will therefore make preparation for it. So David prepared abundantly before his death. Then he called for Solomon his son, and charged him to build an house for the Lord, the God of Israel. 5. Exceeding magnifical, the temple took 7 years in building, and it was richly overlaid with gold, but its proportions were small, viz., about 90 feet times 45 feet times 30 feet. These small proportions are not surprising, for the temple itself required only to be big enough to hold its furniture. The courts, however, were of large extent, that they might afford room for worshippers at the times of the great feasts. Note the archaic magnifical equals splendid, stately, magnificent. It is found of course in the Authorized Version, 1611, and also in the Geneva Bible, 1560, compare Starkey, England, 2. I. 176, 1538, goodly sites and townies wyth magnifical and goodly houses. And David said to Solomon his son, As for me, it was in my heart to build an house unto the name of the Lord my God. According to another reading, my son, as for me and 7, said to Solomon his son, so Kathib, the margin, said to Solomon, my son, follows the unto the name, compare Deuteronomy 12. 5, 2 Samuel 7. 13. But the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Thou hast shed blood abundantly, and hast made great wars, thou shalt not build an house unto my name, because thou hast shed much blood upon the earth in my sight. 8. Thou hast shed blood abundantly, compare 28. 3. In 1 Kings VIII Solomon tells Hiram that David wished to build a temple, but was hindered from his design by war. Behold, a son shall be born to thee, who shall be a man of rest. And I will give him rest from all his enemies round about, for his name shall be Solomon, and I will give peace and quietness unto Israel in his days. That is, peaceful. 9. I will give him rest, compare 1 Kings v. 4. The promise here made is of a period of peace sufficiently long for the work of temple building. Solomon's reign was not wholly peaceful, compare 1 Kings 11. 14, 23, 26. Superscript 1 He shall build an house for my name. And he shall be my son, and I will be his father, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom over Israel forever. Superscript 1 Now, my son, the Lord be with thee. And prosper thou, and build the house of the Lord thy God, as he hath spoken concerning thee. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Only the Lord give thee discretion and understanding, and give thee charge concerning Israel, that so thou mayest keep the law of the Lord thy God. 10. Forever, compare 2 Samuel 7. 13-16. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 Then shalt thou prosper, if thou observe to do the statutes and the judgments which the Lord charged Moses with concerning Israel, be strong, and of good courage, fear not, neither be dismayed. 13. Be strong, and of good courage, compare Joshua I. 9. Superscript 1 Now, behold, in my affliction I have prepared for the house of the Lord 100,000 talents of gold, and 1,000,000 talents of silver, and of brass and iron without weight. For it is in abundance, timber also and stone have I prepared, and thou mayest add thereto. Or, low estate. 14. In my affliction, LXX. Kappa alpha tau tau nu pi tau omega chi epsilon alpha nu mu omicron upsilon, and so margin in my low estate. The exact meaning of the phrase is not quite certain. Does it refer to the comparative slenderness of David's resources, in my poverty, or to the difficulties of the wars and rebellions which marked his reign, or does it cover both ideas? Render perhaps in my straitened circumstances. Some translate by my strenuous labor, compare 29. 2. But there is insufficient evidence for rendering the Hebrew word by labor. 100,000 talents of gold, and 1,000,000 talents of silver, this sum is incredibly large. In 1 Kings x. 14 it is told in illustration of the riches of Solomon, a wealthier king than David, that he received in 1 year 666 talents of gold, but even at this rate David would have amassed only 26,640 talents in 40 years. And further, the sum assigned to Solomon as his yearly revenue is fantastically large, see note 2 Chronicles 9. 13. The passage illustrates the exaggeration which is so characteristic of Midrashic style, compare 29. 4. And the note on 2 Chronicles 17. 14. Superscript 1. Moreover, there are workmen with thee in abundance, hewers and workers of stone and timber, and all men that are cunning in any manner of work. Superscript 1. Of the gold, the silver, and the brass, and the iron, there is no number. Arise and be doing, and the Lord be with thee. Superscript 1. David also commanded all the princes of Israel to help Solomon his son, saying. 15, 16. Any manner of work, of the gold, there is no number, render in every work of gold, without number, i.e. The two verses are to be read in close connection. Superscript 1. Is not the Lord your God with you? And hath he not given you rest on every side? For he hath delivered the inhabitants of the land into mine hand. And the land is subdued before the Lord, and before his people. 18. The inhabitants of the land, compare 11. 4. The Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land. The remnant of the earlier inhabitants of Canaan is meant. Superscript 1. Now set your heart and your soul to seek after the Lord your God. Arise therefore, and build ye the sanctuary of the Lord God, to bring the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and the holy vessels of God, into the house that is to be built to the name of the Lord. 19. And the holy vessels of God, compare 1 Kings 8. 4. Chapters 23. 29. The conclusion of David's reign. Chapter 23. 1. Solomon made king. Superscript 1. Now David was old and full of days, and he made Solomon his son king over Israel. The chronicler unhistorically ignores the struggle between the parties of Solomon and of Adonijah for the throne, compare 29. 22f, 1 Kings I, 5ff. And makes the reign of David culminate in the appointment of Solomon as David's successor and in a grand organization of the ecclesiastical and other authorities of the realm. Chapter 23. 1. Intimates the appointment of Solomon and the assembling by royal command of the princes, priests, and Levites of Israel. The topics thus suggested are then, after the prevailing fashion of chronicles, treated in the reverse order. First the Levites, chapter 23, then the priests, 24. Followed by the singers, 25, and the doorkeepers, 26, then the civil and military orders. Chapters 28, 29. Are occupied with the concluding exhortations of King David. Compare 29. 22-24, 1 Kings I, 5:53. 2:23. Organization of the Levites, first account. Superscript 2. And he gathered together all the princes of Israel, with the priests and the Levites. Superscript 3. And the Levites were numbered from 30 years old and upward, and their number by their polls, man by man, was 30 and 8,000. 3. The Levites were numbered from 30 years, 2 accounts are here given of the organization of the Levites. According to the first, the Levites were admitted to service at 30 years of age, verse 3, compare Numbers 4. 3, 23, 30, where the period from 30 to 50 is fixed as the period for service. According to the second account, verses 24-27, the Levites were taken from 20 years old and upwards. This was apparently the later custom. Compare 2 Chronicles 31. 17, Ezra 3. 8. The discrepancy probably arises from an actual variation in practice. The original age of admission for Levites was probably 30, but owing to the scarcity of their numbers it seems to have been necessary to reduce the limit of age to 20. But see also the note on pages 51f. By their polls, literally by their skulls. Poll is an almost obsolete word for head, retained in the compound word, poll tax. 30 and 8,000, Numbers 3. 39 gives 22,000, and Numbers 26. 62, 23,000, as the number of male Levites from a month old and upwards in the time of Moses. Of these, 20 and 4,000 were to oversee the work of the house of the Lord, and 6,000 were officers and judges. 4. 20 and 4,000, these were divided into courses, verse 6, serving by turn, apparently 24 in number, consisting each of 1,000 men. See, however, the note on verses 6-23 below. To oversee the work, it is true that there were some temple servants subordinate to the Levites, see note on the Nethinim, 9. 2. But the duty of the Levites was to perform the work of the temple, as is said e.g. in verses 24, 28, not to act as overseers of the work of others. It is therefore to be inferred that the work spoken of here and in verse 5 is not the routine duties of the temple but the work of its construction. Adding the Levites of verse 4 to the officers, doorkeepers, and musicians of verse 5, we have a total of 38,000 overseers. That the number is incredibly large is no objection in Chronicles. Officers and judges, compare 2 Chronicles 19. 8, 11. According to Deuteronomy 17. 9, compare Deuteronomy 16. 18, the harder causes were reserved for the priests the Levites, ordinary causes being decided by judges who were not Levites. And 4,000 were doorkeepers. And 4,000 praised the Lord with the instruments which I made, said David, to praise therewith. 5. Doorkeepers, the courses and duties of these are given in 26. 119. 4,000 praised the Lord, compare 25. 131, which tells of a picked choir consisting of 288 persons, divided into 24 courses, whose special duty was psalmody. The instruments which I made, compare 2 Chronicles 29. 26. 6:23. It is natural to expect that 24 heads of fathers' houses will appear in this list, compare note on verse 4, in harmony with the 24 courses of priests, of musicians, and of doorkeepers referred to in the chapters following. The present text, however, appears to yield but 22, and the various emendations suggested in order to obtain 24 are all precarious. The best suggestion is that of Curtis, for which see note on verse 22. And David divided them into courses according to the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Hebrew divisions. 6. The sons of Levi, compare 6. 1, 16. Of the Gershonites, Laden and Shimei. The sons of Laden. Jehiel the chief, and Zetham, and Joel, 3. In chapter 6. 17, Libni. 7, Laden and Shimei, for Laden here and in 26. 21 we have in 6. 17 and Exodus 6. 17 Libni. The sons of Shimei, Shelomoth, and Haziel, and Haran, 3. These were the heads of the fathers' houses of Laden. 9. The sons of Shimei, this Shimei in distinction from the Shimei of verses 7, 10 might conceivably be a descendant of Laden, although the relationship is not indicated. But it is more probable that some confusion has come into the text of verses 8, 9, 10, as e.g. that verse 9b, these were, of Laden, is a gloss, and that for Shimei in verse 10 we should read Shelomoth. Superscript 1 and the sons of Shimei. Jahath, Zena, and Jush, and Beriah. These 4 were the sons of Shimei. Superscript 1 and Jahath was the chief, and Ziza the second, but Jush and Beriah had not many sons, therefore they became a father's house in one reckoning. In verse 11, Ziza. 10, Zena, better, as in verse 11, Ziza, the two words are readily confused in Hebrew writing. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 the sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel, 4. 12, the sons of Kohath, compare 6. 2, Exodus 6. 18. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 the sons of Amram. Aaron and Moses, and Aaron was separated, that he should sanctify the most holy things, he and his sons, forever, to burn incense before the Lord, to minister unto him, and to bless in his name, forever. Or, to sanctify as most holy him and 13. Separated, i.e. set apart, sometimes with the additional meaning of making a distinction between sacred and common. Compare Romans I:1, where St. Paul describes himself as separated unto the gospel of God, Acts 13. 2. Galatians I:15. The most holy things, such for instance as the altar of incense, Exodus XXX. 1:10, or again the showbread, Leviticus 24. 5:9. To bless, compare Numbers 6. 23-27. Superscript 1. But as for Moses the man of God, his sons were named among the tribe of Levi. 14. Among the tribe of Levi, the descendants of Moses as distinguished from those of Aaron had the standing, not of priests but of Levites. Superscript 1. The sons of Moses, Gershom and Eleazar. 15. Gershom and Eleazar, compare Exodus 18. 3, 4. Superscript 1. The sons of Gershom, Shebuel the chief. In chapter 24. 20. Shubal. 16. The sons, compare the following verse, also 2. 31, where the plural, the sons, is thrice followed by a single name only. Shebuel, rather, as in 24. 20. Shubal. So LXX. Here. Superscript 1. And the sons of Eleazar were, Rehabiah the chief. And Eleazar had none other sons, but the sons of Rehabiah were very many. 17. Rehabiah, compare 24. 21. Superscript 1. The sons of Izhar, Shelomith the chief. In chapter 24. 22. Shelomoth. 18. Shelomith, in 24. 22. Shelomoth. Superscript 1. The sons of Hebron, Jeriah the chief, Mariah the second, Jehaziel the third, and Jechamim the fourth. 19. The sons of Hebron, compare 24. 23. Superscript 2. The sons of Uzziel, Micah the chief, and Ishiah the second. 20. The sons of Uzziel, compare 24. 24. 9 Kohathite families seem to be here reckoned. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. The sons of Merari, Mali and Mushi. The sons of Mali, Eleazar and Kish. 21. The sons of Merari, compare 24. 26. The sons of Mali, compare 24. 28, 29. Superscript 2. Superscript 2. And Eleazar died, and had no sons, but daughters only, and their brethren the sons of Kish took them to wife. 22. Their brethren, their kinsmen, took them to wife, i.e. in accordance with the law stated in Numbers 27. 4. Compare Numbers 36. 6. Whereby daughters had a right of inheritance in hope of perpetuating the name of him who died without male heirs. Thus Eleazar, by his family through the female line, may be reckoned one of the heads of Father's houses. If this view be correct, the list contains not 22 but 23 heads. And it may be conjectured that the one name more required to make up the desired total of 24 has been lost in the transmission of the text. Superscript 2. Superscript 3. The sons of Mushi, Mali, and Eder, and Jerimoth, 3. 23. The sons of Mushi, compare 24. 30. 24-27. Organization of the Levites, second account. Superscript 2. These were the sons of Levi after their fathers' houses, even the heads of the fathers' houses of those of them that were counted, in the number of names by their polls, who did the work for the service of the house of the Lord. From 20 years old and upward. Superscript 2. For David said, The Lord, the God of Israel, hath given rest unto his people, and he dwelleth in Jerusalem for ever. Superscript 2. And also the Levites shall no more have need to carry the tabernacle and all the vessels of it for the service thereof. Superscript 2. For by the last words of David the sons of Levi were numbered, from 20 years old and upward. Or, in the last Acts. 24. From 20 years old and upward, the striking divergence between this verse and verse 3, where 30 is given as the minimum age for service as a Levite, has given rise to much discussion, see the note to verse 3. No doubt the concluding remarks of that note are true historically. A change in the inferior age limit of the Levites did take place at some time on account of the need for larger numbers in office. But neither that fact, nor the theory, which is hardly borne out by other considerations, that the chronicler has used varying traditions from two different sources, suffices to explain why he left the evident contradiction in his narrative. The desirability of explaining this circumstance strongly favors the view urged by Curtis, that in verses 3ff. The chronicler meant to describe the Levitical organization during and for the purpose of the preparation and erection of the temple, whilst verses 24ff. relate to the period when the temple was completed and the duties of the Levites, being both more numerous and at the same time of a more mechanical nature, might well seem to call for an increase in the number of those officiating. When the reduction of the age limit to 20 actually took place is of course immaterial, but it is quite in keeping with the manner of the chronicler that he should thus carry both arrangements back to the time of David. 28:32. Duties of the Levites. Superscript 2 for their office was to wait on the sons of Aaron for the service of the house of the Lord, in the courts, and in the chambers, and in the purifying of all holy things, even the work of the service of the house of God. Hebrew their station was at the hand of the sons of Aaron. See Nehemiah 11. 24. 28. Their office was to wait on, literally, as margin, their station was at the hand of. For the phrase at the hand of compare Psalms XXIII. 2. As the eyes of servants look unto the hand of their master. The chambers, compare 9. 26, note. Superscript 2 for the showbread also, and for the fine flour for a meal offering, whether of unleavened wafers, or of that which is baked in the pan, or of that which is soaked, and for all manner of measure and size. 29. For the showbread, i.e. for the preparation of the showbread, compare 9. 32. That which is soaked, compare Leviticus 6. 21:14, Hebrew. For all manner of measure and size, i.e. for measuring the component parts of the meal offering, etc. Superscript 3 and to stand every morning to thank and praise the Lord, and likewise at even. 30, every morning, and likewise at even, corresponding with the daily morning and evening sacrifice, compare Exodus 29. 38:39. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 and to offer all burnt offerings unto the Lord, in the Sabbaths, in the new moons, and on the set feasts, in number according to the ordinance concerning them, continually before the Lord. 31. To offer all burnt offerings, this was the duty not of the Levites, who were to stand nearby praising Jehovah, verse 30, but of the priests. The apparent difficulty is due to a mistranslation, render and, to stand, i.e. assist, at every offering of burnt offerings. The set feasts, i.e. the yearly feasts, Exodus 23. 14:17. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 and that they should keep the charge of the tent of meeting, and the charge of the holy place, and the charge of the sons of Aaron their brethren, for the service of the house of the Lord. 32. The charge of the holy place, this duty is assigned to Levites in Numbers 3. 28:32, is restricted and confined to such Levites as were sons of Kohath in Numbers 4. 15, and according to a variant tradition in Numbers 18. 5 is assigned to the priests. The charge of the sons of Aaron, compare Numbers 18. 1:7. Chapter 24. 1:19. David's organization of the priests by courses. Superscript 1 and the courses of the sons of Aaron were these. The sons of Aaron. Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. 1. The sons of Aaron, so 6. 3. Exodus 6. 23. Superscript 2 But Nadab and Abihu died before their father, and had no children, therefore Eleazar and Ithamar executed the priest's office. 2. Nadab and Abihu died, by fire from heaven as a punishment for sacrilege, so Leviticus X, 1, 2, Numbers 3. 4. Superscript 3 And David with Zadok of the sons of Eleazar, and Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar, divided them according to their ordering in their service. And David divided them, even Zadok and 3. Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar, the colleague of Zadok in the priesthood, is variously named in different passages. 1 Chronicles 24. 3. Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar. 1 Chronicles 24. 6. Ahimelech the son of Abiathar. 1 Chronicles 18. 16. Abimelech the son of Abiathar. Probably the same person is meant throughout, the confusion springing from a false reading in 2 Samuel 8. 17. Ahimelech the son of Abiathar, for Abiathar the son of Ahimelech. See the notes on 15. 11, 18. 16. According to their ordering, i.e. according to the arrangement which follows, compare verse 19. And there were more chief men found of the sons of Eleazar than of the sons of Ithamar. And thus were they divided: of the sons of Eleazar there were 16, heads of fathers' houses, and of the sons of Ithamar, according to their fathers' houses, 8. 4. More chief men found of the sons of Eleazar than of Ithamar. The superiority of the Zadokites, sons of Eleazar, in the post-exilic period is read back into the days of David, and construed in the terms of a right of primogeniture. Thus the proportion assigned here is 16:8, i.e. Eleazar's descendants have a double portion, besides the right of the high priesthood. Thus were they divided by lot, one sort with another. For there were princes of the sanctuary, and princes of God, both of the sons of Eleazar, and of the sons of Ithamar. 5. One sort with another, i.e. sons of Eleazar with sons of Ithamar. There were princes of the sanctuary, and princes of God, both of the sons, etc. The princes of the sanctuary, Isaiah 43. 28, are probably the same as the princes of God and as the chiefs of the priests, 2 Chronicles 36. 14. The Hebrew expression in 2 Chronicles 35. 8 is different, rulers of the house of God. And Shemaiah the son of Nethanel the scribe, who was of the Levites, wrote them in the presence of the king, and the princes, and Zadok the priest, and Ahimelech the son of Abiathar. And the heads of the fathers' houses of the priests and of the Levites, one fathers' house being taken for Eleazar, and one taken for Ithamar. The Hebrew text has, taken. 6. The scribe, who was of the Levites, so designated in order to distinguish him from the king's scribe, compare 2 Chronicles 24. 11. One taken. This rendering involves a simple and entirely probable correction of the Hebrew. The alternate drawing here described could have lasted only for the first 16 lots. In the last 8 drawings the descendants of Eleazar must have drawn against each other only, compare verse 4, and the similar procedure described in 25. 9:31. Now the first lot came forth to Jehoiarib, the second to Jediah. 7. Jehoiarib. Lists of the priestly families occur also Nehemiah x. 2:8, 12. 1:7, 12:21. Compare Ryle, on Nehemiah 12. 1, for a discussion of the names. For Jehoiarib see 9. 10, note. The third to Haram, the fourth to Seorim. 8. Haram, so Nehemiah x. 5, 12. 15, but in Nehemiah 12. 3, Rehum. The confusion of form is easy in Hebrew writing. The fifth to Malchijah, the sixth to Mijamin. 9, Mijamin, so Nehemiah x. 7, 12. 5, but 12. 17, Miniamin. Superscript 1 the seventh to Hakaz, the eighth to Abijah. 10, Hakaz, called Kaz, in Ezra 2. 61, Nehemiah 3. For 21, Revised Version, Hakaz, in all 3 places, so also in 1 Chronicles 4. 8 where a Calebite Kaz is mentioned. Unable to trace their genealogy in the records after the return, this family is stated in Ezra 2. 61, to have been deprived of their right to the priesthood. Abijah, so Nehemiah X 7, 12. 4, 17. Zacharias, the father of John the Baptist, was of the course of Abia, Revised Version Abijah, Luke I 5. Superscript 1 the 9th to Jeshua, the 10th to Shechaniah. 11. Jeshua, this is the Hebrew name expressed by eta sigma omicron in Greek, and by Jesus in English. The high priest under whom the second temple was built bore this name according to Ezra 3. 2, v. 2. Shechaniah, so Nehemiah 12. 3, but Nehemiah x 4, 12. 14, Shebaniah. The Hebrew letters transliterated B and C are easily confused. Superscript 1 superscript 2 the 11th to Eliashib, the 12th to Jachim, superscript 1 superscript 3 the 13th to Huppah, the 14th to Jeshabib. 12. Eliashib, a priest of this name is mentioned Nehemiah 13. 4-7. Superscript 1 the 15th to Bilgah, the 16th to Immer. Superscript 1 the 17th to Hezer, the 18th to Hapitzes. 14. Bilgah, Nehemiah 12. 5. Appears as a priest or priestly family in the time of the return, and, under the form Bilgai, Nehemiah x 8, in the time of Nehemiah. Immer, compare 9. 12. Ezra 2. 37. Jeremiah XX. 1. Superscript 1 the 19th to Pethahiah, the 20th to Jehezkel. 16. Jehezkel, a more correct form of Ezekiel, the name of the priest-prophet of the captivity. Superscript 1 the 1 and 20th to Jachin, the 2 and 20th to Gamul. 17. Jachin, compare 9. 10, equals Nehemiah 11. 10. Superscript 1 the 3 and 20th to Deliah, the 4 and 20th to Maziah. Superscript 1 this was the ordering of them in their service, to come into the house of the Lord according to the ordinance given unto them by the hand of Aaron their father, as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded him. 18. Maziah, Nehemiah x 8, x. 9, Hebrew. 20:31, compare 23. 13:23. Families of the Levites. These verses repeat the list of Levitic families given in 23. 6:23 with the important omission of the whole of the Gershonites, 23. 6:11, but with some additions to the Kohathite and Merarite families. Further, 6 heads of classes mentioned in 23 are here replaced by new names. These features, together with several details, point to the conclusion that the present list is the work of a later writer than the chronicler. Superscript 2 and of the rest of the sons of Levi, of the sons of Amram, Shubael, of the sons of Shubael, Jediah. In chapter 23. 16, Shebuel. 20 and of the rest of the sons of Levi, of, etc. These are probably the words of the glossator, introducing the list which follows and which he intended as a corrective to the list in 23. 6:23. Amram, the 4 Kohathite families are now noticed in order, viz. Amram, Izhar, verse 22, Hebron, verse 23, Uzziel, verse 24. Shubael, called Shebuel, in 23. 16, 26. 24. Superscript 2 superscript 1 of Rehabiah, of the sons of Rehabiah, Ishiah the chief. 21. Of Rehabiah, he, like Shubael, was descended from Moses, 23. 15-17. Superscript 2 of the Israelites, Shelomoth, of the sons of Shelomoth, Jahath. In chapter 23. 18, Shelomith. 22, Shelomoth, called Shelomith, in 23. 18. Superscript 2 superscript 3 and the sons of Hebron, Jeriah the chief, Mariah the second, Jahaziel the third, Jechamim the fourth. Superscript 2 the sons of Uzziel, Micah, of the sons of Micah, Shamir. Superscript 2 the brother of Micah, Ishiah, of the sons of Ishiah, Zechariah. 23. And the sons of Hebron, Jeriah the chief. The words of Hebron and the chief which are printed in italics in the text above have been omitted in the Hebrew by some error of transmission. They are rightly restored in accordance with 23. 19. Superscript 2 The sons of Merari, Mali and Mushi, the sons of Josiah, Beno. Superscript 2 The sons of Merari, of Josiah, Beno, and Shoam, and Zachar, and Ibri. 26. The sons of Merari, in 23. 21 Only two families of Merari are mentioned, viz., Mali and Mushi. Here however a third family, the sons of Josiah, is mentioned. Probably the fuller text is right to this extent that there was a family tracing their ancestry to Josiah and claiming that this Josiah was of Merarite descent. But is wrong in making Josiah an immediate son of Merari, parallel with the famous Mali and Mushi. Hence the following word Beno, literally his son, should probably be struck out as an erroneous gloss, see also verse 27. Of Josiah. Beno, either delete Beno, see previous note, or perhaps read Bani. Superscript 2 of Mali, Eleazar, who had no sons. Superscript 2 of Kish, the sons of Kish, Jeremiel. 28, Eleazar, compare 23. 22. Superscript 3 and the sons of Mushi, Mali, and Eder, and Jerimoth. These were the sons of the Levites after their fathers' houses. 30, Jerimoth, spelt Jerimoth, in 23. 23. These were, houses, equals 23. 24a. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 These likewise cast lots even as their brethren the sons of Aaron in the presence of David the king, and Zadok, and Ahimelech, and the heads of the fathers' houses of the priests and of the Levites. The fathers' houses of the chief even as those of his younger brother. 31, and Ahimelech, we expect an Abiathar, compare verse 3, 15. 11, 18. 16, with the notes. Chapter 25. 1-7. The families of the singers. The chronicler displays so much interest in the liturgical worship of the temple that it is very probable that he was himself a member of the musical guilds. There is no reason to question the importance of the musicians in the temple worship of the late post-exilic period. But the development of their organization and duties was certainly a gradual process, and did not, as the chronicler here represents, spring into being, full-grown, in the days of David. Three classes, the sons of Asaph, Heman, and Jeduthun, equals Ethan, had come to be clearly recognized. They are here regarded as divided into 24 courses, like the Levites and priests. But that this even in the chronicler's time represents not an actuality but an ideal is suggested by the artificial character of the names which conclude the list, see verse 4, note on Hananiah. Superscript 1 Moreover David and the captains of the host separated for the service certain of the sons of Asaph, and of Heman, and of Jeduthun, who should prophesy with harps, with psalteries, and with cymbals, and the number of them that did the work according to their service was 1. Moreover David, Render, and David. Separated, compare 23. 13, note. Who should prophesy, i.e. sing and praise in the manner of the prophets, compare 1 Samuel XXIV. There is no reference to the predictive power or the higher spiritual activities of the great prophets. Nevertheless the term serves, and is intended, to invest the office of the musicians with a greater honor than that of the ministrant Levites. Psalteries, c. 13. 8, note. Superscript 2 of the sons of Asaph, Zachar, and Joseph, and Nethaniah, and Asherelah, the sons of Asaph, under the hand of Asaph, who prophesied after the order of the king. In verse 14, Jesharelah. Hebrew by the hands of the king. 2, Asaph, c. 15. 17, note. Asherelah, in verse 14, Jesharelah. After the order, all was done according to the order established by King David. Superscript 3 of Jeduthun, the sons of Jeduthun. Gedaliah, and Zeri, and Jeshaiah, Hashabiah, and Mattathiah, 6, under the hands of their father Jeduthun with the harp, who prophesied in giving thanks and praising the Lord. In verse 11, Isri. With Shimi, mentioned in verse 17. 3. Jeduthun, c. 16. 41, note. Zeri, read as in verse 11, Isri. Jeshaiah, after Jeshaiah LXX. B inserts the name, Shimi, sigma epsilon mu epsilon epsilon, no doubt rightly for, 1, 6 sons are reckoned in this verse, 2, the Shimi of verse 17 is otherwise unmentioned in verses 2-4, though his 23 companions are named. Of Heman, the sons of Heman. Bukiah, Mattaniah, Uzziel, Shebuel, and Jeremoth, Hananiah, Hanani, Eliathah, Gedalti, and Romamtiezer, Joshbekashah, Malothi, Hothar, Mahaziath. In verse 18, Azrael. In verse 20, Shubael. 4, Heman, c. 15. 17, note. Uzziel, in verse 18, Azrael. The variation between the two words when written with Hebrew consonants is small. Compare note on 2 Chronicles 26. 1, Uzziah, and Azariah. Shebuel, in verse 20, Shubael. Jeremoth, in verse 22, Jeremoth. Hananiah, Hanani, Hananiah, which signifies Jehovah, Jah, is gracious, and Hanani, probably a contraction of Hananiah, are names found not infrequently in the Old Testament. But the following 7 words are practically impossible as proper names, and the 9 words together, with some easy alterations, actually form a poetical petition, which may be rendered thus. Be gracious unto me, O God, be gracious unto me. Thou art my God. Thou hast magnified and exalted help for him that sat in distress. Thou hast given visions abundantly. What explanation can be offered of this startling fact? It may be that the names are wholly artificial, invented by the chronicler to fill out the desired 24 courses, see the head note above, but the device is clumsy and the chronicler was not likely to be bankrupt for names. Perhaps by a curious chance the original names bore some slight resemblance to a sentence such as the above, and the resemblance has at some time been perfected by a fanciful scribe. All these were the sons of Heman the king's seer in the words of God, to lift up the horn. And God gave to Heman 14 sons and 3 daughters. All these were under the hands of their father for song in the house of the Lord, with cymbals, psalteries, and harps, for the service of the house of God, Asaph, Jeduthun, and Heman being under the order of the king. Or, after the order of the king, even Asaph and 5, the king's seer. This title is given to Gad in 21. 9, and to Asaph, Heman and Jeduthun, all 3 in 2 Chronicles 35. 15, 70. Not Hebrew. In the words of God, the exact meaning of this is uncertain. It may either mean, in divine things, i.e. arrangements for worship, or, by divine appointment, compare 2 Chronicles 29. 15, by the words of the Lord. To lift up the horn, i.e. to make loud blasts upon the horn, but a slightly different division of the Hebrew consonants should probably be made and the phrase connected with the following verse. Render therefore, to lift up the horn, i.e. to increase his power, God gave to Heman, etc. 14 sons, corresponding with the 14 names given in verse 4. And the number of them, with their brethren that were instructed in singing unto the Lord, even all that were skillful, was 268. 7. 268, the number corresponds with the 24 courses of 12 members each about to be enumerated. 831. The allotment of the courses. And they cast lots for their charges, all alike, as well the small as the great, the teacher as the scholar. Or, ward against ward, as well and 8, for their charges, all alike, charges, i.e. duties. The Hebrew text is faulty, but the Revised Version rendering probably represents the right reading. The teacher as the scholar, LXX. Tau epsilon lambda epsilon omega nu kappa alpha nu theta alpha nu tau omega nu, i.e. the initiated and the learners. For a similar inclusive phrase compare the Arabic, he that giveth to hear and he that heareth, and see further references in Driver, Deuteronomy, International Critical Commentary, page 376. Instead of the teacher, we may render the skillful, as in verse 7, the Hebrew word is the same. It is to be noted that we have here 24 courses of singers corresponding with the 24 courses of the priests. Now the first lot came forth for Asaph to Joseph, the second to Gedaliah, he and his brethren and sons were 12, superscript 1 the third to Zachar, his sons and his brethren, 12. 9. For Asaph, a comparison of verses 9:31 with verses 2:4 shows that the first, third, fifth and seventh lots fell to Asaph, the second, fourth, eighth, 10th, 12th and 14th to Jeduthun, and the rest, 14 in number, to Heman. Superscript 1 the fourth to Isri, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 1 superscript 2 the fifth to Nethaniah, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 1 superscript 3 the sixth to Bukiah, his sons and his brethren, 12. 11, Isri, see note on Zeri, verse 3. Superscript 1 the seventh to Jeshurila, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 1 the eighth to Jeshaiah, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 1 the ninth to Mattaniah, his sons and his brethren, 12. 14, Jeshurila, compare verse 2. Superscript 1 the 10th to Shimei, his sons and his brethren, 12. 17, Shimei, not mentioned in the present text of verses 2-4, see note on Jeshaiah, verse 3. Superscript 1 the 11th to Azrael, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 1 the 12th to Hashabiah, his sons and his brethren, 12. 18, Azrael, called Uzziel, verse 4. Superscript 2 for the 13th, Shubael, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 2 superscript 1 for the 14th, Mattathiah, his sons and his brethren, 12. 20, Shubael, called Shebuel, verse 4. Superscript 2 superscript 2 for the 15th to Jerimoth, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 2 superscript 3 for the 16th to Hananiah, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 2 for the 17th to Joshbekashah, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 2 for the 18th to Hanani, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 2 for the 19th to Malothi, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 2 for the 20th to Eliathah, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 2 for the 1 and 20th to Hothar, his sons and his brethren. 12, superscript 2 for the 2 and 20th to Gedalti, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 3 for the 3 and 20th to Mahaziath, his sons and his brethren, 12, superscript 3 superscript 1 for the 4 and 20th to Romamtiezer, his sons and his brethren, 12. 22, Jerimoth, called Jerimoth, verse 4. Chapter 26. 112, compare 9. 1727. The courses of the doorkeepers. Superscript 1 for the courses of the doorkeepers, of the Korahites, Meshelemiah the son of Korah, of the sons of Asaph. Superscript 2 and Meshelemiah had sons, Zechariah the firstborn, Jediel the second, Zebadiah the third, Jathniel the fourth. In verse 14, Shelemiah. In chapter 9. 19, Ebiasaph. 1, Meshelemiah, etc. For the names of the doorkeepers see notes on 9. 17 ff. Of the sons of Asaph, for Asaph read Ebiasaph, as in 9. 19. Superscript 3 Elam the fifth, Jehohanan the sixth, Elihoenai the seventh. 3, Elihoenai, the form differs from that in 3. 23, but has the same meaning, viz., mine eyes are towards Jehovah. And Obed-Edom had sons, Shemaiah the firstborn, Jehozabad the second, Joah the third, and Sacher the fourth, and Nethanel the fifth. 4, Obed-Edom, for Obed-Edom see 13. 13, note. Amiel the sixth, Issachar the seventh, Pulathai the eighth, for God blessed him. Also unto Shemaiah his son were sons born, that ruled over the house of their father, for they were mighty men of valor. 5. For God blessed him, him refers to Obed-Edom, verse 4, who was blessed with 8 sons. It seems likely that the phrase, God blessed him, is intended to be a reminiscence of 13. 14 and indicates that the Levitical Obed-Edom was strangely identified by tradition with Obed-Edom the Gittite in whose house the ark was temporarily left by David, 13. 13, 4 other references to Obed-Edom as one of the doorkeepers, see 15. 18, 24, 16. 38, on the other hand he is classed as a singer in 15. 21, 16. 5. Passages which are probably additions to the original text of Chronicles, or at any rate represent later or divergent tradition. The sons of Shemaiah. Othni, and Rephael, and Obed, Elzabad, whose brethren were valiant men, Elihu, and Semachiah. All these were of the sons of Obed-Edom, they and their sons and their brethren, able men in strength for the service, 62 of Obed-Edom. 7. Whose brethren, the pronoun refers to Elzabad. And Meshelemiah had sons and brethren, valiant men, 18. 9. Meshelemiah, compare verses 1-3 to which verse 9 is a supplement. Superscript 1 also Hosea, of the children of Merari, had sons. Shimri the chief, for though he was not the firstborn, yet his father made him chief winky face. Superscript 1 Hilkiah the second, Tebaliah the third, Zechariah the fourth, all the sons and brethren of Hosea were 13. 10. Hosea, he is mentioned as a doorkeeper along with Obed-Edom in 16. 38. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 of these were the courses of the doorkeepers, even of the chief men, having charges like as their brethren, to minister in the house of the Lord. Or, wards over against their brethren. 12. Of these, even of the chief men, in verses 8, 9, 11 taken together 93 doorkeepers are enumerated, who are presumably the heads of the 4,000 mentioned in 23. 5, in 9. 22 again the total number, as it seems, of doorkeepers is given as 212. The discrepancy may be due to the chronicler having used different documents belonging to different dates, for other possibilities see note on 9. 22. 13-19, compare 9. 23-26. The stations of the doorkeepers. Remark how naively the chronicler names various parts of the temple as if it had been already in existence at this time. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 and they cast lots, as well the small as the great, according to their fathers' houses, for every gate. Superscript 1 and the lot eastward fell to Shelemiah. Then for Zechariah his son, a discreet counselor, they cast lots, and his lot came out northward. Superscript 1 to Obed-Edom southward, and to his sons the storehouse. In verse 1, Meshelemiah. 14, Shelemiah, i.e. Meshelemiah, verses 1, 2. Superscript 1 to Shuppim and Hosea westward, by the gate of Shalcheth, at the causeway that goeth up, ward against ward. Superscript 1 eastward were 6 Levites, northward 4 a day, southward 4 a day, and for the storehouse 2 and 2. That is, casting forth. 16, to Shuppim and Hosea, read, to Hosea. The word Shuppim should be omitted from the text. It is merely an accidental repetition, in a corrupt form, of the last word in verse 15, namely, Asuppim, rendered storehouse. By the gate of Shalcheth, there is no other mention in the Bible of a gate, Shalcheth, but it is perhaps to be identified with the entering in of the house of the Lord, which was in the precincts, Parvarim, Hebrew, mentioned 2 Kings 23. 11. Compare note on verse 18. Possibly the text should be corrected and we should read, following the LXX, by the gate of the chamber. At the causeway that goeth up, the causeway led up to the temple either from Ophel, on the south, or from the western city, across the Tyropean valley. Traces of 2 causeways have been discovered by excavation, viz. Wilson's Arch, Baedeker, Palestine, page 65, and Robinson's Arch, Palestine page 66. The second of these arches probably marks the site of a causeway belonging to the period of the kings. Superscript 1 for Parbar westward, 4 at the causeway, and 2 at Parbar. Superscript 1 These were the courses of the doorkeepers, of the sons of the Korahites, and of the sons of Merari. Or, the precinct. 18. Parbar, this word, apparently the same as Parvarim, 2 Kings 23. 11. Revised version, precincts, compare margin here, seems to denote some building built on the temple area on the west side. It may have been a colonnade. The word is Persian and means, lighted, by the sun. 2032. Various officers. Superscript 2 And of the Levites, Ahijah was over the treasuries of the house of God, and over the treasuries of the dedicated things. According to the Septuagint, and the Levites their brethren were over and Hebrew holy things. 20. And of the Levites, Ahijah was over, read, with LXX, compare margin, and the Levites their brethren were over. The confusion of readings is easy in Hebrew, compare 2. 25 for a similar case. The dedicated things, compare verses 26-28. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 The sons of Laden. The sons of the Gershonites belonging to Laden, the heads of the fathers' houses belonging to Laden the Gershonite, Jehili. In chapter 6. 17, Libni. In chapter 23. 8, Jehiel. 21, Laden, compare 23. 7, called Libni in 6. 17, 2, Hebrew. Jehili, read Jehiel as in 23. 8, 29. 8, and probably delete the following, the sons of Jehili, compare 23. 8. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 The sons of Jehili, Zetham, and Joel his brother, over the treasuries of the house of the Lord. 22. Zetham and Joel, these appear as brethren of Jehiel in 23. 8. But since families, not individuals, are spoken of, the discrepancy is not important. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 Of the Amramites, of the Israelites, of the Hebronites, of the Israelites. 23. The Amramites, etc. Compare 23. 12. Superscript 2 And Shebuel the son of Gershom, the son of Moses, was ruler over the treasuries. 24. Shebuel, rather Shubael, as in 24. 20. Compare 23. 16. Superscript 2 And his brethren. Of Eleazar came Rehabiah his son, and Jeshaiah his son, and Joram his son, and Zichri his son, and Shelomoth his son. 25. Of Eleazar came Rehabiah, compare 23. 15 17, 24. 21. Shelomoth, so Kathib, authorized version Shelomith follows Compare verse 28, margin. Superscript 2 This Shelomoth and his brethren were over all the treasuries of the dedicated things, which David the king, and the heads of the fathers' houses, the captains over thousands and hundreds, and the captains of the host, had dedicated. Superscript 2 Out of the spoil won in battles did they dedicate to repair the house of the Lord. Superscript 2 And all that Samuel the seer, and Saul the son of Kish, and Abner the son of Ner, and Joab the son of Zeruiah, had dedicated. Whosoever had dedicated anything, it was under the hand of Shelomoth, and of his brethren. Hebrew out of the battles and the spoil. Hebrew Shelomith. 26, David the king, compare 18. 11. Superscript 2 Of the Israelites, Shenaniah and his sons were for the outward business over Israel, for officers and judges. 29, Israelites, compare 23. 12. The outward business, this business is here expressly defined as work for officers and judges, as compared with the duties of maintaining the worship of the temple and the construction or repair of the fabric, compare 23. 4. 2 Chronicles 19. 11, Nehemiah 11. 16. Superscript 3 Of the Hebronites, Hashabiah and his brethren, men of valor, 1,700, had the oversight of Israel beyond Jordan westward, for all the business of the Lord, and for the service of the king. 30. The Hebronites, compare 23. 12. Had the oversight of Israel, how their duties were related to those of Shenaniah and his sons, verse 29, is not made clear. Beyond Jordan westward, compare Joshua 22. 7. Revised Version Western Palestine is meant. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 of the Hebronites was Jerijah the chief, even of the Hebronites, according to their generations by fathers' houses. In the 40th year of the reign of David they were sought for, and there were found among them mighty men of valor at Jazer of Gilead. 31. Jerijah, called Jeriah, Hebrew Jerijahu, in 23. 19. At Jazer, compare 6. 81, 6. 66, Hebrew. Numbers 21. 32, Revised Version The Eastern Hebronites were given office east of Jordan, compare verse 32. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 and his brethren, men of valor, were 2,700, heads of fathers' houses, whom King David made overseers over the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of the Manassites, for every matter pertaining to God, and for the affairs of the king. 32. His brethren, i.e. the brethren of Jerijah. It is remarkable that their number should be given as 2,700 for the 2½ tribes, whereas the overseers for the 9½ tribes west of Jordan are said to number only 1,700. Curtis sees in this a hint of the importance of Gilead in the chronicler's period, compare 1 Maccabees v. 45. Chapter 27. The organization of the military and civil officials. 1:15. The divisions of the army by courses. It is in keeping with the plan and spirit of the chronicler that he should not fail to ascribe to David, who for all his piety was preeminently the warrior king, the organization on an immense scale of the military and civil forces of the land. In monthly courses, the king is here said to be attended by officers and soldiers totaling 288,000 men. The enumeration of David's mighty men, in chapter 11. 10 ff. is an utterly insufficient reason for supposing that the present chapter cannot also come from the chronicler. It is suitable to his narrative, characteristic of his style, and, if further evidence be needed, it may be found in the tone of the references to the civil and military authorities in 22. 17, 23. 2, 28. 1 ff, 21, 29. 6 ff. Superscript 1 Now the children of Israel after their number, to wit, the heads of fathers' houses and the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and their officers that served the king. In any matter of the courses which came in and went out month by month throughout all the months of the year, of every course were 24,000. 1. Came in and went out, came on duty and went off duty, compare 2 Chronicles 23. 8. Superscript 2 Over the first course for the first month was Jashabim the son of Zabdiel, and in his course were 24,000. 2. Jashabim, compare 11. 11. Note. Superscript 3 He was of the children of Perez, the chief of all the captains of the host for the first month. 3. Perez, 4 Perez, c. 4, 5. And over the course of the second month was Dodai the Ahohite, and his course. And Mikloth the ruler, and in his course were 24,000. 4. Dodai the Ahohite, read probably, compare 11. 12. Eleazar the son of Dodo, the Ahohite. And his course. And Mikloth the ruler, the words are corrupt and are omitted in the LXX. The original text is quite uncertain. A Benjamite called Mikloth is mentioned in 8. 32. The third captain of the host for the third month was Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada the priest, chief, and in his course were 24,000. Or, chief minister see 2 Samuel 8. 18. 5. Benaiah, compare 11. 22 ff, 18. 17. Jehoiada the priest, chief refers to Benaiah. This is that Benaiah, who was the mighty man of the 30, and over the 30, and of his course was Ammizabad his son. 6. The mighty man of the 30, and over the 30, compare 11. 25. The fourth captain for the fourth month was Asahel the brother of Joab, and Zebadiah his son after him, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. 7. Asahel, compare 11. 26. Note. The fifth captain for the fifth month was Shamhuth the Israelite, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. 8. Shamhuth the Israelite, perhaps to be identified with Shammoth the Hararite of 11. 27. See note there. The sixth captain for the sixth month was Ira the son of Ikesh the Tekoite, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. 9. Ira, compare 11. 28. Superscript 1. The seventh captain for the seventh month was Helez the Pelonite, of the children of Ephraim, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. 10. Helez the Pelonite, compare 11. 27. Note. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. The eighth captain for the eighth month was Sibbecai the Hushathite, of the Zerahites, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. 11. Sibbecai the Hushathite, compare 11. 29. Notes. Zerahites, also verse 13. Descendants of Zerah, son of Judah, 2. 4. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. The ninth captain for the ninth month was Abiezer the Anathothite, of the Benjamites, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. 12. Abiezer the Anathothite, compare 11. 28. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. The 10th captain for the 10th month was Maharai the Netophathite, of the Zerahites, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. 13. Maharai the Netophathite, compare 11. 30. Superscript 1. The 11th captain for the 11th month was Benaiah the Pirathonite, of the children of Ephraim, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. 14. Benaiah the Pirathonite, compare 11. 31. Superscript 1. The 12th captain for the 12th month was Heldai the Netophathite, of Othniel, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. In chapter 11. 30. Helade. 15. Heldai, called Helade in 11. 30. Of Othniel, compare Judges I, 13, 3. 9. Thus Heldai was not of pure Israelite descent, but belonged to the Kenizzites, Kenas, a younger branch of the Calebites, an independent tribe which settled primarily in southern Judah and was later incorporated in the tribe of Judah. Genealogically this fact was expressed by calling Caleb a son of Hezron, the son of Judah. See the article Caleb in Encyclopaedia Britannica Superscript 1. Superscript 1. 1624. The princes of the tribes of Israel. 6 tribes which were accounted sons of Leah are given first, then 6 sons, actual or legal, of Rachel, whilst Zadok as chief of the priestly caste may be reckoned as standing in a category by himself, representative of the nation as a whole. Gad and Asher are omitted, for some reason not easy to discern, perhaps accidentally or because the traditional number of 12 tribes was complete in this list without them. Superscript 1. Furthermore, over the tribes of Israel, of the Reubenites was Eleazar the son of Zikri the ruler, of the Simonites, Shephatiah the son of Makkah, superscript 1. Of Levi, Hashabiah the son of Kemuel, of Aaron, Zadok. 17. Hashabiah, perhaps the person mentioned in 26. 30. The name is common among Levites. Of Aaron, Zadok, compare 12. 27, 28. Superscript 1. Of Judah, Elihu, one of the brethren of David, of Issachar, Omri the son of Michael, superscript 1. Of Zebulun, Ishmael the son of Obadiah, of Naphtali, Jerimoth the son of Azriel, superscript 2. Of the children of Ephraim. Hosea the son of Azaziah, of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Joel the son of Pedaiah. In 1 Samuel 16. 6. Eliab. 18. Elihu, perhaps the Eliab of 1 Samuel 16. 6. Compare margin. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. Of the half-tribe of Manasseh in Gilead, Iddo the son of Zechariah, of Benjamin, Jaziel the son of Abner, superscript 2 of Dan, Azrael the son of Jeroham. These were the captains of the tribes of Israel. 21. Gilead. Gilead is strictly speaking the name of the district between the Jabbok and Moab, in which the tribes of Gad and Reuben dwelt. Here it is used less precisely to include Bashan, the district northeast of Jordan in which the half-tribe of Manasseh lived, compare 2. 22. Note. Iddo, spelt quite differently in Hebrew from the name of the father of the prophet Zechariah, Zechariah I. 1. Abner, 1 Samuel 14. 50, 51. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 But David took not the number of them from 20 years old and under, because the Lord had said he would increase Israel like to the stars of heaven. 23. Took not the number, in Numbers I. 3ff. It is said that in the census which God commanded Moses to take in the wilderness only those above 20 years old were to be numbered, and a chief from each tribe was appointed to assist Moses in the task of numeration. The chronicler in this section wishes to say that, though David erred in taking the census unbidden by Jehovah, he at least conformed to the principles of the law in carrying out his project. Those under 20 years of age were not counted. And the princes just enumerated may be supposed to correspond to the chiefs who assisted Moses. Superscript 2 Joab the son of Zeruiah began to number, but finished not, and there came wrath for this upon Israel, neither was the number put into the account in the Chronicles of King David. 24, but finished not, compare 21. 6. Into the account in, a summary of the numbers of David's census is given in 21. 5 and also, with divergences, in 2 Samuel 24. 9. The chronicler probably means in the present passage that the details of the census were not entered in the official records. The Chronicles, literally the Acts of the Days, compare Introduction. 25:31. Various officers of the king. 12 different officers are named here who acted as stewards of King David's property. Superscript 2 And over the king's treasuries was Asmaveth the son of Adiel, and over the treasuries in the fields, in the cities, and in the villages, and in the castles. Was Jonathan the son of Uzziah. Superscript 2 And over them that did the work of the field for tillage of the ground was Ezra the son of Caleb. 25. Castles, literally towers, compare 2 Chronicles 26. 10, 27. 4. Superscript 2 And over the vineyards was Shimei the Ramathite, and over the increase of the vineyards for the wine cellars was Zabdi the Shifmite. 27. The Ramathite, the well-known Ramah was in Benjamin, but there was also a Ramah, or Ramath, of the south, Joshua 19. 8, 1 Samuel XXX. 27, from which the epithet, Ramathite, might be derived. The Shifmite, the adjective is probably derived from, Siphmoth, 1 Samuel XXX. 28, the name of a place in the south of Judah. If so, we should read either, Siphmite, here, or, Shifmoth, in 1 Samuel. Superscript 2 And over the olive trees and the sycamore trees that were in the lowland was Baalhanan the Gederite, and over the cellars of oil was Josh. 28. Sycamore, the fig mulberry, a tree having leaves like mulberry leaves, and bearing a fruit resembling figs. Compare 2 Chronicles I. 15, Amos, 7. 14. In the lowland, Hebrew Shephelah. See note on 2 Chronicles I. 15, Vale. Gederite, i.e. inhabitant of Geder, Joshua 12. 13, perhaps another form of Gedera, Joshua 15. 36, a place in the south of Judah is intended in any case. See note on 12. 4. Superscript 2 And over the herds that fed in Sharon was Shitrai the Sharonite, and over the herds that were in the valleys was Shaphat the son of Adlai. 29. Sharon, the great maritime plain bounded on the east by the lowland, Shephelah. The valleys would probably be the depressions among the hills of the Shephelah which open out into Sharon, compare Canticles 2. 1. Superscript 3 And over the camels was Obal the Ishmaelite, and over the asses was Jediah the Meronothite. 30. Obil, the name is a form of the Arabic word abil, one who feeds camels. The Meronothite, Meronoth was perhaps near Gibeon and Mizpah, compare Nehemiah 3. 7. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 And over the flocks was Jaziz the Hagrite. All these were the rulers of the substance which was King David's. 31. Hagrite, compare V10. 32-34, compare 18. 15-17 is equal to 2 Samuel 8. 16-18, compare 2 Samuel XX. 23-26. David's officers at court. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 Also Jonathan David's uncle was a counselor, a man of understanding, and a scribe, and Jehiel the son of Hakmoni was with the king's sons. Or, brother's son. 32. Jonathan David's uncle, the name Jonathan is common in Hebrew, but no uncle of David is elsewhere mentioned. A Jonathan, son of Shemaiah, David's brother, is referred to in XX. 7, equals 2 Samuel 21. 21, and many scholars in consequence prefer to follow the margin and render Jonathan, David's brother's son. Curtis renders David's lover, taking the reference to be to Jonathan, Saul's son, who as the friend of David's youth might be spoken of as his first counselor. This view seems improbable but is not impossible, despite the phrase, and a scribe, which could not possibly be said of Saul's warrior son. There is some evidence that those words are a gloss, and it is true that the list is not one of living men only, compare Ahithophel. Whilst finally the chronicler might well be tempted to drag in an allusion to a relationship so well known and so creditable to David. A scribe, not the chief scribe, compare 18. 16, note. With the king's sons, as tutor, compare 2 Kings X6. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 And Ahithophel was the king's counselor, and Hushai the Archite was the king's friend. 33, Ahithophel, see 2 Samuel 15. 31, 16. 2017. 23. Hushai, see 2 Samuel 15. 32-37, 16. 16-19, 17. 5-16. Archite, the border of the Archites, was near Bethel, Joshua 16. 2. The word has no connection with the Archite of I. 15. King's friend, compare 2 Samuel 16. 16. Special titles serve to signify the degree of rank the great men held with respect to the king of Egypt. In old times the most important were the friend and the well-beloved friend of the king, Herman, Ancient Egypt, English translation page 72. The Greek kings of Syria granted similar titles to their chief dependents, compare 1 Maccabees 2. 18, Revised Version with margin, Thou and thy house shall be in the number of the king's friends. Superscript 3 And after Ahithophel was Jehoiada the son of Benaiah, and Abiathar, and the captain of the king's host was Joab. 34, After Ahithophel, compare verse 33. Jehoiada the son of Benaiah, either we must read, Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, compare 18. 17, or we must assume that a person known only from this passage is meant. And Abiathar, possibly such a phrase as, and Zadok and Abiathar were priests, compare 2 Samuel XX. 25, originally stood here. Chapters 28, Zix. David's farewell speech. Chapter 28. 1-8, compare 22. 17-19. His charge to the chief men of Israel concerning the building of the temple. The glorious reign now reaches a fitting climax. David summons the assembly of all the princes and commanders of Israel, and, in the presence of the heir to the throne, addresses them in a final oration. He recounts his divine election and rule over Israel and the promise that the same divine power will be with Solomon his son, 28. 110. Then, handing over to Solomon the inspired plans for the temple, 11:21, and briefly describing the treasures he has amassed for its enrichment, 29. 1:5, He appeals to the liberality of the people and is met by a magnificent response, 6:9. Finally, in a prayer of fine humility and faith, 10:20, he commends his son and his people to the eternal and all-powerful God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel. How immense the contrast between this and the pathetically real picture of the closing days of David portrayed in 1 Kings II. 1:11. There the dying monarch is seen, exhausted in mind and body, surrounded by the intrigues of an eastern palace. With a last flicker of his strength, he rouses himself to secure the succession of Solomon by firm but ruthless orders against the leaders of the opposing faction. Whilst the narrative in Kings is indispensable to us in preserving some record of the actual history of the last days of David, Chronicles is also of great value in its own way as a religious interpretation of history. Introduction pages. LV. Rightly understood, this farewell speech is in many respects a noble and inspiring passage of Scripture, so ought a perfect reign to end. Here David dies, leaving his country peaceful, powerful, and contented. He dies believing that his people's true prosperity is in its zeal for the worship of God, and for that end, with the popular approval, he has made marvelous preparation. And lastly he dies, in no vainglorious spirit, but conscious of the littleness of man and the majesty of God, and in humble dependence on the continuance of grace. Superscript 1. And David assembled all the princes of Israel, the princes of the tribes, and the captains of the companies that served the king by course, and the captains of thousands, and the captains of hundreds. And the rulers over all the substance and possessions of the king and of his sons, with the officers, and the mighty men, even all the mighty men of valor, unto Jerusalem. Or, cattle. Or, eunuchs. 1. The princes of the tribes, compare 27. 16:22. The captains of the companies, see 27. 1:15. The rulers, see 27. 25:31. Officers, margin eunuchs. The earlier authorities however for David's reign, in the books of Samuel, do not mention such persons, and they were perhaps introduced into the Israelite court at a later time. Yet compare 1 Samuel 8:15. Superscript 2. Then David the king stood up upon his feet, and said, Hear me, my brethren, and my people, as for me, it was in mine heart to build an house of rest for the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and for the footstool of our God. And I had made ready for the building. 2. Stood up upon his feet, kings sometimes made orations sitting, compare Acts 12:21. Here the king stands to mark the greatness of the occasion. My brethren, the king is the brother of his subjects. Deuteronomy 17:15-20, compare Psalms XLV 7. It was in mine heart, c. 17. 1. 2 Samuel 7. 2. An house of rest, compare 17. 5. 2 Samuel 7. 6. The footstool, compare Isaiah LX 13. Superscript 3. But God said unto me, Thou shalt not build an house for my name, because thou art a man of war, and hast shed blood. 3. Thou art a man of war, see note on 22. 8. Howbeit the Lord, the God of Israel, chose me out of all the house of my father to be king over Israel forever, for he hath chosen Judah to be prince, and in the house of Judah, the house of my father. And among the sons of my father he took pleasure in me to make me king over all Israel. Or, leader. 4. Out of all the house, see 1 Samuel 16. 1:13. King, forever, i.e. the kingdom is to abide with David and his descendants. That the promise, however, was not to be interpreted as independent of moral conditions, see below verse 9 ad fin. And of all my sons, for the Lord hath given me many sons, he hath chosen Solomon my son to sit upon the throne of the kingdom of the Lord over Israel. 5. Many sons, compare 3. 1:9. He hath chosen Solomon. The earlier histories, Samuel Kings, do not thus speak of God choosing Solomon as David's successor, but compare 2 Samuel 12:24, 25, 1 Kings I 11:14. The throne of the kingdom of the Lord, compare 29. 23, the throne of the Lord. The chronicler regards the king as the deputy of Jehovah. And he said unto me, Solomon thy son, he shall build my house and my courts, for I have chosen him to be my son, and I will be his father. 6. He shall build my house, compare 22. 10. And I will establish his kingdom forever, if he be constant to do my commandments and my judgments, as at this day. 7. And I will establish, compare 17. 11. If he be constant, literally if he be strong, compare verses 10, 20, be strong, same word in Hebrew. Compare 1 Kings 9. 4, 5. Now therefore, in the sight of all Israel, the congregation of the Lord, and in the audience of our God, observe and seek out all the commandments of the Lord your God, that ye may possess this good land. And leave it for an inheritance to your children after you forever. 8. And seek out, the same Hebrew word is used in 13. 3. We sought not unto it, i.e. the ark, in the days of Saul. That ye may possess this good land, possess equals inherit. The Hebrew word connotes three different ideas, which may all have been present to the mind of the speaker, viz. 1. Continued holding of the land by passing it from father to son, compare Exodus XX. 12. 2. Completion of the work of conquest left unfinished by Joshua, compare Genesis 24. 60. 3. Enjoyment of the fruits of the land, compare Psalms 25. 13. 9:21. David's charge to Solomon. And thou, Solomon my son, know thou the God of thy father, and serve him with a perfect heart and with a willing mind, for the Lord searcheth all hearts, and understandeth all the imaginations of the thoughts. If thou seek him, he will be found of thee. But if thou forsake him, he will cast thee off forever. 9. Know thou the God of thy father, for this use of know compare Exodus v. 2, Isaiah I. 3, Jeremiah 31. 34. With a perfect heart, i.e. with a single, undivided heart, compare 12. 33. They were not of double heart. In 2 Chronicles 15. 17. The heart of King Asa is described as perfect, because he took no part in the idolatrous practices which prevailed in his day. Faithfulness to Jehovah, not moral perfection, is implied in phrases of this kind. The Lord searcheth, compare Ezekiel's vision of the Lord's detection of secret idolatry, Ezekiel 8. Superscript 1. Take heed now. For the Lord hath chosen thee to build an house for the sanctuary, be strong, and do it. 10. Hath chosen thee, see on verse 5. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. Then David gave to Solomon his son the pattern of the porch of the temple, and of the houses thereof, and of the treasuries thereof, and of the upper rooms thereof, and of the inner chambers thereof. And of the place of the mercy seat. Hebrew house. 11. The pattern, compare verse 12, Exodus 25. 9. The temple, like the tabernacle, was to be constructed according to a pattern or model communicated by inspiration, see verse 19. A verbal description rather than a drawing is meant. The porch, compare 2 Chronicles 3. 4. 1 Kings 6. 3. The houses thereof, compare 2 Chronicles 34. 11. Thereof, of course refers to the temple as a whole, and by houses, we must understand the various portions of the building. The treasuries, a different Hebrew word from that used in verse 12. The inner treasuries mentioned here were for treasure, the outer treasuries, verse 11, were perhaps rather store chambers. Upper rooms, compare 2 Chronicles 3. 9. And 1 Kings 6. 6, where however the Hebrew word is different. The place of the mercy seat, the Holy of Holies. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. And the pattern of all that he had by the Spirit, for the courts of the house of the Lord, and for all the chambers round about, for the treasuries of the house of God, and for the treasuries of the dedicated things. Or, in his Spirit. 12. That he had by the Spirit, i.e. that had come to him by revelation and rested with him waiting for realization. Margin, that he had in his spirit, i.e. in his mind, is a less likely translation. For the courts, the last verse dealt with the temple itself, this one with the courts and detached buildings. Chambers, compare 9:26, note. The treasuries, the same Hebrew word as in 26:20, Nehemiah 13:12-15. See note on verse 11. Dedicated things, 26:26-28, 2 Chronicles 15:18. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 also for the courses of the priests and the Levites, and for all the work of the service of the house of the Lord, and for all the vessels of service in the house of the Lord. 13. Also for the courses, the verse is best taken in adjectival connection with the phrase the chambers roundabout in the preceding verse, these were used for the treasuries, and also for the courses, etc. It is possible, however, to take it in the sense, he gave the pattern also for the courses, etc., i.e. the scheme of rotation set forth in previous chapters. Of the priests and the Levites, compare 24:131. Superscript 1 of gold by weight for the vessels of gold, for all vessels of every kind of service. Of silver for all the vessels of silver by weight, for all vessels of every kind of service, superscript 1 by weight also for the candlesticks of gold, and for the lamps thereof, of gold. By weight for every candlestick and for the lamps thereof, and for the candlesticks of silver, silver by weight for every candlestick and for the lamps thereof, according to the use of every candlestick. 14. Of gold by weight, sc he gave the pattern or account of gold, etc. Superscript 1 and the gold by weight for the tables of showbread, for every table, and silver for the tables of silver. 16. Tables of showbread, elsewhere, except 2 Chronicles 4. 19. See note on 2 Chronicles 4. 8. Only one table for the showbread is mentioned, compare 2 Chronicles 29. 18. Exodus 35. 13. 37. 10. XL. 22. And silver, neither the silver tables of this verse, nor the silver candlesticks of verse 15 are mentioned elsewhere, perhaps they stood in some of the chambers, verse 12, of the temple courts for the use of the Levites in their work. Superscript 1 and the flesh hooks, and the basins, and the cups, of pure gold, and for the golden bowls by weight for every bowl, and for the silver bowls by weight for every bowl. 17. Flesh hooks, Exodus 27. 3. 1 Samuel 2. 13. Basins, these were used for dashing the blood of a victim against the altar. Compare 2 Chronicles 29. 22. The cups, probably the same as the flagons, revised version, of Exodus 25. 29 which were used for pouring out the drink offering. Superscript 1 and for the altar of incense refined gold by weight, and gold for the pattern of the chariot, even the cherubim, that spread out their wings, and covered the ark of the covenant of the Lord. 18. The altar of incense, 2 Chronicles 26. 16. Exodus XXX. 110. The chariot, even the cherubim, compare Ezekiel I, 5:10, 15-17. The cherubim were poetically conceived as the chariot of Jehovah. The phrase has its origin in the language of Psalms 18:10. Superscript 1 All this, said David, have I been made to understand in writing from the hand of the Lord, even all the works of this pattern. Or, the Lord made me understand in writing by his hand upon me, even and. 19. All this, said David, have I been made to understand in writing from the hand of the Lord, even all the works of this pattern, compare verse 11, note. As in the case of Moses and the tabernacle, Exodus 25. 9:40, so David's plans for the temple are said to be of divine origin. Superscript 2 And David said to Solomon his son, Be strong and of good courage, and do it, fear not, nor be dismayed, for the Lord God, even my God, is with thee. He will not fail thee, nor forsake thee, until all the work for the service of the house of the Lord be finished. 20. Be strong, God's help in the planning is a pledge of God's help in the accomplishment. Compare verse 10, which finds its continuation at this point. The work was great, and Solomon young, 22. 5. Be finished, the LXX. Shows that a passage which was present in the Hebrew text of the 2nd century has been later accidentally omitted from the Hebrew at this point. Add therefore now behold the pattern of the porch of the temple and of the houses thereof, and of the treasuries thereof, and of the upper rooms thereof, and of the inner chambers thereof, and of the house of the mercy seat. Even the pattern of the house of the Lord. Torrey, Ezra Studies, pages 73, 87. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And, behold, there are the courses of the priests and the Levites, for all the service of the house of God, and there shall be with thee in all manner of work every willing man that hath skill. For any manner of service, also the captains and all the people will be holy at thy commandment. 21. Every willing man that hath skill, compare Exodus 35. 5, 10 ff. Chapter 29. 1-5. David's challenge to liberality. Superscript 1 And David the king said unto all the congregation, Solomon my son, whom alone God hath chosen, is yet young and tender, and the work is great, for the palace is not for man, but for the Lord God. 1. Congregation, or assembly. The Hebrew word is cognate to the verb translated assembled in 28. 1. Whom alone God hath chosen, compare 28. 5. The palace, Hebrew Bira, a late word in Hebrew, perhaps derived from Assyrian Bertu. Ordinarily it denoted a palace or fortress, compare Nehemiah I, 1, Esther I, 2, and is applied to the temple only here in verse 19. In Nehemiah 2. 8, compare Ryle in Loco, the building which afterwards became the Tower of Antonia, Pi Alpha Rho Epsilon Mu Beta Omicron Lambda, the castle, Acts 21. 37, 22. 24, which overlooked the temple is called the castle, Bira, which appertaineth to the house. In Nehemiah I. 1 Shushan is described as a Bira, probably as being a fortress as well as a royal city. C. G. A. Smith, Jerusalem, 2. 347. The temple is frequently called Hakel, palace, great house, in the Old Testament, but the normal appellation is simply Kabiath, the house, or such a phrase as the house of the Lord, or again Kodsheka, thy sanctuary. Superscript 2 Now I have prepared with all my might for the house of my God the gold for the things of gold, and the silver for the things of silver, and the brass for the things of brass, the iron for the things of iron, and wood for the things of wood. Onyx stones, and stones to be set, stones for inlaid work, and of divers colors, and all manner of precious stones, and marble stones in abundance. Or, beryl. 2. Onyx, or, as margin, beryl. Compare Genesis 2. 12, margin beryl. Stones for inlaid work, compare Isaiah liv. 11, I will lay thy stones with fair colors, the same word is used in Hebrew. Superscript 3 Moreover also, because I have set my affection to the house of my God, seeing that I have a treasure of mine own of gold and silver, I give it unto the house of my God, over and above all that I have prepared for the holy house. 3. I give it, not all his private fortune, but the splendid offering announced in verses 4, 5. David then challenges the leaders to display a like generosity, verse 5. Even 3,000 talents of gold, etc., i.e. about 20 million pounds or 10 million pounds, light standard. The amount is impossibly vast, and may be compared with the exaggeration noted in 22. 14. Even 3,000 talents of gold, of the gold of Ophir, and 7,000 talents of refined silver, to overlay the walls of the houses withal. 4. Gold of Ophir. Ophir is probably to be identified with some part of the southeast coast of Arabia, see note on 2 Chronicles 8. 18. The reference here is no doubt an anachronism, for it is clear that Israelite tradition regarded this trade with Ophir as an innovation of Solomon's reign, see 2 Chronicles 8. 18, 9. 10 is equal to 1 Kings 9. 28, x 11. To overlay, compare 2 Chronicles 3. 4 8. The houses, i.e. the porch, the greater house, and the most holy house, 2 Chronicles 3. 4, 5, 8. Of gold for the things of gold, and of silver for the things of silver, and for all manner of work to be made by the hands of artificers. Who then offereth willingly to consecrate himself this day unto the Lord? Hebrew to fill his hand. 5. Offereth willingly to consecrate himself. The phrase to consecrate himself, Hebrew, to fill his hand, means properly to make himself a priest, and is here used metaphorically. The sense is, who will give these gifts for the sacred temple in the same willing spirit which is required of a priest in his self-dedication to priestly service. 6-9. The offerings of the chiefs of Israel. Then the princes of the fathers' houses, and the princes of the tribes of Israel, and the captains of thousands and of hundreds, with the rulers over the king's work, offered willingly. 6. Over the king's work, see 27. 25-31. And they gave for the service of the house of God of gold 5,000 talents and 10,000 darics, and of silver 10,000 talents, and of brass 18,000 talents, and of iron 100,000 talents. 7. 5,000 talents, i.e. of uncoined gold by weight, an immense sum, compare verse 3. 10,000 darics, a daric was a Persian gold coin worth about 22 shillings. Used thus in connection with the reign of David, the word is of course a curious anachronism. The translation of Authorized Version drams, i.e. drachmae, may possibly be right. The value of a gold drachma was about 9s. 5d. And they with whom precious stones were found gave them to the treasure of the house of the Lord, under the hand of Jehiel the Gershonite. 8. Jehiel the Gershonite, compare 23. 8, 26. 21, 22. Then the people rejoiced, for that they offered willingly, because with a perfect heart they offered willingly to the Lord, and David the king also rejoiced with great joy. 9. With a perfect heart, i.e. with a single heart, ungrudgingly. Compare 28. 9, note. 10:19. The blessing of David. Superscript 1. Wherefore David blessed the Lord before all the congregation, and David said, Blessed be thou, O Lord, the God of Israel our Father, for ever and ever. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. 9. O Lord, is the greatness, and the power, and the glory, and the victory, and the majesty, for all that is in the heaven and in the earth is thine. Thine is the kingdom, O Lord, and thou art exalted as head above all. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. Both riches and honor come of thee, and thou rulest over all, and in thine hand is power and might, and in thine hand it is to make great, and to give strength unto all. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. Now therefore, our God, we thank thee, and praise thy glorious name. 11. Thou art exalted as head above all, better thine it is to be exalted as head over all. Superscript 1. But who am I, and what is my people, that we should be able to offer so willingly after this sort? For all things come of thee, and of thine own have we given thee. Hebrew retain strength. Hebrew of thine hand. 14. Be able, literally retain strength. David praises God for the great success of the efforts of so transitory a creature as man. Of thine own, literally out of thine hand, compare margin. Superscript 1. For we are strangers before thee, and sojourners, as all our fathers were, our days on the earth are as a shadow, and there is no abiding. Superscript 1. O Lord our God, all this store that we have prepared to build thee an house for thine holy name cometh of thine hand, and is all thine own. Superscript 1. I know also, my God, that thou triest the heart, and hast pleasure in uprightness. As for me, in the uprightness of mine heart I have willingly offered all these things, and now have I seen with joy thy people, which are present here, to offer willingly unto thee. Hebrew hope. 15. Strangers before thee, and sojourners, David describes himself and his people not as strangers to God, but as strangers dwelling before God. In ancient states foreigners were sometimes allowed to reside in the capital under the immediate protection of the king or of the heads of the state, compare 1 Samuel 22. 3, 4, 27. 3, 2 Samuel 15. 19. Compare also the position of the aliens at Athens. David appeals to God on the ground that Israel is immediately under God's protection. Compare Psalms 39. 12. No abiding, or, as margin, hope, i.e. no continuance, no hopeful expectation, apart from the favor of Jehovah. Superscript 1 O Lord, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Israel, our fathers, keep this forever in the imagination of the thoughts of the heart of thy people, and prepare their heart unto thee. Or, establish. 18. In the imagination, render, as the imagination. Imagination here means not the faculty, but the result of the exercise of the faculty, a mental image or impression. Prepare, better, as margin, establish. David prays that the people may continue in their present mind. Superscript 1 And give unto Solomon my son a perfect heart, to keep thy commandments, thy testimonies, and thy statutes, and to do all these things, and to build the palace, for the which I have made provision. 19. A perfect heart, see 28. 9. Note. The palace, see verse 1, note. 2022. The great rejoicing. Superscript 2 And David said to all the congregation, Now bless the Lord your God. And all the congregation blessed the Lord, the God of their fathers, and bowed down their heads, and worshipped the Lord, and the king. 20. Worshipped, i.e. prostrated themselves. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 And they sacrificed sacrifices unto the Lord, and offered burnt offerings unto the Lord, on the morrow after that day, even 1,000 bullocks, 1,000 rams, and 1,000 lambs, with their drink offerings. And sacrifices in abundance for all Israel. 21. And they sacrificed, compare 16. 1-3. Superscript 2 Superscript 2 And did eat and drink before the Lord on that day with great gladness. And they made Solomon the son of David king the second time, and anointed him unto the Lord to be prince, and Zadok to be priest. Or, leader. 22. The second time, compare 23. 1. The first time which is described in 1 Kings I. 39. Solomon hastily anointed in order to assert his claim to the throne against his brother Adonijah, is omitted in Chronicles, unless perhaps the vague phrase of 23. 1. Now David made Solomon his son king over Israel, is intended to refer to it. Zadok, one of Solomon's earliest acts seems to have been to put an end to the double priesthood by deposing Abiathar, compare 1 Kings 2. 27, 35. The chronicler appears to have this in mind, but he avoids narrating anything so derogatory to the high priesthood. 23-25. The beginning of Solomon's reign. Superscript 2 Superscript 3 Then Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord as king instead of David his father, and prospered, and all Israel obeyed him. 23. The throne of the Lord, see 28. 5. Note. Superscript 2 And all the princes, and the mighty men, and all the sons likewise of King David, submitted themselves unto Solomon the king. Hebrew gave the hand under Solomon. 24. The mighty men, compare 1 Kings I. 10:38, from which it is clear that the faithfulness of Benaiah and the Cherethites and Pelethites was the main factor in the elevation of Solomon to the throne. All the sons, the chronicler here glances at the submission of Adonijah, 1 Kings I. 53. Superscript 2 And the Lord magnified Solomon exceedingly in the sight of all Israel, and bestowed upon him such royal majesty as had not been on any king before him in Israel. 25. Such royal majesty as had not been on any king before him in Israel. Strictly speaking, the comparison is limited to Solomon on the one side, and his predecessors, David and Saul. Ishbosheth is ignored in Chronicles, on the other. But we may suppose that the chronicler is writing somewhat loosely from his own standpoint, and really means to say that Solomon was surpassed in glory by no king of Israel. It is just possible, compare Job 34:19, to render the Hebrew royal majesty which was not on any king more than on him in Israel. In Chronicles the character of Solomon is idealized somewhat in the same fashion as that of David. He is depicted as the monarch who attained the ideal of inspired wisdom and of royal splendor, and whose piety was supremely manifested in the privilege permitted him of building and dedicating the temple. In this last fact the chronicler doubtless felt that Solomon had a claim to the praises of posterity which completely outweighed any sinister traits of his character revealed in Kings. Elsewhere he refers to Solomon's failings in order to point a moral: did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Even him did strange women cause to sin, Nehemiah 13:26. But here, where he relates his reign as a whole, the darker aspects, his many wives and his tolerance of their idolatrous worship, are passed over, and only the king's zeal for Jehovah and the glories of Israel in his day are allowed to appear. 26:30. A summary of David's reign. Superscript 2. Now David the son of Jesse reigned over all Israel. Superscript 2. And the time that he reigned over Israel was 40 years, 7 years reigned he in Hebron, and 33 years reigned he in Jerusalem. Superscript 2. And he died in a good old age, full of days, riches, and honor, and Solomon his son reigned in his stead. 27, 40 years, compare 2 Samuel v. 4, 5, 1 Kings 2. 11. Superscript 2. Now the acts of David the king, first and last, behold, they are written in the history of Samuel the seer, and in the history of Nathan the prophet, and in the history of Gad the seer. Hebrew words. 29. On the histories cited in this verse, see the introduction, section 5, pages 32. Compare 2 Chronicles 9. 29. In the history, literally words. The Book of Chronicles itself is called in Hebrew, the words, or the acts, of the days. Samuel the seer, compare 1 Samuel 9. 19. Nathan the prophet, see 2 Samuel 7. 2 equals 1 Chronicles 17. 1, 2 Samuel 12. 1, 1 Kings 8:39. Gad the seer, see 2 Samuel 24. 11 equals 1 Chronicles 21. 9, Gad the prophet, David seer. In the Hebrew Samuel is called Ray, seer, Nathan, Nabi, prophet, and Gad, Zay, gazer or seer of visions. Superscript 3. With all his reign and his might, and the times that went over him, and over Israel, and over all the kingdoms of the countries. 30. The times, i.e. the changes, vicissitudes. Compare 12. 32, note. The second book of the Chronicles. Chapters 1, 9. Solomon. Chapter 1. 1-6. Solomon's great sacrifice at Gibeon. Verses 1-5 are the composition of the chronicler. For verse 6 compare 1 Kings 3. 4. Superscript 1. And Solomon the son of David was strengthened in his kingdom, and the Lord his God was with him, and magnified him exceedingly. 1. Was strengthened, or, strengthened himself, a favorite expression of the chronicler, compare 12. 13. 21, waxed mighty, 17. 1, 23. 1, etc. Magnified, compare 1 Chronicles 29. 25. Superscript 2. And Solomon spake unto all Israel, to the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and to the judges, and to every prince in all Israel, the heads of the fathers' houses. 2. Unto all Israel, the impression, conveyed in the preceding chapter, that Solomon's accession was marred by no internal discord in the nation, is again emphasized. Superscript 3. So Solomon, and all the congregation with him, went to the high place that was at Gibeon, for there was the tent of meeting of God, which Moses the servant of the Lord had made in the wilderness. 3. The high place. At Gibeon, compare 1 Chronicles 16. 39, 21. 29, 1 Kings 3. 4. The passage in Kings naively states that Solomon offered his sacrifice at Gibeon, 6 miles northwest of Jerusalem, because that was the great high place. The chronicler regarded the worship of the high places as an illegal act, and sought to justify Solomon's action in this undeniable instance by the theory that the tent of meeting and the brazen altar, verse 5, were at the high place of Gibeon. See the headnote to 1 Chronicles 13. Without doubt the high place at Gibeon had been used by the Canaanites for worship from a very early date. In the wilderness, see Exodus 25. 1 ff. 35. 4 ff. But the ark of God had David brought up from Kiriath Jearim to the place that David had prepared for it, for he had pitched a tent for it at Jerusalem. 4. Kiriath Jearim, compare 1 Chronicles 13. 5. Pitched a tent, compare 1 Chronicles 15. 1. Moreover the brazen altar, that Bezalel the son of Uri, the son of Hur, had made, was there before the tabernacle of the Lord, and Solomon and the congregation sought unto it. Or, as otherwise read, he had put. 5. Bezalel, see Exodus 31. 2, 38. 1 7, and compare 1 Chronicles 2. 20. Was there, margin he had put. In the Hebrew the position of a point makes the difference between these two translations. Sought unto it, see 1 Chronicles 28. 8, note. And Solomon went up thither to the brazen altar before the Lord, which was at the tent of meeting, and offered 1,000 burnt offerings upon it. Or, offered there, upon, he offered. 6. Went up thither, or, as margin, offered there, upon. It is to be noted that the chronicler does not ignore the exercise of priestly functions by Solomon, although such exercise must have seemed wrong in his eyes, but follows his authority, 1 Kings 3. 4, without adding any explanation. 7:13 equals 1 Kings 3. 5:15. Solomon's vision, and return to Jerusalem. In that night did God appear unto Solomon, and said unto him, Ask what I shall give thee. And Solomon said unto God, Thou hast shewed great kindness unto David my father, and hast made me king in his stead. 7. Did God appear? In Kings, the Lord appeared in a dream. Now, O Lord God, let thy promise unto David my father be established, for thou hast made me king over a people like the dust of the earth in multitude. 9. Thy promise, i.e., that Solomon would be king after David, that he would build the temple, and that his house would reign over Israel forever, 1 Chronicles 22. 9 ff. Part of this promise had come true, and Solomon now prays for the fulfillment of the remainder. It is, however, possible that the particular reference is to the first words of 1 Chronicles 22. 12, which may be translated as a promise, Surely the Lord will give thee wisdom and understanding. Superscript 1 Give me now wisdom and knowledge, that I may go out and come in before this people, for who can judge this thy people, that is so great? Superscript 1 And God said to Solomon, Because this was in thine heart, and thou hast not asked riches, wealth, or honor, nor the life of them that hate thee, neither yet hast asked long life. But hast asked wisdom and knowledge for thyself, that thou mayest judge my people, over whom I have made thee king. 10. Go out and come in. The phrase denotes the transaction of business of all kinds. Judge, although every village by its headman dispensed its own justice to its inhabitants, yet enough cases too hard for local decision remained over to make the king's judicial functions of very great importance. Compare 2 Samuel 14. 4 ff. 15. 2:4. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Wisdom and knowledge is granted unto thee, and I will give thee riches, and wealth, and honor, such as none of the kings have had that have been before thee, neither shall there any after thee have the like. 12. Wisdom and knowledge is granted unto thee. The incident illustrates the truth that to him that hath shall be given, Solomon had wisdom enough to offer a wise prayer. Increase of wisdom followed as the answer to the prayer. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 So Solomon came from his journey to the high place that was at Gibeon, from before the tent of meeting, unto Jerusalem, and he reigned over Israel. The Septuagint and Vulgate have, came from the high place. 13. From his journey to the high place that was at Gibeon, this clause yields no sense in the Hebrew and is probably a misplaced gloss. Read simply, then Solomon came to Jerusalem, compare 1 Kings 3. 15, or, as margin following LXX. Came from the high place. 14:17 equals 1 Kings X 26:29. Solomon's horses and chariots. Superscript 1 And Solomon gathered chariots and horsemen, and he had 1,400 chariots, and 12,000 horsemen, which he placed in the chariot cities, and with the king at Jerusalem. 14. 1,400 chariots, see note on 9. 25. The chariot cities, the greater part of Palestine is unsuitable for the evolutions of chariots, but flat country is found along the coast of the Mediterranean, in the plain of Esdraelon, and east of Jordan. And in these three districts the chariot cities were probably situated. Compare G. A. Smith, Historical Geography of the Holy Land, page 667, Appendix V. Superscript 1 And the king made silver and gold to be in Jerusalem as stones, and cedars made he to be as the sycamore trees that are in the lowland, for abundance. 15. To be in Jerusalem as stones, in Kings this is asserted of silver only. Jerusalem is one of the stoniest places in the world. See Kelman, Holy Land, pages 9-11. The sycamore trees, see 1 Chronicles 27. 28, note. Lowland, literally the Shephelah. I.e. essentially the stretch of low hills separating the maritime plain from the hill country of Judah, yet perhaps also including the Philistine plain. See Hastings, Dictionary of the Bible 3. 893-894. Superscript 1 And the horses which Solomon had were brought out of Egypt, the king's merchants received them in droves, each drove at a price. 16. And the horses which Solomon had were brought out of Egypt. Egypt is an agricultural not a pastoral country. It lacks the broad plains suitable for the rearing of large numbers of horses. But the Arabs of the Sinai Peninsula stood in close political and mercantile relations with Egypt, and it may be that though the horses were raised in Arabia and Central Asia they passed through Egyptian hands. Barnes on 1 Kings X 28. It is possible, however, that the reading Egypt is a mistake, see the following note. In droves, each drove at a price. The word droves is incorrectly translated linen yarn. In the authorized version the rendering droves is just possible. But it is probable that, on the basis of some versions, we should read from Qi, or Q, at a price. Q is a district mentioned in Assyrian inscriptions and generally identified with Cilicia. It is further proposed that, instead of Egypt, Hebrew Miraim, we should read Muri, a name applied, 1, to Egypt, and, 2, extended beyond it to the area south of Palestine, and, 3, also denoting a district in North Syria, south of the Taurus. And named in Assyrian inscriptions. In this case, in connection with Q, we should identify it with the last mentioned. Superscript 1 And they fetched up, and brought out of Egypt a chariot for 600 shekels of silver, and an horse for 150, and so for all the kings of the Hittites, and the kings of Syria, did they bring them out by their means. 17. Out of Egypt, Hebrew Miraim. If the suggestion mentioned in the previous note be adopted, then here also read Muri, the North Syrian district. And so, by their means, i.e. by means of Solomon's merchants' horses were exported for the kings of the Hittites and of Syria. Hittites, settlements of Hittites seem to have existed here and there in Canaan, but in the regions northeast of Syria they formed a powerful state, able for many centuries to contend on equal terms with the Assyrians and Egyptians. Their chief cities were Carchemish on the Euphrates and Kadesh on the Orontes. They were subdued in the 8th century by the Assyrians. Chapter 2. Solomon's preparations for building the temple. 1, 2, I, 18, 2. 1, Hebrew, equals verses 17, 18 below, 1 Kings v. 15. Bearers and hewers. Superscript 1. Now Solomon purposed to build an house for the name of the Lord, and an house for his kingdom. 1. For the name, compare 1 Chronicles 22. 7, 10, 19, 28. 3, 29. 16. An house for his kingdom, see 1 Kings 7. 1, 8. Superscript 2. And Solomon told out 70,010 men to bear burdens, and 80,000 men that were hewers in the mountains, and 3,600 to oversee them. 2. Told out, i.e. counted. The 150,000 bearers and hewers mentioned here are said to have been aliens, verse 17. This agrees with 1 Kings v. 15, which distinguishes them from a levy of 30,000 hewers raised out of all Israel, 1 Kings v. verse 13. The 30,000 Israelites were subject to a corvée of 1 month in every 3, the 150,000 aliens were presumably supposed to have been continuously engaged on the work. The chronicler makes no mention of the levy of 30,000 Israelites, recorded in Kings, for no doubt he thought it unfitting that compulsory labor should be laid on the Israelites themselves. On the other hand, he holds that the 150,000 were all aliens, see verses 17, 18, whereas the writer in Kings, not having that scruple before his mind, does not make any such sweeping assertion. Compare, however, 1 Kings 9. 20. 3:10, compare 1 Kings v. 2:6. Solomon's message to Huram. This passage is much fuller in Chronicles than in 1 Kings, which offers no parallel to Solomon's language with regard to the temple, verses 4-6. Again, verse 7, the request for a cunning man has no nearer parallel than 1 Kings 7. 13, for verse 10 also there is no strict parallel in 1 Kings. Superscript 3. And Solomon sent to Huram the king of Tyre, saying, As thou didst deal with David my father, and didst send him cedars to build him an house to dwell therein, even so deal with me. In 1 Kings v. 1, Hiram. 3. Huram, another form of Hiram, 1 Kings v. 1, 15, Hebrew, which is a shortened form of a Hiram, Hebrew a with Macron, brother, and Ram, exalted. Yet another form is Hiram, 1 Kings v. 10, see Revised Version margin. The Phoenician language is written with even fewer vowel signs than are found in ancient Hebrew, hence the uncertainty in the form of this name. Didst send him cedars, see 1 Chronicles 14. 1 is equal to 2 Samuel v. 11. Behold, I build an house for the name of the Lord my God, to dedicate it to him, and to burn before him incense of sweet spices, and for the continual showbread, and for the burnt offerings morning and evening, on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and on the set feasts of the Lord our God. This is an ordinance for ever to Israel. And the house which I build is great, for great is our God above all gods. 4. The continual showbread, see 1 Chronicles 9. 32, notes, Leviticus 24. 5-9. On the set feasts, compare 1 Chronicles 23. 31, note. But who is able to build him an house, seeing the heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain him?